High above an endless sea of clouds, two sword-shaped peaks face each other like a dueling ground made for legends. On one peak stands Jianchen, the young sword god, calm in white robes with the cloth-wrapped light wind sword resting on his back. Across from him waits Duguchiobai, the vanished old legend, gripping his black edgeless heavy iron sword with a gaze sharp enough to chill the air. Duguchiobai breaks the silence by admitting Jianchen's sword skill rivals his own, but says Jianchen killed his beloved disciple, so today he will take revenge in the name of justice. Jianchen answers without flinching that the disciple attacked first, and dying to his sword was simply the price of weaker skill. The insult lands hard, and Duguchiobai snaps back in fury that he will test whether Jianchen can really execute him with the light wind sword. Duguchiobai strikes first, whipping out a bolt of sword chi that tears across the 100-meter gap like lightning. Jianchen draws light wind in one smooth motion and sends an even fiercer white sword chi to meet it head-on. The two blasts collide with a deafening explosion that rips away mist and clouds around the peaks. Neither master waits for a second exchange, and both launch off their summits to meet in the empty sky between the mountains. Their midair duel turns savage at once, blades ringing so fast that the fight becomes a blur of steel and killing intent. Sword chi scatters in every direction, gouging giant holes into the mountainsides and sending shattered rock raining into the abyss. After hundreds of lightning-fast blows and only a few breaths, they break apart and land back on separate peaks in torn, battered clothes. Duguchiobai admits Jianchen's sword is terrifyingly fast, but says this deadlock will not end unless they settle it with their strongest strike. Jianchen silently accepts, and both men begin gathering power until their presence feels like two giant swords stabbing into the sky. Their power keeps climbing until the mountains groan, clouds split open above them, and even the beasts in the forest below flee in terror. Light wind starts blazing white while the heavy iron sword turns black as night, making their final attack impossible to mistake. The surging aura swallows both fighters completely until only a white sphere and a black sphere remain on the mountain tops. With one furious roar each, the white and black lights fire straight at one another for the deciding clash. After the crossing strike, the sky falls eerily silent, and the two men are suddenly standing on each other's peaks instead. The result appears a heartbeat later when blood pours from Jianchen's chest, because Duguchiobai's sword pierced straight through his heart. But Duguchiobai did not walk away clean either, because Jianchen's countercut took off his entire right arm and sent the heavy iron sword plunging into the cliffs below. Jianchen knows the wound is fatal, and as blood reaches his lips he quietly accepts that death has finally caught him. Duguchiobai laughs across the peaks that Jianchen might have surpassed him in a few more years, but today he still won and avenged his disciple. As Jianchen closes his eyes, he feels no fear of dying, only regret that he will never reach the true peak of the sword. At the edge of death, something changes inside him, and Jianchen suddenly feels that he and his sword are no longer separate at all. Pure world energy pours down into him, his spirit expands wildly, and the whole landscape within thousands of meters opens inside his mind in perfect detail. At the brink of death, Jianchen breaks through at last, reaching the true sword god realm only in his final moments. The breakthrough immediately changes his sword control, and light wind shoots from Jianchen's hand toward Duguchiobai with a speed the old master cannot stop. The impossible strike punches through Duguchiobai's throat, leaving him frozen in disbelief as the sword returns to Jianchen's hand. Unable to speak through the ruined throat, Duguchiobai collapses with his eyes still wide, killed by a feat he never thought possible. Jianchen understands what just happened and realizes he truly reached a higher realm, but the breakthrough comes too late to save his own ruined body. A moment later, Jianchen also dies and his body drops away into the abyss. After both masters fall, the twin peaks split apart, avalanches crash down the mountains, and strange purple-green light floods heaven and earth. Far away in a luxurious mansion, a nobleman paces outside a birth room while his wife struggles through a long and dangerous labor inside. The father worries that after a full day and night, even Yunar's life may be in danger if this goes on any longer. One white-haired elder tries to steady him by saying Yunar is a sane master and should survive, but even he cannot hide his worry. 2 more tense hours crawl by before a voice finally bursts from the room with the news that Yunar is safe and she has given birth to a son. The father explodes into motion and rushes into the room so fast the doors might as well not be there. He goes straight to Yunar at the bedside and asks gently if she is all right before thinking of anything else. Exhausted but smiling, Yunar says she is fine and asks to see their baby. Before he can bring the child over, the midwife frowns at the bundle in her arms because this newborn still has not cried once. As relatives flood in to congratulate the couple, the father catches the midwife's concern and asks if something is wrong with his son. Mother Hong explains that the boy seems healthy, yet in all her years as a midwife she has never seen a baby come out this quiet. The father studies the baby and finds not a sickly child, but bright clear eyes calmly looking around with strange alertness. To be sure, the father tests the infant with his hand, and a yellow glow rises around his palm as he checks for any hidden problem. When he finds nothing wrong, the father's fear vanishes and Mother Hong nearly sags with relief. Mother Hong quickly turns the odd silence into a blessing, saying the young lord may simply be destined to become an unusually strong man. Pleased and relieved, the father rewards Mother Hong with 100 gold coins on the spot. He finally brings the child to Yunar, and she holds him with exhausted tenderness. Since the baby is a boy, Yunner gives him the name they chose in advance, Changyang Xiang Tian. The father happily makes it official and declares a feast for his son's birth. A year passes, and the boy now called Changyang Xiang Tian stands by a small lake in fine clothes, staring ahead with a blank face that feels far too old for a child. Inside the boy's mind, his past life keeps flashing back, Jianqin facing Duguqiubai on the Twin Peaks, their final clash, and the fatal breakthrough at Death's Edge. Standing alone in the mansion grounds, young Jianqin stares at his small body with a complicated expression as old memories wash over him. He finally accepts the truth. In his past life, his name was Jianqin, and after dying he was reborn with his soul and memories intact. Because he kept all those memories after birth, Jianqin understood speech from the start and slowly pieced together that this was an entirely different world. From what he overheard, he learned he now lives in Changyang Mansion, one of the powerful estates tied to Luor City's top 4 families. He also learns that his father is Changyang Ba, the clan leader, which means his new birth has dropped him into a family with real power. His mother is Bai Yuntian, the 4th concubine, but her position is still strong because she carries the title of Radiant Saint Master. Jianqin still does not know what a Radiant Saint Master really is, but he clearly understands that this title makes people in the clan respect his mother. As for himself, Jianqin realizes he is now the Changyang clan's 4th young lord, born into a rank most people could never touch. He sorts out his family ties next and learns he has older siblings in the household, all sharing the same father but different mothers. Among the siblings he actually knows, Changyang Minghua and Changyang Ke have already visited him several times, and both are only a few years older. He notes that Changyang Minghua is the oldest of the 3 he has met, while the huge clan clearly has many more children beyond just them. His long spell of thinking ends when the elderly housekeeper Chang Bai approaches from behind and gently reminds him that it is getting late. Chang Bai adds that Bai Yuntian is looking for him, making it clear his mother expects him back now. Jianqin snaps out of his thoughts, looks up at the darkening sky, and realizes he has been standing there all afternoon without noticing. He answers politely that he understands and will head back in a moment, showing that even as a child he speaks with unusual calm. The moment closes by underlining who Chang Bai is in this household, not just a servant, but the trusted elder who runs the clan's affairs and carries near head of house respect. Watching the gifted baby with a pleased smile, Chang Bai sees even more proof that Jianqin is no ordinary child. By the time he is only 8 months old, Jianqin can already speak clearly and hold simple conversations, and the household starts calling him a genius. That night, Bai Yuntian brings Jianqin to the family dining hall, a place reserved only for the household head, his women, and their children. When Bai Yuntian and Jianqin enter, 3 young women are already at the round table, and 2 of them are holding Changyang Ke and Changyang Minghua, laying out the family structure at a glance. The boy in the room is Changyang Ke, Changyang Ba's 3rd son, and the moment he sees Jianqin his childish face turns openly hostile. All 4 women can tell Changyang Ke is glaring at Jianqin, but they dismiss it as nothing more than children being children. Beside him, the little girl Changyang Minghua only finds the scene amusing, her bright smile making her the warm opposite of her brother. Minghua waves eagerly and calls out for her 4th brother to come sit with them, giving Jianqin a friendly welcome. Jianqin answers with a quiet nod and takes his place at the table with Bai Yuntian. Once they settle in, Bai Yuntian gently prompts her son to greet the rest of the family properly. Jianqin calmly greets his eldest aunt, 2nd aunt, 3rd aunt, 2nd sister, and 3rd brother in order, showing how thoroughly Bai Yuntian has drilled etiquette into him. Jianqin goes along with those lessons because he knows these rules will help him survive in this unfamiliar world. At first, living in a baby's body while keeping all his old memories felt deeply unnatural, and Jianqin never truly believed this new life belonged to him. But as time passes, he slowly accepts Bai Yuntian as his mother and decides to treat this world as his real life from now on. He finally makes a firm choice. His memories from another world will stay buried, and from here on, he will give everything to this new life. At the dinner table, Bai Yushuang smiles at little Xiang Tian and jokes to Bai Yuntian that he is getting so clever it is hard to treat him like a normal 1-year-old. Yu Fengyan joins in with the same fondness, making it clear the whole household is charmed by how different this child is. Then Ling Long turns the praise into a serious family hope, reminding everyone that Xiang Tian walked at 6 months and spoke at 8, so his saint energy test at age 3 might bring a real surprise. Before that thought can settle, a deep voice answers from the doorway and agrees, shifting the room's attention at once. As soon as Changyang Ba steps in, everyone rises to greet the clan head, and even Jianqin softly calls him father. Changyang Ba sits with a gentle smile and asks Xiang Tian directly if he is still happy living in the clan residence. Jianqin gives a simple yes, showing the same calm intelligence that keeps surprising the adults around him. Pleased, Changyang Ba tells him he does not need to stay shut inside the mansion and can go outside to see the world for himself. Jianqin answers obediently, and Changyang Ba is quietly delighted that his son already stands apart from any ordinary toddler. The meal passes in a cheerful mood, and once dinner ends Jianqin leaves the lively hall and returns to his own room alone. Even though a child his age should sleep with his mother, Jianqin had stubbornly insisted on having a room of his own, and by Yuntian finally gave in. That night, alone in his room, Jianchen sits cross-legged on the bed and begins practicing the first principle of Azulite Sword Law. For Jianchen, this is not a child's game but the same rare and formidable cultivation art he trained for 20 years in his previous life and once used as his greatest weapon. As a child, Jianchen accidentally fell off a mountain cliff, and pure luck saved him when he crashed into a pool instead of dying on the rocks. When he woke up, he found himself trapped inside a cavern with no way out, and only fish to keep himself alive. In that cave, Jianchen discovered the Azulite Sword Law Manual, and the find changed his whole future. He devoted himself to that sword law for 10 long years underground, training until he finally broke through. After reaching that breakthrough, Jianchen finally had the power to leap out of the cavern and return to the world above. Back in his village after 10 lost years, Jianchen found the home of the great-grandparents who raised him already empty, with their deaths making his return hit even harder. He paid his respects at their graves in silence, now completely alone. With nothing left tying him there, Jianchen left the little mountainside village and began traveling the world on his own. He had already accepted the hardships of both his past life and this one, so instead of complaining, Jianchen settled his mind and focused on growing stronger again. For the next half year, Jianchen cultivated and refined his body, preparing himself to recover his former strength. Jianchen's method came from the Azulite Sword Law, a technique with 12 layers, and the very first layer was all about tempering the body. He understood the basic rule well enough: if the body was weak, martial skill could never be used to its full potential. Most martial artists built raw strength the obvious way, pushing their muscles bigger and harder until their power showed on the outside. Some even trained until their bones and flesh were like steel, but Jianchen saw that path as powerful-looking and deeply flawed. In Jianchen's eyes, that kind of body training actually damaged the body and narrowed what a person could become. He believed those fighters traded short-term strength for lasting harm, which was why so many of them aged badly and suffered sickness later on. After seeing many wandering martial schools and their body-forging methods, Jianchen judged them all as mediocre next to the Azulite Sword Law. Even famous methods like the Shaolin Jing failed to impress him, because Jianchen thought they still strengthened too much of the body's surface and not its true core. For Jianchen, true body cultivation had to temper the body's very core, and anything that only built the surface could never be called the peak. As Jianchen studies Azulite Sword Law, he realizes this technique is built to remake the body itself from the inside out. The law promises more than basic training too, because every part of the body can be pushed toward its best state, and even gain a longer lifespan. And at the very top, Azulite Sword Law claims the body can rise to an almost unbelievable level, living as long as heaven and earth. He also grasps the method's core rule: if chi outpaces the body, that chi can be forged into flesh and bone to make the body stronger. But once body and chi reach the same level, he knows the next step will demand a real breakthrough instead of simple repetition. With the rules clear in his mind, Jianchen starts cycling the world's chi through his body in a steady, controlled loop. Then he carefully directs that refined energy deeper, feeding it into his organs and every tiny cell he can sense. Since arriving in this new world, one thing has thrilled him more than almost anything else: the sheer richness of its world essence. Compared to the barren place where he died in his old life, this world's energy feels like paradise, and that difference makes him genuinely happy. Still, the more he cultivates, the more one detail nags at him. This world's world essence is not exactly the same as the energy he once knew. He discovers a second kind of energy mixed into it, woven so tightly into the world essence that he cannot separate the two. He lets that unfamiliar energy enter his body anyway, and when nothing goes wrong, he decides not to force it out. Even so, the mystery keeps turning in his mind, because he can tell this extra energy is real but not simple enough to understand yet. What he can confirm immediately is the result, because every fresh stream of world essence makes his arteries, cells, and whole body stronger. The effect feels almost intoxicating, like a perfect tonic pouring life back into him, and his body greedily wants more. As the cultivation continues, that strengthening turns into a smooth, pleasurable calm that lets him sink fully into practice. Time slips by so quickly in that routine that another full year passes in a flash. By then, Jianchen has spent 2 whole years in this strange world without once stepping outside the Changyang mansion. Instead, every spare moment of those 2 years leads back to the same choice. Jianchen shuts himself in his room and keeps training the first principle of Azulite Sword Law. A full year of cultivation in this world pushes Jianchen's body to major success far faster than he expected. He is convinced an ordinary sword in an ordinary person's hands would not even leave a scratch on him now, though he dryly admits he has no intention of testing that for real. His growth is just as shocking as his strength, because at only 2 years old Jianchen has already shot up to about 1.2 meters tall. That abnormal growth leaves the whole Changyang mansion startled, and many people start hoping he is a genius with limitless potential. Still, no one can prove anything yet, so all that hope is being held until Jianchen turns 3. Jianchen can only feel helpless about those expectations, because he still does not realize his strange growth is tied to the Azulite Sword Law. In his past life he never had this sword law at such a young age, so he has no way to connect his body changes to that technique. By day he still follows his mother Bai Yuntian to the dining hall like any small child in the mansion. But every night he shuts himself away again, sitting cross-legged on his bed to keep cultivating in secret. This time, though, Jianqin does not start training right away and instead falls into deep thought. After 2 years in this world, he suddenly feels how little he actually knows, because he has never even seen what lies beyond Changyang Mansion. He realizes he has spent almost all his time locked inside cultivating his body, so everything outside the mansion is still a blank to him. He also knows the people around him still see only a 2-year-old boy, someone who should be living a carefree childhood instead of carrying this much caution and purpose. Lying there with it all in mind, Jianqin finally makes up his mind to ask his parents about the outside world the next morning. Once that decision settles, he drops his usual routine and climbs off the bed instead of cultivating there tonight. He moves to the center of the room, closes his eyes, and prepares for a different kind of training. Inside his mind, mysterious footsteps begin to appear, signaling the strange inner image of the azulate sword law. Then the vision sharpens into a white-robed young swordsman racing through a mysterious landscape so fast he leaves a trail of afterimages. That figure is Jianqin's previous incarnation, and the phantom steps in his mind reveal themselves as the true symbolic image of the azulate sword law. Morning light cuts into Jianqin's room just as he snaps his eyes open and launches into another round of training. His legs blur through a strange stepping pattern, tracing a precise path around the room so fast it whips up a tiny whirlwind. But the burst does not last long, and Jianqin suddenly stops when the technique drains him hard. His face turns pale, his breathing grows ragged, and both legs start trembling under him. He makes it to the window and sits down to massage his legs, because that one short attempt has left them almost completely powerless. Shaking his head, Jianqin admits the problem is not the technique itself but his body. Without a stronger physique and stronger qi, he cannot sustain a profound martial art for long. He also knows this kind of footwork is dangerous, since ordinary practitioners would push past their limits and damage themselves trying to copy it. Even so, Jianqin quietly accepts the price, because a truly profound ability was never going to come easily. After waiting for strength to return to his legs, he climbs back onto the bed and sits cross-legged to cultivate instead. He spends the rest of the time cultivating on the bed, drawing in the world's spiritual qi until night passes and morning comes again. By the time daylight returns, a woman's voice calls from outside the door to wake the fourth master for the day. Jianqin opens his eyes and answers in a child's voice that he is already awake, calling her sister Manhwa. He starts to climb down from the bed, ready to begin the household's morning routine. Before he can do much more, the door opens and 2 18-year-old servant girls walk in carrying wash basins, towels, and everything prepared for his morning cleaning. After being helped with his morning wash, Jianqin quietly thanks Manhwa and Dong Mei for taking care of him. The 2 maids laugh it off and remind him not to be so courteous, because the mansion's strict rules could get them punished if anyone overheard. Jianqin reassures them he only speaks that way in private, showing he already understands the family's harsh hierarchy. With that settled, Jianqin leaves his room and heads to Bai Yuntian's room nearby, following his usual morning routine. When Jianqin enters, he finds his mother at her dressing table, while her own maids help her get ready for the day. Bai Yuntian immediately notices him and greets him with a warm smile, clearly doting on her son. That simple kindness hits Jianqin hard, because in his past life he lost his parents young and never had a mother's love until this life. Jianqin breaks the soft moment with an embarrassed grin and admits he is hungry after last night's hard training. Bai Yuntian gently pats his head and tells him she will take him to the dining hall in a moment. Jianqin happily agrees, quietly savoring the kind of family warmth he never had before. But before they leave, Jianqin hesitates and calls out to his mother again, like there is something more important on his mind. Bai Yuntian invites him to speak freely, still looking at him with patient warmth. After a brief pause, Jianqin finally asks what the world outside is like, revealing a curiosity that reaches far beyond the mansion walls. The question visibly startles Bai Yuntian, and she immediately asks if her son has really become interested in the outside world. Jianqin keeps his answer simple and says he is only curious, ending the moment with his deeper thoughts still hidden. When Jianqin asks about the outside world, Bai Yuntian can only laugh and admit it is too vast and complicated to explain with a few words. She tells him the library would teach him more, but the idea turns awkward immediately because her 2-year-old son still cannot read. Jianqin immediately pushes back and asks her to hire someone to teach him, clearly unhappy with being blocked by that problem. Bai Yuntian giggles and reminds him that children usually do not start reading until 4 or 5. So a 2-year-old asking for lessons is almost unheard of. Jianqin does not back down at all and politely asks her to let him try anyway. His seriousness leaves Bai Yuntian briefly speechless, though she is clearly pleased that her son wants to study so early. She warns him that learning to read is slow, tiring, and boring because the continent has so many words, making sure he understands what he is asking for. Jianqin answers with a firm nod, making it clear this is not a childish whim. That settles it, and Bai Yuntian happily decides to support him completely. She immediately calls for Xiao Lu and orders her to bring the most prestigious teacher from Lower City to the mansion. Xiao Lu accepts the order at once, showing that Bai Yuntian means to act on Jianqin's request without delay. With the lesson arranged, Bai Yuntian gently ends the talk and takes her little son to the dining hall before they both go hungry. By the next day, the hired teacher arrives at the Changyang mansion and starts Jianshen's reading lessons. Jianshen throws himself into studying every day, and his past life memories make the new world's written language much easier for him to grasp. With the teacher working hard and Jianshen's memory doing the rest, he races through basic literacy at an absurd pace. In just 3 months, Jianshen masters the continent's most basic written words, something that should have taken far longer. The teacher is so stunned by Jianshen's progress that he can barely hide it. When Bai Yuntian hears her son has learned most of the written language in only 3 months, she finds it almost impossible to believe. She decides to test Jianshen herself before accepting that her 2-year-old really did what even gifted children should need years to do. Once Jianshen's astonishing feat is confirmed, the news spreads through the household and eventually reaches his father, Changyang Ba. Hearing what his son achieved, Changyang Ba personally goes to see Jianshen himself. Pleased with how hard Xiang'er has worked, Changyang Ba tells his young son to relax and promises him a reward. Jianshen answers almost immediately. More than toys or treats, he wants permission to enter the library and study. That answer makes Changyang Ba even happier, because his son is asking to improve himself instead of asking for something childish. Jianshen thanks him at once, visibly delighted, because the clan's strict library rules have just been waived for him. The permission matters because the book pavilion is restricted. Children under 6 normally cannot enter unless the clan leader makes an exception. After doting on Jianshen for a bit longer, Changyang Ba finally leaves the room, still pleased with him. The moment his father is gone, Jianshen cannot sit still anymore and heads out immediately for the library. These 3 months of learning to read were all leading to this, because Jianshen wants real knowledge about the world beyond the mansion. He knows books may still tell him more than asking his mother, so the library has become the most important place to him. Soon he reaches the back courtyard, where the family library stands as a large pagoda-like tower. As soon as Jianshen enters the back courts, he feels hidden experts watching him from every direction around the library. Even so, Jianshen keeps his head high and pretends he senses nothing, because a 2-year-old should not be able to detect guards like this. The path stays quiet, with almost no clan members around, which makes the heavy guard presence stand out even more. Jianshen finally arrives at the entrance and looks up at the huge sign above the doors, Book Pavilion. 2 guards stand beneath the sign, and one look is enough for Jianshen to tell they are far from ordinary sentries. When the tower gates open, Jianshen walks straight inside, and the 2 guards stay so stiff and silent they look carved from wood. Inside, he finds a long narrow corridor washed in soft light, with bright moon pearls set into the walls and the passage eventually splitting in 2. Just as Jianshen judges the 2 passages, an old man steps out of the shadows and tells him the clan leader only granted him access to the left side. The elder looks completely ordinary, but Jianshen instantly senses the opposite and realizes this quiet old man may be stronger than anyone he has met so far, even his father. Even after that warning from his instincts, Jianshen keeps a calm face, gives a silent nod of thanks, and chooses the left corridor without hesitation. At the end of the passage, the space suddenly opens into a huge library, and Jianshen's eyes light up at the sight of shelves packed with countless books. He looks up and realizes the library's strange brightness comes from the ceiling itself, which glows with an unknown material instead of ordinary lamps. The mystery catches his attention for a moment, but Jianshen quickly drops it because he came here for knowledge, not distractions. He goes straight to a shelf, takes down a book, and starts reading, finally getting to the reason he came into the tower. 3 hours later, after reading the book from start to finish, Jianshen finally gains his first real insight into this unfamiliar world. The story pulls back and reveals the scale of Tianyuan continent, a huge land packed with countries and cities of every size. At the top stood the 7 capitals, enormous cities ruled by city lords who each commanded millions of guardian soldiers. Power on the continent was badly unbalanced, because the Holy Empire controlled 3 capitals while the Karl Empire and the Felicity Empire each held 2. Beneath the capitals came the king's cities, far smaller than those giants, but still strong enough that almost every kingdom had at least one. Below that, the world kept stepping down through first-class cities, second-class cities, and finally villages with far fewer guardians and wildly uneven strength. But military size was only part of the picture, because everyone on Tianyuan continent trained a power called Saint Force. Once a person's Saint Force reached the 10th level, it condensed into a Saint weapon shaped by that person's own ideology. Because the weapon was born from the user's Saint Force, the 2 were linked from that moment on. A rarer few awakened special attributes in their Saint weapons, and those powers split into 6 elements: earth, wind, water, fire, light, and dark. Light and dark were the rarest of them all, and that rarity made both of them especially feared and valuable. Light-attributed experts became battlefield immortals, famous for healing wounds so quickly that they were almost impossible to bring down unless killed in one hit. Dark-attributed experts were just as troublesome in a different way, their corrosive power making them highly sought after. At night, those dark users could move almost wherever they pleased, which was why people called them Night Lords. The other 4 elements had their own strengths too, but how deadly they became still depended on the user's power and judgment. Even so, attributed saint weapons were uncommon, with only about 1 in 10 people awakening one at all. And on a real battlefield, that difference mattered because fighters with attributes were usually much harder to deal with than ordinary ones. The book explains that saint weapons are the strongest weapons around, and in war their masters can summon them at will to push past their normal limits. But that power comes with a brutal price, because a saint weapon is tied directly to its master's life. If the weapon is damaged, the same injury hits the master, and if it ever shatters, the backlash can kill them on the spot. The only comfort is that saint weapons are incredibly hard to break, especially when they are stronger than whatever force hits them. Once a saint weapon takes shape, cultivation changes too, because it starts absorbing the world's chi and steadily strengthens its owner along with itself. The moment someone forms a saint weapon, they officially step into a new realm and earn the title of saint. The book then lays out the continent's full power ladder, climbing from saint all the way to the terrifying peak of saint emperor. And none of those tiers are simple, since every major realm is split again into lower, middle, and upper levels. After that, the book shifts from human strength to the wider world and introduces the mountain range of magical beasts stretching across the Tianyuan continent. The range is packed with magical beasts, and the deeper someone goes, the deadlier the creatures become. Those beasts follow their own 9-class system, starting with Class 1 equal to a saint and climbing all the way to Class 9, which matches a saint emperor. The book next points out a major profession on the continent: mercenaries who take dangerous jobs for money. A huge number of those mercenaries head into the magical beast mountain specifically to hunt monsters and strip out their cores for profit. That trade is risky, but the rewards stay high because monster cores are prized across the whole continent. The higher a monster core's grade, the more valuable it becomes, and the rarest ones are so precious that money alone may not be enough to buy them. Their value comes from what is inside them, a dense reserve of pure energy that cultivators can absorb directly. Using that energy is much faster than slowly drawing in world essence the normal way, which makes monster cores one of the most desired treasures on the continent. Still, the book ends on one hard truth: only people with serious money can afford to use monster cores as a regular shortcut for cultivation. After reading through the mansion's books, Jianqin finally starts to grasp what kind of world he has been reborn into. What he learns is grim. This continent is cruel, war is common, and weak people struggle just to stay alive. He also learns that most people cultivate saint force, but without talent, training, or support, many never rise beyond the lowest levels. Saint weapons, elements, magical beasts, monster cores, mercenaries, every new concept makes Jianqin more curious about the world outside. That excitement quickly turns into a restless desire to leave Changyang Mansion and see the wider world for himself. But he quickly reins himself in, knowing no one would ever let a 3-year-old wander out alone. Even if he somehow got out, he knows he still does not have enough power to defend himself yet. So after thinking it through, Jianqin makes a firm decision to train even harder. From then on, aside from meals, he spends nearly every day alone in his room cultivating. He still has not finished the basic stage of the Azulite Sword Law, so the world essence he gathers keeps spreading through his whole body instead of becoming true chi. Right now that energy is only tempering his body, strengthening every part of him cell by cell. Only when his body reaches its limit will he be able to break into the second stage and begin true chi training for real. Even now his physique is already far beyond an ordinary person's, yet some places where chi once gathered in his old life are still empty. That comparison surprises even him, because in his previous world he finished this basic stage within a single year. Still, he can feel this world's essence is much stronger, and the slower progress is building him into something even sturdier than before. So instead of getting discouraged, Jianqin accepts the delay and focuses on the bigger reward, a stronger foundation than he had in his old life. Even though he keeps hiding away to train all day, his parents do not find it strange, because this mansion already expects children to start cultivating young. Here, parents teach a breathing method first, then around age 3 the children are tested for saint power, talent, and aptitude. When Jianqin was 2, Yuntian personally taught him that same beginner breathing method like any other child in the family. But in Jianqin's eyes, that method is so basic he all but throws it aside as a child's toy and sticks to his own path instead. After what happened earlier, Jianqin shut himself in his room so completely that everyone just assumed he was quietly practicing his breathing method again. By the next morning, he finally finished the cultivation session, and this day mattered for 2 reasons at once. It was his 3rd birthday, and the day of his saint's test. The test was no family custom either. On the Tianyuan continent, every child faced the same trial at age 3. Yuntian came with him to the dining hall first, then personally took her son onward to the clan's main hall. As they crossed the estate, Jianqin realized just how enormous the Changyang mansion really was, far beyond the small corner of it he knew. That surprise made sense, because in his first 3 years Jianqin had spent almost all his time cultivating in his room and barely explored the grounds at all. The deeper he looked, the clearer it became that the mansion was under constant guard, with patrols out in the open and sharp eyes hidden in the shadows. Even in broad daylight, none of those guards looked relaxed, which told Jianqin this clan treated danger seriously. Then a soft shout from a nearby training ground pulled his attention away from the road. Inside, A middle-aged instructor was drilling a small group of around 10-year-old children through martial exercises. Jianqin immediately understood that these trainees were children born directly into the Changyang clan's bloodline. That fit the scale of the family too, since the Changyang clan had about 1,000 people, split between household staff and guards on one side and true clan members on the other. After leaving the training grounds behind, Bai Yutian finally led Jianqin into a formal central hallway where the real purpose of the trip was waiting. This was the place where Jianqin would undergo the Saints test. The Changyang clan packs the main hall for one child alone, because today Jianqin is supposed to prove the genius everyone has been praising since birth. Changyang Minghua cheerfully tells her little fourth brother to do his best in the Saint test, blurting it out so loudly that the whole room hears her teasing encouragement. When everyone settles, Changyang Ba takes the clan leader's throne, and the room goes still for the test that carries all of the family's hopes. Changyang Ba politely asks Elder Dishu to preside over the ceremony, showing that even this family test is being treated like a major event. At his mother's gentle urging, Jianqin leaves her lap and walks to the middle of the hall to face the test himself. Dishu activates a glowing space ring, and a polished white saint rock appears from nowhere, instantly showing Jianqin one of this world's precious treasures. Dishu tells Jianqin to place his hand on the saint rock, the stone that reveals whether someone can cultivate and how far they can go. Jianqin touches the stone, strange energy flows through his body, and every person in the hall rises to watch for the color that should appear. But the saint rock stays completely white, and Dishu blurts out his shock before anyone else can even process what they are seeing. As the meaning sinks in, the hall turns from eager to devastated, because the clan's heaven-blessed prodigy suddenly looks like a child with no saint force at all. Dishu tries the test again, but the rock still refuses to change, leaving him no room to soften the result. At last Dishu formally declares that Jianqin cannot cultivate saint force, and the sentence lands like a public disgrace. Bai Yutian goes pale trying to deny it, then faints on the spot under the shock of hearing her gifted son called a cripple. While most of the clan reacts with pity and disappointment, Yu Fengyan and Ling Long quietly enjoy the fall of mother and son. Bai Yushuang rushes to Bai Yutian in alarm, calling for her to wake up as the front of the hall turns frantic. Jianqin ignores the stares and runs straight to his mother, checking her pulse himself with the calm of someone far older than a child. Once he confirms she is safe for the moment, Jianqin follows as Bai Yushuang carries Bai Yutian out of the shattered ceremony. Left behind in front of the whole clan, Changyang Ba can only stare after his son with bitter disappointment and dismiss the gathering. By the time the news spreads through the mansion, everyone understands the same cruel truth: Jianqin's status is about to collapse. In Bai Yutian's room, Jianqin sits silently by her bed while Bai Yushuang and little Minghua stay nearby, waiting for her to wake. Minghua tries to comfort him in the simplest way she knows, promising to beat up anyone who dares bully her fourth brother later. Jianqin smiles and tells Minghua he will not be easy to bully, because he already knows the test missed the saint force hidden in his unusual cultivation method. Privately, Jianqin decides to keep that secret buried, since revealing his strange method and the Azulite sword law would create even bigger trouble. He even sees one cold advantage in being dismissed as useless, because a fallen genius will have a much easier time slipping in and out of the mansion later. When Bai Yutian finally wakes and calls for him, Jianqin is instantly back at her side. Though her heart is still broken, Bai Yutian forces herself to comfort Jianqin instead of collapsing again. Bai Yushuang backs her up, insisting that even without saint force, Jianqin is still the smartest child in the clan. Jianqin swallows the truth again and only promises his mother one thing: he will not disappoint her. Jianqin spends the whole day beside her, while Changyang Ba visits his wife but grows noticeably colder toward the son who shattered his hopes. 4 years pass, and the old verdict hardens into daily reality, as Jianqin's place in the clan sinks lower and lower. Only Bai Yutian's love never changes, even as everyone else treats him like the clan's forgotten failure. Behind closed doors, Jianqin has never stopped training, spending long days shut in his room refining his own path. By this point he has already completed the first stage of the Azulite sword law and can finally keep saint force inside himself instead of bleeding it into his flesh. His hidden progress is no joke either, because he can now reinforce his body enough to smash through stone with his bare hands. One morning after training, Jianqin heads out alone looking for breakfast, because he no longer eats with the clan the way he used to. Even the patrol guards now look at him with mockery, disdain, or pity, but Jianqin has long since stopped caring what they think. Hungry and unconcerned with their contempt, he goes straight to the kitchens to get food for himself. The giant kitchen is packed with servants and steam, and the moment Jianqin appears, 2 older male servants start mocking him for coming to a place meant for lowly workers. Their taunts get meaner fast, sneering that the fourth master now has to come eat plain steamed buns in the servants' kitchen instead of dining with the family. Jianqin holds his temper at first, and walks to the steamer himself, trying to ignore the insults. Then one of the servants yanks the whole basket away before Jianqin can touch it, deliberately humiliating him in front of the room. The servant goes even further by insulting Bai Yutian and calling her son a useless cripple, and that is the line Jianqin will not let pass. Jianqin explodes forward so fast the kitchen barely sees him move before his fist slams into the servant's back. The servant crashes to the floor, and the steamer basket bursts open so steamed buns scatter everywhere across the kitchen. Everyone in the kitchen is stunned, because a 7-year-old they all mock just knocked down an adult servant in one blow. Instead of helping, the other mocking servant points at Chioer and laughs that a man with third-layer Saint Force got dropped by a child. Humiliated beyond reason, Chioer forgets Jianchen's status as a young master and charges at him with a furious punch to the stomach. To Jianchen, the strike is full of openings, so he slips aside and whips a kick straight into Chioer's nose. Chioer screams and clutches his face as blood pours through his fingers, his nose clearly broken by the child he thought he could bully. Bai Yuntian gently sends Xianga forward, clearly proud of him as she asks Deshu to test his Saint Force. Jianchen answers lightly and walks over on his own, looking composed despite everyone's attention on him. Without wasting time, Deshu activates the silver ring on his right hand, and a bright white glow fills the room. A tremor runs through the floor, and a huge polished white saint stone suddenly appears in the empty space before them. Jianchen is briefly more fascinated by Deshu's ring than the test itself, because he recognizes it as the rare space ring he read about. Deshu notices that familiar look and quietly enjoys it, since everyone reacts the same way when they see him pull out the test stone. Deshu brings Jianchen back to the real task and politely tells the fourth master to place a hand on the saint stone. The stone's purpose is simple but important. It reads Saint Force by color, from red for someone below Saint rank up to purple for a Heaven's Saint Master. Its limit is also clear. Anything above Heaven's Saint Master is beyond what this stone can judge. Jianchen refocuses, steps up, and places his hand on the smooth white stone. The whole room fixes on the test, and the onlookers rise in tense anticipation to see how powerful the gifted child really is. Once Jianchen's hand is in place, Deshu reaches out and activates the saint stone with his own power. Jianchen feels an unfamiliar energy flow from the stone into his arm, gentle but strange as it starts moving through his body. That odd energy slowly circulates through Jianchen and pulses back out into the stone, leaving the test hanging on its result. Deshu stares at the saint rock, waiting for even the slightest glow, but the stone stays stubbornly white. When nothing changes, Deshu blurts out in alarm that the saint rock is not reflecting even a sliver of color. His earlier confidence vanishes, and Deshu turns to Jianchen with an odd, disbelieving look because neither of them can make sense of this result. The hall quickly understands what the white stone means, and the watching relatives trade stunned looks before pity starts to spread through the crowd. Chang Yangba's face darkens, and Bai Yuntian turns deathly pale as both parents struggle to believe the failed test. Refusing to accept it, Deshu activates the Saint Rock again and tries the test a second time. The second attempt changes nothing, and the stone stays blank white again. That impossible repeat forces Deshu to face the bitter truth that the boy praised as a genius cannot use Saint Force at all. With a disappointed sigh, Deshu turns to Changyangba and formally declares that the fourth master is unable to cultivate Saint Force in any way. The moment Bai Yuntian hears her son called a cripple, she can only mutter that it is impossible. The shock overwhelms Bai Yuntian, and she rolls her eyes back and collapses from her chair. Around the hall, people gasp and stare at Jianchen with a mix of pity and disappointment. Yu Fengyan and Ling Long hide their relief, quietly pleased by the mother and son's misfortune. Bai Yushuang rushes to Bai Yuntian's side and desperately calls for her to wake up, but Bai Yuntian does not respond. Hearing Bai Yushuang's cries, Chang Yangba rushes over and orders her to carry Yun Er back to bed at once. Jianchen ignores the crowd and hurries to his mother's side, immediately checking her pulse with calm focus. After a few tense seconds, Jianchen confirms that Bai Yuntian is not in immediate danger. He looks up at his deeply disappointed father and feels a helplessness he cannot hide. With a quiet sigh, Jianchen follows Bai Yushuang as she carries Bai Yuntian out of the hall. As Jianchen walks away from the test, Chang Yangba can only stare after him in bitter disappointment. A younger clansman tries to soften the blow, saying Jianchen might still be gifted in some other field even if he cannot use Saint Force. Chang Yangba cuts the talk short, dismisses everyone, and leaves with the look of a father forced to accept a cruel result. Even if Jianchen had talent elsewhere, Chang Yangba knows this world values strength first, so the failed Saint test still feels like a disaster. The news spreads through the Changyang mansion almost instantly. The clan head's fourth son is a cripple. Some people are quietly pleased, others are genuinely upset, but everyone understands Jianchen's place in the clan is about to fall. Away from the gossip, Jianchen sits silently beside his mother's bed, calm on the surface but lost in thought. Bai Yuntian still has not woken up, and the bedroom stays tense as Jianchen, Bai Yushuang, Changyang Mingwei, and a few servant girls keep watch beside her. Thinking he is hurting over being called a cripple, Changyang Mingwei steps up and promises to protect her little brother from anyone who dares bully him. Jianchen finally smiles and assures her he will not be so easy to push around. In truth, Jianchen knows the test failed only because he has been forcing Saint Force into the cells of his body, leaving his body empty by normal standards. If he had cultivated in the ordinary way, Jianchen knows the Saint test would have shown a completely different result. But Jianchen cannot explain any of this to the clan, because the method behind it would raise far more dangerous questions. He keeps the truth buried, knowing that exposing the Azulet sword law could also expose the impossible history behind himself. Even after failing the same test, Jianchen stays calm, because losing his genius label will make it easier for him to slip out of the Changyang mansion later. That cold planning snaps away when Bai Yuntian finally wakes and weakly calls for Xiang'er from the bed. Jianchen rushes to reassure her at once, telling his mother he is here and everything is fine now. Bai Yuntian says she is fine, but the thought of her son's ruined future twists her face with grief and pain. Bai Yushuang steps in to comfort her, arguing that Xiang Tian may not be able to cultivate Saint Force, but he has always been the smartest child in the clan. Bai Yutian forces herself to accept it, and gently tells Jianchen not to be sad, because his intelligence may still lead him somewhere no one expects. Hearing that hurts Jianchen more, because he wants to tell his mother the truth, that he is no cripple at all, but he grits his teeth and keeps the secret buried. In the end he only promises that he will not disappoint her, holding on to his mother's love more tightly than ever. Jianchen spends the rest of the day by her bedside and only leaves after night falls, staying close while she recovers. During that time, Changyangba visits his wife now and then, but he never lingers. What Jianchen notices most is the change in his father, because Changyangba now looks at him with obvious coldness. Then 4 years pass after the same test, and Jianchen spends his free days shut inside his room training in secret. His training grows so demanding that some days no one sees him leave his room at all. As expected, those 4 years crush Jianchen's standing in the clan, and no one bothers to seek him out anymore. Changyangba becomes even colder toward him, but Bai Yuntian never wavers and still comes to see her son every day. At daybreak, Jianchen opened his eyes from meditation and calmly ended another night of training. He raised both palms and condensed a small round ball of force, showing that his control had become precise and steady. Then he hardened his hands with Saint Force and drove them into push-ups hard enough to leave marks in the ground. Seeing the results, Jianchen broke into a pleased smile because half a year after the same test, he had already finished the first cultivation stage of the Azulite Sword Law. That breakthrough let him cultivate Saint Force directly, and his progress was so fast that his reinforced hands could already smash stone with ease. After training, he left his room and wandered the Changyang mansion alone in the quiet morning. A patrol spotted him, and their faces said everything: mockery, disdain, and only a little pity. By now the whole clan knew him as a cultivation cripple, so even the guards had started treating the fourth young master like he had fallen beneath them. Jianchen ignored them, but his stomach was growling, so he quietly decided to head for the kitchens. He no longer ate breakfast in the dining hall with his mother, and now he usually came to the kitchens by himself instead. When he reached the kitchens, the place was already chaotic with more than 100 servants rushing through smoke and steam. A young servant immediately called him out with fake politeness, sneering that the pampered fourth master had no business in a place for lowly workers. Before Jianchen could answer, another older servant piled on and guessed he had come for steamed buns because he could not eat with the rest of the clan. The servant twisted the knife further, saying those buns were only fit for guards and servants, making the insult openly about Jianchen's place in the mansion. In the Changyang mansion kitchen, 2 back servants openly pick on 7-year-old Jianchen because they think a crippled young master cannot fight back. The younger servant keeps talking big, leaning on his connection to Ling Long and Jianchen's eldest aunt, while he treats kitchen work like proof Jianchen is beneath him. Jianchen swallows his anger and reaches for the giant steamer anyway, trying to do the work instead of arguing. Before he can touch it, Chio'er snatches the basket away and claims the steamed buns should go to the guards first. As he walks off, Chio'er goes too far and sneers that the fourth lady gave birth to a useless cripple. That insult finally snaps Jianchen's restraint, and his whole body goes rigid with sudden fury. Without wasting a word, Jianchen explodes forward so fast the kitchen staff barely register him move. Jianchen's fist slams into Chio'er's back and drops the grown servant to his knees in one hit. The basket crashes down, and the steamed buns scatter all over the kitchen floor. The whole kitchen goes silent because no one can believe the so-called cripple just floored an adult servant with one punch. Instead of helping, the younger servant bursts out laughing and mocks Chio'er for losing to a child despite having reached the 3rd layer of Saint Force. That public humiliation burns even worse for Chio'er, because he knows he should be far above a child who was branded a cultivation cripple. In his anger, Chio'er forgets Jianchen is still the 4th master and lunges straight at him with a punch to the stomach. Jianchen reads the attack instantly, seeing nothing but openings in Chio'er's clumsy swing. He slips aside with barely any movement, making Chio'er miss cleanly. Then Jianchen drives a sharp kick into Chio'er's face and breaks his nose on the spot. Chio'er screams and clutches his face as blood leaks through his hands, his earlier arrogance gone in one brutal exchange. In the kitchen, Chio'er finally stops sneering and explodes, charging Jianchen with a vicious kick aimed straight at the child's head. The servants instantly realize Chio'er has gone too far, because mocking the crippled 4th master is one thing, but seriously hurting Changyangba's son is another. Jianchen slips just outside the kick, his eyes going cold as he closes in instead of retreating. Using both hands and every bit of Saint Force in his small body, Jianchen lifts the much heavier Chio'er off the ground. Before Chio'er can fight back, Jianchen runs him forward and hurls him across the kitchen. Chio'er crashes onto a vegetable cutting table and lands on a pile of iron skewers, turning his defeat into a painful mess. As Chior screams, the whole kitchen goes dead still, stunned that a 7-year-old just beat a third-layer servant head-on. Jianchen gives Chior one last mocking look and walks out without even taking the steamed buns he came for. Outside, Jianchen exhales and quietly broods over how low his status has fallen if even kitchen servants dare to bully him now. He pushes that mood aside and wanders deeper through the vast Changyang mansion, past gardens, lakes, and guarded roads that remind him how powerful this clan really is. His walk leads him into a flower garden where his third brother Changyangke is training with a wooden axe in a way Jianchen finds embarrassingly crude. Jianchen starts to leave, but Changyangke spots him and calls out with a fake sweet smile, trying to lure him over with candy like he is a toddler. Jianchen is inwardly dumbfounded by the childish trick and keeps walking without even looking back. That snub sets Changyangke off, and he throws down the axe, rushes after Jianchen, then cuts him off with an angry block. Jianchen answers with a calm, chilly stare, and the bad blood between the brothers is clear right away. Changyangke grabs Jianchen and drags him back to the training spot, thrilled that this feels like the perfect chance to finally beat the brother he has never managed to outsmart. Once they reach the training spot, Changyangke picks up his wooden axe and smugly tells Jianchen he is about to start attacking. Jianchen plays innocent and points out the obvious problem. Changyangke has a weapon, and he has nothing. Thinking this will only make Jianchen look foolish, Changyangke tosses him the 10-pound wooden axe and boasts that he will fight barehanded instead. Jianchen catches the axe easily, and that effortless move is enough to make Changyangke's confidence crack for a second. After a brief look, Jianchen tosses the axe back and politely tells Changyangke he should keep it. When Changyangke asks if he still plans to fight barehanded, Jianchen snaps off a long tree branch and calmly names it as his weapon. That tiny branch makes Changyangke grin again, because now he is sure the day has finally come when he can bully Jianchen without paying for it. He charges hard with the axe, swinging with full force because he does not think this wooden weapon can really do serious damage. Jianchen slips past the blow, and the harmless branch in his hand suddenly moves with the speed and menace of a real sword. Before Changyangke can even understand what happened, Jianchen's branch is already resting at his throat and the first match is over. Changyangke stares in disbelief, then angrily snaps the branch in two and insists the win does not count. Jianchen lightly mocks him for not even knowing what unfair means, which only leaves Changyangke more flustered and desperate for a rematch. Still unwilling to accept the loss, Changyangke demands one more round, and Jianchen agrees without hesitation. For the second round, Changyangke tightens his grip and moves much more carefully now that he has learned not to underestimate Jianchen. Jianchen almost seems amused, and when he asks if they can begin, Changyangke finally commits and charges with Saint Force, boosting his speed. As Jianchen waves the branch, an old feeling returns to him, the same near-death insight that once let him control a sword with pure spirit. Then he acts on instinct and sends the branch flying from his hand like a living blade. A faint white glow wraps the branch, and sharp sword she turns the simple stick into a deadly streak of light heading for Changyangke's stomach. The instant Jianchen realizes this strike could kill his brother, his face drains of color, and he frantically tries to stop it. He barely succeeds, and the branch only pierces Changyangke's skin instead of punching through his body. Jianchen wipes sweat from his forehead and confirms through the lingering link to the branch that the wound is only superficial, which finally lets him breathe again. Changyangke looks down, sees blood on his stomach, and instantly stops acting tough. He breaks into tears on the spot, drops the axe, and runs off bawling that he is going to tell his mother. Left alone, Jianchen can only watch him go and wonder what kind of punishment this will bring down on him. Elsewhere in a study, Changbai reports the kitchen fight to Changyangba, who is stunned to hear Jianchen beat and threw a servant from the third Saint Force layer. Changbai adds the second shock right after it. Jianchen also won a spar against Changyangke using nothing but a tree branch. For Changyangba, that sounds impossible, because Jianchen was branded a cripple while Changyangke is older, stronger, and already at the third layer. Then Changbai presents the blood-tipped branch itself, and the plain little stick only makes the mystery deeper. After confirming Changyangke only suffered broken skin, Changyangba studies the branch and concludes it should never have been able to injure him at all. That leads Changbai to voice the thought he has been holding back. Maybe Jianchen was never a cripple at all. He goes even further and suggests Jianchen may already have reached the fourth layer of Saint Force, because there is no other clean explanation for what happened today. The possibility hits Changyangba hard, because if it is true, the son he neglected in regret is actually a rare genius. Changbai firmly backs that belief, saying he always found the cripple verdict suspicious and now feels certain Jianchen's talent was simply hidden. Their talk is interrupted when a clan member rushes in to report that Changyangke has been injured and his mother wants Changyangba there at once. Changyangba decides to go, but before leaving he makes one thing clear: the servants who bullied Jianchen in the kitchen are to be thrown out of the mansion. Changbai answers that he already expelled them, showing that Jianchen's sudden display of strength has changed how seriously the household treats him. In Changyangke's room, the injured boy lies on the bed with his stomach freshly bandaged while his mother Yufeng Han fusses over him in distress. Around the bed stand Jianchen and his mother Bai Yuntian, along with Ling Long, Bai Yushuang, and Changyang Mingwei, turning the room into a family confrontation instead of a quiet sickroom. Yu Fenghan turns her anger on by Yuntian and accuses Jianqin of going too far by attacking Changyangke with a dangerous weapon. Jianqin cuts in for himself, calmly saying Changyangke asked for the spar, the weapon was only a branch, and this wound happened because his third brother was simply not skilled enough. That answer leaves Yu Fenghan speechless and humiliated, because arguing back would only admit her son lost to the boy everyone called a cripple. Bai Yuxuan cannot help laughing at the way a child just shut Yu Fenghan down, while Ling Long stays unreadable, and the room grows even more awkward. Bai Yutian gently steadied Jianqin and urged everyone to drop the argument, saying this was just childish sparring and Ke'er's injuries mattered more than blame. Yu Fenghan swallowed her anger and fell silent, unwilling to keep pressing the issue in front of her sisters. With the room finally quiet, Bai Yutian moved to Changyangke's bedside, closed her eyes, and raised both hands over his wound. A faint white glow gathered between Bai Yutian's palms, and Jianqin immediately recognized it as the same strange power he had once condensed into a small ball himself. Jianqin watched even harder, but the way his mother guided that energy was still too subtle for him to grasp. The white light grew brighter without becoming harsh, filling the bedside with a soft, controlled radiance. After a few breaths, Bai Yuntian sent the gathered light down into Changyangke's stomach, and the energy slowly sank through the bandages into the wound. When the healing finished, Bai Yuntian let out a breath and calmly told Yu Fenghan that Changyangke's injuries should be gone now. Relief finally broke through Yu Fenghan's anger, and she hurried to her son's side to ask if he still hurt. Changyangke laughed, rubbed his stomach, and cheerfully said he felt completely comfortable now. He tore off the bandages to prove it, revealing that the wound was gone and only a small bloody scar remained. Seeing that miracle up close, Jianqin finally understood that Bai Yuntian's power was the healing energy of a radiant saint. In Jianqin's mind, the new truth clicked into place. Radiant saints could rapidly mend even terrible injuries, and the strongest among them were said to restore severed limbs or even bring back the dead. While resting with Ke'er nearby, Jianqin secretly wonders if understanding radiant saint energy could let him heal people the way his mother does. The idea makes him itch to try it immediately, but he forces himself to stay still because this is the wrong moment to experiment. Then the door swings open, and Changyangba enters with the housekeeper Changbai, breaking Jianqin's private train of thought. Changyangba immediately asks about Ke'er's condition, showing that he came in worried about his injured son. Yu Fengyan answers that the fourth sister already healed Ke'er, and her small smile shows how glad she is to see Changyangba worry about his son. Relieved that Ke'er is fine, Changyangba turns to Jianqin and asks how these past few days have been for him. Jianqin politely says he is doing well, but his flat, distant tone makes it clear there is still space between him and his father. Changyangba quietly feels that distance, then asks Jianqin to come with him to the study so they can speak in private. A moment later in the study, Changyangba gets straight to the point and asks if Jianqin was the one who injured the kitchen servant Xiao this morning. Jianqin admits it without hesitation, since he already knows there is no point hiding his real strength anymore. Hearing that, Changyangba's mood lifts, and he gently asks the real question, can Jianqin already cultivate Saint Force? Jianqin gives a simple yes, openly confirming the secret he can no longer conceal. Even though he had suspected it already, hearing Jianqin confirm it leaves Changyangba visibly moved. To be sure, Changyangba politely asks Changbai to test Jianqin's Saint Force again. Changbai laughs softly, lifts the hand with his space ring, and brings out the Saint Stone in front of Jianqin for another test. When Jianqin places his hand on the Saint Stone, he again feels that strange energy enter his arm, circle through his body, and flow back into the stone. Then the Saint Stone gives its answer at last, glowing with a faint red light in front of all three men. The moment the Saint Stone burns red, Changyangba can barely contain himself, because the test has finally confirmed Jianqin's talent. Changbai smiles and tells the clan leader that the strength of the light means Jianqin has already reached the fourth layer of Saint Force. Hearing it said out loud hits Changyangba even harder, and he stands there wringing his hands in open excitement. At only 7 years old, Jianqin has already matched a level that makes him a top talent in Jessun Kingdom, even though his older third brother only just reached the same layer. Changbai puts the Saint Stone away in his space ring and warmly tells Jianqin that he has not disappointed him. Changyangba quickly steadies himself, but now he looks at Jianqin with surprise, excitement, and real gratitude. By the time Jianqin leaves the study, it is nearly noon, and the adults stay behind to talk about what just happened. Once Jianqin is gone, Changyangba finally voices the doubt that has been bothering him. If Xianger had Saint Force all along, why did the earlier test miss it and make them fear he was crippled? Changbai frowns and admits he cannot explain it for sure, guessing only that the previous Saint test may have malfunctioned. Even so, Changbai waves the mystery aside, because what matters now is that Jianqin's talent is real. Changyangba starts thinking ahead and predicts that if Jianqin keeps progressing like this, he could reach the 10th Saint Force layer and form a Saint weapon by 18. Because Jianqin has shown genius since childhood, Changyangba says he wants to send him to Karguth Academy as soon as possible and asks Changbai what he thinks. Chang Bai thinks it over and reminds him that Kargath Academy is the most famous school in Jesson Kingdom, which also means its entrance requirements are strict. He explains the rule clearly. Applicants must reach at least the 8th Saint Force layer, and they cannot be older than 18. Chang Bai warns that Jianchen may already be at the 4th layer, but climbing from there to the 8th will still take time because Saint Force gets harder to raise at higher levels. In the end, Changyang Ba quietly holds on to one hope, that Xiaomer can still train fast enough to reach the 8th layer within the next few years. In the study, Chang Bai reassures the clan leader that the 4th master should reach the 8th Saint Force layer eventually, and says his current strength is already close to the 5th layer. That estimate lights Changyang Ba up with hope, and he quietly prays that Xiaomer will one day surpass Chang Bai and become the clan's future pillar. Chang Bai says nothing back, but the look in his eyes shows real anticipation for that future too. Elsewhere, Jianchen leaves the study and rushes straight back to his own room, still shaken by the dangerous clash with Changyang Ke. Once inside, he slams the door shut and replays the whole fight in his head, especially the moment his branch suddenly turned deadly. The memory pushes him into a rush of excitement, because it feels tied to the breakthrough he made in his past life when he fought Dugu Qiubai and stepped into the realm of the Sword God. But the more he thinks about it, the stranger it seems, because he knows he no longer has his old body's power. That leaves him with one urgent question. If his strength is gone, how did an ordinary tree branch still release sword chi under his control? Instead of guessing, Jianchen decides to test it again right away. His eyes land on a wooden clothes rack, and he snaps off a 2-foot strip to use as a makeshift sword. Holding the strip, Jianchen slowly calms his breathing and enters a deep, focused stillness. In his mind, he stops seeing scrap wood and forces himself to treat the strip as a true sword, the kind of weapon that can overcome anything. As his focus deepens, he begins to sense the wood itself with impossible clarity, down to its grain and inner structure. He takes a deep breath, suppresses every stray emotion, and commits fully to control. Then the wooden strip leaves his hand and rises into the air on its own. In that instant, Jianqing feels a direct link between his spirit and the wooden strip, as if it has become another part of his own body. The strip drifts forward under his will, and a white glow suddenly bursts from it as familiar sword chi appears again. That confirms the truth for him. The sword chi is not coming from his old physical strength, but from something tied to his soul itself. Once that clicks, the glowing strip whips around Jianchen's body so fast that even he can barely follow it with his eyes. Jianchen's heart races with wild joy as he realizes what he grasped at the end of his previous life, the sword's soul. From that moment on, Jianchen knows this awakened sword's soul will be both his deadliest weapon and the move that can save his life. A few quiet years pass, and Jianchen reaches 15 after spending most of that time shut in his room, steadily training the Azulite sword law. Once the boy everyone dismissed showed his real strength, the whole household changed its attitude, and no one dared look down on him anymore. Chang Yangba became openly protective of Jianchen, while Bai Yutian was happiest of all because her once labeled cripple had turned into a true genius. But the warmer his position became, the more clearly Jianchen noticed the cold looks from his eldest Aunt Ling Long and third Aunt Yu Feng Han. Jianchen understood that hostility perfectly well, and with memories from his previous life, he was not surprised by it at all. Even after holding himself back on purpose, Jianchen had still reached the 8th Saint Force layer, and was already close to breaking into the 9th. He could have advanced faster, but he deliberately spent nearly half his time refining the sword laws he brought from his previous world. By now, Jianchen had already surpassed both his older siblings in raw strength, even though Changyang Minghue was over 3 years older than him. Changyang Minghue had stalled at the 7th layer, and 17-year-old Changyang Ke had only managed to struggle up to the 5th. Early that morning, Jianchen's parents, his 3 aunts, Changyang Ke, Changyang Minghue, and several senior household figures gathered outside the Great Hall to see him off. Not far from the crowd, a 3-meter bird-type magical beast waited calmly as the families ride for the journey. Today Jianchen was leaving for Kargath Academy, and he qualified cleanly because the school only accepted students under 18 who had already reached the 8th Saint Force layer. As the moment of parting finally hit, Bai Yuntian's eyes filled with tears and her pride gave way to a mother's worry. She gently told Xianger to study hard at the academy and stay out of trouble. Jianchen answered obediently, and reassured his mother that he knew what to do. Before Jianchen leaves, Changyang Ba steps up with one last gift and says he prepared a space belt especially for his son. He explains that the belt is not especially precious, and its storage is limited, but it will still let Jianchen carry small things with him. Changyang Ba raises the stakes too, promising a space ring and a monster core if Jianchen reaches the 10th level and forms a saint weapon before 18. The carefully sized belt makes it obvious this was custom made for Jianchen, turning the gift into a quiet sign of how much his father has been thinking about him. Watching from the side, Linglong and Fenyan cannot hide a flicker of jealousy and displeasure at how much favor Jianchen is getting. But nobody notices their reaction, because all eyes are still on Jianchen at the center of the send-off. Jianchen accepts the belt with complete confidence, and tells his father that he will definitely become a saint soon. That answer leaves Changyang Ba quietly smiling, clearly proud and gratified by Jianchen's spirit. The moment ends when Changbai respectfully reminds them that it is getting late and they need to leave. Jianchen gives his mother one last look before leaving, a brief pause that makes the farewell feel real. Then Jianchen walks over without turning back again and tells Changbai they can leave. Changbai lifts Jianchen onto the back of the flying magical beast, taking charge of the departure like a practiced escort. After climbing up beside him, Changbai gives Jianchen a faint smile and tells him to sit tight. With a pat on the beast's back, Changbai gives the command to depart. The magical beast instantly spreads its enormous 10-meter wings and surges upward into the air. In the next moment, Jianchen is airborne and already speeding away into the distance on his journey. High above the ground on a rushing eagle beast, Jianchen stays completely calm, which immediately impresses Changbai. Changbai privately compares him to other frightened children and starts wondering just how far this unusually composed fourth master might go. Jianchen asks what kind of beast can fly this fast, and Changbai proudly explains that it is a Class 4 eagle beast, strong enough to dominate even Earth's Saint Masters in the sky. When Jianchen guesses a flying beast like this must be costly, Changbai warns that flying mounts are rare, hard to tame, and deadly if they lose control in the air. The talk shifts to Kargath Academy, and Changbai tells Jianchen that his eldest brother Chanyang is already there and can help him if trouble comes. Jianchen answers simply, but inside he worries that an older brother he has never met might resent his talent the way Chanyang did. Because he never had a family in his past life, Jianchen quietly hopes this new one will not break apart over jealousy. After half a day of flight, the eagle beast finally reaches Kargath Academy and starts descending over its enormous walled grounds. It is opening day, so the front gates are crowded with people, luxury carriages, guards, and other flying beasts bringing in new students. Changbai lands beside a 100-meter tower and takes Jianchen straight inside to meet the academy headmaster. At the top of the tower, Changbai's familiarity with the headmaster smooths Jianchen's admission, and Jianchen senses the two older men already know each other well. The headmaster sends for Changyang, giving Jianchen his first chance to meet the elder brother he has only heard about. Changyang arrives in his academy uniform, a sturdy 18-year-old already at the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer, though he still has not formed a saint weapon. The headmaster's explanation makes clear that Changyang is close to sainthood, but condensing a saint weapon is the hard wall where many talented people still fail. Changbai finally introduces them properly, presenting Changyang as Jianchen's elder brother and Jianchen as Changyang Xiangtian. Jianchen greets him with a warm big brother, testing the first impression of this stranger who seems strong and straightforward. Changyang immediately laughs and tells Jianchen to come to him whenever anyone bullies him, promising to smash them for his little brother. That blunt promise is enough to settle Jianchen's heart, and his earlier fear about family jealousy starts to vanish. When Changyang asks where their second sister and third brother are, Changbai explains that only Jianchen met the academy entrance requirement. Changyang is disappointed for a moment, then openly praises Jianchen for reaching the required level so quickly, sounding more proud than threatened. Before staying behind with the headmaster, Changbai tells Changyang to escort Jianchen from now on and properly look after him. Changyang pounds his chest and vows that no one in the academy will be allowed to bully his fourth brother. Jianchen receives his student medal, and with that small token his life at Kargath Academy officially begins. Outside the tower, Jianchen checks the medal and learns it also marks the location of his dorm room. Guided by Changyang, Jianchen reaches the dormitory district and immediately sees the academy's sharp divide between commoner housing and the much better quarters reserved for noble-backed students. The academy's rules are just as strict as its reputation. Students must reach the 8th layer before 18, and even nobles can be punished or expelled for bullying commoners. Jianchen's own room turns out to be tiny and bare, but it is clean, orderly, and good enough for him. Changyang laughs, tells him to remember the location, and acts completely at ease with his new role as big brother. After Jianchen drops off his clothes, Changyang immediately drags him around campus for the whole afternoon so he can learn the grounds. During the tour, Changyang suddenly reminds him that tomorrow is the annual new student competition, and first place comes with a Class 3 monster core. Hearing that, Jianchen is genuinely startled, because even he knows a Class 3 monster core is no small reward. Changyang explains that a Class 3 core sells for more than 100 amethyst coins, and even he has only ever used a Class 2 core. That price settles it for Jianchen, and he quietly decides to fight for first place because a Class 3 core could push his cultivation much faster toward the peak of the 10th layer. As night falls, the brothers eat at the student dining hall and then split off to their own dorms. Back in his room, Jianchen shuts the door and sits down to cultivate, unwilling to waste any time. A sudden knock interrupts him before he can sink fully into practice. At the door stands an academy woman in a light green dress, cool-faced and efficient, clearly making her rounds. She informs Jianchen that tomorrow's freshman competition is mandatory for every new student, then leaves with the same flat indifference she arrived with. Once the door is closed again, Jianchen returns to his bed and resumes his silent cultivation for the night. The next morning he heads out alone before most students are awake, eats breakfast in a nearly empty hall, and keeps his focus on the competition ahead. From there he walks to the central sports grounds, joining a growing stream of freshmen heading toward the stadium. Watching the crowd near the sports field, Jianchun realizes most of the strongest-looking freshmen seem to come from commoner families, while only a handful of upperclassmen in academy uniform bother to watch. When he reaches the grounds, he sees 5 large circular stages already surrounded by eager students. Instead of squeezing into the crowd, Jianchun lightly jumps into a tree and waits in the shade until the event actually starts. By the time the opening begins, the stadium is packed with thousands of new students, and Jianchun can plainly see he is the youngest among them. He finally drops back down and walks over, not because he cares about the matches themselves, but because that Class 3 monster core is worth fighting for. A piercing shout silences the entire field in an instant. Vice Principal Bai-en steps onto the podium in white robes, looking ordinary at first glance except for eyes so sharp people instinctively avoid meeting them. With a friendly voice and firm authority, Bai-en announces the competition rewards again: monster cores for the top 3 and 1 amethyst coin for everyone who reaches the top 50. That extra prize sends the commoner students into open excitement, because a single amethyst coin is enough to change a poor family's life for a while. The noble students answer those cheers with thinly hidden disdain, showing the class divide inside the academy even under its strict rules. The tournament begins with students drawing lots from separate pots for the 8th and 9th layers, so weaker and stronger freshmen are not mixed together from the start. When his turn comes, Jianchun casually draws his tag and gets 3rd stage, number 64. He quickly works out that his first opponent must be number 136, because the pairings are arranged to add up to 200. The first round moves quickly, and Jianchun wins with ease because his opponent barely knows how to fight properly. After lunch, the second round starts with half the field already gone, and the draw and fight cycle keeps cutting the number down fast. By the end of the second round, only 256 students remain, and the third round follows immediately without pause. Night falls with only 128 freshmen still standing, and Jianchun is one of them, looking almost bored by how easy it has been so far. Leaving the arena, Jianchun notices the sky is already dark and feels mildly annoyed that this body now complains after missing only one meal. He heads straight to the dining hall and digs into the simple academy food without complaint. The hall is packed after the competition, but even though Jianchun sits alone, the commoner students keep their distance because his clothes mark him as a noble at a glance. Then a sudden heavy ping breaks the crowded hall's uneasy order. In the dining hall, Jianchun is eating in peace when a rude upperclassman slams a hand onto his shoulder hard enough to rattle the table. The noble orders him to move because the table supposedly belongs to them, and Jianchun coolly points out that the academy tables are for everyone. When Ka Diyun loses patience and demands a final answer, Jianchun mocks him by saying he can have the table after he finishes eating. Ka Di-chuli laughs that her brother cannot even claim a table, and the jab makes Ka Diyun's embarrassment turn into open rage. Ka Diyun demands Jianchun's name and family, but before Jianchun answers, another upperclassman steps in and calls him out for bullying a freshman. The moment Ka Diyun sees Bayamo Ran, his confidence slips, and Bayamo Ran makes it clear he will not ignore this. With Bayamo Ran standing there, Ka Di-chuli quietly suggests they use another table instead of dragging this out. Ka Diyun finally backs down and leads his siblings away, partly because Bayamo Ran is stronger and partly because getting caught bullying a freshman would humiliate him. Before leaving, Ka Di-chuli suddenly recognizes Jianchun as one of the freshmen still alive in the competition, and her interest turns mean. Ka Di-liang adds a blunt threat, saying he hopes to meet Jianchun in tomorrow's matches, but Jianchun does not bother answering him. Once the siblings are gone, Bayamo Ran laughs at Jianchun's nerve and tells him to come find him if Ka Diyun causes trouble again. Jianchun introduces himself as Changyang Xiang Tian and thanks him, while Bayamo Ran admits he has wanted a chance to knock Ka Diyun down for a while. Bayamo Ran warns him that Ka Di-chuli and Ka Di-liang have already reached the 9th layer of Saint Force, so Jianchun promises he will stay careful if he meets them. After they part ways, Jianchun returns to his room alone and settles back into cultivation for the night. By the end of the next day, the freshman competition narrows to the top 8, and the protection separating 8th layer and 9th layer students is gone. That leaves Jianchun and one suntan student as the only 8th layer freshmen still standing among 6 opponents at the 9th layer. Jianchun also realizes 2 of those 9th layer finalists are Ka Di-chuli and Ka Di-liang, and both siblings keep throwing him provocative looks. Jianchun ignores the siblings and focuses instead on the other 8th layer student, whose raw power and unusual fighting style have already thrown half his opponents out of the ring. With the final matches set for tomorrow, Jianchun heads back to the dining hall and spots that same suntan student eating alone in a corner. After a brief hesitation, Jianchun sits across from him and introduces himself, and the big quiet student simply says his name is Tai Ta. Jianchun praises Tai Ta for beating 9th layer students while still at the 8th layer, and Tai Ta shrugs it off as simple strength even though the fights left him sore. When Jianchun asks how strong he really is, Tai Ta proudly says that back home he could lift a 200-kilogram rock. That answer stuns Jianchun, because a 16-year-old with that kind of strength is practically a monster. Tai Ta explains that he has always been unusually strong and used to hunt in the mountains himself when there was not enough food at home. Jianqian is even more impressed now, because a boy who can survive mountain hunts at that age clearly is not ordinary. Tai Ta gets up first, says he is heading back to sleep before the final day, and vows to fight his way into the top 3 because even one Class 1 monster core is worth real money. Not long after, Jianqian returns to his room, and a sudden knock reveals Chang Yang Hu at the door after 2 full days of disappearance. Chang Yang Hu apologizes for not checking in, and Jianqian tells him he has already reached the top 8. Hearing that, Chang Yang Hu lights up with pride and pulls out a Class 1 monster core he fought to get for his younger brother. He barely stays long enough to tell Jianqian to fight for the title before hurrying out again. Just before the door closes, Jianqian catches sight of a long claw mark on his brother's arm and realizes the gift cost him blood. Standing alone with the monster core, Jianqian feels a warmth and family concern he never had in his previous life. He calms himself, stores the core in his space belt, and returns to cultivation with full confidence that his sword knowledge can still carry him to first place. The next morning's final day draws a much bigger crowd, with older students packing the competition grounds to watch the top 8. The arena layout has also changed overnight, with the old 5 rings rebuilt into 4 much larger platforms for the semifinals. Before the matches begin, Chang Yang Hu pushes through the crowd to reach Jianqian and slap his shoulder with a grin. Chang Yang Hu tells him top 3 is enough, but Jianqian answers with a laugh that he will not let his brother down. Then the top 8 draw lots, and Jianqian steps onto the arena for his semifinal match. His opponent climbs up a moment later, and to his surprise it is Ka Di Chiuli in a dark red fighting outfit. Ka Di Chiuli immediately brings up the dining hall grudge and promises to teach him a lesson for embarrassing her family. The gong sounds across all 4 rings, and every semifinal begins at once. Ka Di Chiuli attacks first with a fast flying kick aimed at Jianqian's face. Jianqian does not even move his feet. He just tilts his head and lets the kick skim past harmlessly. She chains straight into a Saint Force-powered punch, clearly fighting hard enough to injure him if it lands. Ka Di Chiuli keeps pressing with punch after punch, but Jianqian slips through every attack so cleanly that she still cannot touch even his clothes. After dozens of failed attacks, Ka Di Chiuli finally stops, panting and furious, and demands to know if he is ever going to actually fight back. Jianqian calmly tells her the one leaving the arena will be her, because she still has not managed to touch him at all. Unable to land a hit, Ka Di Chiuli forces herself calm and tries a different tactic, sneering that Jianqian is just a coward who dares not fight her head-on. Jianqian glances at the other rings, sees those matches wrapping up, and realizes there is no reason to keep playing this game. So when Ka Di Chiuli demands a head-on fight, Jianqian finally agrees and tells her he will grant that wish. Ka Di Chiuli seizes on Jianqian's promise not to dodge and lunges at him with a much faster flying kick, determined to catch him before he can change his mind. Instead of dodging, Jianqian catches her calf at the last instant and turns her momentum against her. He spins her around like a top, and the whole audience is stunned that he is using the exact same ruthless throw that beat his earlier opponents. Below the ring, Ka Di-yun nearly explodes with murderous anger as he watches his sister get humiliated, but the vice headmaster overseeing the match keeps him from charging up there. After 2 hard spins, Jianqian lets go and sends Ka Di Chiuli flying clear out of the arena into the crowd. Jianqian recognizes the move as something he learned by watching Tai Ta, and he is pleased at how easily it wins matches. The referee names him the winner, and Jianqian walks off looking completely unbothered. Ka Di Chiuli is left standing in humiliation, and the shame finally breaks her into silent tears. As Jianqian leaves, Ka Di-yun steps into his path and coldly threatens him for what he did to his sister. Jianqian does not even bother answering and just walks past, which leaves Ka Di-yun even darker than before. With Jianqian's match over, the tournament names the final 4, Jianqian, Tai Ta, Ka Di Liang, and Tian Mu Xiong. Jianqian is not surprised that Tai Ta made it this far, but Ka Di Liang's place in the top 4 catches his attention. From the raised platform, the vice headmaster looks over the last 4 and says this freshman class is unusually strong. After an hour of rest, the semi-final draw pairs Jianqian with Ka Di Liang, while Tai Ta is matched against Tian Mu Xiong. Before the fight, Ka Di Chiuli begs Ka Di Liang to punish Jianqian for her, still red-eyed from crying. Ka Di Liang swears he will beat Jianqian even if the academy punishes him for going too far. Ka Di-yun joins in with open contempt, convinced their clan can cripple Jianqian and get away with little more than a scolding. When the gong sounds for the semi-final, Ka Di Liang charges first and tries to bury a punch in Jianqian's stomach. Jianqian slips past the attack and answers with a faster strike that lands on Ka Di Liang before he can react. The blow sends Ka Di Liang staggering to his knees, and Jianqian rushes in without giving him a second to recover. Another hit flings Ka Di Liang almost out of the ring, leaving half his body hanging over the edge. The crowd bursts in surprise that a 9th layer student is getting handled so easily by Jianqian, who is only at the 8th layer. Watching from below, Ka Di Chiuli and Ka Di-yun both tense up, suddenly afraid their side is about to lose face again. Ka Di Chiuli stamps her foot and complains that her second brother is being careless, but her face still shows real worry for him. Even Bai En is impressed, calling Jianchun and Tai Ta rare talents worth reporting to the headmaster for closer training. Ka Di Liang scrambles back up drenched in cold sweat, shaken by how close he came to falling out in disgrace. He barely turns around before Jianchun is on him again, driving a brutal kick into his stomach. This time Ka Di Liang is knocked clean off the arena, crashing to the ground below with Jianchun's dusty footprint stamped across his white robe. As the humiliation sinks in, Ka Di Liang glares up at Jianchun with pure resentment over losing to a lower-ranked student. Ka Diyun walks over only to call his brother a disgrace to their clan and leaves him there without sympathy. Ka Dichuli piles on too, resentfully pointing out that the one who got taught a lesson was her second brother, not Jianchun. Ka Di Liang tries to save face by blaming the arena, insisting Jianchun only won because the ring let him force him out so quickly. Chiuli accepts that excuse and makes him promise again that he will teach Jianchun a lesson next time. In the other semi-final, Tai Ta grinds out a narrow win over Tian Mu Xiong by combining brute strength with his experience from hunting beasts. With that, the finals are set. Jianchun and Tai Ta will fight for the freshman ruler title. After 2 hours of rest, Jianchun and Tai Ta walk into the packed arena for the championship and stop 10 meters apart. Jianchun smiles and praises Tai Ta for making it all the way to the final round. Tai Ta blushes under the compliment, and happily admits that Jianchun is just as impressive. Jianchun reminds him that the winner will earn a valuable Class 3 monster core, enough to feed Tai Ta's family for life, and tells him to fight with everything he has. Fired up by that thought, Tai Ta promises he will use his full strength. The gong sounds, and Tai Ta instantly charges with both hands out, aiming to grab Jianchun and throw him from the ring. Jianchun knows this is Tai Ta's favorite tactic, so he slips back just outside the grab and counters with a punch to the chest using most of his power. The hit barely phases Tai Ta, and Jianchun is shocked to realize his body feels less like flesh and more like a wall. Tai Ta only staggers for a moment before roaring and charging again, proving that even an 80% punch left no real damage. This time Jianchun meets him head-on at full strength, and the collision booms across the whole arena. Jianchun is driven back 10 meters with his hand trembling, while Tai Ta only slides 2, making the strength gap impossible to ignore. Jianchun quickly understands that he cannot beat Tai Ta by force and decides speed is the only path to victory. He warns Tai Ta that he is about to use his full strength, and Tai Ta answers with absolute confidence that Jianchun still will not be able to hurt him. Once he closes the distance, Jianchun's footwork suddenly changes, and he blurs past Tai Ta to appear behind him. Before Tai Ta can turn, Jianchun hammers his back with a rapid series of heavy punches. Tai Ta snarls and swings around to crush him, but Jianchun jumps clear and keeps the pressure on from above. From midair, Jianchun drives repeated kicks into Tai Ta's upper body and bruises his face for the first time. The moment he lands, Jianchun sweeps at Tai Ta's legs and knocks one out from under him. Tai Ta bounces back up and keeps trying to rush him, but Jianchun has already turned the fight into a speed trap. Using his old combat experience, Jianchun keeps striking the same spots until even Tai Ta can only cover his head and endure the beating. The audience can only stare as Jianchun moves far faster than any ordinary student they have ever seen. From the platform, Bayan is even more impressed and notes that Chanyang Xiang Tian seems to come from Lore City's Changyang clan. At last Tai Ta reaches his limit and shouts for the fight to stop, openly conceding that he cannot keep up anymore. Jianchun asks why he is giving up, and Tai Ta sadly admits the whole match was just Jianchun beating him, while he could not even see clearly enough to hit back. When Jianchun teases him about giving up first place, Tai Ta accepts second place in simple good spirits because the Class 2 monster core can still be sold for a decent price. After they leave the stage, the third place result is settled too, with Tian Mu Xiong defeating Ka Di Liang. Then Bayan calls Jianchun up and formally declares him this year's freshman ruler, an 8th layer student who beat the whole field. The audience erupts in applause, even as many 9th layer students grumble that it is embarrassing for the title to go to someone at the 8th layer. Other senior students push back on that complaint, arguing that the real story is not weak 9th layer freshmen but 2 8th layer monsters who were simply stronger. Jianchun receives the first place reward, a deep red Class 3 monster core larger than the one his brother once gave him. Feeling the huge energy inside it, Jianchun senses that the core's power is extremely close to the true chi he knew in his past life. He also receives a gold medal, but before he can guess its purpose, Bayan explains that it grants a monthly Class 1 monster core and access to the first 5 library floors. When Bayan explains the reward, Jianchun is genuinely startled that winning the freshman competition brings a Class 3 monster core and library access all the way up to the 5th floor. The reward makes Jianchun realize how little he still knows about Kargath Academy, and he quietly decides to ask Chan Yang-hu for the full picture later. After Jianchun leaves the stage, Tai Ta and Tian Mu Xiong move up to receive their own rewards as the competition crowd finally breaks apart. On the walk back to the dorms, Chan Yang-hu beams with pride and keeps praising Jianchun for winning first place, already imagining how happy their father will be. Hearing that warmth from his brother pulls Jianchun back to thoughts of his mother, and for a moment his victory feels like something he wants to bring home. The moment they reach Jianchun's room, Chanyang, who can barely contain himself, and urges his little brother to show him the Class 3 monster core. Jianqin takes the core out of his space belt and hands it over, amused by how openly thrilled his older brother is. Chanyang, who turns the monster core over like a treasure and admits that after more than 2 years at the academy, the best core he ever got was only a Class 2 that he had to buy himself. Because he does not value the core much, Jianqin immediately offers it to Chanyang, who, saying it would be more useful for his brother's coming breakthrough to Saint level. Chanyang, who is caught off guard, but he quickly refuses and puts the core back in Jianqin's hand, unwilling to take a reward his brother fought so hard to win. That refusal tells Jianqin something important too, and he quietly feels relieved that Chanyang, who is nothing like the kind of brother who would turn into an obstacle. Jianqin tries one more time to give the Class 3 core away, making it clear he truly wants his brother to have it. Chanyang, who rejects it just as firmly, saying the freshman ruler's prize belongs to Jianqin, and he will not take it. With that settled, Jianqin gives up on the argument and turns to what he wanted most anyway, a long talk about how the academy actually works. Chanyang, who first explains the headmaster's strict line on noble students bullying commoners, while also admitting the academy mostly ignores clashes between nobles unless they grow serious. He goes on to say that students only graduate after reaching Great Saint level, and the academy can even recommend strong graduates into a kingdom's army for better pay and status. Then he explains cultivation resources. Students below Saint level get a Class 1 monster core each month, while saints with saint weapons receive Class 2 cores instead. Saint level students can also enter the academy's beast forest to hunt low-level magical beasts, giving them a safer place to train in real combat and collect cores. He then breaks the forest into 3 sealed regions, while beasts first, then Class 1 magical beasts, and finally Class 2 beasts, so students do not have to fear the stronger creatures spilling into the safer zones. Last, Chanyang, who explains the 7th floor library and its access limits, making clear just how unusual Jianqin's new 5th floor privilege really is. By the time the long explanation finally ends, it is already late at night, and Chanyang, who hurries out to return to his own dormitory. Elsewhere, high in the academy's central tower, Vice Headmaster Bai En stands respectfully before the headmaster, who asks with clear surprise if the freshman champion is really the boy called Chanyang Xiangtian. Bai En answers that Jianqin is unusually dangerous for an 8th layer student, fast, aggressive, experienced, and skilled enough to beat even Tai Ta cleanly. The headmaster presses him again, and Bai En firmly repeats that every word is true. That confirmation makes the headmaster stand and openly marvel that a 15-year-old reached the 8th layer without relying on monster cores or heavenly treasures, and still fights like a veteran. Bai En can only agree that Jianqin's future looks limitless, and the headmaster says Kargath Academy may finally have a truly great talent on its hands if the boy survives the road ahead. The talk turns political when the headmaster warns that the surrounding kingdoms are growing restless, and a future powerhouse could matter not just to the academy, but to the safety of Jessin Kingdom itself. Bai En carefully suggests giving Jianqin free Class 1 and 2 monster cores to win his favor, but the headmaster refuses at once. The headmaster explains that overusing monster cores at Jianqin's age would only build bad habits and weaken his foundation, so real discipline matters more than fast progress right now. Once Bai En accepts that decision, he brings up Tai Ta instead, and the headmaster decides to see the boy in the morning and take him as a personal disciple if he is willing. Back in his dorm after Chanyang who leaves, Jianqin sits on the bed, sorts through everything he learned, and finally decides to start cultivating with the Class 3 monster core. As Jianqin draws on the core, pure beast soul energy pours out, and he calmly guides it through his body, refining it into Saint Force and storing it in his dantian. The effect is immediate, because cultivating with a monster core is far faster than slowly absorbing natural essence from the world. By sunrise, Jianqin opens his eyes with clear satisfaction, because one night's work has already given him gains equal to several normal days of training. He can feel that his Saint Force has surged so much that the 9th layer now seems close, maybe only a weekend away if this pace holds. Jianqin also notices the Class 3 monster core in his hand has visibly shrunk, proving just how much power he pulled out of it overnight. After leaving the dorm, Jianqin heads to the dining hall and enjoys a fuller breakfast than usual, including magical beast milk and meat. 3 days pass, and Jianqin quickly settles into academy life by splitting his time between cultivation and the library, while classes barely hold his interest. The academy lessons focus on manners, danger response, and wilderness survival, but to Jianqin, with all his past life experience, the teachers have little he needs to learn. The next morning, Jianqin skips class without hesitation and goes straight to the library after breakfast, taking advantage of the academy's loose attendance rules. On the library's first floor, he settles at a reading table with several books, far more interested in this world's knowledge than in formal lessons. He dives into a bestiary of Tianyuan's magical beasts, learning that the continent holds countless species on land, in the mountain range of magical beasts, and even in the endless ocean. Then Ka Dichioli enters the library, beautiful and proud as ever, and the instant she spots Jianqin's back at a table, all the anger from her public humiliation comes rushing back. Remembering how Jianqin threw her out of the arena by the leg, Ka Dichuli loses all interest in reading and storms back out, swearing she will make him pay someday. Since Jianchen feels safe in the library, he never even realizes she was there, and keeps reading without lifting his guard. Outside, Ka Dichuli tracks down her second brother Ka Di Liang while he is training alone in the forest, and immediately reminds him of his promise to help teach Jianchen a lesson. The name alone darkens Ka Di Liang's mood, because he still cannot swallow the humiliating way Jianchen beat him in the freshman competition. When Ka Dichuli says Jianchen is in the library right now, Ka Di Liang decides to go at once, convinced his earlier loss only happened because he held back. Back in the library, a graceful older girl with a thick book stops beside Jianchen's table and politely asks whether the empty seat across from him is free. Jianchen glances around, sees every other table is already taken, and casually tells the unnamed girl she can sit before dropping his attention right back to the book. She thanks him softly and studies him with quiet curiosity, surprised that he can ignore a beautiful girl this completely, and goes straight back to reading. For a moment the reading room settles into perfect silence again, with both of them reading under the watchful hush of the library. That peace breaks the instant Ka Di Liang and Ka Di Chiuli arrive, with Chiuli pointing Jianchen out and Liang marching straight toward his table. Ka Di Liang reaches the table and slams his palm down so hard that the crack echoes across the whole first floor. The sudden noise yanks every reader's attention over, and even the girl across from Jianchen frowns in irritation after being startled mid-reading. Jianchen finally looks up, already annoyed, and coldly demands to know what Ka Di Liang thinks he is doing. With the whole room listening, Ka Di Liang arrogantly declares a formal duel challenge and demands that Jianchen accept. Jianchen does not even pretend to take him seriously, dismissing the challenge on the spot and telling Ka Di Liang to leave because he has no time to waste. That answer only enrages Ka Di Liang more, and through clenched teeth he presses Jianchen again, demanding to know whether he dares accept or not. In the library, Jianchen fires back at Ka Di Liang's swagger and coldly reminds him that he already lost once before. Ka Di Liang turns pale with rage, but the library's no-fighting rules stop him from lashing out on the spot. Ka Dichuli jumps in for her brother and mocks Jianchen as a coward for refusing the duel. Seizing the opening, Ka Di Liang publicly declares the challenge, says he will wait at the arena, and tries to shame Jianchen into coming. As the siblings leave, the whole library starts buzzing that Changyang Xiangtian is the new freshman ruler who beats stronger students. The girl who had been reading beside Jianchen stares at him in surprise, suddenly realizing the quiet boy next to her is the freshman ruler. Jianchen shuts his book in a bad mood and decides he has to answer the challenge, not for pride, but to protect the Changyang clan's name and avoid shaming Changyang who. With the whole library watching, Jianchen returns his books and heads for the exit. At the library gate, the girl from the next table hurries over and stops Jianchen to ask if he is really going to the arena. She tries to stop him with a calmer solution, telling Jianchen the headmaster would punish the siblings for breaking library rules. Jianchen appreciates the warning, but he says the challenge still has to be answered and walks out anyway. After hesitating for a moment, the girl returns her thick book and rushes out after Jianchen toward the arena. Once one excited student shouts that an 8th-layer freshman is about to fight a 9th-layer opponent, the rest of the readers pour out to watch. The fight draws everyone to the martial arts arena, a compact venue with 5 circular platforms set near the sports field. When Jianchen arrives, Ka Di Liang is already standing on a platform with his arms crossed, acting like the winner before the fight even starts. Ka Di Liang taunts him for coming so late, but Jianchen jumps onto the platform and answers with even colder arrogance. Jianchen says Ka Di Liang can attack 10 times first and promises not to fight back, stunning the students below with how insulting that sounds. Ka Di Liang bristles at being looked down on, but he decides to wait until the crowd grows so he can humiliate Jianchen in front of everyone. The arena keeps filling until hundreds gather, making the duel feel like a public reckoning instead of a private grudge match. Changyang who pushes through the crowd and cheers for Jianchen from below, giving his younger brother a visible boost. Someone quickly turns the spectacle into gambling, and bets start piling onto both fighters. Most of the crowd bets on Ka Di Liang, showing they still think Jianchen only won the first time because of luck and carelessness. Changyang who slams down 10 purple coins on Jianchen without hesitation. Then the girl from the library quietly matches that huge bet on Jianchen, making the crowd stare at her in surprise. Back on the platform, Jianchen presses to start, while Ka Di Liang makes him repeat the promise about 10 free attacks. Jianchen calmly gives his word, and Ka Di Liang finally charges in with his strongest opening strike. Jianchen only shifts back one step, letting the punch stop just short of his body and making the dodge look dangerously close. Most of the audience mistakes that clean evasion for luck and starts talking like Jianchen is about to get crushed if one hit lands. Ka Di Liang keeps attacking with kicks and punches, but all 10 promised moves miss, even if to the crowd they still look like hair-thin escapes. Changyang Hu and the other watchers break into cold sweat, because from the outside Jianchen looks one mistake away from disaster. When the 10th attack ends, Jianchen finally blocks a fist and tells Ka Di Liang his turn is over. Jianchen answers with one brutal kick to the chest that sends Ka Di Liang stumbling backward in shock. That single blow makes Ka Di Liang realize Jian Chen's strength is far heavier than he ever expected from someone at the 8th layer. Jian Chen does not let him recover and drives a fast punch straight toward his face. As Ka Di Liang tries to trade back, Jian Chen slips in close, grabs him, and uses a clean wrestling throw to hurl him across the stage. Ka Di Liang crashes down several meters away, and the crowd finally understands Jian Chen was never barely surviving those dodges at all. Below the ring, Ka Di Chiuli and Ka Di Yun both go grim as the fight swings far past what they expected. Humiliated and furious, Ka Di Liang gets back up, roars, and pours all of his 9th layer power into both palms for one desperate rush. Jian Chen meets the strike with his own power, and their palms collide hard enough to blast both of them backward. Jian Chen recovers first, surges after him, and leaps into a double kick before Ka Di Liang can steady himself. The kick crushes into Ka Di Liang's stomach, launching him off his feet again. Ka Di Liang crashes down spitting blood, and this time the damage is bad enough that his siblings rush to him immediately. Ka Di Liang insists his injuries are only minor, but his pale face and weak voice say otherwise. Seeing his brother hurt, Ka Di Yun snaps and announces that he will personally teach Jian Chen a lesson. Ka Di Liang and Ka Di Chiuli try to stop him, because once a senior jumps in, the fair duel turns into a stain on the Ka Di clan's reputation. Ka Di Yun leaps onto the platform, and Jian Chen immediately sees that the older brother has come to avenge the younger one. Ka Di Yun openly says Jian Chen hurt his brother, so he has no intention of letting him leave unharmed. The crowd frowns at that ugly move, because now Ka Di Yun looks like a senior using rank and age to bully a freshman. Before Ka Di Yun can press further, Chan Yang Hu strides onto the stage and puts himself in front of Jian Chen. Chan Yang Hu declares that if Ka Di Yun wants a fight, he will have to go through the elder brother first. Jian Chen feels the warmth of that support, but Chan Yang Hu still insists his younger brother step down because Ka Di Yun is too dangerous. After a short pause, Jian Chen accepts that warning and leaves the platform to let his brother take over. Ka Di Yun mocks Chan Yang Hu for asking for trouble, but Chan Yang Hu fires back that the winner is not decided yet. Then Ka Di Yun raises his right arm and condenses a huge golden two-handed sword out of Saint Force right in front of everyone. Jian Chen, watching from below now, immediately recognizes that this is a Saint weapon and his first real look at one in this world. The whole arena erupts because Ka Di Yun has clearly crossed into Saint level, a breakthrough many peak students never reach. That one reveal wipes the confidence from Chan Yang Hu's face, because a peak 10th layer fighter is no match for a true Saint. Below the ring, Ka Di Chiuli and Ka Di Liang react with shocked delight because even they did not know their eldest brother had already become a saint. With the weapon in hand, Ka Di Yun turns openly cruel and tells Chan Yang Hu to kneel, kowtow 3 times, and call him elder if he wants mercy. Chan Yang Hu refuses through clenched fury, saying that even a saint will not make him bow. As Ka Di Yun mocks him for having nothing to fight with, an iron sword suddenly flies up from the crowd toward Chan Yang Hu. Chan Yang Hu catches the iron sword and settles into his stance, the stage now set for a far more dangerous fight. With an iron sword in hand, Chan Yang Hu forces himself to stand his ground, but Ka Di Yun rushes him with a saint weapon and obvious confidence. Ka Di Yun's first slash whistles past Chan Yang Hu so fast it only clips his clothes, and that near miss already tells Chan Yang Hu how badly the gap has widened. Ka Di Yun keeps pressing with brutal follow-up swings, and Chan Yang Hu can only dodge because his normal sword would shatter if he tried to block. The saint weapon slams into the arena hard enough to split the stone, showing everyone exactly how deadly a direct hit would have been. Seeing a tiny opening, Chan Yang Hu swings back, but Ka Di Yun casually recalls his glowing weapon and smashes the iron sword out of his hands. The clash leaves Chan Yang Hu defenseless and coughing blood, and Ka Di Yun immediately drives a crushing kick into his chest. Chan Yang Hu is blasted clean off the arena, and Jian Chen explodes into motion before his brother can crash to the ground. Jian Chen catches his injured brother in midair and lowers him safely, but Chan Yang Hu's violent coughing makes it clear the internal damage is serious. Chan Yang Hu admits Ka Di Yun became far stronger after reaching sainthood, and Jian Chen blames himself for dragging his brother into it. That apology only makes Chan Yang Hu angry, because he sees Jian Chen as family first and his own loss as the real shame. Jian Chen's guilt hardens into something colder, and he quietly promises he will avenge his brother himself. Chan Yang Hu grabs him in panic and tries to stop him, but Jian Chen only asks for trust and tears free. Ignoring every warning, Jian Chen leaps onto the arena, and the crowd instantly erupts because an 8th layer student has just challenged a saint. A worried library girl stares up at the arena like Jian Chen has lost his mind, because from the crowd's view he is charging straight at a saint. Ka Di Yun laughs at the challenge, but Jian Chen answers him with a flat stare that says he means every word. Ka Di Yun agrees to the fight, but inside he is already planning to humiliate Jian Chen for shaming his younger sister Ka Di Chiuli in public before. Before the real clash starts, Jian Chen tests Chan Yang Hu's heavy sword and immediately realizes it would cripple the speed and precision he actually fights with. So Jian Chen drops the sword and chooses to fight barehanded instead, trusting speed over brute force. When Jian Chen calmly tells Ka Di Yun to make the first move because he will fight barehanded, the insult lands immediately. Stung by that arrogance, Ka Diyun dismisses his saint weapon and insists on fighting unarmed too so nobody can say he bullied Jianqin. The moment Ka Diyun gives up the weapon, Jianqin attacks first with a sharp straight punch aimed at his head. Ka Diyun meets the attack head-on, but Jianqin turns the collision into a trap and redirects the stronger arm with strange, fluid precision. In the next heartbeat, Jianqin chops the joint and dislocates Ka Diyun's arm with a clean crack. Jianqin does not stop there and wrenches the whole arm harder, dragging a full scream out of Ka Diyun in front of the entire arena. The crowd goes dead quiet, and below the arena even Chan Yang, who can only stare, stunned that Jianqin is the one making a saint suffer. Desperate to break free, Ka Diyun swings with his left hand and snaps a vicious kick toward Jianqin's groin, forcing Jianqin to let go. Jianqin slips away with his strange footwork, circles to Ka Diyun's back, and attacks again before the saint can recover his balance. Ka Diyun dives aside, but Jianqin still catches him from behind with both hands to the back and drives him stumbling forward. Even after absorbing that hit, Ka Diyun turns furious and decides to take one of Jianqin's attacks if it lets him answer with a saint-powered punch of his own. They trade blows at the same instant, and Ka Diyun's punch tears open Jianqin's uniform at the chest and leaves an ugly bruise underneath. The force drives Jianqin backward almost to the edge of the arena, but he stays on his feet and far less broken than Ka Diyun expected. Ka Diyun looks even worse, because Jianqin's strange internal force detonates inside his body and leaves him shaking with hidden damage. As he forces down the pain with saint force, Ka Diyun finally understands the trap he built for himself. Without the weapon he may lose, but using it now would ruin his name. Jianqin gives him no time to think and rushes again with such strange speed and angles that Ka Diyun can barely read the real attack through the afterimages. Now fighting seriously at last, Ka Diyun blocks with one arm and treats Jianqin like an equal, but the pace still keeps tilting against him. Jianqin's pressure keeps building until Ka Diyun's vision is full of hands and motion, and he is reduced to guessing by sound. The moment Ka Diyun slips, Jianqin cracks his shoulder and finally breaks his defense open. Jianqin floods into that opening with a storm of follow-up hits and drives Ka Diyun backward step by step across the arena. With Ka Diyun trapped at the arena edge, Jianqin gathers the last of his saint force and slams one more punch into his chest. That final strike sends Ka Diyun crashing off the platform, and Jianqin is left standing alone on the arena, breathing hard and nearly out of strength. For a long beat the entire arena falls silent, because nobody can process that an 8th layer student just beat a saint almost cleanly. The spell breaks when Ka Diyun's siblings rush to his side, and then the whole crowd explodes into shocked arguments about what they just witnessed. Jianqin ignores the noise, jumps down from the arena, and goes straight back to his brother with a calm little smile. When Jianqin says he did not let his brother down, Chan Yang who throws his arms around him in pure pride and relief. Jianqin gently pulls free and urges them to leave first, because with this many eyes on them, this is not the place to talk. After the upset victory, Chan Yang who excitedly drags Jianqin away from the noisy crowd and demands the full story behind how he beat Ka Diyun. Before they can leave, a soft voice calls out Chan Yang Xiangtian, and Jianqin turns to find the beautiful girl from the library hurrying over. Yu happily shows her purse and thanks Jianqin for winning her 100 purple coins on the gamble. That reminder hits Chan Yang who like lightning, and he bolts back to the betting crowd because his own 100 purple coins are still waiting there. With Chan Yang who gone, Yu steps closer, introduces herself properly, and asks Jianqin for a favor, one honest answer. She asks if his strength is really only at the 8th Saint Force layer, and Jianqin confirms it, adding that he only feels close to breaking into the 9th. Yu blurts out her disbelief that he has not even reached saint level, and Jianqin's expression turns cool when he hears the doubt in her voice. Realizing she went too far, Yu quickly apologizes and smooths the moment over with a gentle smile. Chan Yang who comes charging back with a fat coin bag, thrilled that his gamble paid off and proudly calling himself wise for winning 100 purple coins. Jianqin politely ends the conversation, and Yu lets him go, saying she is heading back to the library and will see him again later. Back in Jianqin's dorm, Chan Yang who can barely contain himself and immediately demands the real explanation for how his younger brother beat a saint. Jianqin firmly denies being a saint and says his real power is only not far from the 9th layer, which leaves Chan Yang who even more confused. When Jianqin asks if he watched the match carefully, Chan Yang who has to admit, red-faced, that he saw it but still could not understand what really happened. Jianqin finally explains the core truth. He beat Ka Diyun not with higher rank, but with a fighting technique. That answer shocks Chan Yang who, because mastering a real technique should take long experience, not a few days at the academy. Jianqin refuses to reveal where he learned it, and for a moment Chan Yang whose excitement drops into open disappointment. Then Jianqin throws him a lifeline and offers to teach him the martial technique personally. Chan Yang who jumps at the chance and wants to start right away, already dreaming of using that skill to challenge stronger opponents. Jianqin sets the lesson for tomorrow morning at the Eastern Grotto, and Chan Yang who quickly agrees. After Chan Yang who leaves, Jianqin is left tired, drained, and slightly injured from the fight, so he decides to recover with a Class 3 monster core. While Jianqin recovers, the academy erupts with rumors that an 8th layer freshman beat the Saint Ka Diyun, and nobody can believe it happened. The gossip climbs all the way to the headmaster, who hears that Jianchen beat Ka Diyun even though Ka Diyun fought barehanded as a saint. Even the headmaster finds the result hard to accept and remarks that Chang Bai brought the academy an unusually troublesome young talent. Bai En warns that older students may start hunting for the boy who embarrassed the saint, but the headmaster decides not to interfere unless things get out of hand. 3 days pass, and Jianchen's name is still all over Karguth Academy as he spends each morning teaching Chan Yang-hu and the rest of his time cultivating hard. Using the Class 3 monster course speeds Jianchen's cultivation so much that he starts pushing hard toward the 10th layer, and the saint level beyond it. As he trains, Jianchen also studies what a saint weapon really is. Once condensed, it becomes the source of a fighter's power and multiplies attacks when summoned. He learns the danger too. If a saint weapon is shattered, the user can lose all cultivation and even die from the backlash. On the 4th morning, Jianchen finishes another night of cultivation, opens his eyes, and suspects he has already passed the 9th layer. He gets dressed and heads out before sunrise, planning to test later whether he has reached the 10th layer or even stepped into saint rank. The sports field is almost empty in the early dark, and Jianchen walks straight through the quiet academy toward the grotto where he has been teaching his brother. When he reaches the grotto, Chan Yang, who is already there waiting on a tree stump, bored one moment and thrilled the next when Jianchen appears. Chan Yang, who admits he spent all of yesterday wrestling with Jianchen's explanation and still does not understand how to use his power that way. Instead of explaining again, Jianchen says he will demonstrate it in person today and picks up a thin branch from the ground. With one light motion, Jianchen sends the flimsy branch slicing through a small tree so cleanly that it looks impossible. A beat later the tree splits and crashes down, leaving Chan Yang, who staring at a cut as smooth as a sword strike. Chan Yang, who grabs the branch to inspect it for tricks, but it feels completely ordinary and snaps in half the moment he puts real force into it. Jianchen tells him the branch is not the point because Saint Force can make even a needle or thread lethally sharp if the user is skilled enough. Chan Yang, who blurts out that Jianchen's claim sounds impossible, so Jianchen just smiles and picks up another branch to prove it a second way. This time Jianchen channels power so delicately that the crooked branch straightens and writhes in his hand like a living snake. Chan Yang, who is so stunned by the moving branch that he can only stare, as if he is watching a ghost instead of a training exercise. Jianchen warns him to watch carefully, then advances in an almost slow, ordinary step toward another tree. The branch presses into the trunk and sinks deeper little by little until it skewers straight through the tree. Seeing that impossible result at close range, Chan Yang, who finally asks in awe how Jianchen is doing it. Jianchen explains that the trick is to harmonize Saint Force with the branch until the weak wood behaves like a sharp weapon. Chan Yang, who immediately tries it himself, but the instant his Saint Force touches the branch, it explodes in his hand. Jianchen points out the problem at once. Chan Yang, whose Saint Force is too fierce, and his control is still too rough for something as fragile as a branch. When Chan Yang, who asks how to make his Saint Force soft instead of violent, Jianchen admits that part cannot be handed over in words and has to be understood through practice. Jianchen still gives him a clear path forward. Keep practicing on branches whenever he has time, because mastering this control will help both his fighting and his cultivation. Chan Yang, who throws himself back into practice, but every attempt ends the same way as branch after branch bursts apart in failure. By the time the sun rises high enough, Jianchen leaves the grotto, and Chan Yang, who stays behind alone, stubbornly training beside a growing pile of shattered branches. On a bright morning at Karguth Academy, Jianchen heads across the sports field toward the library, still treating books and cultivation as the only things here worth his time. As he passes, students start whispering that this is Chang Yang Xiang Tian, the freshman who beat Saint level Ka Diyun with only 8th layer Saint Force. The attention keeps building, and Jianchen's name has already spread so far that even the academy teachers know him now. He slips off the noisy field into the shaded road to the library, where the air turns quiet and only wind-blown leaves move around him. 4 older academy students are chatting ahead on the library path, and Jianchen tries to pass them without paying any attention. The 4 seniors abruptly close in and surround Jianchen, sealing off the quiet path from every side. Jianchen coolly asks what they want, and the lead senior sizes him up as an unfamiliar freshman. The senior lays out the scam plainly. If Jianchen wants peace in Karguth Academy, he needs their protection, and that protection costs 10 purple coins. Jianchen instantly sees the game. They only dare extort him because they read him as a noble, not a commoner the headmaster might protect. He refuses their protection without hesitation and shoulders straight through the circle to keep walking toward the library. The seniors freeze for a beat, thrown off because their easy target just brushed them aside like they were nothing. Humiliated, one senior charges after Jianchen, cuts off his path again, and swings a slap at his face while the others close in. Jianchen's eyes turn icy. He catches the incoming hand, and in the same instant drives a kick into the senior's chest hard enough to send him flying. That one clean strike shocks the other 3, but after a stunned pause they decide to gang up on him anyway. As Saint Force rises from the 3 seniors, Jianchen reads them at roughly the 10th layer and looks almost bored by the threat. All 3 attack at once, but Jianchen sways through their strikes with clean, effortless dodges. Before they can recover, Jianchen smashes one student in the forehead and drops him unconscious on the spot. In the same breath, Jianchen kicks another senior in the chest and jolts his insides with hidden force. When that senior barely steadies himself, Jianchen fires a second kick into the exact same spot and crushes the rest of his resistance. The twice-kicked senior finally crashes down, barely able to breathe, and the last standing attacker loses his nerve completely. Jianchen gives the last student a contemptuous look, says nothing, and simply turns his back on them again. After he leaves, the beaten seniors drag themselves up in pain and glare after him with pure hatred. Carl realizes the ugly truth first. A freshman this strong can only be Changyang Xiangtian, the one who beat Ka Diyun. That name rattles them, but their fear quickly turns into spite because Jianchen still dared to humiliate them face to face. Luo Yun immediately sees another angle. His clan's young master has been looking for Changyang Xiangtian, so this beating can become a way to pull bigger backing into the fight. They split the job fast. Luo Yun will fetch Luo Jian, Carl will bring in Master Qing, and Qin Feng will stay behind and keep eyes on Jianchen. Meanwhile, unaware that trouble is spreading behind him, Jianchen reaches the library, takes 2 books, and settles in to read. The library is nearly empty except for a middle-aged janitor, and even she has noticed that Jianchen studies harder than anyone she has seen in years. Elsewhere in the academy, Luo Jian stands alone in a strange fixed cultivation posture when a knock finally interrupts his training. Luo Yun enters respectfully, and tells him he has found Changyang Xiangtian at last. Luo Jian notices Luo Yun's pale face and the footprint on his chest at once, and coldly realizes this meeting with Jianchen went badly. Luo Yun lies smoothly, claiming he politely invited Jianchen over and got beaten for it. Then he twists the knife deeper by saying Jianchen mocked Luo Jian himself, calling him not worth even the effort of throwing a shoe. That hits Luo Jian's pride exactly where it hurts, and the noble heir's anger boils over on the spot. Convinced his honor has been insulted, Luo Jian orders Luo Yun to take him straight to Changyang Xiangtian. At the same time, Carl brings out another dangerous name, Lord Qing, a senior the academy has barely seen for over a year. The moment Lord Qing appears on the sports field, nearby seniors start whispering in shock that the academy's top genius has returned. Their gossip paints the threat clearly. He became a saint at 19, reached the middle levels by 20, and might already be nearing the upper levels now. And while both sides move to box him in, Jianchen remains in the library, calmly buried in his book and completely unaware that major trouble is already on the way. Outside the academy library, Luo Yun brings Luo Jian straight to the gate, while Qin Feng keeps watch like a hound waiting for Jianchen to come out. Qin Feng instantly drops into flattery before Luo Jian, hoping to profit from the future heir of the Luo clan. Luo Jian cuts through the nonsense, and orders Qin Feng to confirm whether Changyang Xiangtian is still inside the library. Once Qin Feng confirms Jianchen is inside, Luo Jian tells him to lure the boy out, because even he will not break the library's no-fighting rule. Inside, Jianchen is so wrapped up in his book that he barely notices the world around him. That quiet breaks when a hand lands on Jianchen's shoulder, and he looks up to find Qin Feng grinning at his bad luck. Jianchen recognizes one of the old extortionists at once, and bluntly tells Qin Feng to get lost if he is here for protection money again. Qin Feng does not dare fight him inside, so he puffs himself up and threatens Jianchen to come outside or hide in the library forever. As Qin Feng storms out, the whole library turns toward Jianchen, and the challenge suddenly becomes public. Jianchen closes his book with a dark look and realizes Qin Feng must have found stronger backup. He still decides to go, because if he backs down now, he will never get left alone in the library again. Even knowing the people outside may be as strong as Ka Diyun, Jianchen walks out without fear, relying on his battle experience and skill. Outside, Jianchen finds 3 waiting for him, Qin Feng, Luo Yun, and an unfamiliar young lord whose arrogance makes it obvious he is the real muscle behind this. Luo Yun eagerly points Jianchen out, and Luo Jian starts the encounter by looking him over like someone beneath him. When Luo Jian demands to know if he is Changyang Xiangtian, Jianchen coolly answers by asking who Luo Jian is supposed to be. Luo Yun and Qin Feng immediately explode in outrage, acting like speaking coldly to Luo Jian is reason enough to get Jianchen thrown out of the academy. Jianchen turns that threat around at once, asking if they think the headmaster answers to them or if the academy belongs to their clan. That single line wipes the color from Luo Yun and Qin Feng, and even Luo Jian goes tense because insulting the headmaster could get all of them punished hard. Unable to win with status alone, Luo Jian drops the pretense and openly says he came to test how Jianchen defeated Ka Diyun, even without a saint weapon. Jianchen shuts down the posturing and coldly tells Luo Jian to stop talking and say what he really came for. Luo Jian cracks his knuckles and releases his saint force, trying to crush Jianchen with pressure before the fight even starts. But Jianchen stands there like a mountain, reading Luo Jian's strength clearly and meeting it with rising fighting spirit instead of fear. As the crowd retreats to avoid the clash, another group arrives, drawn by the chance to watch something interesting. At the center of the newcomers stands Qing Minxiang, a famous academy genius whose appearance instantly stirs the whole crowd. The students whisper that Master Ching vanished for a year and may already be close to Great Saint level, making his presence here even more shocking. Luo Jian immediately drops his dual posture and greets Qing Mingxiang like an equal ally, making it clear the real trouble has only just arrived. Qing Mingxiang looks Jianchen over with open disdain and confirms this is the boy who injured his companions. Jianchen already knows words are useless with spoiled young lords like this, so he coldly tells Qing Mingxiang to stop talking and make his move. Enraged, Qing Mingxiang unleashes Bright Saint Force and charges in barehanded, too proud to even draw his Saint weapon against someone below Saint level. Jianchen slips the punch by a hair, catches the attacking arm, and uses Qing Mingxiang's forward momentum against him. When Qing Mingxiang braces to recover his balance, Jianchen suddenly lets go and hammers his stomach with a lightning-fast series of punches. Qing Mingxiang staggers back 10 full steps before catching himself, and his face turns ugly with humiliation. The entire crowd falls silent, because none of them expected Jianchen to make a famous genius look this bad in a straight exchange. Humiliated in front of everyone, Qing Mingxiang finally summons a silver two-handed saint weapon and snarls that he will cripple Jianchen. Just as Qing Mingxiang surges forward with the sword, a deep voice cuts across the courtyard and orders him to stop. The person stepping forward is Tai Ta, the sturdy freshman with freakish natural strength, and Jianchen is genuinely shocked to see him here. Luo Jian's side reacts even more strongly, because they recognize Tai Ta and immediately show the first real fear of the day. Not understanding the shift at all, Luo Yun tries to bark Tai Ta away, only for Luo Jian to snap at him to shut up immediately. Luo Jian abruptly turns polite and greets Tai Ta as brother, but Tai Ta does not even know who he is. Ignoring Luo Jian completely, Tai Ta walks straight to Jianchen, grabs his shoulder, and warmly greets him like an old friend. Jianchen gives a faint laugh but tells Tai Ta to wait, because he still has trouble to settle first. The moment Tai Ta hears that these people are bullying Jianchen, his face hardens and he points himself squarely into the conflict. Tai Ta loudly declares that Jianchen is his brother now, so anyone trying to fight Jianchen can come fight him too. Jianchen cannot even figure out when he became Tai Ta's brother, but the nobles are already taking the threat seriously. They are not scared of Tai Ta's own strength so much as the powerful backer behind him, which leaves the whole standoff hanging in a strange silence. Luo Jian finally breaks the silence and politely asks Tai Ta not to interfere, showing just how careful he has become. That respectful tone shocks the spectators, who realize Tai Ta must have an identity big enough to make both Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang hesitate. Tai Ta refuses flatly and repeats that Jianchen's problem is his problem, whether anyone likes it or not. That answer leaves Luo Jian grim and cornered, because he still does not dare push Tai Ta too far. Qing Mingxiang is the one who finally pushes back, demanding to know if Tai Ta really intends to stick his nose into this fight. Tai Ta answers with a loud yes and shows no fear at all, even against someone this much stronger. Jianchen pulls at Tai Ta and quietly tells him not to get dragged into this mess for his sake. Instead, Tai Ta gets offended and asks if Jianchen does not even consider him a friend. Jianchen is left even more puzzled, because in his mind they have barely spoken before this. Then Qing Mingxiang reveals the reason for all that caution at last. Tai Ta is the headmaster's apprentice. That revelation shocks Jianchen too, because he had no idea Tai Ta had suddenly risen to such a position inside the academy. Even after that reveal, Qing Mingxiang tests him anyway and rushes at Tai Ta with a punch aimed at his chest. Tai Ta knows he cannot take this lightly, so he roars and drives his own iron-hard fist forward to meet the blow head-on. Tai Ta's fist crashes into Qing Mingxiang's, and the blast knocks both of them backward across the library entrance. Even after surviving the clash, Qing Mingxiang realizes Tai Ta's raw power is terrifying enough to overpower a saint in a straight exchange. Tai Ta only laughs and asks for another round, clearly enjoying the fight instead of fearing Qing Mingxiang. Qing Mingxiang decides to hold Tai Ta in place and orders Luo Jian to go deal with Jianchen instead. As Qing Mingxiang rushes back in barehanded, he discovers Tai Ta's body and strength are so absurd that even a stronger saint cannot beat him easily without a weapon. The crowd can barely believe it. The runner-up Tai Ta, who is not even a saint yet, is holding one of the academy's strongest geniuses to a standstill. At the same time, Luo Jian charges straight at Jianchen and throws a savage kick at his stomach, expecting an easy hit. Jianchen slips aside at the last instant, and Luo Jian is shocked when his attack only grazes cloth instead of breaking him. Luo Jian stops holding back and releases Cyan wind-attributed Saint Force, wrapping himself in rushing air. Jianchen immediately recognizes the power as a wind attribute, which means Luo Jian's speed is about to get much more dangerous. Boosted by the wind, Luo Jian dashes in again and throws a fist so fast it leaves only a phantom behind. Jianchen dodges again and snaps a counter-kick back just as fast, proving he can still keep up. Luo Jian barely manages to block with his left hand, and the clash sends Jianchen skidding 10 meters across the ground. That short exchange tells Luo Jian something he hates. Jianchen is not a saint, but he fights like one. Humiliated by the idea of struggling against a freshman, Luo Jian decides he would rather lose face with the crowd than drag the fight out any longer. He finally summons his saint weapon, condensing a huge cyan great sword in his hand and raising the stakes instantly. Jianqin feels the pressure at once and knows this is now a far more dangerous fight than before. With his confidence restored by the weapon, Luo Jian openly vows to dispose of Jianqin today. Luo Jian roars and brings the great sword down, sending a blazing strand of cyan sword chi straight at Jianqin. Jianqin throws all his strength into a desperate dodge, but before the cyan sword chi can hit him, a white-robed figure flashes in front of him and blocks it cleanly. Before the strike can reach him, a white-robed figure flashes in front of Jianqin and blocks the attack without even a spark. The man turns out to be Vice Headmaster Baiyan, and Luo Jian goes pale the moment he recognizes him. Baiyan's thunderous command halts the other fight too, leaving Tai Ta delighted and Xing Ningxiang suddenly nervous. Tai Ta quickly checks whether Jianqin is hurt, and Jianqin quietly signals him not to say more. Tai Ta understands, falls in behind Jianqin, and still cannot resist winking at Xing Ningxiang like he wants the fight to continue later. Baiyan confronts Luo Jian for breaking academy rules, but Luo Jian tries to argue that it was only normal sparring between students. Baiyan shuts that down by naming the library rule and pointing out that Luo Jian's sword chi would have smashed the gates and possibly hit the students behind them. Knowing he cannot wriggle out of that charge, Luo Jian finally lowers his head and admits fault. Baiyan sentences Luo Jian to 1 month in the Contemplation Hall, the academy's tiny pitch-dark punishment cell. Luo Jian accepts the sentence aloud, but inside he only grows more poisonous toward Jianqin. Baiyan turns to Qing Ningxiang next and scolds him for bullying a freshman and disgracing the academy. Because Qing Ningxiang comes from the Huayuan sect, Baiyan stops at a warning and orders him to remember that academy rules still apply to him here. Qing Ningxiang leaves with his group, and Luo Yun, Chen Feng, and Carl slip away too once the whole thing has clearly gone bad for them. Once the courtyard clears, Baiyan finally addresses Jianqin directly and confirms that this impressive freshman really is Chan Yang Xiang Tian. Baiyan openly praises Jianqin for forcing a middle-level saint to draw a saint weapon before Jianqin has even become a saint himself. Jianqin answers modestly, and that calm attitude earns even more of Baiyan's respect. Baiyan tells Jianqin to keep cultivating hard and reach saint level as soon as he can. He then turns to Tai Ta and reminds the new headmaster's apprentice that real respect still has to be earned through his own strength. Tai Ta promises he will cultivate diligently and not waste the headmaster's efforts. After Baiyan leaves, Jianqin and Tai Ta talk briefly, then Jianqin goes right back to the library and his books. The story explodes across Kargath Academy within hours. Tai Ta is now the headmaster's apprentice, and Jianqin forced Luo Jian to use a saint weapon before Baiyan punished him. Tai Ta becomes the academy's hottest new name overnight, and even nobles who look down on him now want to pull him into their circles. Jianqin's fame rises too, though Tai Ta's news overshadows it, and many girls quietly start seeing Jianqin as the academy's white prince. That fame turns into a headache fast, with male students constantly blocking Jianqin for fights and even hounding him when he tries to read in the library. After repeated harassment, and too many spoiled troublemakers, Jianqin finally gets permission from Baiyan to borrow books back to his dorm and focus on cultivation and peace. 3 months pass, and one morning Jianqin opens his eyes on his dorm bed with a sharp flash of power. He looks down and finds the Class 3 monster core in his hands has been completely drained away. Feeling Saint Force surge through him like a river, Jianqin smiles at the result. He has reached the peak of the 10th layer, and stands only 1 step from becoming a saint. Jianqin wakes to a bright sky and remembers this is Kargath Academy's big wilderness survival test, a 3-day hunt where every student has to bring back monster cores. The academy raises the stakes with prizes big enough to tempt nobles and commoners alike: a Class 4 Earth monster core, a space ring, and access to rare battle skills and cultivation methods. For common-born students especially, those rewards matter because battle skills can boost combat power, and true cultivation methods are treasures they usually can never touch. Jianqin heads to the sports field, where the crowd has already split along status lines, with nobles gathered on one side and commoners on the other. When he checks the weapon rack, Jianqin finds the good blades long gone, and only awkward heavy weapons left behind. Then his eyes catch a rusted broken iron rod buried among the scraps, and that ugly little piece of metal suddenly looks perfect to him. He tests the rod's weight and balance, satisfied that this battered weapon fits his technique better than any proper sword left on the rack. Tai Ta arrives with an axe nearly as big as he is, making an already imposing giant look even more formidable. Tai Ta stares at Jianqin's rusty rod in disbelief and blurts out that using that thing as a weapon must be madness. Jianqin only laughs it off, offering no explanation at all. Instead, Tai Ta proposes they team up, confident his strength and hard-earned forest experience will keep both of them alive. After a brief thought, Jianqin agrees, and the two settle into a simple partnership before the trial even begins. A handsome noble named Xiaomisi approaches next and asks to join Tai Ta, introducing himself as a peak 10th Saint Force Layer student. Tai Ta turns him down immediately, making it clear that he and Jianqin are enough. Xiaomisi shifts to Jianqin instead, name-dropping his own powerful clan from Forbidden City and hiding pressure behind polite words. Jianqin shuts him down colder than Tai Ta did, saying they are only hunting Class 1 beasts and have no spare time to babysit anyone. The insult lands hard, and Shiomisi storms off with a dark face after being openly looked down on. More students from strong backgrounds come asking to join Taita's team, but he rejects every one of them without interest. Then Jianchen's older brother Changyang who strides over, laughing as he congratulates his little brother for becoming the academy's latest sensation. Jianchen invites his brother to join their group, but Changyang who has better news than that. Changyang who reveals he broke through to Saint level a week ago, so he has to enter the deeper region and hunt Class 2 magical beasts instead. To prove it, he releases Saint Force and forms a glowing yellow double-edged battle axe, proudly announcing that his new power carries the Earth attribute. Jianchen is genuinely happy for him, because becoming a saint is already a major step, and an attributed Saint Force is rarer still. Changyang who then introduces 3 talented youths under his command, and all 3 bow respectfully to Jianchen as the 4th master of the clan. Their respect is sincere, because Jianchen's recent fights have already made him a source of pride inside the Changyang clan. After some final talk and introductions, the gathering breaks when the vice headmaster steps in to organize the event. Headmaster Bayan addresses the academy, and the trial officially moves from hype to strict procedure. To stop cheating, the academy collects everyone's space rings and hands out cheap space belts that can only hold a little medicine and the monster cores they earn. With preparations finished, nearly 1,000 students march out of Kargath Academy toward the forest, escorted by teachers who will only intervene if a life is in danger. After 2 hours of fast travel, the group reaches the forest and sees a pale white barrier glowing between the trees. Jianchen recognizes the light at once, because he knows this forest was artificially created and later sealed into separate hunting regions for the academy. The headmaster gives the final rules at the entrance. Non-saints can partner up in the second region, while saints must head deeper into the third. Once the order is given, the crowd scatters, and Jianchen naturally enters with Taita at his side. The first region is still safe thanks to the enchantment, and the sudden flood of students scares the ordinary wild animals into hiding. Soon they cross into the second region, where every careless step can draw a real Class 1 magical beast. Instead of staying near the other students, Jianchen and Taita peel off into the thickest part of the forest to hunt on their own. With the weeds blocking their view, they have to follow faint beast tracks on the ground instead of seeing where they are going. Taita quietly warns that magical beasts can appear at any moment now, and his usual straightforward confidence turns cautious. Jianchen answers with quiet confidence, because between his past life experience and what he learned from books, he does not fear the forest nearly as much. Taita admits he trusts his own strength, but he has never actually fought a magical beast before, and that unknown still bothers him. Mid-conversation, Jianchen suddenly goes rigid and cuts Taita off, sensing danger hidden somewhere in the grass. Taita catches on immediately and brings his battle axe up as both of them search the weed-choked forest for the attack they know is coming. Jianchen cannot see through the overgrown grass, so he shifts from sight to sound and listens for the smallest movement. The instant he pinpoints it, Jianchen explodes forward and thrusts his rusted rod with a burst of yellow Saint Force. At the same moment, a green shape shoots out of the grass like a bullet and crashes into his strike in midair. Only then does the threat become clear. A thick green viper is hanging skewered on Jianchen's rusted point. Taita does not hesitate for even a beat and hacks the snake with his huge axe, launching it deep into the grass before it can slip away. Jianchen immediately orders the chase, knowing that if a wounded viper vanishes in this grass, the fight turns far more dangerous. They catch up before it can disappear, and the viper rears up 3 meters ahead, glaring back with a cold, murderous stare. Now that they can see it clearly, the damage is brutal. 1 deep puncture from Jianchen and 1 long shredded slash from Taita, both still pouring blood. Even injured, the snake is still a Class 1 magical beast, so both boys hold their ground carefully and wait for the opening. Jianchen breaks the stalemate first, swaying forward and crossing nearly the whole distance in 1 flash. His thrust screams toward the viper's head, fast enough to be hard to follow even at close range. The viper twists away from the killing blow at the last instant, but Jianchen still punches another deep hole through its body. That 1 opening is all Taita needs, and he roars as he brings his battle axe down with everything he has. The axe cleaves through the viper's head, sending blood and flesh flying and ending Jianchen and Taita's first magical beast fight in a savage burst. The cyan viper drops dead in pieces, and Taita stares at the severed head in open alarm before his fear turns into confidence. Jianchen quietly pulls his iron rod free and wipes it clean, making it clear his lightning-fast thrust set up the kill. Standing on the dead snake, Taita proudly blurts out that this Class 1 magical beast was way weaker than he expected. Jianchen laughs and tells him the beast was not weak at all. They are just strong enough together to handle this part of the forest easily. That idea excites Taita, and he starts talking like the 2 of them can stroll through the second region and casually farm monster cores. Jianchen agrees, but his mood shifts when he adds 1 warning. A lone Class 1 beast is fine, but a whole pack would be dangerous. Taita doubts they will meet grouped beasts, but Jianchen answers with what he learned from the library. Some magical beasts really do travel in herds. While explaining, Jianchen goes to the dead viper and cuts into the tail, because he already knows this species keeps its monster core there. A bloody crystal core comes out of the snake's tail, turning the fresh kill into real profit. Taita slams his axe into a tree and roars that if herd beasts really appear, he will kill every last one of them. Jianqing tosses the clean monster core to Taita and tells him to keep it, since Taita landed the finishing blow. Taita looks at him strangely, not expecting Jianqing to hand over the reward so easily. Jianqing cuts off any argument, and says there will be plenty more cores in the next 3 days, so one core is nothing worth fighting over. That wins Taita over, and he happily accepts his first monster core while promising the next one will belong to Jianqing. They move deeper into the forest with a new routine. Jianqing scouts for danger, and Taita simply hacks a path through the grass with tireless brute force. After a while, Jianqing suddenly halts and raises a hand, signaling Taita to stop making noise. Taita immediately falls back to Jianqing's side, gripping his axe as both of them brace for something hidden in the grass. Taita scans with his eyes and finds nothing, but Jianqing closes his eyes and pushes his hearing and spirit to the limit. As Jianqing sinks deeper into that focus, he remembers the old duel where his soul once broke through under Duguqiubai's pressure. He regrets that in this world he still cannot project that soul outward, because if he could, no hidden beast in this forest could escape him. Then something shifts. Jianqing slips into a strange state where his spirit seems to blend with the surrounding plants. In that new state, he finally catches one barely audible breath hiding in the brush. Jianqing explodes into motion, weaving through branches and covering 10 meters in a flash toward the hidden target. His iron rod spears into the grass first, and a black panther bursts out with blood pouring from a fresh wound on its head. Jianqing does not give it a second chance, and drives the rod straight through the panther's throat mid-lunge. The beast crashes down dead before it can even scream again. When Taita finally catches up, he is stunned to see a Class 1 magical beast already dead at Jianqing's feet. He can barely get the question out, because the kill happened in less than half a breath and makes no sense for a student below sane level. Jianqing casually pulls out the rod and downplays it, claiming the beast practically threw itself onto his weapon. Taita stares at him, half convinced and half completely lost, and mutters that maybe stupid magical beasts really do exist. After taking the panther's core, the two keep hunting, and before long the second region starts feeling less like danger and more like a treasure ground. By nightfall, they set up in an open clearing with a campfire, the dark forest pressing in from every side. Turning a monster core in the firelight, Taita praises Jianqing again, and admits almost every beast they met today died to that battered iron rod. Jianqing brushes off the praise and gives Taita credit too, saying the axe strikes made the kills easier. Now that the fighting has paused, Taita finally asks the question that bothered him all day. How does Jianqing always know a beast is nearby? Jianqing points to his ear and head, hinting that sharp hearing and something deeper in his spirit are what keep finding danger first. He spells it out a little more while polishing the rod. He listens with his ears, but he also feels the area with his spirit, and that part is not something Taita can easily copy. Then Jianqing changes the mood and says it is time to count the day's earnings. A stream of monster cores spills from Jianqing's belt until a glittering pile forms in front of him. Taita dumps out his own stash too, and his pile ends up just a little bigger. They count them and laugh over the close result. Jianqing has 48, while Taita edges him out with 49. Jianqing looks at the mountain of cores and starts thinking ahead to the real prize, especially the Class 4 monster core he badly wants. That calm breaks instantly when Jianqing's face darkens and he whispers that someone is coming. Both of them hurry to sweep every core back into their space belts before the stranger reaches the clearing. A few breaths later, the grass parts and a thin muddy girl in a torn academy uniform stumbles out like she has reached safety by pure luck. The moment she sees them, the girl almost breaks down and begs them not to leave her behind with the magical beasts. In the firelight they finally get a clear look at her. She is a frightened academy girl, scratched up, muddy, and close to tears. Jianqing softens his tone and tells her to sit, already guessing the kind of trouble that left her in this state. When Jianqing asks her name, the trembling girl introduces herself as Liang Xiaola. Taita bluntly asks why someone so scared came into the forest at all, and why she ended up alone. Liang Xiaola explains that she entered with friends, but a strong magical beast wounded their group and scattered them, leaving her lost and alone. Taita cannot hide his pride and blurts out that he and Jianqing already killed more than 100 magical beasts today by themselves. Before the talk can go further, Liang Xiaola's stomach growls loudly enough for everyone to hear. Jianqing smiles, sees how hungry she is, and tears off a hot piece of roasted magical beast meat for her. Liang Xiaola awkwardly wipes the dirt from her hands with her torn clothes and takes the food like someone too hungry to care about manners anymore. She devours the first piece fast, and when her eyes drift back to the rest, Jianqing quietly offers her another. Even starving, she hesitates and asks what the two of them will eat if she takes more. Taita laughs and points out the extra magical beast corpse under the tree, proving food is the one thing they are not short on tonight. Seeing that carcass up close leaves Liang Xiaola genuinely impressed that the two boys really can kill Class 1 beasts on their own. Time passes, the meal ends, and Jianqing and Taita settle down to rest while Liang Xiaola anxiously asks where she is supposed to sleep. That immediately unsettles Liang Xiaola again, and she asks where she is supposed to sleep. Jianchen points her to a nearby tree and says sleeping above ground will keep her safer if magical beasts come in the night. The mention of nighttime attacks turns Liang Xiaola pale, and her fear surges all over again. She panics and asks where Jianchen and Tai Ta will be, terrified they might leave her alone to be eaten. Jianchen can only sigh inwardly at how sheltered she is, but he still reassures her that they will rest in the next tree over, not far away. His answer calms her a little, but not enough to stop the fear from lingering in her face and body. Then her fear turns into sobbing anger, and Liang Xiaola starts cursing the academy and the headmaster for throwing students into a trial that feels like a death trap. Deep in the forest at night, Jianchen and Tai Ta keep cultivating under a tree while Liang Xiaola hides on a branch above them, too scared to sleep. Liang Xiaola keeps watching the two boys like her last line of defense, terrified they might leave her alone in the dark. A breeze stirs the tall grass, and Jianchen suddenly opens his eyes and rises with his iron rod, already sensing danger before anyone else. When Liang Xiaola whispers what is happening, Jianchen ignores her panic and tells Tai Ta to wake up because magical beasts are already moving in. Tai Ta wakes instantly with his battle axe, but Jianchen warns him this is not one beast sneaking around anymore, it is a whole group. Liang Xiaola nearly breaks down at the word group, and Jianchen has to snap at her to stay quiet before she attracts even more beasts. Jianchen quietly judges that at least 10 beasts have already surrounded them, and that estimate is enough to wipe the confidence off Tai Ta's face. The hidden threat finally shows itself when cyan eyes open in the grass from every direction, revealing a ring of blue wolves around the tree and far more of them than expected. Jianchen recognizes the pack as Class 1 magical beast blue wolves and even tells Tai Ta to climb a tree if he wants to live. Tai Ta refuses to retreat, gripping his battle axe and declaring that 20 Class 1 wolves still will not bring them down. Liang Xiaola gives up on the boys surviving and silently begs for a teacher to find them before the pack closes in. The wolves stop just 5 meters away and form a tight ring around the tree, but neither Jianchen nor Tai Ta shows any fear. One wolf throws back its head and howls, the whole pack joins in, and the chilling sound hits Liang Xiaola so hard she slips from the branch and falls to the ground shaking. Several kilometers away, a middle-aged teacher hears the wolves and instantly realizes a student has run into a blue wolf pack. He bolts toward the sound at full speed, hoping he is not already too late, while 3 other teachers in different parts of the forest rush the same way. The howl is the attack signal, and the whole pack lunges at once. Tai Ta meets the first charge head-on and smashes a wolf away with one brutal axe strike, proving his raw strength is terrifying. He keeps hurling wolves away with that 100-pound axe, wounding every beast that comes close even if their tough hides keep them alive. Jianchen moves the opposite way, slipping into the pack with icy focus and driving his iron rod straight through a wolf's throat. He twists away before the next bite can land, leaving the throat-pierced wolf collapsing in its own blood behind him. Using a nimble, almost dance-like footwork, Jianchen weaves through 10 wolves at once and keeps stabbing weak points they cannot protect. In only a few breaths, 3 wolves are already dying from Jianchen's throat strikes, while the rest are left limping from wounds at their joints. Tai Ta still looks overwhelming with his axe, but compared to Jianchen's precision, he is only maiming wolves instead of finishing them. When Liang Xiaola finally forces herself to look down, she is stunned to see both boys still standing and the wolf pack getting torn apart instead of the other way around. Tai Ta's axe keeps blasting wolves away, while Jianchen has become such a blur that Liang Xiaola can barely track him at all. The bloody sight still shakes Liang Xiaola badly, but her face starts to regain color now that the boys are not being instantly overwhelmed. Then one wolf finally breaks through and clamps onto Tai Ta's shoulder, drawing a rush of blood. Tai Ta answers the bite with sheer monster strength, ripping the wolf off his shoulder and tearing its head from its body with his bare hands. That display makes the nearby wolves hesitate in fear for a moment, staring at Tai Ta and the mangled carcass in his hands. He does not give them time to recover, dropping the corpse, reclaiming his axe, and charging right back into them. Another wolf howls to rally the pack, and the fear in the wolves vanishes as they all rush Tai Ta again. Bleeding and half-dressed in rags now, Tai Ta suddenly gets even more dangerous and starts killing wolves outright with his axe. On Jianchen's side, a wolf drops from above, but he turns and drives his iron rod through its heart in one clean counter. Jianchen yanks the rod free and slips away just before the rest of the pack crashes into the spot he was standing. As the battle drags on, the dead wolves keep piling up and the pressure on the two boys steadily drops. Jianchen has already killed more than 10 wolves and somehow kept his own clothes almost clean despite the slaughter. When Jianchen checks on Tai Ta, he sees only 7 or 8 wolves left, but Tai Ta is covered in blood and his clothes have been torn almost to strips. Jianchen immediately rushes over to help, because the wolves Tai Ta battered are exhausted enough for him to finish efficiently. One by one, Jianchen ends the last wolves with quick throat strikes until the pack is finally wiped out. Only after the pack is dead does Jianchen finally start breathing hard, while Tai Ta stands there grinning with his fighting spirit fully awake. Tai Ta laughs and wants to keep hunting Class 1 beasts, still riding the high of his first real kills. Jianchen is less excited than practical, immediately asking Tai Ta how serious the bites are. Tai Ta brushes it off and says the wounds are mostly superficial, because his body has always been unusually tough. Tai Ta asks back if Jianchen is hurt, and Jianchen calmly tells him the wolves never managed to touch him. Then Jianchen suddenly raises his voice toward the grass, revealing he already knows someone has been watching the whole aftermath. Tai Ta catches on a beat later, grabs his axe again, and threatens whoever is hiding to come out. 4 figures leap from the grass, and Tai Ta braces for another fight while Jianchen only smiles, already guessing who they are. When the figures stop close enough to see, they turn out to be 4 academy teachers, all staring at the battlefield in open shock. Tai Ta recognizes the newcomers at last and blurts out that they are the academy's teachers. The old teacher, Elder Yun, praises Jianchen bluntly, saying even many saints would struggle to kill that many Class 1 beasts with a mere iron rod. Jianchen answers modestly and says blue wolves were only manageable because their attack power was not the strongest among Class 1 beasts. Elder Yun appreciates that answer even more, then turns to praise Tai Ta and mentions the headmaster was right to take him as an apprentice. Tai Ta can only stand there and grin modestly, suddenly awkward after all that ferocity. The female teacher points out that they rushed here to rescue students for nothing, because these 2 are absurdly strong for the second region. All 4 teachers can only smile bitterly, because they had raced here expecting to save endangered students and instead found 2 boys who had already slaughtered an entire blue wolf pack by themselves. With the fight over, one teacher finally asks what all 4 of them are wondering. How did Jianchen spot them while they were hidden in the grass? Jianchen answers without hesitation that he noticed the teachers the moment they arrived, which leaves the woman teacher openly stunned. He explains that even while fighting the wolves, he kept watching the whole area because dropping his guard in the forest could get them ambushed. The teachers finally understand his point when Jianchen says they made no sound, but their arrival still disturbed the grass enough to expose them. An older teacher can only praise Jianchen's sharpness before reluctantly saying they have to move on and rescue other students. Before they go, Jianchen stops them and points up into the tree, asking the teachers to escort Liang Xiaola out since she seemed too scared to stay. A teacher agrees in principle, but warns that leaving early would still mean Liang Xiaola fails the test. That warning changes everything, and Liang Xiaola immediately jumps down from the tree to insist that she is not leaving after all. Tai Ta, already fed up with her crying, bluntly asks why she refuses a safe way out if she is still terrified of magical beasts. Liang Xiaola admits she is still scared, but says she wants to stay because Jianchen and Tai Ta are staying, which leaves Tai Ta speechless for once. Jianchen still tries to send her away, warning that the forest is full of magical beasts, and they cannot promise to protect her every time. Liang Xiaola begs to follow them anyway, saying this was her first real encounter with magical beasts, and she will learn not to panic next time. The middle-aged woman teacher laughs and sides with Liang Xiaola, pointing out that with Jianchen and Tai Ta around, the second region is barely a test anymore. With even the teachers pushing for it, Jianchen gives in, and Tai Ta silently accepts his decision like he already sees Jianchen as the team's leader. As soon as the teachers are gone, Jianchen and Tai Ta ignore the social awkwardness and head straight for the dead blue wolves to collect every core they can. Pulling monster cores out of the wolves' heads is grisly work, and Liang Xiaola goes pale while forcing herself to keep watching instead of running away. That uneasy lesson becomes the start of Liang Xiaola's change, and the rest of the night passes quietly after the wolf attack. At dawn, Jianchen finishes cultivating and rises, and Tai Ta wakes moments later with the same quiet alertness. Even while cultivating, the 2 kept enough awareness to track movement through the grass, which is exactly how they survive in the forest. Jianchen sends Tai Ta to gather dry branches, while he starts cutting blue wolf meat for the rough breakfast they have to make without supplies. Soon they have a rough breakfast going, roasting unwashed beast meat over a simple fire because there is no water anywhere nearby. The smell is so good that Liang Xiaola wakes on her branch, drops lightly to the ground, and hurries over to stare at the golden roasted meat. Tai Ta mutters under his breath that it is impressive how fast she forgot last night's crying, but he is too embarrassed to repeat it when she asks what he said. Now that she knows their names, Liang Xiaola excitedly realizes she has ended up traveling with the famous Tai Ta and Chang Yang Xiang Tian. Jianchen tosses Liang Xiaola some meat and tests her resolve by asking if she is really prepared to stay in a forest full of magical beasts for 2 more days. Liang Xiaola admits she is still afraid, but says seeing 2 boys her age calmly slaughter the blue wolves made her ashamed of the useless students who abandoned her. Then she stands up and declares that she will spend the next 2 days properly learning from them, and this time Jianchen quietly approves. Jianchen realizes that her fear matters less than her willingness to change, especially for a pampered noble girl facing real monsters for the first time. After breakfast, the 3 set out again, with Liang Xiaola trailing behind empty-handed because she lost her own weapon when she got separated from her group. Tai Tao's academy uniform is already beyond saving, so he now fights in rough blue wolf leather tied together with grass roots. By the end of the second day, their haul reaches 70 magical beasts, and Liang Xiaola is left staring at the number in disbelief. More importantly, Liang Xiaola has changed for real, because now she can face magical beasts, and even the sight of blood without screaming. She also learns the forest quickly, and, to Jianchen's surprise, never becomes the burden he feared she would be. That night by the campfire, the 3 finally sit down to count their monster cores together. Liang Xiaola, now grimy and scratched herself, asks in amazement if the two of them really still have not condensed saint weapons and become saints. Tai Ta answers by lifting his battered axe in annoyance, making it obvious that if he were already a saint, he would not still be relying on this wrecked weapon. Liang Xiaola praises them even more for killing Class 1 magical beasts before reaching saint level, but Jianqin cools that down by reminding her these academy beasts are weaker than the real dangerous ones. Liang Xiaola agrees and adds a warning from her father: some Class 1 magical beasts can even use spells strong enough to trouble ordinary saints. Then Jianqin lays out a much bolder plan. Since nothing in the second region can really stop them now, he wants to move into the third region. Tai Ta thinks it over and quickly agrees, eager to test himself against true Class 2 magical beasts. Liang Xiaola is alarmed and warns them that the third region is far deadlier, with tougher hides, no guarantee of survival, and even a marsh full of poisonous vipers. Even Tai Ta has to admit her practical point, because after 2 days of non-stop fighting, both his axe and Jianqin's iron rod are almost worn out. So Jianqin adjusts the plan and decides they will head back first, find other students in the second region, and trade monster cores for better weapons. Once that is settled, Jianqin tells Liang Xiaola they should part ways tomorrow so she can finish the test safely with other students instead of following them into worse danger. Liang Xiaola nods, disappointed but realistic enough to know she would only slow them down in the third region. The night passes quietly again, and at first light Jianqin and Tai Ta finish cultivating before the three prepare one last simple breakfast. After eating, they start walking back the way they came, and their sharpened sense for danger makes the return trip much faster than before. By a large tree, they finally spot a worn-out group of 9 students resting after their own hard fight, with a fresh beast carcass lying nearby. The exhausted group is still trying to scrape together enough monster cores to pass, and the nobles among them have long since dropped their pride and teamed up with commoners to survive. When the grass starts moving nearby, the 9 students instantly think another magical beast is coming and scramble to their feet in alarm. Instead of a beast, Tai Ta hacks through the weeds in his blue wolf leather, with Jianqin and Liang Xiaola emerging behind him like a grim little expedition. The 9 students relax at once and even start smiling, because anyone who survived all 3 days in this forest has to be useful allies. Then Liang Xiaola spots someone she recognizes in the group and instantly lights up, shouting Li Sha's name before running straight toward her. The girl hears the familiar voice but hesitates, because with all the dirt on her face even she barely recognizes Liang Xiaola. Liang Xiaola throws her arms around the girl in sheer relief, and the girl finally recognizes her and blurts out that she is Xiaola. Liang Xiaola finally confirms her identity, and Li Sha throws her arms around her in pure relief after fearing they had been separated for good in the forest. A student from Li Sha's group warmly invites Jianqin and Tai Ta to join them, hoping their numbers and shared monster cores will make hunting safer and easier. Jianqin politely refuses, saying he and Tai Ta have already decided to leave, even though the student keeps pressing because their strength is obvious. The group assumes the 2 boys must be giving up on the test, because none of them imagine that leaving actually means pushing into the even deadlier third region. Tai Ta spots a better battle axe in the group and bluntly offers 2 Class 1 monster cores for it, pulling out his own wrecked axe and blood-covered cores on the spot. The group is stunned by how ruined Tai Ta's old weapon is, and a few sharper students start realizing the damage came from his own brutal fighting strength. Another student tries to offer a sword instead, but Tai Ta refuses immediately because he still wants a battle axe. The axe owner quickly agrees, and once the trade is done, everyone looks at Tai Ta with new respect and unease because those monster cores could only have been earned by killing beasts here. Jianqin turns back to Liang Xiaola and tells her to stay with Li Sha's larger group now that she has found her friend again. Liang Xiaola agrees and quietly tells Jianqin and Tai Ta to be careful before the 2 boys leave without wasting another moment. As soon as they are gone, Li Sha complains that the 2 boys seemed arrogantly unwilling to stay with the group. Liang Xiaola clears it up. Jianqin and Tai Ta really are leaving the second region, because they are heading into the third region to hunt Class 2 magical beasts. The whole group erupts at once, calling the plan impossible and reckless because only saints are supposed to survive in the third region. Liang Xiaola stands firm and says they are not saints yet, but she has seen enough to know the 2 of them are genuinely formidable. Then Liang Xiaola drops the real reveal. The giant with the axe is Tai Ta, the headmaster's apprentice, and the other boy is Chang Yang Xiang Tian, the freshman ruler. That name drop instantly changes the mood, and the students excitedly remember all the stories about Tai Ta and Jianqin fighting far above normal freshmen. Liang Xiaola goes even further and reveals that she personally watched Jianqin and Tai Ta kill more than 70 magical beasts in a single day. Li Sha blurts the claim out loud, and the whole camp freezes because even hearing that number sounds absurd. The students demand answers, but the story cuts away from their shock and follows Jianqin and Tai Ta as they finally reach the third region. At first the third region does not look very different, but as Jianqin and Tai Ta push deeper in, the ground turns into swampy trapland and the forest feels far harsher than the second region ever did. The 2 boys advance cautiously with green insect repellent powder dusted over them, using every bit of practical preparation they can in the swamp. Tai Ta asks how Jianqin seems so familiar with this kind of terrain, and Jianchen casually explains that he learned it all from books in the library. Their quiet moment ends when the ground suddenly starts trembling, and Jianchen's expression hardens before the beast even appears. Jianchen warns that a large magical beast is coming, and both boys tense up because anything in the third region should be a Class 2 monster. Then the flaming cloud beast crashes into view, a massive red-furred creature with huge tusks and enough weight to shake the earth with every step. Jianchen recognizes it at once and warns Tai Ta that this flaming cloud beast can spit fire, making it far more dangerous than a simple brute. As the beast charges, Jianchen calls the split attack. He will take the front while Tai Ta circles behind. Jianchen leaps onto the beast's head and drives his iron rod down with full force, but the blow only scrapes the skin like striking steel. A beat later, Tai Ta hacks at the beast from behind, but even his heavy axe only breaks skin and fails to cut deep. Enraged by the attacks, the flaming cloud beast jerks its head violently and throws Jianchen off its back. Jianchen recovers midair with a quick tree-assisted landing, but the beast has already turned its full attention on Tai Ta. Tai Ta dodges the bite and smashes his axe into one tusk hard enough to snap it off, though the impact chips his new weapon too. When the wounded beast stampedes again, Tai Ta does something even crazier and meets it head-on instead of dodging. Tai Ta grabs the beast by its tusks and wrestles its momentum, getting shoved backward across the ground even with his monstrous strength. Roaring like a beast himself, Tai Ta forces out even more strength and snaps off the second tusk too. Not stopping there, Tai Ta turns the broken tusk into a spear and drives it back into the monster's head, drawing blood at last. That drives the flaming cloud beast into a rage, and it opens its jaws wide to unleash a serpent-like blast of fire straight at Tai Ta. Tai Ta tries to throw himself clear, but the fire still catches him and his whole body lights up. Seeing Tai Ta burning, Jianchen goes pale and instantly rips a thick branch from a tree to rescue him. The giant beast lunges in to finish Tai Ta, but Jianchen reaches him just in time and hooks him away with the branch before those jaws can close. Jianchen tears off Tai Ta's burning wolf hide outfit with his bare hands, knowing the fur is what keeps the flames clinging to him. Once the wolf leather is gone, Tai Ta is no longer burning, and he rolls on the ground yelling about the heat while Jianchen realizes he avoided the worst. The ugly punchline lands at the end of the rescue. Tai Ta is alive, but the fire has burned off every bit of hair on his head and face, leaving him completely bald. Right after the fire attack, Jianchen checks Tai Ta in alarm, and Tai Ta grits out that he survived, even if the heat nearly cooked him. Relieved that Tai Ta is still standing, Jianchen turns back with a sharp look as the fight clearly is not over yet. The ground starts thundering again as the flaming cloud beast charges out, stomping forward and spitting fire with ugly excitement. Tai Ta asks the obvious problem, and Jianchen bluntly explains that their normal weapons cannot cut this beast's hide, so they have to kill it through the eye. Before they can move, the beast opens its jaws again and blasts another stream of fire straight at them. Both boys dive away, and Jianchen instantly shouts for Tai Ta to lure the beast so he can make one clean strike. Tai Ta does not hesitate, hurling a rock right at the spot where he broke the beast's tusk to make its temper snap. The hit lands on the tender wound, and the enraged beast forgets Jianchen and turns all its fire on Tai Ta instead. With the opening finally there, Jianchen sprints low across the grass, gripping the iron rod so hard it starts to bend in his hand. Ignoring the heat, Jianchen leaps onto the beast's head and drives the iron rod straight for its eye. But the beast reacts at the last second and slams its eyelid shut before the rod can pierce the eyeball. Jianchen immediately pours his soul energy into the iron rod, turning that crude weapon into something sharp enough to force through the eyelid. The rod punches through the lid, blood erupts from the eye, and the flaming cloud beast lets out a horrible scream. The wounded beast thrashes wildly, but Jianchen keeps forcing the rod deeper, aiming straight for its brain through the ruined eye socket. The pain grows so fierce that the beast crashes to the ground and can only writhe there in a desperate last struggle. Seeing it pinned by pain, Jianchen calls Tai Ta over because only Tai Ta's monstrous strength can finish this cleanly. Tai Ta grabs the rod and drives it nearly a meter farther in, leaving only a short end protruding. The flaming cloud beast gives one last deafening howl, spends the last of its strength, and finally dies. Only after the danger passes does Tai Ta start mourning the real tragedy to him, his missing hair and ruined clothes. Jianchen laughs, pulls a spare wolf pelt from his space belt, and tells the nearly half-naked Tai Ta to put something on. Tai Ta quickly turns the spare pelt into rough new clothing, and the pair take the beast's monster core before moving on. Once the boys leave, a woman in fiery red drops from the trees and stares at the corpse in open disbelief. Recognizing what happened, Yu Fengyan admits that Tai Ta and Changyang Xiang Tian just killed a famously tough Class 2 beast with ordinary iron weapons, and she decides the headmaster needs to hear about it. She vanishes as quickly as she appeared, but another trouble arrives almost at once. 5 armed students enter the clearing, following the howl and expecting to find a wounded beast or easy prey. When they realize the fresh corpse is a flaming cloud beast, even they go serious, because only someone strong could have killed it this recently. After spotting Jianchen's footprints, the group decides to chase the killers down, first to judge their strength, and if possible, to rob them. Farther ahead in the third region, Jianchen and Tai Ta move carefully through the swampy forest until Jianchen suddenly hears pursuers behind them. The 5 students catch up, spread out, and box the 2 of them in before either side bothers pretending this is friendly. Jianchen asks what they want, and the answer is blunt: hand over the space belts or get beaten for them. Tai Ta bristles at the demand, and Jianchen answers with a smile that the belts are full of monster cores if the robbers think they can take them. The robbers rush in together, aiming to subdue them without killing, but Jianchen and Tai Ta dodge the opening strike cleanly. Tai Ta's recent battles finally show in his instincts, because he dodges and instantly swings his axe at an attacker's leg. A sword barely intercepts the axe, but Tai Ta's raw strength still drives the weapon down the blade and leaves the defender's arm numb. That student panics and warns the others not to get close to Tai Ta, because his strength is abnormal even by saint standards. At the same time, Jianchen is dancing around a swordsman with that battered iron rod, using speed instead of power to control the exchange. The instant he sees an opening, Jianchen drives the iron rod into the student's thigh, choosing to cripple him instead of kill him. Another swordsman breaks off in alarm to check on his friend, and that single distraction is all Jianchen needs. Jianchen closes the distance and smashes the distracted youth in the chest with saint force, sending him flying and coughing blood. After dropping his own 2 opponents, Jianchen turns and sees Tai Ta still locked against 3 attackers and bleeding through his pelt. Jianchen jumps into that fight too, and once the 2 boys fight together, the 3 remaining robbers quickly start losing ground. A few moments later, all 5 robbers are down on the ground in pain, and the ambush has completely backfired. Jianchen checks Tai Ta again, and Tai Ta brushes off the cuts, saying his body can take it. When Tai Ta asks what to do with the robbers, Jianchen answers with a sly idea: take their monster cores and give the empty belts back. That sentence hits the 5 harder than the beating, because losing 2 days of cores this late means they are almost certainly finished. Tai Ta happily strips the space belts from them while Jianchen stands guard with the bloody iron rod, making sure no one tries anything foolish. The haul turns out to be 12 Class 2 monster cores, and Jianchen immediately splits them evenly between himself and Tai Ta. The moment Jianchen says Tai Ta's name, the robbers' expressions collapse, because they realize too late that they just targeted the headmaster's apprentice. Now they can only stew in regret, because not only did the robbery fail, they cannot even think about getting revenge on Tai Ta. Tai Ta openly praises Jianchen for beating 5 saints so fast, but Jianchen just laughs it off and says they should keep hunting while there is still time. After the pair disappear into the forest, the humiliated robbers start cursing their luck and the disaster they brought on themselves. Then one of them points out a meaner thought: Tai Ta is untouchable, but Changyang Xiang Tian is not. The others admit Jianchen is too fast and too strong for them alone, so the group starts thinking about borrowing someone else's power. They settle on the obvious path, hoping to link up with enemies like Lord Qing or Master Luo later and hit Jianchen through a stronger alliance. Half a day passes in the harsher 3rd region, and even after hard fights, Jianchen and Tai Ta only manage to earn 7 more Class 2 cores. The 3rd region proves restless in another way too, because scarce monsters push more students into robbery, and Jianchen's group gets jumped 3 more times. They win every one of those fights and seize the robbers' cores too, although one whole group embarrassingly had nothing worth taking. Still, the other 2 robber groups hand over a total of 33 Class 2 cores, which turns a brutal afternoon into a very profitable one. By night, the 2 finally stop beside a small fire to roast meat, both looking far more worn down than they ever were in the 2nd region. Tai Ta now looks almost like a savage, with most of his academy uniform gone, only a pelt covering the essentials, and scars all over his tough body. Jianchen is not in much better shape, because his academy uniform is so soaked in blood and grime that it has darkened almost black. Just as they settle in, Jianchen's sharp hearing catches the sound of another battle somewhere in the darkness. He rises at once and tells Tai Ta there is fighting nearby, setting up yet another turn before the night can go quiet. At their 3rd region campfire, Tai Ta shrugs off distant noise, but Jianchen goes still because it sounds wrong to him. Drawing on his old combat instincts, Jianchen realizes this is not a beast fight at all but people clashing and moving closer. He warns Tai Ta to get ready for trouble, but decides they are strong enough to hold their ground instead of running. Tai Ta eagerly asks if they should go watch, but Jianchen calmly says the battle will come to them soon enough. Moments later, 4 battered students burst from the bushes toward the fire, with one black-clad pursuer right on their heels. One of the fleeing students shouts that the group behind them is trying to steal 2 days' worth of monster cores and begs Jianchen's camp to join forces. The voice hits Jianchen as strangely familiar, and he strains to place it while the trap closes in around the fleeing group. Luo Jian suddenly cuts off the escape route and smashes the lead defender backward with a heavy giant sword strike. When the trapped group yells Luo Jian's name, Jianchen finally recognizes the other familiar voice too and freezes in shock. The moment Jianchen realizes the man under attack is his older brother Changyan, who, he shouts and launches himself into the fight. Tai Ta charges after him without hesitation, following Jianchen's lead like second nature by now. Jianchen arrives first and drives his iron rod into the attacker, pressuring Changyan, who, turning the whole melee in one flash. Before the stunned robber can recover, Jianchen kicks him away and clears space around his brother. At the same time, Tai Ta crashes into the robbers and sends one flying backward with sheer brute force. Even winning the clash costs him, because every collision with a saint weapon chews another piece off his battered axe. The robbers finally understand Tai Ta is monstrously strong, and one of them urgently warns the others to avoid his axe head-on. On Jianchen's side, his rod keeps striking out of the darkness so fast that Changyang, whose enemies cannot react in time. The instant Jianchen cripples one robber's leg, Changyang, who cuts deep into the man's shoulder and nearly severs his arm. Then a cyan-glowing blade drops toward Jianchen, and he instantly realizes a real wind-attributed saint is targeting him. Jianchen slips away with his movement skill like a mirage, and the sword cuts only empty space. When Jianchen lands a few meters away and calls Luo Jian by name, both sides suddenly realize exactly who has stepped into this fight. Changyang, who is the first to confirm it, staring at the grime-covered boy in disbelief as he recognizes his fourth brother's voice. Luo Jian studies the soot-covered boy, then finally realizes he is Changyang Xiang Tian and is shocked by how strong he has become. Jianchen cuts the reunion short, telling Changyang who to help the others while he handles Luo Jian himself. Changyang who warns that Luo Jian is already a mid-level saint, but he trusts Jianchen and rushes off to support the rest of his team. With Jianchen and Tai Ta suddenly added to the field, the robbers lose their edge and the whole battle starts tipping the other way. Jianchen needles Luo Jian that the robbery has failed and that the monster cores he came to steal will now be taken from him instead. Luo Jian snaps back that Jianchen does not have the power to do that, and the duel finally begins in earnest. Jianchen strikes first, lunging with a hidden thrust that uses the night itself as cover. Luo Jian answers with a brutal wind-boosted slash, his cyan blade moving fast enough to leave afterimage. Jianchen slips aside and keeps his thrust online, forcing Luo Jian to retreat with wind-enhanced speed just to avoid being skewered. To Jianchen, Luo Jian's movements are fast but clumsy, all power and no real technique. Jianchen suddenly leaps, kicks off a tree trunk, and comes back in with a lightning-fast strike that the eye can barely follow. This time Luo Jian cannot defend or dodge, and Jianchen's iron rod punches straight into his chest. Jianchen does not stop at the wound, sending Saint Force through the rod and wrecking Luo Jian's body from the inside. When the rod comes free, Luo Jian collapses to the ground vomiting blood and screaming in pain no one there expected. Luo Jian's collapse shocks everyone except Tai Ta, and the robbers suddenly understand the boy with the iron rod is the most dangerous person on the field. Jianchen presses the advantage instead of letting the rest escape, because now that he has found Changyang who he refuses to leave this threat unfinished. Once Jianchen joins the main clash, the robber's side collapses fast under his precision and Tai Ta's raw strength. By the end, all 8 robbers are down, wounded and terrified, staring at Jianchen as if they have seen something impossible. Changyang, whose side is battered too, but relief takes over at once and his companions openly marvel at how strong Jianchen really is. Jianchen finally checks on Changyang who first, asking if his brother has any serious injuries after the fight. Changyang who assures him he is fine thanks to his Earth-attributed Saint Force, then immediately bombards Jianchen with questions about how he got this strong. Jianchen puts that reunion off again and turns everyone's attention back to the real issue, asking what punishment the robbers deserve. Changyang who leaves the decision to Jianchen, admitting his group would have lost everything without him. Jianchen decides there is no reason for mercy and orders every monster core taken from the robbers' space belts. When the belts are searched, even Jianchen is surprised to find a huge haul of 130 cores, proof that Luo Jian's group has been robbing others for days. Jianchen proposes splitting the spoils 6 ways, treating his brother's 4-man group and his own side as equal victors. One of Changyang whose companions objects at once, insisting the haul belongs to Jianchen and Tai Ta because they were the ones who actually turned the fight around. The other 2 agree just as firmly, satisfied that they kept their own monster cores and unwilling to act shameless over the rest. Jianchen studies their faces, sees they truly mean it, and quietly gains a lot of respect for the kind of friends Changyang who has made. To settle it fairly, Jianchen says he and Tai Ta will only take half, and Changyang whose side can divide the other half among the 4 of them. Changyang who backs Jianchen's idea and splits the captured monster cores fairly, giving half to Jianchen and Tai Ta and dividing the rest among his own 3 friends. Once the cores are handed out, Changyang whose friends light up because each of them gets far more than they managed to earn on their own. With the danger eased for the moment, the group relocates and settles around a fresh fire to roast meat together. By the fire, Changyang who introduces his 3 closest friends, including the identical twins Oz and Aoba, and the mood finally turns friendly. After a bit of easy conversation, even Tai Ta is folded into the group, and the 6 start feeling like allies instead of a temporary team-up. Then Changyang who asks the question bothering all of them, how did Jianchen, who was not even a saint before entering the forest, end up this deep in the 3rd region and strong enough to beat Luo Jian? Jianchen casually raises his battered iron rod and reminds them that if he had already become a saint, he would not still be fighting with a broken rusty weapon. That answer hits hard, because Changyang who and his friends suddenly realize Jianchen really defeated Luo Jian with nothing but that miserable iron rod. Jianqin goes further and says that in the second region, he and Tai Ta had already grown so dominant that they moved into the third region because ordinary beasts there were no longer enough. The others can barely process it, because even saints struggle in the second region, yet Jianqin is saying he conquered it before even breaking through. When Changyang Hu asks how close he is now, Jianqin says he has already reached the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer and plans to become a saint after this exercise ends. That leaves Changyang Hu openly stunned, because Jianqin only entered the academy months ago at the 8th layer and has already climbed to the edge of sainthood. From that moment, Changyang Hu's three friends silently decide that Jianqin is a genius they should stay close to, not someone they ever want as an enemy. Jianqin then turns the talk practical and asks why the entire third region has become a place where students rob each other for monster cores. Changyang Hu explains that once one well-backed group started stealing cores on the second day, everyone copied them because Class 2 beasts are scarce and robbery is easier than hunting. He adds that weaker students got stripped of the cores they earned, many left injured, and the third region has thinned out because too many people were beaten into quitting. When Tai Ta asks why the hidden teachers allow this, the twins explain that unless a student's life is in real danger, the academy wants them to learn how to endure and unite under this kind of pressure. Tai Ta finally gets it, and Jianqin's expression turns sly as he asks the obvious next question: if others can rob them, why shouldn't they rob first? The proposal electrifies the group, because with Jianqin and Tai Ta leading, even a clash with middle-level saints no longer sounds impossible. Darien commits first, the twins eagerly follow, Changyang Hu backs his little brother without hesitation, and Tai Ta quietly stays on Jianqin's side as always. After eating and setting the plan, the twins go out to scout while the rest wait in hiding for a target worth jumping. The twins soon return with news of a nearby 5-man group, and Jianqin moves the team out at once. They hit that first group while the 5 students are just preparing to rest, and Jianqin's side overwhelms them before they can properly react. The win is quick but not huge since those 5 only had about 20 Class 2 cores, so Jianqin's group takes them and leaves without wasting time. The 6 keep hunting through the whole night, but with fewer students left in the third region, suitable targets are getting harder to find. Halfway through the night, they run into another 6-person group with exactly the same idea, and the clash turns much more serious because the enemy side has 2 middle-level saints. Jianqin and Tai Ta lock down those 2 stronger opponents, and Jianqin wins his duel cleanly enough to break the other side's momentum. When that battle ends, the payoff is enormous. They seize a haul of 150 Class 2 cores from a group that had clearly robbed many others first. After their third fight of the night, everyone except Jianqin is running on fumes, and even Tai Ta has to stop pushing because the injured 4 need protection to rest. By the time they finally hide for the rest of the night, the numbers are almost absurd: 20 cores from the first group, 70 from another, and 150 from the strongest team, for a total of 260. Looking at that mountain of cores, even Jianqin starts to suspect they may be holding nearly half of all the Class 2 cores in the third region. The night passes without trouble, and at dawn the 6 start moving out of the forest, while herbal medicine slowly takes the edge off the others' injuries. To hide how worn down they really are, Changyang Hu and his 3 friends wear the well-made wolf pelts Jianqin and Tai Ta prepared earlier, making the injured boys look deceptively intact. Now that the 3 days are over, everyone knows the only thing that matters is getting their cores safely out of the forest, because the academy will let them keep whatever they protected. Jianqin takes point with Tai Ta behind him, because this last stretch toward the exit is exactly where ambushers should be waiting for a weak group to break. As they approach the third region's edge, the white enchantment ripples open to guide lost students home, but Jianqin still sweeps the area with his senses because this route is more dangerous, not less. The trip stays outwardly calm, but the road is lined with magical beast corpses that make it obvious plenty of violence passed through here before them. Once they finally cross out of the third region and back into the second, the whole group lets out a real breath, because now their monster cores are effectively safe. Changyang Hu and the others start celebrating the peaceful road, convinced they made it through the final danger without being targeted at all. Jianqin quietly ruins that comforting idea by revealing he sensed hidden groups waiting along the way, but they held back because they could not judge his side's strength. That makes Changyang Hu understand why Jianqin insisted they hide their injuries under wolf pelts, because looking healthy was what scared those hidden attackers off. Jianqin cuts the talk short and pushes the group onward, telling the others they can properly treat their wounds only after they are all the way back at the academy. As they near the academy through the first region, they start seeing many other survivors, and almost all of them look miserable after 3 days in the forest. Some injured students can barely move and have to be supported by their companions, which makes the return march feel more like a battered retreat than a victory. Outside the forest, Vice Headmaster Chang Bai-en waits with teachers and a huge crowd of academy students, and the returning students are immediately separated into 2 very different groups. Jianqin quickly works out the pattern. The rough left side group stayed in the forest for the full 3 days, while the larger right side group is made up of those who gave up early and failed no matter how many cores they had. While waiting in the left side group, Jianqin notices that many of the students around him are carrying fresh hatred toward whoever robbed or beat them inside the forest. Then Jianqin feels a killing glare, turns around, and finds a filthy, injured Luo Jian being supported by 2 students and staring at him with poisonous hatred. Jianchen only sneers, because he does not think Luo Jian can overpower him anymore, and he is even less worried that their clans would start a real feud over what happened in the academy test. Once the last students finish coming out, the survivors' side swells to several hundred, and only then does Vice Headmaster Chan Bai-in step forward to address everyone. Chan Bai-in praises the result, notes that more students lasted all 3 days than in previous years, and orders both groups to march back to the academy in formation. On the road back, the students stop at a small river to wash away the layers of grime, and the academy soon comes back into view ahead of them. When they reach the academy sports field, they find a tall platform already set up, making it clear the forest trial is ending in a formal public ranking and reward ceremony. Chan Bai-in takes the chair at the top of the platform and officially announces that the magical beast hunting competition has ended and the awards will now be handed out. At his call, the students who lasted the full 3 days and still gathered the required 2 monster cores step out from the crowd together. The first count begins with Class 1 monster cores, and Jianchen and Tai Ta head up to the platform with the other students to have their totals officially recorded. When the test results started, everyone immediately saw how brutal the third region had been, because only a little over 30 students stepped up with Class 1 monster cores. That low number puzzled the crowd, because on paper saints in the third region should have had an easier hunt than weaker students fighting Class 1 beasts in the second region. The first student to pass only laid down 3 monster cores, but the inspecting teacher still nodded and called it a solid result. When the student gave his name as Qingyun Feng, the teacher recorded it, returned his space belt, and handed him a badge of glory that sent him off beaming. More students passed one after another, most scraping by with only 2 cores, while the biggest haul so far reached just 8. Then a handsome boy with a fresh scar on his forehead walked up so calmly that he stood out before he even touched his belt. Mu Tian started placing monster cores on the table one by one, and when the count reached 6 without him slowing down, the teacher's mild approval turned into real attention. At 10 cores, the whole mood changed, because a non-saint student collecting that many by force alone sounded almost impossible. Mu Tian kept going past 15 as if it meant nothing, and the watching teachers began to look genuinely rattled by what they were seeing. From his seat above, Vice Headmaster Bai-in recognized the boy as Mu Tian, a fast-rising Mu clan talent who had already dared to challenge a saint after only a year in the academy. Bai-in's attention soon shifted to Jianchen and Tai Ta in the line, because he had personally seen them kill a fresh Class 2 magical beast with plain iron weapons, and still found it hard to believe. Mu Tian finally stopped at 23 cores and stated plainly that this was his haul. When the teacher pressed him on whether he had help, Mu Tian answered without flinching that he earned them all through his own hard work. That answer won Mu Tian open praise, and even after receiving his return belt and badge, he walked away as calm as when he arrived. Jianchen quietly memorized Mu Tian's name, sensing that this calm boy was dangerous in a way that would matter later. After Mu Tian's 23 cores, nobody else's result felt impressive anymore, and the line quickly moved until Jianchen reached the table. The moment Jianchen stepped up, Bai-in and several teachers straightened in their seats, because they had been waiting to see the exact size of his harvest. Jianchen looked at the table, hesitated, and asked the teacher to switch it for a bigger one. That simple request stunned the students behind him, who instantly took it as arrogance, and started whispering that he had lost his mind. Teacher Steve took the request as open disrespect, snapped back at Jianchen, and made it clear the table was not there for students to command around. Most teachers frowned at Jianchen's request, reading it as insolence, while only the few who had seen his forest fights understood the table really might be too small. In the crowd, one girl suddenly recognized the dirty, half-hidden face in front of the platform and blurted out that he was Chan Yang Xian Tian. The name alone shut down the mockery, because even students who had never seen Jianchen knew his reputation across Kargath Academy. Before the inspecting teacher could push back again, Bai-in stepped in with a faint smile and ordered a bigger table brought over immediately. A much larger inspection table replaced the old one, and the inspecting teacher sat back down with an annoyed face as he told Jianchen this should be enough. Jianchen ignored the teacher's prejudice, removed his space belt, and started by dropping 10 monster cores onto the giant table in one handful. When Jianchen calmly pulled out a second handful and brought the count to 20, the teacher's irritation gave way to surprise. The third handful pushed him to 30, beating Mu Tian's total on the spot and leaving the teacher openly stunned. But Jianchen still did not stop, and the repeated thud of more cores hitting the wood turned the whole platform silent. Handful after handful, Jianchen covered the giant table with a little under 100 Class 1 monster cores of different shapes and sizes. Students and teachers alike were shaken, because no one wanted to believe a non-saint could really gather almost 100 cores in 3 days by straightforward hunting. Many of them privately decided Jianchen must have robbed or taken cores from others, but even that explanation still proved his strength was frightening. Bai-in was hit especially hard, realizing Jianchen likely caused so many second region students to come back short, and he could only wonder how Jianchen and Tai Ta were killing beasts without Saint Chi. Still reeling, the inspecting teacher finally bent over the table and started counting Jian Chen's mountain of monster cores without even asking how he got them. At the sports field platform, Teacher Steve finishes Jian Chen's Class 1 count at 98 and hands back his own emerald space belt. Jian Chen hesitates and asks the elder to keep his personal belt for now, because he still needs the academy belt for the next evaluation. When Jian Chen plainly says he still has Class 2 monster cores, the elder and the teachers on the platform stop treating him like a rumor and start staring in disbelief. The elder recovers, lets Jian Chen keep competing, and the crowd's gaze shifts into a messy mix of envy, jealousy, and grudging respect. Instead of rejoining the crowd, Jian Chen walks straight to the Class 2 line, where only Saint-level students were supposed to belong. The Saint-level students size Jian Chen up in shock, because none of them had even seen him in the 3rd region and they can barely believe he killed Class 2 beasts at all. Then Tai Ta steps up for his own Class 1 appraisal, and this time the elder greets the headmaster's apprentice with an easy smile. Tai Ta answers with action instead of words and drops one fistful of Class 1 monster cores onto the table. When Tai Ta keeps pulling out fistful after fistful, the neat count turns into a huge pile, and the whole area goes quiet. By the time Tai Ta stops at just under 100 cores, his simple grin makes the result hit even harder. Teacher Steve counts 97 for Tai Ta and praises him for not disgracing the headmaster who chose him. The elder returns Tai Ta's own black gem space belt and his badge, but Tai Ta shocks everyone again by refusing them for now. Tai Ta calmly says he still has Class 2 monster cores too, and the teacher's disbelief snaps right back. Pressed by curiosity, the elder asks if Tai Ta really entered the 3rd region, and Tai Ta confirms it without any drama. When Tai Ta admits that he and Jian Chen killed some Class 2 magical beasts themselves, the platform is left stunned by something the academy has never seen before. Tai Ta joins Jian Chen in the Class 2 line, and now the two non-saints have become the center of the whole field. The Class 1 results are finalized with Jian Chen first at 98 and Tai Ta second at 97, far ahead of everyone else. Even Mu Tian, who was pushed down to 3rd, only looks more interested and quietly admits the two are the real deal. Chanyang, who slips over with obvious pride and tells Jian Chen that the two of them are absurd for collecting nearly 100 cores each in 3 days. That brief light moment dies when Jian Chen feels killing intent, turns, and finds the battered Luo Jian glaring at him with open hatred. Jian Chen recognizes the same robber he stripped clean in the forest and dismisses Luo Jian's fury with open disdain. With that tension hanging in the air, the second round begins and the saints start filing up to submit their Class 2 cores. Because so much robbing happened in the 3rd region, the cores of hundreds of students have been concentrated into the hands of a few dozen survivors. After more than 10 students pass inspection, a battered but still arrogant Qing Mingxiang walks up and dumps a huge pile onto the table. Teacher Steve counts 93 for Qing Mingxiang and praises him as a future top 3 finisher and the academy's cultivation genius. From the back of the line, Tai Ta locks onto Qing Mingxiang with hot battle spirit, still thinking about their unfinished fight. Tai Ta forces himself to stay put, swallowing the urge to fight because he knows this is not the time. Another famous student, Huan Dong of the top 10 experts, comes up next and quietly proves he belongs there with 91 cores. As more of the top 10 experts appear, the field gets a clear picture of who really dominated the 3rd region and who got eliminated despite their strength. Bogatti claims the highest visible total so far with 103 Class 2 cores, taking first place among the saints. Jing Mingyu takes second with 101, standing out as the only woman on the top 10 experts list. That leaves Qing Mingxiang in 3rd at 93, still enough to rank behind only the two monsters at the top. Chanyang Hu and his 3 friends also pass with 30 to 40 cores each, a solid result for first-level saints who rode Jian Chen's momentum. Once every saint has finished, only 2 names are left in line, and the whole sports field turns toward Jian Chen and Tai Ta. Nobody expects the 2 non-saints to rival the top experts, but even the teachers can no longer hide how curious they are. Jian Chen steps up first, and even the elder who once looked down on him now watches with open respect. Jian Chen starts by placing around 10 Class 2 monster cores on the table, already more than most people expected from him. Before anyone can settle on that number, Jian Chen calmly adds another handful and pushes the table past a dozen. The teachers are already shaken, because a non-saint standing over dozens of Class 2 cores feels more outrageous than his 100 Class 1 cores ever did. Then Jian Chen keeps going, drawing out handful after handful until the entire appraisal table is covered. Even Vice Headmaster Chang Baiyan can only smile in satisfaction and wonder how many of those beasts Jian Chen killed with his own strength. Teacher Steve forces himself to count the impossible pile, but when he finishes he just sits there dazed, unable to speak. The silence stretches until Vice Headmaster Chang Baiyan orders him to read the number out loud. Taking a breath, Teacher Steve finally announces the number that stuns the field all over again. Jian Chen has 118 Class 2 monster cores. When the elder finishes counting Jian Chen's Class 2 monster cores, the entire arena falls dead silent from sheer disbelief. A student finally blurts out what everyone is thinking: there is no way a non-saint freshman should have a haul bigger than Bogatti's. The protest spreads fast, because Jian Chen's earlier Class 1 count had already stirred jealousy, and this second shock pushes the crowd over the edge. Even Bogatti, the Academy's #1 expert, stares at Jianqin in shock and briefly wonders if the accusation could somehow be true. But Bogatti quickly remembers the Academy's strict searches and sealed forest entrance, so even he has to admit smuggling those cores makes no sense. Nearby, Jing Mingyu can only stare at Jianqin in a daze, unable to believe a freshman who is not even a saint did this. Qing Mingxiang's shock quickly curdles into anger when he realizes Jianqin has just kicked him out of the top 3 and taken the honor that mattered to him. Luo Jian is no better, glaring at Jianqin with pure hatred after being robbed, injured, and forced to fail the forest test. Jianqin feels both hostile stares through his sharp soul sense, turns, and calmly picks out Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang in the crowd. He brushes off Luo Jian's hatred as expected, but Qing Mingxiang's malice annoys him because this feud is really just wounded pride over rank and status. The appraising elder steadies himself, openly praises Jianqin's unbelievable result, and declares that first place is almost certainly his. Jianqin accepts his return space belt and honor badge, but he pointedly says the real winner might still be Tai Ta. After Jianqin puts away his cores and steps down, Tai Ta walks up to the table to reveal his own share from the 3rd region hunt. Because he and Jianqin split their kills almost evenly, Tai Ta's total comes out to 119 Class 2 monster cores, one more than Jianqin. That tiny difference shocks the arena all over again, because now 2 non-saint freshmen have pushed everyone else down another rank. Jing Mingyu looks crushed, because she just got shoved out of 2nd place by 2 freshmen she cannot explain. Then Shaola slips up beside her with a teasing smile and points out the obvious. Sister Jing never expected this outcome. Jing Mingyu admits she cannot understand how Jianqin and Tai Ta did it, and even she wonders whether those cores came from outside the test grounds. Shaola immediately rejects that idea, because she spent a full day with them in the forest, and knows their strength is real. When Jing Mingyu asks why she is so sure, Shaola proudly starts describing what she saw in the 2nd region. She says Jianqin was killing Class 1 magical beasts with a lousy iron rod by piercing their throats cleanly, which already made him terrifyingly hard to underestimate. Then Shaola reveals the part that truly stuns Jing Mingyu. She personally saw Jianqin and Tai Ta wipe out a night ambush from more than 20 blue wolves. Shaola swears she saw it herself and flatly says those 2 may not have saint weapons yet, but their combat power is already on a saint's level. Jing Mingyu falls quiet and accepts it without bitterness, showing that losing her place hurts but does not make her petty. With the counting complete, the Academy moves straight into the award ceremony for both Class 1 and Class 2 rankings. First place earns a precious Class 4 monster core and a purple coin medal, while 2nd and 3rd each receive a Class 3 core and gold coin honor medal. The medals are not worth much as money, but their meaning makes even noble students stare at them with red eyes. Jianqin and Tai Ta sweep 1st and 2nd in both categories, so they walk away with double rewards. The remaining 3rd place honors go to Mu Tian for Class 1 monster cores and Bogatti for Class 2, confirming how completely the 2 freshmen shook up the Academy rankings. After the ceremony, Jianqin looks down at the pure power inside his new Class 4 monster core and realizes he now has enough cultivation fuel to last a very long time. As the sports field empties, most battered students head back to treat their injuries, while Jianqin and Tai Ta leave as the Academy's hottest names. Jianqin, Tai Ta, and Changyang, whose group part ways and finally return to their dorms to recover from the brutal forest test. Elsewhere, high in the Academy Tower, Vice Headmaster Chang Bai-en stands before the headmaster as the 2 begin discussing the shock of the test. The headmaster says a true genius has appeared at Kargath Academy, and the vice headmaster quickly answers that there are actually 2, Jianqin and Tai Ta. But the headmaster corrects him and says Tai Ta is gifted, while Jianqin is the truly frightening one. He reveals that he secretly went to the 3rd region himself, and watched their fights after hearing they had killed a Class 2 magical beast. According to the headmaster, Jianqin was nearly unbeatable in the 3rd region with nothing but a broken iron rod, moving fast, clean, and with battle sense far beyond his age. He bluntly says most of those Class 2 monster cores were really Jianqin's work, while Tai Ta mainly followed his lead in battle. The vice headmaster can barely believe it, but the headmaster insists Jianqin's battle experience and combat techniques feel more like a veteran of 100 fights than a 15-year-old boy. The headmaster credits Old Man Chang's guidance, then admits that if Jianqin were not already tied to the Changyang clan, he would want him as his own disciple. Back at the dorms, Jianqin bathes off 3 days of blood and grime, changes into a fresh academy uniform, and feels completely renewed. Even after non-stop fighting, he shows almost no exhaustion, because compared to his old life this hardship still feels manageable. He sits cross-legged on his bed with a Class 1 monster core in each hand and starts cultivating at once. The monster core energy boosts his cultivation far faster than normal world essence, and over the next 3 days he pours nearly all his time into training. At the end of those 3 days, Jianqin realizes his saint force has reached total saturation and will not grow any further unless he breaks through to saint level. Because he already studied the method in the academy library, he knows the next step is to condense all his saint force into a saint weapon and bind it with his soul. Without hesitating, Jianqin takes out the Class 4 monster core as backup and begins his breakthrough attempt. Using his unusually powerful soul, he seizes complete control of the Saint Force in his dantian and slowly shapes it into a sword. He keeps compressing that sword harder and harder, shrinking it as the Saint Force filling his dantian collapses into a far denser form. In the end, the whole mass condenses into a tiny clear sword, like an embroidery needle, suspended where his Saint Force used to be. That still is not enough, because the real wall to becoming a saint is the final step, merging part of the soul into the weapon until both fully resonate. For most people this is the impossible part, but Jian Chen's soul is strong enough that he completes the fusion smoothly and finally becomes a true saint. The new saint weapon immediately feels like part of his own body, and he can sense its every detail with startling clarity. Now that his dantian holds only that condensed sword, Jian Chen understands far more clearly how overwhelming a saint normally is over someone stuck at the 10th layer. Even so, he knows Tai Ta is still a special case, because Tai Ta's monstrous strength and defense can cover the gap that Saint Force usually creates. Jian Chen also recognizes that his own sword skill, battle instincts, and life and death experience still make him terrifying even against stronger opponents. Then, right after the breakthrough seems complete, Jian Chen's expression changes as his dantian suddenly starts trembling again. Before he can react, the surrounding world essence erupts toward him and his whole body starts pulling it in as if he has become a bottomless pit. At the same time, the energy inside the Class 4 monster core in his hand pours out in a visible stream and starts draining at an unbelievable speed. Back in his dorm, Jian Chen suddenly lost control of his own body as his dantian started dragging in world essence at a terrifying speed. He braced for the worst, terrified his body might burst from the flood of qi and unable to understand why this was happening at all. Outside, the gathering world essence turned the academy into a howling storm that sent leaves and small stones flying. But when all that power reached his dantian, it vanished without a trace, and Jian Chen realized his body was not exploding after all. High in the academy tower, the headmaster felt the violent fluctuation and shot out the window in alarm. A moment later he reached Jian Chen's dorm, staring at the room where all the world essence was converging. Baiyan arrived behind him, and then more powerful teachers rushed in as the whole disturbance drew the academy's top staff. Baiyan asked what was going on, and the headmaster admitted even he did not know yet. The two elders dropped to the ground to investigate, while Baiyan ordered the other teachers to keep everyone else away. When Baiyan reached the door, it suddenly shattered apart and exposed the scene inside. Inside, they found Jian Chen still cultivating on his bed, half hidden in white mist as world essence poured into him fast enough to blur his outline. Baiyan was shaken to recognize Changyang Xiangtian, because someone at Jian Chen's level should never have been able to cause this. Even the headmaster was deeply rattled, and after staring for a long moment, he quietly judged that Jian Chen was anything but ordinary. When Baiyan asked what to do, the headmaster made a careful choice and told him they would simply wait. So the two of them stood guard outside in complete silence, too wary to risk disturbing him. Jian Chen noticed the broken door and the people outside, but he still could not move, and the Class 4 monster core in his hand had already shrunk dramatically. Then the core's energy ran dry, and at that exact moment tiny azure and violet specks finally appeared inside his dantian. The new lights made everything worse, because his dantian started sucking in world essence even faster and from much farther away. A visible white fog thickened around Jian Chen, and even the headmaster and Baiyan were stunned when the absorption rate jumped again. By then the whole academy had felt the disturbance, but the students mostly dismissed it as a strange burst of wind. The abnormal absorption went on for half a day before it finally stopped, leaving only Jian Chen's condensed sword and those faint azure violet specks in his dantian. Jian Chen's mood sank, because for the first time his dantian held something he could see but could not control at all. He guessed the huge flood of world essence had somehow turned into those two lights, but he had no idea what they were or whether they might harm him later. When he tried to control them, his mind passed through them like they were mirages, and that made the problem feel even more dangerous. In the end he forced himself to let it go, deciding that if the change was beyond him, worrying over it would solve nothing. He opened his eyes at last, but the strange mutation had stolen most of the joy he should have felt from becoming a saint. The headmaster and Baiyan finally entered, and Jian Chen got up at once to greet them respectfully. The headmaster asked with real concern whether the abnormal cultivation had caused any trouble for him. Jian Chen hid the truth about his dantian and simply said everything was fine. The headmaster happily confirmed that Jian Chen had broken through, while Jian Chen admitted he had only just condensed his saint weapon. Because he had witnessed that impossible energy surge, the headmaster suspected Jian Chen might already be middle level or higher instead of just a new saint. Jian Chen corrected him and said he should only be at the primary saint level, which made Baiyan blurt out in disbelief. Pressed on how someone who absorbed that much world essence could still be so low, Jian Chen only gave a bitter answer and kept his real secret buried. Seeing Jian Chen was safe, the headmaster ended the visit and reminded him to get familiar with using his saint weapon. Outside the dorms, Baiyan still could not make sense of it, so he asked the headmaster again how Jian Chen could absorb so much and remain only a primary saint. The headmaster admitted it broke common sense, guessed Jian Chen had a secret of his own, and firmly decided they should not pry into it. He went further and ordered that unless Jianqin caused a major incident, the academy should let him walk his own path like a true genius. Bian accepted the order at once, understanding that protecting a genius did not mean controlling him. Left with his thoughts, the headmaster looked up at the sky and quietly reflected that a 15-year-old saint could shake the whole continent if he survived long enough. Back in his room, Jianqin sat down again and kept studying the two colored lights, still unable to understand them. He forced aside the distraction, reminding himself that after everything he had already lived through, only a few things still truly mattered to him, especially his mother by Yuntian. Once he calmed himself, Jianqin focused on his right hand and summoned his saint weapon for the first time. A slender silver-white sword appeared in his grip, almost identical to the treasured blade from his previous life. Seeing the name Light Wind on the blade hit him hard, because it was the same sword and the same name he had once trusted most. The familiar weapon filled him with rare genuine joy, and this time the sword even felt like a natural extension of his own arm and soul. He tested it with a quick thrust, and the clear ringing note told him the blade was no cheap illusion. He gently stroked the sword afterward like greeting an old companion, because to a real swordsman the blade was life itself. Then he dismissed the weapon and felt it return to his dantian, confirming that the sword itself had become the new source of his power. For the next 2 days, Jianqin split his time between watching the strange lights and combing through the academy library for answers, but every search came up empty. At the same time, word of his breakthrough exploded across Kargath Academy, because everyone knew how absurdly fast he had climbed from the 8th Saint Force layer to true sainthood. The rumor only grew sharper when students realized Jianqin had crushed the old number 1 genius's record by a huge margin. Far away in the Jessan Kingdom Palace, Emperor Kadasan was interrupted in his study by news that a letter had arrived from Kargath Academy's headmaster. The emperor's attitude changed instantly at the headmaster's name, and he demanded the letter at once. After the guard checked the sealed message for safety, the emperor opened it and read about Jianqin's unbelievable talent. The report impressed him deeply. Jianqin had beaten a saint at the 8th layer, defeated a middle-rank saint at the 10th, and now become a saint himself at 15. Remembering how highly the headmaster had praised Jianqin, the emperor decided this was exactly the kind of genius the throne needed to win over. He knew the Changyang clan made it impossible to simply take Jianqin by force, so he settled on winning him over instead. Once he had settled on his plan, the emperor called for pen and ink and immediately began writing a personal letter. He reread the finished message, folded it carefully, and left the study with it in hand under heavy guard. He brought the letter into a quiet courtyard, where the elder Yiming came out to receive him with calm respect. The emperor handed over the scroll and stressed that Yiming had to personally deliver it to the Changyang clan in Lore City. Yiming understood from that alone that this was no ordinary errand, and he accepted the mission without hesitation. After sending the letter off, the emperor admitted to himself that for the kingdom's future, he was prepared to sacrifice Yu heir to secure Jianqin's value. Early the next morning, Jianqin wakes from meditation after spending 2 days buried in books and nights studying the sword in his dantian instead of ordinary cultivation. He knows his saint weapon is still new to him, so he keeps trying to master it properly before he trusts his full strength in a real fight. After breakfast, Jianqin heads straight back to the academy library like always. The library is nearly empty, and Jianqin goes straight past the lower floors because he has already finished everything that interested him there. As the freshman champion, Jianqin can enter the 5th floor, a privilege most students never get. He picks a cultivation book and settles at a table, hoping even unfamiliar ideas might help him understand this world better. The book does not solve his problem directly, but the cultivation theory still opens his eyes enough to keep him reading with almost unhealthy focus. He finishes one book, returns it carefully, and immediately takes another, steadily working through the 5th floor's inherited techniques and notes. Time slips by so completely that Jianqin does not even notice 2 middle-aged teachers entering the 5th floor behind him. The teachers recognize him and quietly hold back their surprise so they do not break his concentration. A moment later, the headmaster himself arrives on the 5th floor and spots Jianqin among the shelves. Recognizing him as Changyang Xiangtian, the headmaster calls out and pulls Jianqin out of his reading trance. Jianqin stands and greets the headmaster politely, while the 2 teachers hurry to salute one of the kingdom's most powerful men. The headmaster casually tells the teachers not to mind him, but they sit back down too tense to read a word. After seeing the book in Jianqin's hand, the headmaster asks whether he truly likes the library. Jianqin answers without hesitation that books matter even when they do not give immediate power, because they widen what a person understands. That answer clearly pleases the headmaster, who decides to reward Jianqin on the spot. He tells Jianqin to come with him and turns toward the sealed upper floors, making Jianqin realize he is being taken somewhere far more important. Jianqin quickly puts his book back and follows, while the teachers can only watch with open envy. At the 6th floor entrance, Jianqin gets his first clear look at the transparent bindings sealing off the restricted upper library. The headmaster explains with some pride that the upper floor bindings are so strong even a Heaven Saint Master could not break through quickly. Then he draws out a purple coin token and uses it to unlock the seal. The bindings split open into a man-sized passage, and the headmaster leads Jianqin inside. They continue past the 6th floor and arrive at the 7th floor, a small treasure room with only a few books and 2 precious boxes waiting on a shelf. The headmaster tells him this floor holds Kargath Academy's greatest riches, and that Jianshin is the first student in centuries to enter it. He reveals that the entire 7th floor is protected by bindings made by Brian, Kargatha's first headmaster, a saint ruler whose collected writings still remain here. That revelation makes Jianshin treat the room even more seriously, because he had not imagined the Academy's hidden foundation ran this deep. Using his authority as headmaster, the old man gives Jianshin a one-time chance to read anything here except whatever is inside the jade box. He warns that the jade box would only harm Jianshin's current growth, but the purple coin box holds a heaven-tier technique called the Collecting Heart Sutra. Even then, the headmaster cautions him not to choose too quickly, because the Qingyang clan's own law of yang qi is no weaker. With that, the headmaster leaves Jianshin alone on the 7th floor and reminds him this chance will never come again. Once the headmaster is gone, Jianshin takes a steadying breath and starts examining the shelf one book at a time. He starts with a book about insights and breaking through bottlenecks, something useful even to Earth Saint Masters. The quality of the 7th floor books is so terrifying that Jianshin knows any one of them could spark bloodshed outside these walls. Book after book, Jianshin feels his understanding of this world's cultivation system widening far beyond what he knew before. Among everything he reads, Brian's personal letter helps him the most. At last his attention settles on the purple coin box, because the heaven-tier manual inside is too important to ignore. He opens the purple coin box and finds a hand-sized manual titled Collecting Heart Sutra inside. The moment he touches the manual, the magical beast leather cover feels strangely warm and alive in his hand. Even though he does not plan to switch techniques lightly, Jianshin still reads the heaven-tier manual with absolute seriousness, hoping to learn something useful from it. 4 hours pass before he finally closes the book, after memorizing its contents as thoroughly as he can. He returns the heaven-tier manual to its box, knowing his one precious chance on this floor is over. Jianshin leaves the 7th floor with some regret, but he also knows he has gained far too much today to complain. On the way down, he spares a look at the 6th floor and reflects that even those books carry knowledge unavailable anywhere below. By the time he steps outside the library, the sky is already dark, and only then does he realize he forgot to eat all day. He rubs his empty stomach with a helpless smile and heads straight for dinner. After eating quickly, he returns toward the dorms while other students stare at him with a mix of envy, respect, and jealousy. Near his room, Jianshin spots Chanyang Hu waiting outside and immediately guesses something urgent must have happened. Chanyang Hu complains that he searched the whole academy for Jianshin and has been waiting here nearly all day. Jianshin apologizes and asks what could be so important, and Chanyang Hu eagerly pushes them inside to talk. Once inside, Chanyang Hu says the clan has sent major news, and that Jianshin should consider himself unbelievably lucky. Then he drops the real bombshell. Their father has already arranged Jianshin's marriage. Jianshin is genuinely stunned, because this decision was made over his head without even asking him. Chanyang Hu excitedly reveals the bride is Princess Galan, the emperor's third daughter, and says the emperor himself proposed the match. That only makes Jianshin more serious, because he instantly sees the politics underneath it and hates having his future decided for him. Misreading the situation completely, Chanyang Hu starts praising Princess Galan as a famous beauty, a cultured talent, and a cultivation genius already at the 7th Saint Force layer at 15. He even says Jianshin should not look so sour, because being chosen by the emperor's beloved daughter is nothing but good fortune. Inside, Jianshin rejects the whole idea, because right now he only wants strength and freedom, not a political marriage tying him down. He quickly figures out why this happened too. The emperor must have noticed his academy achievements and moved first. And because the proposal came from the emperor, Jianshin knows neither he nor his family can easily refuse it. The only small relief is that no wedding date has been announced yet, so at least he still has time. After Chanyang Hu finally leaves, Jianshin sits alone on the bed and keeps turning the news over in his head. In the end, he falls back on the one answer that still makes sense to him. If his power grows high enough, even the emperor's will can be resisted. So for the first time since reaching sainthood, Jianshin takes out a Class 1 monster core and starts cultivating again. At first it feels normal, but almost immediately the monster core's energy starts pouring into him faster and faster. The absorption speed explodes to a terrifying level, far beyond what he can safely refine, and Jianshin realizes this could wreck his cultivation if it keeps going. He reacts at once and forcibly stops absorbing the core before the runaway energy can spiral into disaster. The shutdown goes smoothly, and Jianshin is left shaken but relieved that the worst case did not happen tonight. Alone in his room at night, Jianshin notices the Class 1 monster core in his hand has already shrunk after only a short time of cultivation. That makes no sense to him, because before becoming a saint, draining one such core used to take him 3 full nights. When he checks inside himself, his Dantian looks completely unchanged, as if all that absorbed energy vanished without a trace. Unable to figure it out, Jianshin steadies himself and starts another careful test instead of ignoring the problem. The moment he resumes, energy tears out of the core at a terrifying speed and rushes straight through his arm meridians. He almost cuts the process short, but his curiosity wins and he forces himself to watch every change inside his body. The monster core's violent energy makes his arms ache, much rougher than the gentler world essence he absorbed before. Then he finally sees the truth. Almost all of that energy is being swallowed by the azure and violet lights inside his dantian. To compare it, Jianqin throws the core aside and switches back to ordinary world essence cultivation. The same problem appears there too, because the incoming world essence surges in much faster, but the two lights swallow about 99% of it. That leaves Jianqin in a foul mood, because his normal cultivation speed has been crushed down to 1/10 of what it should be. He tests monster cores again and learns the trade-off is better speed, about 3 times faster than before, but only by burning through his own stamina and concentration. Looking out at the pitch-black sky, Jianqin realizes this new appetite for monster cores could become a serious burden in the future. He does the math and understands just how bad it is. One class 1 core now disappears in about the time it takes to drink tea. Even with money, he doubts anyone could keep feeding that rate forever, but he refuses to panic and decides to endure it one step at a time. So he pulls out a whole batch of cores from his space belt and spends the rest of the night forcing his way through cultivation. By morning, the count shocks even him. 56 class 1 monster cores are already empty. He can only hope those 2 lights will eventually fill up, because otherwise he will soon run out and be stuck with his crippled world essence rate. In the end, Jianqin mutters that if cores run low, he will simply go back to the magical beast forest and hunt more himself. After calming down, he heads out to the grove again to keep training his older brother Changyang-hu. As the sun climbs, Jianqin patiently teaches Changyang-hu practical ways to control Saint Force and fight more effectively. By noon, Jianqin tells him technique can be practiced alone, but real battle experience only comes from fighting real opponents. Changyang-hu accepts that without complaint now, already convinced his younger brother's strange knowledge comes from talent, clan teaching, and endless reading. Jianqin leaves him there to keep practicing on his own, and the story shifts across the academy to another fight. On a training ground, Qing Mingxiang presses Sha La so hard that the older student can do little but defend against the blazing red blade. Sha La finally admits defeat, and Qing Mingxiang coldly tells him he is lasting less and less time against him. Sha La answers that the problem is not his own decline, but Qing Mingxiang's frighteningly fast growth, which pleases Qing Mingxiang's pride. That smug pause breaks when another academy student runs over with a sealed letter from Qing Mingxiang's clan elders. Qing Mingxiang opens the letter, and with each line he reads, his face darkens into open fury. When Sha La asks what happened, Qing Mingxiang crushes the letter in his fist and spits out the name Changyang Xiang Tian with pure hatred. Then he reveals the insult he cannot bear. The emperor has officially betrothed Princess Gulan to Changyang Xiang Tian. Sha La immediately understands why that cut so deep, because Qing Mingxiang has long treated the princess as if she already belonged to him. In Qing Mingxiang's mind, Jianqin has now stolen 2 things at once: his title as the academy's top genius, and the woman he wanted to marry. So he makes his choice fast and ugly, ordering Sha La to gather people because he wants Changyang Xiang Tian taught a lesson for taking someone else's woman. The call spreads quickly, and the students who join are not random at all, because many of them already hate Jianqin for taking their monster cores in the forest test. Among the gathered group are 2 familiar enemies too, Luo Jian and Ka Diyun, both with reasons to want payback. With at least 16 saint-level noble students behind him, Qing Mingxiang grins and boasts that even crippling Jianqin would be hard for the Changyang clan to answer. He knows Jianqin's new royal connection makes a direct move risky, so he is deliberately hiding behind a coalition of powerful families. He orders Sha La to find Jianqin's location without alerting the vice headmaster or headmaster, because secrecy is now part of the plan. Sha La starts spending favors and money while trusted students spread through the academy to search every likely place. 2 hours later the searchers return empty-handed, and Qing Mingxiang is forced to consider that Jianqin may not even be on academy grounds. Luo Jian suggests the library, remembering Jianqin loves books, but the search team says they checked and still found nothing. Another student wonders if Jianqin used his freshman ruler access to hide on the library's upper levels, and the group pauses to consider it. The report from the library janitor is clear too: Jianqin never entered the building today. Then a better lead appears: Changyang, who has been seen practicing in the Eastern Grove, and as Jianqin's older brother he might know where he is. That instantly stirs Luo Jian, because after what happened in the forest, he does not dare provoke Tai Ta, but he is more than willing to go after Changyang-hu. He pushes the idea at once, and the group agrees to question Changyang-hu first before chasing Jianqin further. To avoid drawing attention, more than a dozen of them split up and move through different paths toward the Eastern Grove. When they arrive, Changyang-hu is still calmly practicing alone, and has not noticed the trouble closing in. Luo Jian sees him, and his old hatred flares up on the spot, burning even before a word is spoken. The group closes in together, and forms a ring around Changyang-hu before he fully realizes he has been trapped. Changyang-hu reads the ugly expressions around him, feels the danger at once, and asks what they want without showing fear. Luo Jian answers with the real grievance, accusing Changyang-hu's group of stealing the monster cores he worked 3 days to collect and vowing to repay that humiliation. Changyang Hu fires back coldly that Luo Jian brought it on himself by trying to rob them first, and that losing was nothing but the price of his own weakness. He twists the knife even deeper by mocking Luo Jian for losing to Jianchen back when Jianchen had not even reached sainthood yet. That lands exactly where it hurts, leaving Luo Jian so furious and humiliated that he can barely answer at all. In a secluded grove, Luo Jian loses his temper and rushes Changyang Hu with his sword, forcing the standoff into a real fight. Their first clash is loud and heavy, but the difference in strength shows fast when Changyang Hu is driven back farther than Luo Jian. Luo Jian uses his wind attribute to burst forward again, moving so fast that Changyang Hu can barely get his axe up in time. At the same moment Luo Jian pins him down, Ka Diyun joins the beating and hacks into Changyang Hu's right shoulder hard enough to expose bone. The injury wrecks Changyang Hu's grip, his battle axe vanishes, and Luo Jian immediately opens a deep cut across his stomach. Even while being carved up, Changyang Hu bites back that Luo Jian is only venting because he cannot beat his fourth brother, Jianchen. That taunt hits a nerve, and when Luo Jian kicks at him, Changyang Hu grabs the leg and yanks him off balance. Changyang Hu tries to finish it with one desperate Saint Force punch, but Luo Jian rolls aside and the blow only blasts a crater into the ground. Furious now, Luo Jian punches Changyang Hu in the stomach with wind-charged force and sends him flying across the grove. Before Luo Jian can keep beating him, Qing Mingxiang steps in and reminds everyone their real target is Jianchen's whereabouts. Qing Mingxiang steps over the battered Changyang Hu and coldly demands to know where Changyang Xiangtian is. Changyang Hu refuses to sell out his brother, knowing this whole group is waiting to gang up on Jianchen. Qing Mingxiang answers that refusal with another punch, knocking Changyang Hu flat and demanding again if he will talk. Changyang Hu drags himself back up and swears that if they do not kill him now, he will make them regret this. Qing Mingxiang mocks the Changyang clan, says his Hua Yun sect does not care about it, and buries another red glowing punch into Changyang Hu's head. Cornered and half-blind with blood, Changyang Hu suddenly reforms his axe in his left hand and swings at Qing Mingxiang in a last burst of anger. Qing Mingxiang calmly blocks with his blazing red sword, making it clear that injured or not, Changyang Hu is no match for him. Realizing he cannot win or protect Jianchen by talking, Changyang Hu suddenly drops the fight and bolts toward the academy sports field for witnesses and help. Qing Mingxiang immediately orders the chase, and the whole group sprints after a badly wounded Changyang Hu. Seeing the pursuers closing in, Changyang Hu realizes he cannot reach the sports field and abruptly turns deeper into the grove, gambling on the hillside as his only hiding place. The hunters slow down and smirk when they see his new route, guessing he is leading them toward where Jianchen really is. On the hillside by a waterfall, Jianchen is still alone, calmly training his sword instead of knowing trouble is racing straight at him. His sword work shifts from speed to impossible precision, the silver light wind sword turning into a white blur as he cuts through swirling leaves. When he stops, most of the leaves crumble into dust, and the few intact ones each carry a neatly carved sword character. Jianchen is pleased because his raw speed has dropped from his old life, but his control now feels even more natural through this world's saint weapon. Then his ears catch frantic movement from the grove, and he dismisses his sword as he turns toward the sound. A blood-soaked student stumbles out first, and Jianchen freezes when he recognizes the face under all that blood as Changyang Hu. Jianchen flashes to his brother's side, and one look at the shoulder, stomach, and head wounds turns his worry into open killing intent. For Jianchen, this is personal, because Changyang Hu is one of the very few people who treated him like true family from the start. Changyang Hu panics when he sees Jianchen here at all, and urgently tells him to run before the others arrive. Jianchen does not move an inch and only asks one thing in a low, dangerous voice: who did this? Changyang Hu begs again, because he believes even Jianchen cannot handle a dozen saints plus Qing Mingxiang alone. Instead, Jianchen waits in silence with his killing intent rising, already prepared to meet whoever comes out of the trees. A dozen students finally emerge, and Luo Jian lights up when he realizes they have found Jianchen at last. The group closes in and surrounds both brothers, cutting off any easy escape. Jianchen answers that pressure with a stare so sharp that several of them instinctively step back. Then Jianchen barks for the one who beat his brother to step forward, and the sheer force behind his voice rattles the whole group. Humiliated that he got intimidated first, Qing Mingxiang snaps and draws his red saint weapon to kill Jianchen himself. He thrusts straight for Jianchen's chest, but Jianchen instantly brings out the light wind sword and meets the attack point to point. That impossible tip against tip block leaves Qing Mingxiang stunned, because it proves Jianchen's control is far beyond what a newly advanced saint should have. He is thrown off even more by Jianchen's strange slender sword, because on this continent saints almost always wield heavy broad weapons instead. Qing Mingxiang finally stops looking down on Jianchen and braces himself, but Jianchen coldly makes it clear this fight is payback for hurting Changyang Hu. Jianchen bursts in first, slaps Qing Mingxiang's sword aside, and the force alone leaves Qing Mingxiang's arm numb. Before Qing Mingxiang can recover, Jianchen's blade flashes into his chest so fast he can barely even see it happen. Qing Mingxiang stumbles back clutching the bleeding wound, shaken by the fact that a newly advanced saint just overwhelmed him with raw speed. Jianqin gives him no breathing room and uses profound steps to close in again like a blur. The second thrust tears even deeper, and Qing Mingxiang's uniform turns red as bone starts to show through the wound. Jianqin's anger only gets worse, and he keeps carving wound after wound into Qing Mingxiang's body. The other students freeze in disbelief as their strongest fighter gets beaten down without landing a real answer. Luo Jian is the first to snap out of it, roaring that Jianqin is still only one person and ordering everyone to rush him together. With their fear pushed aside, the whole group charges Jianqin at once, and he runs straight into them instead of backing off. Jianqin meets the charge head-on and drops the nearest student with a clean thrust before the encirclement can tighten. As the attackers close around him, sword chi blooms from the light wind sword and Jianqin turns his right hand into a blur. In just moments, he strikes every incoming weapon, and the shock running through their synced weapons leaves the students' arms numb. Jianqin keeps moving like a monster through the group, his silver afterimages flashing everywhere while screams start breaking out around him. Watching from the side, the blood-covered Changyang who is so stunned by Jianqin's strength that he can barely think. By the time the flurry ends, the whole group is down on the ground, bleeding through shredded uniforms and covered in terrifying cuts. Jianqin keeps slashing even after they've fallen, because hurting his brother has pushed him right to the edge. The students finally break and start begging for mercy, realizing Jianqin is fully capable of running them if he wants to. Jianqin finally stops and, without even sounding winded, asks one cold question: who actually injured Changyang Hu? The terrified students immediately point to Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian, and Ka Diyun, eager to separate themselves from the real culprits. Jianqin's gaze hardens with open killing intent, and the three ringleaders feel the danger at once. Qing Mingxiang tries one last threat, warning Jianqin that the Huayun sect will take revenge if he pushes this further. Jianqin refuses to let it end there, and says the only clean slate they are getting is by leaving an arm behind. He starts with Ka Diyun and cuts off his right arm in one stroke, turning the threat into something horribly real. The sight of Ka Diyun's severed arm terrifies everyone else, and the wounded students realize Jianqin's mercy had a hard limit. Jianqin walks toward Luo Jian next, and Luo Jian starts crawling backward in panic even though moving hurts him. Luo Jian begs for his arm and promises repayment, but Jianqin does not slow down at all. A second silver arc flashes, and Luo Jian loses his right arm too. Even after losing his arm, Luo Jian can only roar hatred from the ground while Jianqin moves on without caring. Qing Mingxiang tries to drag the Changyang clan into the threat, and that single line makes Jianqin move even faster. Before Qing Mingxiang can finish, Jianqin flashes in and cuts off his right arm as well. With all three ringleaders maimed, Jianqin warns that if they ever touch his people again, next time he will take their lives. One look from Jianqin is enough to make the rest of the students drop any thought of revenge. Only after that does Jianqin calmly hold the light wind sword point down, and let the blood drip away until the blade shines again. Once he turns back to Changyang Hu, Jianqin's icy face softens, and he gently tells his injured brother it is time to go back. Changyang Hu can only nod in a daze, still too shocked by Jianqin's strength to fully process what just happened. Jianqin supports Changyang Hu and leads him away along a secluded road, but there are still enough witnesses to spread the news across the academy. Not long after, the other students drag the wounded group back to the academy, and the sight of 3 missing arms throws the whole place into uproar. The disturbance reaches the teachers almost immediately, and Vice Headmaster Bai-en treats it as a major emergency the moment he hears who was mutilated. Bai-en rushes to the medicinal wing, where a crowd has already gathered outside waiting for news. Inside, he finds stretchers everywhere and 3 healers using milky white light to close the students' wounds at an unbelievable speed. The healers finish sealing the worst of Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian, and Ka Diyun's wounds, easing their pain but not the fear in their eyes. Bai-en assumes outsiders must have attacked the students, because a dozen saints getting crushed this badly should have been impossible inside academy grounds. The answer shocks him cold. The students say Changyang Xiang Tian did all of it, including cutting off the 3 arms. Bai-en can hardly accept it, because this group should have been able to pressure even a great saint, yet a freshman who only just advanced flattened them instead. Realizing this is now far beyond his authority, Bai-en goes straight to the headmaster with the full report. The headmaster loses his calm the moment Bai-en reports that Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian, and Ka Diyun all had their arms cut off by Changyang Xiang Tian. After Bai-en confirms the report, the headmaster grimly says the Ka Di and Luo clans are manageable, but the Huayun sect behind Qing Mingxiang could bring real disaster. Bai-en presses the point that Jessen Kingdom cannot afford to lose a genius like Jianqin before he fully matures, turning the crisis into a choice between protecting talent and facing sect-level backlash. At the academy, the headmaster decides there is no time to waste and personally rushes to the Changyang clan to protect Jianqin before the Huayun sect can move. He shoots into the sky like a bird, leaving Bai-en staring after him and worrying that cutting off Qing Mingxiang's arm has turned a bad fight into a disaster. By the time the news spreads, the whole academy is shaken by the same rumor. Changyang Xiang Tian chopped off 3 students' arms. Back in his room, Jianqin sits cross-legged on his bed and calmly admits to himself that he has invited serious trouble, but he still does not regret a thing. When loud knocking finally breaks the silence, Jianchen already knows why the visitor has come. Vice Headmaster Bai tells him to pack immediately and follow him to the headmaster's office, wearing the face of a man carrying bad news. Jianchen quietly gathers his medicine and leaves without protest, as if he has already accepted what comes next. As Bayan leads him across the sports field, the students stare and whisper that a harsh punishment must be coming. Inside the central tower, Jianchen walks into the headmaster's office and stops short when he sees not only the headmaster, but Vice Headmaster Bai En and Chang Bai from his own clan already waiting. Once Bayan leaves, Chang Bai tells Jianchen that the clan has watched his achievements with pride, but this time he acted far too impulsively. Jianchen answers without hesitation that he would cut them down again, because they crippled his older brother first and brought this on themselves. Chang Bai warns that strength alone is not enough when powerful backers are involved, because the Hua Yun sect is far beyond what the Changyang clan can casually provoke. The headmaster makes the threat even clearer by revealing that the Hua Yun sect holds 2 of the top 6 experts in the entire Jessen kingdom. A teacher soon leads Chang Yang-hu into the office, still scarred across the face, and the sight of his injuries immediately hardens Chang Bai's eyes with anger. Chang Bai gently tells the 2 brothers to collect their things, because they can no longer safely remain at Kargath Academy. Chang Yang-hu darkens at the news, because leaving the academy means being torn away from a place he has grown attached to. After one last private talk with the headmaster, Chang Bai comes back out looking strangely pleased, and the brothers follow him down the tower. That same night, they leave the academy on Chang Bai's flying magical beast and head straight for Lore City in heavy silence. During the long flight, Jianchen's thoughts drift not to fear, but to the warmth of the motherly love he has found in this life. After hours in the air, the eagle beast finally drops into the rear courtyard of Changyang Mansion before dawn. The whole family is already waiting in the courtyard, and while most faces show worry or straying, Jianchen catches one ugly contrast. Changyang, who looks faintly pleased to see him in trouble. Chang Bai reports that he has brought both young masters home safely, and Changyang Ba answers with gratitude mixed with worry. Looking at Jianchen and Changyang Hu together, Changyang Ba shows clear pride in his sons before leading everyone inside for an emergency discussion. On the way to the hall, Ling Long nearly tears up when she sees the scars on Changyang Hu's face and realizes how badly he suffered at the academy. Changyang Hu bluntly says Jianchen saved him, and Ling Long turns to thank Jianchen with real warmth. Jianchen answers modestly that his brother suffered because of him in the first place, so helping was only natural. Then Changyang Hu excitedly starts praising Jianchen's strength, bragging that his 4th brother crushed a dozen academy saints in under 3 minutes. Bai Yutian lights up with pride at her son's talent, but Bai Yushuang immediately cuts in to say that this same talent has dragged danger onto the whole mansion. Before the bitterness can flare into a family fight, Yu Fengyan and Ling Long both speak up for Jianchen and push everyone back toward the real problem. Bai Yutian tells Jianchen with painful honesty that she is proud of him, but cutting off the Hua Yun sect leader's son's arm has endangered both him and the entire Changyang clan. Jianchen accepts the blame without argument and apologizes to his mother for bringing such trouble home. With no more time for private emotions, the family quickens its pace toward the main hall to decide how to survive the coming storm. Far away in the imperial palace, the emperor reads the report and immediately judges that Jianchen's impulsive strike has created a crisis the Changyang clan cannot bear alone. He orders a eunuch to summon Bai Dao at once, showing that the palace is moving before sunrise. Bai Dao arrives in black armor, and his scarred face makes him look every bit like a veteran forged by real war. After reading the letter, Bai Dao's expression turns heavy too, because he immediately understands how dangerous Jianchen's situation has become. The emperor tells Bai Dao to return home and persuade the Changyang clan to send Jianchen away quickly, because only distance and royal mediation can stop the conflict from exploding. He also reveals why he cares so much. In the emperor's eyes, Jianchen is a once-in-centuries genius the kingdom must protect at all costs. Pride flashes across Bai Dao's scarred face when the emperor calls Jianchen a heaven-sent genius worth protecting, and he immediately accepts the mission. The emperor sends him out without delay, ordering him to reach Changyang Mansion before sunrise. Back in the Changyang Mansion main hall, Changyang Ba opens the emergency council and asks everyone for a way to face the Hua Yun sect. The hall falls into a bleak silence, because everyone understands that severing Qing Mingxiang's arm may have ruined the sect heir's future and guaranteed the Hua Yun sect's hatred. At last an elder says the only real fix would be finding a rank 7, Radiant Saint Master to reattach the arm, but admits that such a person is almost impossible to locate. Another elder says their only other chance is royal backing, though even that may not be enough to truly keep Jianchen safe. Even in the middle of this danger, the elders do not blame Jianchen, because they have already started placing the clan's future hopes on his talent. When someone bitterly wishes the clan ancestor were still here, the room sinks deeper, and Chang Bai admits even his old master has been missing for decades. Jianchen quietly realizes there are hidden powers in his clan history he never knew about, but that mystery does nothing to solve tonight's danger. So Jianchen offers the bluntest answer himself. He should leave the mansion, because if he is gone, the Hua Yun sect may spare the clan. Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian reject the idea instantly, both of them refusing to let him walk alone into the deadly world outside. Bai Yutian grabs Jian Chen's hands through tears and begs him not to say something so foolish, because his strength is still too low for the dangers of the outside world. In the mansion hall, Chang Yangba flatly refuses Jian Chen's plan to leave, insisting the outside world is too brutal for him to survive alone. Jian Chen keeps pushing anyway, saying he has studied the continent well enough to protect himself, and that leaving would ease the pressure on the clan. An elder warns that if the Huayun sect learns Jian Chen has left the mansion, they can hunt him down much more easily. To the elders, Jian Chen is no longer just a child of the clan but a rare genius they cannot afford to lose. Changyang Ba rejects the idea again and promises that the Changyang clan will protect Jian Chen inside the mansion no matter what the Huayun sect does. Bai Yutian gently pleads with her son too, begging him to stay where the family can shield him. Since Jian Chen cannot be persuaded, the hall shifts back to the bigger crisis and starts searching for any way to deal with the Huayun sect. Someone suggests the emperor might help because Jian Chen is still tied to Princess Gulan through their arranged marriage. Chang Bai throws cold water on that hope, explaining that border tensions are rising and the emperor cannot risk alienating the Huayun sect's two heaven-sent masters on the eve of war. The family debates through the entire night, but by dawn they are exhausted and still trapped without a real solution. At daybreak, a guard rushes in with news that a man named Bai Dao has arrived outside the mansion asking to see the clan leader. The name Bai Dao hits Bai Yutian hard, and her sudden joy turning into confusion tells Jian Chen this visitor is deeply tied to her past. When Jian Chen quietly asks who Bai Dao is, his mother only tells him she will explain later. Bai Dao enters in a black robe with scars across his forehead, and wastes no time revealing that he has come under the emperor's orders. Bai Dao delivers the emperor's answer. Jian Chen must be secretly escorted far away from Lore City so the clash with the Huayun sect can be contained for now. He spells out the danger bluntly. Qing Mingxiang was the sect leader's only son and future heir, so losing his right arm means the Huayun sect will never let this go. Bai Dao adds that the kingdom itself cannot openly protect Jian Chen, because war may break out soon and the emperor still needs the Huayun sect's strength. When Yu Fengyan asks if there is any other way, Bai Dao answers with one cold word, none. Bai Yutian turns pale at the thought of sending her son into such a dangerous world, but Bai Dao tells her hardship is exactly what he needs to grow up. Seeing the room start to agree with Bai Dao, Jian Chen presses his chance and asks to be allowed to leave and see the world on his own terms. Chan Bai backs him up, arguing that leaving may be the only workable answer and that Jian Chen needs real experience more than sheltered talent. At last Changyang Bai gives in and agrees to send Jian Chen away from Lore City for a while. But when his father says he will send guards with him, Jian Chen immediately objects and insists on traveling alone. Even Bai Yutian begs him to take protection, yet Jian Chen stays firm because guards would only slow him down and expose him more easily. Changyang Ba finally gives in on that point too, and the hall shifts from argument into rushed preparations for Jian Chen's departure. Bai Dao warns that the Huayun sect is already racing toward Lore City and could arrive by late afternoon, so Jian Chen must leave before nightfall. Chang Bai immediately volunteers to take Jian Chen away on the Eagle Beast, turning the decision into a real departure plan. Before he leaves, Bai Yutian brings Jian Chen to her room, already crying because she fears this may be their last meeting for a very long time. Bai Yutian asks whether Jian Chen ever wondered why he had never known a grandfather or grandmother, opening a buried family secret at the very last moment. She reveals that she is not from the Jessen kingdom at all, but from the Bai clan of the Karl Empire, a once powerful family stronger than the Huayun sect. Her father was a saint ruler, and the clan had 4 heaven-sent master elders, until he vanished after receiving a letter and never came back. 20 years later, 2 elders sent to search for him were suddenly killed, a shocking blow that proved some terrifying enemy was targeting the Bai clan. That same night, mysterious strong enemies attacked the Bai clan, killed the last 2 elders, and turned a 1,000-member family into a massacre. Bai Yutian says that only she and her younger brother survived the slaughter by hiding first, and then fleeing to the Jessen kingdom with a mercenary caravan. She tells Jian Chen that he carries Bai blood as well as Changyang blood, and that is the only hope left. He must protect himself and keep the Bai name alive. Jian Chen asks if they ever learned who destroyed the Bai clan, but his mother can only admit that the answer died with the elders. Then Bai Yutian takes out a red embroidered pouch and reveals it as a Bai clan heirloom her father left behind before he vanished. She says the pouch contains only a small piece of fur, but warns that the clan may have been exterminated over treasures exactly like this one. Bai Yutian places the heirloom in Jian Chen's hands and tells him to hide it carefully, because he is now the one who must carry the Bai clan forward. A knock interrupts the moment, and the voice outside turns out to be Bai Dao. When Bai Dao enters, Bai Yutian calls him brother, and Jian Chen realizes the stern messenger from the palace is actually his uncle. Bai Dao apologizes for staying away 20 years, saying he never forgot her and has lived with revenge for the ruined Bai clan burning inside him. Bai Yutian formally introduces him, and Jian Chen speaks the word uncle for the first time. Bai Dao tells Jian Chen that his talent has already reached even the royal palace, and he expects him to grow into someone worthy of the Bai clan. Then Bai Dao hardens again and warns Bai Yutian that if Jian Chen stays, the Changyang clan could end up destroyed just like the Bai clan. With no room left for denial, Bai Yuntian quietly accepts that her son must be smuggled out before nightfall. Still crying, Bai Yuntian helps Jianchen gather his things and escorts him out for the farewell in the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, the family is already waiting beside a gigantic eagle beast prepared for Jianchen's escape. Changyang who grabs Jianchen's arm and tells his younger brother to stay alive out there. Jianchen answers with a smile and tells his older brother to stop slacking off and keep training his battle skills. Ashamed of his own weakness, Changyang who promises he will cultivate harder from now on. Next, Changyang Minghua steps forward and gives Jianchen a handmade safety charm for the road. Jianchen accepts the charm warmly, not because it has power, but because it carries his sister's care. Finally, Changyang Ba gives Jianchen a precious space ring that he had once planned to save as his graduation gift. Jianchen takes the ring gratefully, and his father gives one last warning. No matter how desperate things get, he must never reveal such a valuable treasure to others. Jianchen leaves Lore City on the Eagle Beast with Chang Bai, and the farewell finally feels real as the city shrinks behind him. As he stares back, Jianchen knows this trip is different from school life. This time he may be gone for years, and in this world only his own strength can protect him. Chang Bai quietly warns him to be careful from now on, and Jianchen answers without turning around that he already knows what he has to do. After crossing villages and open land, the Eagle Beast stops before a new destination, and Jianchen asks to be dropped at the city ahead. Once he reaches the ground, Jianchen urges Chang Bai to hurry back because the Huayan sect may already be at the Changyang mansion. Chang Bai gives him one last farewell, then watches his back with worry until Jianchen disappears toward the city. Only after Jianchen disappears does Chang Bai murmur that his young master always surprises him, then turn the Eagle Beast back toward the Changyang mansion. Jianchen joins the evening traffic on foot outside the city, surrounded by mercenaries and beast-drawn carriages who glance at him but relax when they see how young he looks. Jianchen reads the blood and battle air around the mercenaries at a glance, recognizing that most of these people are veterans, not harmless passers-by. At last he reaches the scarred walls of White Cloud City, a weathered place that still stands strong despite time and conflict. A gate guard stops him, so Jianchen slips over a few gold coins and smoothly introduces himself as a mercenary here for work. The bribe works immediately, and Jianchen walks into White Cloud City without trouble. Inside, he finds a lively commercial district still packed after sunset, but hunger cuts through his caution and sends him straight toward a restaurant. The waiter pegs him as rich from his clothes and enthusiastically pushes the expensive dishes, but Jianchen casually orders anyway. After eating and renting a room, Jianchen settles into a plain but clean-in chamber that is nowhere near his old life, yet good enough for him. Behind closed doors, he finally examines the space ring his father gave him before the escape. The ring is packed with money and monster cores, and the practical care behind it makes Jianchen feel his father's concern even more strongly. He quickly reminds himself that a space ring is valuable enough to get him killed, so until he is much stronger, nobody can know he has it. With no time to waste, Jianchen sits on the bed and starts cultivating by draining energy directly from monster cores. His absorption speed is terrifying, but the strange violet and azure glow inside his dantian devours almost everything he takes in, turning cultivation into an expensive grind. By the next morning, he has burned through all of his Class 1 monster cores and can only let out a frustrated sigh. After calming down, Jianchen heads back into the city because he has already decided on his next step. He needs to become a mercenary. After crossing half the city, Jianchen reaches the Mercenary Union, a huge central building made to resemble a giant magical beast. Inside the packed hall, he ignores the long mission lines and heads straight for the almost empty enrollment window. The old registrar asks the basic question first: if Jianchen is not a saint, he cannot even join. Jianchen confirms he has reached saint level, but when the questions continue, he quietly starts building a safer identity for himself. To stay hidden, he gives the name Jianchen instead of Changyang Xiangtian. He also lies about his age and says he is 20, because a 15-year-old saint would draw exactly the kind of attention he cannot afford. He states he is a primary saint, pays 1 silver coin, and leaves the counter as a newly registered lowest-rank mercenary. Badge in hand, Jianchen leaves at once and heads for a medicine shop because he needs something more useful than healing salves. The medicine store is crowded with injured customers, a reminder that real healers are rare and ordinary mercenaries survive on cheap herbs instead. When his turn comes, Jianchen surprises the shop assistant by asking for a list of common herbs instead of wound medicine. The herbs are cheap and easy to find, so Jianchen drops a gold coin and buys large amounts of all of them. With the herbs secured, Jianchen leaves the city, enters a nearby forest, and gathers dirt, leaves, and water to finish what he is planning. Back in the city, he buys plain clothes and slips into a hidden alley so nobody will witness the transformation. He crushes the herbs by hand, mixes them with mud, leaves, and water, and turns the rough paste into a face-changing disguise. When he smears the mixture on his face, his handsome features vanish into a completely ordinary stranger's look. He goes further and cuts his own long hair down to shoulder length with the light wind sword, erasing another easy way to identify him. After changing from noble silk into rough ordinary clothes, Jianchen checks the result and finds almost nothing left of his old appearance. Satisfied, he burns his old clothes so there is no trace left behind and walks back out as a different man. Jianchun returns to the mercenary union and heads to the mission hall, now ready to act under his new identity. He quickly learns the problem. As a new D-ranked mercenary, almost every mission open to him is low-level busywork. What he actually needs is a mission that gets him out of the Jessun Kingdom before the Huayun sect can trace him, but nothing at his rank offers that escape. In the end, Jianchun leaves the union disappointed and realizes he may have to hide inside a caravan, because traveling alone means robbers on the road and a border fortress he cannot easily pass. After leaving the mercenary union, Jianchun heads into White Cloud City's crowded market to find a caravan that can carry him out of Jessun Kingdom. He stops a passing peddler and asks which caravan is leaving the kingdom. The peddler points him toward a large caravan group already loading up for departure. Jianchun walks straight to the road manager and asks if he can travel with the caravan as an extra mercenary. When Jianchun adds that he does not need pay, the manager relaxes and accepts him with clear conditions: stay close, cover his own road costs, and fight if trouble comes. With 1 hour before departure, Jianchun hurries to the stables, spends 50 gold coins on a horse, and returns to wait with the caravan. An hour later, the combined caravan finally rolls out, and Jianchun joins the long line of wagons and mercenaries from the rear. At the city gate, an armored officer suddenly arrives with a scroll and interrupts the exit. The officer orders the portrait on the scroll posted at the gate and demands copies spread across the city, with orders to capture the wanted man or kill him if he resists. As people stare at the lifelike drawing, the officer announces that every city must search for this young criminal. When Jianchun sees the portrait for himself, his heart tightens because it shows his original face exactly. The speed of the Huayun sect search chills him, and he realizes they have probably spread his portrait across the whole kingdom already. He quietly thanks his own caution, because without his disguise he would never have made it out of White Cloud City. The caravan leaves the city for good, and Jianchun disappears into the moving crowd of mercenaries. On the road he learns the 3 caravan groups are heading for Blue Wind Kingdom, but their valuable cargo means the whole journey will be slow and cautious. Jianchun quietly notes that the most luxurious middle carriage is almost certainly carrying the real boss or another important figure. 4 days later, the caravan reaches the Jessun border fort, and Jianchun is stunned by the sheer size of the kingdom wall. Standing under its shadow, he can only marvel at a structure far larger than any wall he ever saw in his previous life. A nearby mercenary laughs at Jianchun's amazement, and says giant border walls are normal on this continent, then boasts that the 3 great empires have walls even bigger. Jianchun answers with a smile that he wants to see those empires someday, and the mercenary warns that the roads there are long and full of dangerous beasts. The stranger introduces himself as Mu Yun, and Jianchun deliberately answers with the name Jianchun as his new identity on the continent. Because Jianchun knows the continent from books and Mu Yun knows it from years on the road, their conversation quickly turns easy and lively. As they near the gate, Jianchun spots another wanted poster, and this one names Chan Yang Xiang Tian outright. The reward is so huge that any mercenary would be tempted, with money promised for clues, capture, or handing him directly to the Huayun sect. Reading that bounty, Jianchun's eyes turn cold as he realizes the Huayun sect and even the mercenary union are hunting him everywhere. The bounty leaves Jianchun grimly aware that he is still too weak to protect his name, his home, or even stay openly in Jessun Kingdom. His thoughts drift back to his mother's tearful farewell, and that memory cuts deeper than the danger itself. That pain hardens into resolve, and Jianchun silently vows to become strong enough to return home and see his mother again. At the border fort, around 200 soldiers inspect travelers one by one and stop anyone with an unclear face to compare against the portrait. Even strong mercenaries wait quietly, because everyone knows the fort beyond the gate holds over 10,000 soldiers and plenty of experts. As they approach the gate, merchants from another caravan gossip excitedly that this fugitive has posters in every city and an A-rank bounty open to all mercenaries. They keep marveling at the reward, saying a man could live comfortably for life if he helped catch Chan Yang Xiang Tian. Mu Yun jokes that only something outrageous could make the Huayun sect hate a mere primary saint this much, maybe even peeking at the sect leader's daughter while she bathed. Jianchun lightly points out that he only ever heard the sect leader has a son, but Mu Yun insists the daughter could just be hidden. In the end, Jianchun stops arguing and lets the joke die while the caravan reaches inspection. The inspection passes without trouble, because Jianchun's herbal disguise is so refined that nobody even suspects his face is false. Once beyond the border fort, the road opens into lawless plains where bandits roam and caravans survive by clustering together. The merchants explain the next stretch will take many more days, because they still have to cross this wild land and reach Blue Wind Kingdom's border fort through the mountains. By nightfall the caravan halts on the plains, and campfires begin rising around the wagons. While the mercenaries eat in their own little groups, Jianchun stays separate, setting up his own tent because he joined alone and gets no caravan provisions. He takes a tent from his space belt and calmly pitches it on a dry flat spot beside the encampment. As soon as Jianchun finishes, Mu Yun walks over, asks where he is headed, and starts setting up his own tent nearby. Jianchun says he is going to Blue Wind Kingdom, and Mu Yun cheerfully reveals they will be traveling together longer because he is headed even farther, to the caged kingdom beyond it. At dusk in the caravan camp, Jianqin shuts himself inside his tent and cultivates with a Class 1 monster core, pushing himself because traveling the continent is dangerous and going home is still impossible, while the Hua-Yin sect wants him dead. Outside, the camp looks peaceful, but the few mercenaries still on patrol are already half asleep from the late hour. That calm snaps when a black blade-like streak slips through the dark and silently cuts down a lone sentry before anyone notices. More black flashes follow at once, picking off the scattered patrols around the camp one by one under cover of night. A body drops close enough to Jianqin's tent to wake him, and he immediately cracks the flap open to check the noise. The moment Jianqin looks out, he sees another patrolling mercenary pierced by a black flash and realizes the whole caravan is under attack. Instead of panicking, Jianqin roars a warning across the campsite. "Everyone be careful, we are under attack." His shout jolts the entire camp awake, and hundreds of mercenaries rush from their tents into the confusion. At first the men only see their own side, so some start cursing the false alarm and demanding to know who yelled. Then a terrified mercenary shouts toward Captain Lang Tian that the sentry Du Mulan is already dead, and the camp goes cold at the first confirmed loss. Before anyone can settle, another wave of black streaks slams into the crowd and drops mercenaries in front of everyone. The hidden attackers keep firing so fast that a dozen men die before the camp can even react properly. A scar-faced captain named Lang Tian finally takes charge, yelling for everyone to scatter and take cover as he summons twin red hammers. Lang Tian charges straight toward the hidden shooters, and a few dozen stronger mercenaries steel themselves and follow him into the dark. The black streaks immediately switch targets to the charging men, trying to break the counterattack before it reaches the archers. Lang Tian proves he is no ordinary fighter by smashing two incoming streaks apart with his hammers and lighting up the dark around him. The mercenaries behind him follow suit, using their saint weapons to bat away the dark shots and keep pushing forward. Then the ambush widens when a piercing whistle rises from the dark and a dense rain of arrows sweeps toward the camp like a swarm. Some mercenaries stop to shield themselves, but Lang Tian and the strongest fighters push through by coating themselves in saint force and shrugging the arrows off. A voice from the darkness finally gives the next command, and the hidden enemy surges out as a massed bandit charge. Mercenaries in the camp answer by readying bows, trying to stop the charge before it crashes into them. Watching from the edge of the fight, Jianqin realizes there are a few hundred attackers, at least as many as the caravan had before the ambush started cutting men down. Once the bandits enter range, the mercenary archers loose a full volley and drop dozens of the front line. But the hidden dark attribute shooters answer instantly, sniping mercenary archers in neat groups of 3 with finger-sized holes through their bodies. A veteran officer spots the pattern and warns that the enemy has dark attribute saints hiding among the bandits. The hidden archers immediately target that speaker too, but he hacks the incoming streaks apart and confirms the grim truth. Only the Boundless Bandits fight like this. The name Boundless Bandits spreads through the camp, and the mercenaries' faces drop because this is the infamous raider force that even kingdoms once failed to wipe out. Jianqin recognizes the name from old records and remembers their bloody reputation for massacring caravans, ravaging towns, and surviving a joint campaign by 4 kingdoms. Even so, fear quickly turns into old hatred as mercenaries roar that the Boundless Bandits murdered their families and that tonight they want revenge. Not everyone holds steady though, and the sheer number of bandits starts to shake the weaker mercenaries into backing off. A middle-aged mercenary shouts that this is only a small part of the Boundless Bandits, and that if they do not stand together, everyone dies here. That brutal reminder works, and the cowards force themselves to stay and fight for survival. The mercenaries keep shooting while trying to dodge the black streaks, and after roughly 100 bandits fall, the two sides finally collide at close range. With arrows spent, the mercenaries throw down their bows, summon saint weapons, and meet the bandits in a roaring melee. The hidden dark archers keep firing over their own side, and more mercenaries drop even after the melee begins. Realizing that the captains are tied up with the enemy experts, one armored mercenary grabs 3 others and charges off to hunt down the hidden archers himself. The 4 fighters leap over fallen bandits, and use enemy bodies as moving cover while they force a path toward the rear shooters. The hidden archers notice the threat and answer with 6 black streaks and 2 rapid volleys, but the 4 men smash them apart without slowing down. Then the black streaks suddenly stop, which means the raiders in the rear have at least been disrupted and the mercenaries finally get a little breathing room. With that hidden threat gone for the moment, the mercenaries throw themselves fully into the fight and the battlefield turns into a deafening grind of clashing saint weapons and blood. Jianqin joins the melee using only his visible saint power, but his movement and sword work are so sharp that he looks terrifying even among veteran fighters. Using profound steps, Jianqin glides past attacks from every direction, while his sword flashes too fast for normal eyes to track. And every thrust lands exactly where it needs to, as Jianqin pierces throats with surgical precision and kills his enemies in a single strike. On the blood-soaked night battlefield, Jianqin cuts through boundless bandits so cleanly that the screams and flying blood barely seem to register with him anymore. Bandits of similar strength cannot keep up with Jianqin for even a few moves before his blade slips into a throat and drops another man. In just a few minutes he kills dozens, And the eerie part is that only his sword is soaked red while his own clothes stay spotless. Without noticing, Jianqin has pushed deep into the bandit formation until he is isolated, with enemies packed around him and no mercenary ally nearby. 3 bandits roar and rush him together, trying to overwhelm him with a straight charge. Jianqin bursts forward first, and his sword flashes so fast that the lead bandit is already dying before he understands his throat was pierced. He never breaks stride, slipping between the other 2 attackers and stabbing both throats in one fluid sequence. All across the ambush, mercenaries and even untrained caravan drivers are forced into the same desperate bloodbath. The casualties climb fast on both sides, but the mercenaries' tighter teamwork keeps the outnumbered fight balanced. Jianqin keeps weaving through attacks from every angle, turning almost every counter into a fatal strike to the heart or throat. The longer he fights, the more the bandits realize this clean-clothed young swordsman is a nightmare and start avoiding him. That tense pause breaks when a deep voice challenges Jianqin, and a cyan streak suddenly tears across the battlefield straight at him. Jianqin instantly feels the gap in power, and knows this new enemy is strong enough to cripple him if he meets the attack head-on. He throws himself aside at the last second, but the cyan strike still grazes his shoulder before blasting a huge hole into the ground. After retreating, Jianqin finally sees his attacker clearly, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man standing beyond the crater with a cyan-lit guandao. The plain middle-aged bandit calmly claims Jianqin as his opponent, and the nearby bandits immediately clear out to give their superior room. Jianqin realizes this is his first true life-or-death duel in this world against someone stronger, and just as suited to speed. The middle-aged bandit raises his guandao higher, wind saint force spiraling around the blade as both men tense for the opening exchange. With a shout, the bandit explodes forward and brings the guandao down at Jianqin's neck with terrifying speed. Jianqin barely tilts his head clear, losing a few strands of hair as the blade whistles past. He answers instantly by stepping inside the swing and driving his light wind sword toward the man's heart at full speed. The sword tears through the man's Saint Force defenses so cleanly that his face finally twists in shock. But the man reacts fast enough to blast himself backward with wind force, turning Jianqin's killing thrust into a narrow miss. Now safely a few meters away, the bandit admits Jianqin's speed is incredible. Jianqin says nothing, but he already knows he just lost his only easy advantage because this opponent can react to him. He presses the question anyway, and the man openly confirms that he is a middle saint master. Instead of attacking right away, the bandit studies Jianqin like a puzzle and presses him for the secret behind that speed. Jianqin refuses to explain, and the bandit's tone turns cold as he offers a choice: reveal the trick, or die here. Jianqin answers without backing down, gripping his bloody sword as sword she gathers around him for the next clash. Even with the threat made, the bandit holds back, still shaken by how close Jianqin came to piercing his heart. Jianqin uses that pause to adjust his goal. If he cannot beat this man quickly, he can at least hold him here until stronger mercenaries return. Around their standoff, the wider battle keeps grinding on until mercenaries and bandits are reduced to nearly equal numbers standing in pools of blood. At last the middle saint master moves again, charging with his guandao wrapped in a crescent arc of cyan wind. Jianqin raises his sword to defend, but the incoming strike is too heavy to meet carelessly. He dodges instead, because against a foe 2 levels stronger, a direct weapon clash could damage his own saint weapon and put his life at risk. When the bandit's defense opens for a heartbeat, Jianqin slips in with profound steps and drives his sword into the man's back. The hit lands, but the bandit hardens his saint force, boosts his speed again, and tears himself out of the stab before Jianqin can finish it. Realizing this is his one opening, the wounded bandit raises his guandao and commits to a desperate full-power counterattack. With a roar, he swings the guandao down using all his remaining strength and smashes the ground where Jianqin should have been. But what he destroys is only Jianqin's afterimage, and the failed kill turns his confidence into alarm. He reacts on instinct, hurling himself sideways and whipping the guandao behind him just as the real Jianqin appears to strike. This time the guandao finally crashes into Jianqin's light wind sword, and the impact makes Jianqin go pale as pain churns through his body and forces him back. Jianqin skids back 20 meters and turns deathly pale, because the direct clash with the stronger man's guandao has already shaken his insides. The bandit finally understands the problem. Jianqin's speed is dangerous, but his raw strength is too weak to survive a prolonged exchange. Realizing Jianqin is fading, the man stops waiting and lunges in with a full-power chop meant to finish him. Now injured and losing stamina, Jianqin can only keep dodging as the wind fighter's attacks come faster and faster. At last Jianqin fails to clear one slash, and the guandao tears a deep wound across his chest down to the bone. The man presses the advantage immediately, and drives a glowing kick into Jianqin's chest, blasting him backward like a projectile. Jianqin crashes down badly, coughing more blood as his face turns white from the accumulated damage. Instead of killing him outright, the man strides over and demands the secret behind Jianqin's speed in exchange for his life. The offer is pure greed, and the wind fighter is visibly thrilled by the thought of stealing a movement art that could raise his status. Jianqin wipes away the blood, forces himself back to his feet, and coldly tells the man he still is not worthy of that secret. Then Jianchen changes his whole posture, loosening his grip and settling into a strangely relaxed stance instead of his earlier killing style. Annoyed by the insult, the man charges again and swings for Jianchen's shoulder, expecting the same desperate defense as before. But this time Jianchen meets the strike with a soft circular motion, and his sword sticks to the Guan Dao just long enough to guide its force harmlessly aside. The middle-aged man is stunned, because for an instant he cannot even control his own weapon against someone much weaker than him. When he demands an explanation, Jianchen gives the technique a name, Tai Ji Jian. Jianchen is not truly skilled in Tai Ji Jian, but with his strength failing, this principle of using softness against force is the only thing keeping him alive. The man has never heard of the style, but instead of backing off he decides Jianchen is too valuable to kill and tries to capture him alive. Their close combat resumes, and Jianchen keeps peeling the Guan Dao away with Tai Ji Jian until the stronger man's power starts to feel strangely useless. Even so, every redirection drains Jianchen hard, because a saint still has to spend real force to turn aside a middle saint master's strength. Tai Ji Jian buys him defense, not offense, so Jianchen is trapped in a costly stalemate with no opening to strike back. The repeated humiliation finally snaps the bandit's temper, and he starts cursing Jianchen while pouring even more strength into his attacks. Under that wild pressure, Jianchen is pushed to the edge, his saint force more than half spent, and his chest wound making every block worse. Then the defense finally gives way, and one heavy blow knocks Jianchen's own sword back into his chest and sends him flying another 10 meters. Jianchen crashes down again, and this time the bandit sees clearly that he no longer has the energy to escape. Confident the fight is over, the man reaches down to seize Jianchen alive instead of finishing him on the spot. With no room left, Jianchen grimly decides he may have to reveal his final life-saving trump card, the Soul's Sword. Before he can use it, a giant red sword flashes into the night and cuts straight toward the bandit from the side. The man reacts fast enough to abandon Jianchen and catch the incoming blade with a wind-covered hand. Jianchen looks up in surprise and recognizes his rescuer as Mu Yun, the mercenary he met earlier on the road. Mu Yun answers the bandit's contempt with a cool grin, saying a middle saint master is not so untouchable just because he is stronger. As Mu Yun channels more power, his sword blazes brighter and hotter until it looks almost like a blade made of living fire. The bandit's expression tightens at that pressure, and he slams Mu Yun's sword away with a heavy palm strike. Mu Yun uses the forced opening well, spinning with the redirected motion and slashing straight back at him. The bandit takes Mu Yun seriously at once, roaring that he will grant him death and meeting the fiery blade head-on with his Guan Dao. The clash proves the difference immediately. Mu Yun is thrown back 10 meters while the middle-aged man barely moves at all. Watching from the side, Jianchen quickly judges the matchup. Mu Yun is stronger than him, but still clearly below this wind-attributed saint master. He also sees the bigger truth. Fire gives Mu Yun frightening attack power, but the man's wind speed still makes this a losing fight if Mu Yun faces him alone. Jianchen knows the two of them together could beat this enemy, but his own body is so damaged that even standing is already a struggle. Seeing Mu Yun as just an obstacle, the bandit attacks ruthlessly and flashes forward with killing intent instead of trying to capture him. Mu Yun answers by pouring more heat into his weapon, and real flames burst around the red sword in his hands. When he swings, the flaming blade splits into 3 huge fire snakes, 2 aimed at the Guan Dao and 1 darting straight for the bandit himself. The bandit's Guan Dao hacks through the first 2 fire snakes, and the night erupts and sparks like a fiery flower. The third fire snake slips past the blade, forcing the bandit to let go with one hand and smash it apart with a wind-charged fist. He shatters the last fire snake too, then freezes in surprise and blurts out that Mu Yun just used a battle skill. Jianchen is genuinely stunned, because battle skills are treasures far beyond what an ordinary mercenary should be carrying. From one look at those material flames, Jianchen realizes Mu Yun's battle skill and cultivation method are both top tier, because a great saint should not be able to manifest fire like that otherwise. Mu Yun coldly confirms what the bandit guessed. The fire technique in his hands really is a battle skill. The middle-aged bandit is instantly consumed by greed, realizing Mu Yun's battle skill is the kind of treasure ordinary cultivators almost never touch. He laughs that fate has delivered him 2 prizes at once, planning to steal both Mu Yun's battle skill and Jianchen's strange speed technique. Mu Yun fires back with a sneer, lifts his red sword, and the blade erupts brighter as he prepares another decisive strike. When Mu Yun's sword pressure spreads, Jianchen catches a faint hidden aura inside it, and realizes this battle skill is even stranger than it looks. The bandit mocks Mu Yun's low strength and slips away in a blur just as the fiery great sword should have hit him. The attack comes from behind, and Mu Yun whips his fire into 3 snakes that merge into a huge serpent to block it. Their weapons crash inside the fire serpent, and the explosion of heat blasts across the road hard enough to scorch Jianchen's clothes black. When the blaze clears, both fighters have been driven back, but Mu Yun looks visibly worse from forcing power beyond his level. The huge flash drags every eye on the battlefield toward them, and mercenaries and bandits alike realize in disbelief that Mu Yun just used a real battle skill. That shock quickly turns ugly, because once everyone understands what they saw, greed starts spreading through both sides. Jianqin instantly understands the danger. Mu Yun saved him, but revealing a battle skill in front of this many people may cost Mu Yun his life later. The bandit praises the battle skill but reminds Mu Yun that borrowed force is not real strength, then raises his Guan Dao for the finishing blow. Before he can strike, several powerful presences rush in from the dark, and the bandit first thinks his own side has come to help. Then the mercenaries recognize them and erupt in relief, because their captains have actually come back alive. The sight hits the bandit like a death sentence, because if these 5 returned, the Boundless Bandits experts are the ones who died. The 5 veterans drop the bodies and answer him with pure killing intent, making his nerve finally break. He shouts for a retreat and bolts at top speed before he even finishes the order. 2 of the returning experts immediately chase him, while the rest of the bandits lose all will to fight and scatter in every direction. With one order to leave none alive, the mercenaries surge after them, turning fear and hatred into a brutal counterattack. The slaughter burns out fast, and by the time the road goes quiet again, only a handful of fast bandits have escaped. The survivors finally cheer their victory over the Boundless Bandits, proud because they just defeated the nightmare every mercenary fears. A little later, the 2 experts who chased the bandit return empty-handed, admitting the wind-attributed man escaped by speed alone. Lang Tian lets the escape go for now and reveals the harder truth. Without a mysterious helper in the shadows, their group would never have survived that fight. When his men ask about his condition, Lang Tian says he can still stand, then quietly announces that Captain Yun Bai Mu died fighting the bandits' experts. The Desert Shadows mercenaries sink into brief grief, but death on the road is too familiar for mourning to last long. Lang Tian immediately pushes everyone back to reality, ordering them to bandage the living, bury their own dead, and leave before a bigger bandit force finds them. The whole camp falls into a heavy silence as the wounded bind each other up and the healthier men dig graves. Looking over the broken caravan, Jianqin can only call it a cruel victory, because barely 100 men remain and most of them are hurt. Mu Yun comes over at last and asks if Jianqin's injuries are serious. Jianqin says he can manage, but warns Mu Yun that every mercenary here has now seen his battle skill, so staying near the group will only invite trouble. Mu Yun thanks him for the concern and promises to be careful, but his relaxed attitude makes it clear he does not think these mercenaries can threaten him. Before leaving, Mu Yun hands Jianqin a white jade bottle of top-grade healing medicine. Jianqin accepts the gift, and Mu Yun heads off to treat his own wounds and help the others. 2 hours later, the mercenaries have buried their dead but leave the Boundless Bandits rotting on the field out of sheer hatred. Jianqin has changed into a clean spare outfit, but the damage inside his body is still severe. The order to move comes immediately, because nobody dares rest after learning some bandits escaped to possibly bring reinforcements back. Jianqin painfully climbs onto his horse and joins the forced march through the dark. Riding with his eyes closed, Jianqin keeps circulating Saint Force to heal, because right now even simple movement is hard and another fight could kill him. The whole caravan pushes at an almost reckless pace, but the overloaded wagons still can't move fast enough to truly feel safe. Because danger could strike at any moment, Jianqin does not dare sink fully into meditation, so his recovery crawls along painfully slowly. That slow recovery makes him think of Bai Yuntian, and he remembers how effortlessly his mother once healed Chang Yangko with light Saint Force. He knows a Radiant Saint Master could fix his injuries much faster, but with the caravan in this state, there is no chance of finding one. Then a sudden idea hits him. If he can already sense and gather light Saint Force, maybe he can use it to heal himself like a Radiant Saint Master. Excitement surges through Jianqin as he remembers he discovered this connection years ago at home and only now finally thinks to test it. Still riding with the caravan, Jianqin forces himself calm and starts testing whether he can separate that special healing energy from the world essence around him. Using his unusually strong soul, he slowly pulls out the hidden light Saint Force that only Radiant Saint Masters should be able to sense. He absorbs it at a snail's pace so the energy will not condense into a visible glow and expose his secret. The moment the light Saint Force spreads through him, his battered body is wrapped in a warm, almost unbelievable sense of relief. Watching his serious injuries knit back together at shocking speed, Jianqin finally believes the legends about high-level Radiant Saint Masters. He recalls that top Radiant Saint Masters are said to regrow limbs and even revive the dead, and now that claim no longer feels impossible. All night long he keeps healing in secret, wrapped in a mist of light Saint Force that none of the mercenaries can detect. The rest of the caravan gets no sleep at all, because everyone is either treating wounds or straining to catch any sign of another ambush. Even when dawn comes, nobody relaxes, because another bandit group could still finish off this wounded caravan. The merchants know they could save themselves by abandoning cargo, but the goods are too valuable for anyone to make that choice unless they absolutely must. When the red sun rises, Jianqin finally opens his eyes after an entire night of secret treatment, and feels his body moving freely again. A night of light Saint Force has completely healed wounds that should have kept him down for 5 or 6 more days. His Saint Force is not just restored to full, it feels even stronger than before, which makes the discovery even more valuable. He is thrilled that he can control light Saint Force at all, because it gives him a hidden way to survive terrible injuries in the future. But the same thought makes him more cautious, and he decides this healing ability must stay secret unless he is truly cornered. After that dangerous stretch, the road finally stays quiet, and the caravan pushes ahead much faster than expected. By the third day they have crossed the worst route and can finally see the huge border walls of the Blue Wind Kingdom ahead. The sight of the fort hits the whole caravan at once, and battered mercenaries break into open cheers because they finally feel safe from the boundless bandits. Jianqin feels the same weight lift from his chest, because once he is inside Blue Wind Kingdom, the Hua Yun sect should not be able to hunt him so easily anymore. Even with the walls in sight, they still have a long last stretch to cover along a busy road full of travelers and other caravans. At the gate, a border soldier stops the caravan and demands to know where they came from. The merchants handle it the usual way, slipping the guard a few gold coins until his hard face turns into a broad smile. With one wave of the guard's hand, the whole caravan is finally allowed through the border fort and into Blue Wind Kingdom. Crossing that gate calms Jianqin immediately, because now he has escaped the Hua Yun sect's strongest reach inside Jessen Kingdom. Not long after entering the kingdom, the caravan reaches a decent-sized city and stops at the market to rest and reorganize. The merchants unload into the assigned storage area, while most mercenaries scatter to sleep or treat their injuries and only a couple stay behind on guard. After tying up his horse, Jianqin spots Mu Yun still lingering nearby in ordinary clothes and walks straight over to him. Jianqin quietly warns Mu Yun that too many mercenaries saw his battle skill, and staying here could get dangerous fast. Mu Yun only smiles back and says that if anyone tries to take his battle skill, they will learn it is not going to be easy. Jianqin can tell Mu Yun has made up his mind, so he drops the argument and turns the moment into a calm farewell. Since their road parts here, Jianqin thanks Mu Yun and tells him to take care of himself. Mu Yun returns the gesture, and the two part on decent terms after surviving the same bloody escape. Before they can fully separate, Captain Lang Tian walks over smiling and invites both of them to a proper restaurant feast for the whole group. Lang Tian openly thanks Jianqin and Mu Yun for helping hold the line during the boundless bandits' ambush. Jianqin politely pushes the credit back toward Lang Tian, saying the captain was the one who killed many of the enemy experts. Mu Yun follows that line too, praising Lang Tian and making the captain flash with a brief, hidden moment of shame. Recovering smoothly, Lang Tian says everyone has been running half-dead for days and just wants one good meal and a few days to rest and heal. Mu Yun immediately accepts, joking that after so many days of rations he was already planning to gorge himself anyway. Jianqin declines instead, saying he has urgent business and must leave the group right away. Lang Tian lets him go without pressing further, and Jianqin cleanly severs ties with the caravan. Once Jianqin is gone, the mood shifts sharply as Lang Tian meets with several mercenaries in a restaurant room to talk in private about Mu Yun's battle skill. In the private room, one mercenary confirms that Mu Yun really used a battle skill during the ambush, and many survivors witnessed it. That one detail changes the room at once, because a high-level battle skill means a fortune great enough to tempt even fellow mercenaries. Lang Tian points out the strange part. Mu Yun should know his secret leaked, so why did he not flee the moment they reached safety? To the captains, that leaves only two ugly possibilities. Mu Yun is either a fool, or he has backing strong enough to make him fearless. The men ask where Mu Yun came from, but nobody knows much, because he only joined the caravan midway like any other solo mercenary. Silence hangs for a moment, then greed finally speaks out loud as some of the mercenaries ask whether they should just seize the battle skill. They argue that even if they do not use it themselves, a valuable battle skill could be sold for an absurd price anywhere on the continent. Lang Tian does not answer right away and instead turns to Captain Bai Fei Yun, making the veteran captain's judgment the room's real pivot. Bai Fei Yun hesitates, then reminds everyone of the battle with the boundless bandits and the mysterious expert who secretly saved their lives. That reminder rattles the room, because many of the mercenaries never knew the ambush had ended thanks to an unseen outsider at all. Lang Tian backs him up at once, admitting with heavy emotion that without that hidden expert, none of them would have survived the ordeal. In a tense mercenary meeting, Lang Tian agrees with Bai Fei Yun that Mu Yun may be linked to the mysterious stranger, and that possibility scares them into backing off completely. They quickly settle on a cautious order. No one is to provoke Mu Yun, and everyone must act like they saw nothing. After parting with Mu Yun, Jianqin wanders through Black Wind City, a smaller border city packed with traders, caravans, and mercenaries from every direction. Since he has barely eaten proper meat for days, Jianqin heads into a restaurant near the Mercenary Union and finally lets himself enjoy a real meal. After eating his fill, Jianqin rents a room upstairs and turns straight back to cultivation instead of wasting the night. He burns through Class 1 monster cores at a frightening rate, desperate to grow strong enough that even the Hua Yun sect will fear him before he ever returns home. Almost all that energy still vanishes into the two mysterious glows in his dantian, but Jianqin can at least feel his own absorption speed improving a little. By morning, Jianqin wakes to an empty core in his hand and realizes one night of cultivation already cost him 50 Class 1 monster cores. Looking out over the street, he grimly works out that his remaining supply will last only about 10 days, and ordinary world energy alone would slow him far too much. That leaves him with one clear problem to solve next. He needs a way to replenish his monster cores fast. He heads downstairs for breakfast and takes a seat in the loud, crowded restaurant, back among merchants and mercenaries. Jianqin casually orders stir-fried flour tiger meat, 2 side dishes, and a bowl of white rice, trying to keep the morning ordinary. While he eats, Jianqin quietly listens to the surrounding mercenaries, using their gossip to pick up useful news from the road. Then 5 desert mercenary group members in matching cyan robes enter together and scan the packed restaurant for seats. One of the youths spots Jianqin sitting alone and points him out as the easiest table to seize in the packed room. The 5 cyan-robed mercenaries head for Jianqin's table with ugly smiles, convinced the quiet young man in white is easy prey. Ganho pats Jianqin on the shoulder and tells him this table belongs to them now, making it clear he expects obedience, not discussion. Jianqin checks them with his soul, decides they are not truly dangerous, and flatly refuses to move. Ganho's face darkens at the defiance, and the whole restaurant starts watching like this is just another common mercenary dispute. When Ganho openly threatens him, Jianqin's easy expression vanishes and hard-killing intent flashes across his face. Jianqin sets down his chopsticks and quietly warns them that a group like this has no right to order him around. Annoyed that a boy-looking stranger dares talk back, Ganho decides to teach him a lesson and swings a heavy palm at Jianqin's face. Jianqin moves first, snatching up a chopstick and driving it straight through Ganho's palm before anyone can follow the motion. Ganho screams, and the restaurant erupts in shocked gasps as everyone realizes this quiet young man is much more dangerous than he looked. Jianqin follows with a brutal kick to the chest that sends Ganho flying backward into another table. That display instantly changes the room's mood, because even the onlookers can tell Jianqin's strength and ruthlessness are not normal. Ganho's companions finally react, furious that someone dared injure a member of the desert mercenaries. One young mercenary charges with a greatsword, sure that their group name alone should be enough to crush this fight. Jianqin answers by summoning the silver-white light wind sword, the blade from his past life that he still treats as an extension of himself. Before the youth's great sword can even finish its swing, Jianqin's blade flashes to his throat and stops on the skin with a thin line of blood. Most of the restaurant barely sees the silver flash at all, and the sudden silence says they know they are watching a swordsman far beyond this room. A middle-aged companion quickly drops his pride and admits they were at fault, asking Jianqin to spare the young man. Jianqin lowers the sword after a brief pause and dismisses the youth with one cold word, scram. He leaves a gold coin for the meal and turns to walk out, done with the restaurant and the nuisance. But the humiliation is too much for them, and the 4 companions silently exchange looks before deciding to kill Jianqin from behind. All 4 suddenly summon their saint weapons and rush him at once, aiming for several vital points in a coordinated sneak attack. Jianqin hears them, slips 2 meters forward in a blur, and leaves all 4 attacks cutting empty air behind him. The instant he turns back with light wind in hand, Jianqin closes the distance on the nearest middle-aged man and drives a lightning-fast thrust toward his throat. The man barely gets his blade across in time, but Jianqin immediately changes the attack, pouring hidden sharpness into the sword and rotating into a vicious drilling strike. That spinning sword she bores straight through the man's weapon and punches into his throat, killing him where he stands. Jianqin lands lightly, pulls the blade free, and without a pause darts to the first young attacker. The young mercenary is far too slow to react, and Jianqin's next silver flash pierces straight through his neck. 2 attackers are down almost instantly, and the whole restaurant freezes as everyone realizes Jianqin is slaughtering trained mercenaries with terrifying ease. Jianqin swings his gaze to the last 2 attackers and readies another strike, his face still cold and unchanged after the killings. That finally breaks them, and the last 2 drop their weapons, fall to their knees, and beg Jianqin to spare their lives. The 2 surviving mercenaries drop to their knees and beg, and everyone in the restaurant realizes they have completely lost their nerve. Jianqin gives them one last icy answer. He already spared them once, and they wasted it. Before the men can react, his light wind sword flashes out and slices both of their throats in one ruthless beat. He turns at once to the last survivor and kills him just as cleanly, wiping out all 5 desert mercenaries in moments. With the killing done, Jianqin calmly leaves coins behind for the cleanup and walks out as if nothing happened. Only after he is gone do the customers breathe again, stunned by how fast and precise that young swordsman was. Some people admire his talent, but others warn that anyone who just slaughtered desert mercenaries is carrying trouble with him. After leaving the restaurant, Jianqin goes straight to the mercenary union to find nearby escort work he can still take at his low rank. Wake City may only be 3rd class, but its walls are built like a fortress because nearby magical beasts sometimes attack in force. 2 days later, under brutal afternoon sun, the caravan Jianqin escorted finally crawls back toward Wake City's gates. The merchants and mercenaries complain about the heat, drenched in sweat and half miserable from the road. Jianqin stands out immediately, wrapped in clothes on a white horse and somehow not sweating at all. As he opens his eyes and looks at the city ahead, it is clear he chose Wake City on purpose as a base to grow stronger with monster cores from the nearby mountains. Once the escort is complete, Jianqin turns in the mission at the mercenary union and picks up a little money and reputation. Wake City is packed with long-term mercenaries because hunting magical beasts here is dangerous, but far more profitable than escort work. The stifling hall reeks of sweat badly enough that even Jianchen has to pinch his nose. He wastes no time in the city, buying supplies and a map before heading out alone toward the magical beast mountain range. 2 hours later, riding hard for the mountains, Jianchen reaches the forested edge of the range where the real danger begins. The map's warnings are grim: poisonous insects, hidden vipers, and swampy ground can kill a lone traveler as easily as the beasts can. Jianchen accepts all of it without hesitation, deciding this forest will be his new training ground. He gently frees the white horse that carried him here, choosing to go into the mountain range completely alone. The horse gives a final neigh behind him as Jianchen walks into the trees without looking back. Inside the forest, weeds as tall as a person swallow the path, so Jianchen keeps jumping into the trees to make sure he does not get lost. Hidden vipers keep appearing in the grass, but his soul senses them first and lets him deal with them before they strike. 4 hours deeper in, the atmosphere changes and the cries of real beasts start echoing through the forest. A dark green leopard-like beast suddenly pounces from behind, trying to catch him off guard. His sword appears in a white flash and kills the animal instantly before it can even touch him. Jianchen barely gives the corpse a glance, recognizing it as an ordinary beast with no monster core worth taking. Not long after, Jianchen suddenly stops and turns serious for the first time since entering the forest. A faint rustling answers him, and a huge dusty yellow scorpion crawls out of the undergrowth into view. The monster stops a few meters away, glowing jade eyes fixed on him, while its oversized pincers and long poisonous tail warn exactly how deadly it is. Since he came here to hunt magical beasts, Jianchen attacks first and shoots straight in with his blade. The scorpion's tail lashes out just as fast, and sword and stinger crash together with a metallic ring that jolts his whole arm numb. Retreating a few meters, Jianchen judges from that one exchange that this monster is already a Class 2 magical beast. Jianchen instantly realizes this mountain range scorpion is far deadlier than the academy beasts he fought before, and he stops underestimating it. The scorpion gives him no breathing room and rushes across the clearing, snapping its glowing green pincers straight at his head. Remembering that one careless move gets people killed, Jianchen slips past the strike by a hair and counters instead of retreating. He picks the beast's eye as the cleanest weak point, and drives the light wind sword toward it with a precise sword giraffe thrust. At the last instant, the scorpion spits a blob of green poison and jerks its head aside, nearly throwing off his perfect attack. Even with the dodge, Jianchen's sword still slices through the eyelid and punches into the eye. But the poison lands too, and Jianchen is swallowed in a corrosive green mist, while the one-eyed scorpion shrieks. He bursts out of the cloud in rough shape, his coarse clothes melting off and his hair starting to fall away under the venom's burn. Realizing how nasty the poison is, Jianchen rips away the ruined clothes and forces his saint force to resist the venom on his skin. Seeing the scorpion stagger, he decides this is the kill window and charges back in without even stopping to dress. He flashes to the scorpion's side and drives a sword-chi strike into its throat, forcing through scales that ring like metal. The wounded scorpion still fights back hard, whipping both pincers and its long poisonous tail at him at once. Jianchen leaps onto its broad back, but the move also reminds him how little raw power he has against a beast this huge. Then he hears the tail coming, and in one clean sidestep he avoids a strike that was meant for the back of his head. The scorpion's tail drives straight into its own shell, and for a second even Jianchen is stunned by the beast's mistake. When the scorpion tries to yank the hook free and tears its own flesh worse, Jianchen knows its reactions have finally slowed. He jumps clear and buries the light wind sword into the scorpion's remaining eye before it can recover. He forces the blade deeper until it reaches the brain, and the giant scorpion finally collapses in a dead heap. Jianchen pulls his treasured sword free and flicks the green blood and white brain matter off with controlled disgust. He tries to cut in through the skull for the monster core, but even dead, the scorpion's shell is too tough, so he decides not to waste strength on brute force. So he switches plans, digs in through the eye socket, and finally pulls out the Class 2 monster core. Holding the core up, Jianchen is pleased to see it is a stronger, purer Class 2 core than anything he got back at Kargath Academy. When he checks his body, he realizes the poison only burned on the surface because his Azulet sword law training made his physique unusually tough. With no water nearby and no interest in staying naked, he wipes the venom off with leaves and changes into a fresh set of coarse clothes from his space ring. He leaves the scorpion carcass behind without harvesting it, deciding the small profit is not worth lingering in dangerous beast territory. As he pushes deeper into the magical beast mountain range over the day, he learns another rule fast. The local beasts are stronger, but much harder to find. By nightfall he has only seen 2 more Class 1 beasts, and the forest turns into a black maze under the canopy. He sets a bonfire in a flat patch of ground and calmly roasts meat for a simple meal before settling in. After eating, he scatters a sharp-smelling herb around camp to keep ordinary poisonous creatures from creeping in overnight. Then he climbs into a tree and dusts himself with a white sweet-smelling powder to suppress his scent and chi from normal wild animals while he sleeps. Once his safety setup is done, he takes out a pile of monster cores and starts cultivating right there in the tree. Energy pours from the cores into his body at a frightening rate, painful enough to strain his pores, but still well within what his will can endure. The berserk energy that would injure ordinary cultivators is dragged into his dantian and swallowed by the two mysterious violet and azure glows instead. That strange advantage lets him refine monster cores far faster and more safely than normal, and he can feel himself moving steadily toward Great Saint. At sunrise he opens his eyes, drops from the tree, and greets the new day feeling clearly stronger than before. After checking his saint force, he judges that he has already reached the level of a middle saint in less than a month since first condensing his saint weapon. He eats a quick meal and heads back into the mountain range, fully settled into the rhythm of surviving and growing alone. A month flashes by, and Jianqin is now a hardened survivor at the foot of the mountain range, his clothes and face caked with mud and dust from constant fighting. Waiting in front of him is a meter-tall black panther beast, crouched low and ready to explode into another fight. In the mountain range outskirts, a black panther launches itself at Jianqin like a shadow, jaws wide and claws tearing up the ground behind it. Jianqin answers with a lightning-fast thrust, and even though the panther jerks its head aside, the light wind sword still slices a bloody line across its skull. The beast keeps charging anyway, but Jianqin's second strike is even faster and drives straight through its throat before it can react. He pulls the sword free, and the blood slides off the blade until light wind gleams bright and spotless again. A month has passed since Jianqin entered the magical beast mountain range, and he has spent every day hunting by daylight and cultivating through the night. Free from holding himself back at Changyang Mansion, Jianqin's strength has surged from peak saint to great saint in just one frightening month. With that jump in power, Class 2 magical beasts have become easy prey for him, and he has already started looking toward Class 3 beasts next. He cuts open the dead panther, catches its Class 2 monster core, and wipes it clean with a handful of grass. Looking at the core in his hand, Jianqin murmurs with quiet satisfaction that this makes 12 Class 2 cores for the day. He leaves the carcass behind and keeps moving through the outskirts carefully, because even here hidden swamps and wandering stronger beasts can still kill him. Then Jianqin suddenly catches the sound of running water, and his mood lifts at once because he has finally found a stream. Pushing through the weeds, he reaches a narrow clear creek and grins, because his stored water was almost gone and he had been close to giving up and leaving the forest. After checking that the area seems safe, Jianqin kneels by the creek and starts filling canteens from his space belt. Once the water is secured, he strips off his clothes and jumps into the stream to finally wash off a month of sweat and grime. That relief lasts only seconds before Jianqin's expression snaps from relaxed to battle-ready. He explodes upward out of the water, summons the light wind sword into his hand, and stabs straight down at the hidden attacker. A golden vine-like attacker lashes out from the stream to meet him, and Jianqin's sword pins its head in a frozen split-second clash above the water. Before he can settle, a second golden vine-like strike whips out from the grass at the riverbank and comes for him from the side. Jianqin stays calm, kicks off his first attacker for momentum, and flips back to the shore instead of getting trapped half-naked in the water. The moment he lands, Jianqin rushes to his clothes and gets dressed fast, refusing to face an unknown threat unprepared. Now dressed, he finally gets a clear look and freezes when he recognizes the golden snake with silver stripes for what it is. He blurts out the name Silver-Striped Golden Snake, and the realization hits him like a death sentence. Jianqin remembers exactly why this beast is infamous. It is one of the rarest serpents on the continent, and every part of its body is precious, especially its terrifying venom. What makes it truly horrifying is that its poison cannot be fully cured without the snake's own blood, not even by a radiant saint master. The books had gone even further, describing higher-rank silver-striped golden snakes as nightmare creatures that can grow enormous, fly, burrow, and wipe out entire cities with poison alone. Back in the present, Jianqin can hardly believe his luck that a beast this rare and deadly is sitting right here in the mountain range outskirts. He studies its wrist-thick body in grim silence, accepting that this really is a silver-striped golden snake and that one mistake here could cost him his life. Running would normally be his answer against a stronger beast, but Jianqin immediately abandons that idea because a silver-striped golden snake is far too fast in a straight chase. He mutters that if the snake is only Class 1 he might kill it, but if it is Class 2 then just surviving and escaping would already be enough. The snake answers first by opening its mouth and breathing out a gray poisonous mist that makes the plants around it shrivel almost instantly. Just getting near the poison makes Jianqin dizzy and weak, and he realizes this venom can foul the air itself. He bites his own tongue hard enough to shock himself awake, then throws himself backward and circulates Saint Force to fight off the draining effect. After feeling that poison once, Jianqin revises his guess with dread and decides the snake is at least a Class 2 beast. He holds his breath and darts away from the poisonous cloud, trying to buy even a little space. The silver-striped golden snake instantly turns into a golden streak and catches him with terrifying ease. It lunges for his neck, and Jianqin barely saves himself by snapping his head aside at the last possible instant. At that same instant, Jianqin brings out light wind and answers with a full power slash, a bright moon-like trail of sword chi cutting at the snake. The hit lands cleanly, but Jianqin's face drops when the sword cannot even scratch the snake's scales. That one failed strike tells Jianqin the truth at once. This monster is at least Class 3, maybe even Class 4, and this is no fight he can afford to have. Still reeling, Jianchen barely jerks his head aside as the silver-striped golden snake snaps for his neck and breathes out gray poison. He darts behind the snake and slams the light wind sword down again, stubbornly testing whether its scales can really stop him. The blade only stops at the first scale, and Jianchen realizes his strongest attack is doing nothing at all. With no way through that defense, Jianchen gives up on fighting and launches himself deeper into the mountain range to gamble on escaping. He zigzags through branches, hoping terrain or other mercenaries might save him, but the mountain range is too vast to count on either. A black tiger suddenly appears in his path, but one look at the silver-striped golden snake turns the beast from hunter to terrified runaway. That cowardly retreat tells Jianchen the ugly truth. In this forest, almost no magical beast dares challenge the snake chasing him. After an hour of desperate flight, the forest grows thicker near the mountain range depths, but the snake still refuses to give up its prey. The snake keeps striking from behind, and Jianchen survives only by reacting instantly over and over again. Then the snake changes tactics and lashes its tail out of the grass straight at him. He tries to jump clear, but the tail whips after him, catches his waist, and locks him in midair. Jianchen hacks at the tail in panic, but even now the scales stay untouched. Before he can recover, the giant mouth surges in, and the snake sinks its fangs deep into Jianchen's left shoulder. The pain tells him exactly how bad this is, because only this snake's own blood can cure its venom. Cornered and half-crazed, Jianchen's soul suddenly becomes abnormally active, and a faint new awareness of everything around him opens up. As he swings again, Jianchen feels his spirit and sword merge into one seamless thing. This time dense sword she engulfs the light wind sword, and the blow finally cuts through the snake's armored scales. The silver-striped golden snake recoils hissing, and Jianchen stares in shocked relief at the first real wound he has managed to make. He quickly understands the breakthrough. This spirit-linked sword state can pierce the snake's defense. When Jianchen loosens his grip, the light wind sword does not fall at all and instead hangs in midair, pointed directly at the snake. Even the snake hesitates now, because it can clearly feel the danger coming off the floating blade. Jianchen closes his eyes and tests the new control, sending the sword flashing forward like a bolt of silver lightning. The spirit-controlled strike slams into the snake's head before it can even react, opening another deep bloody wound. Knowing he can finally hurt it, Jianchen keeps pressing the attack and aims for the snake's body instead of just its head. A fresh wound rips open near the snake's heart, but the strike still cannot quite finish the vital spot. Panicked now, the snake coils around its injured side to protect that weak point and finally loosens its tail from Jianchen. Jianchen drops to the ground and nearly collapses, hit by dizziness and the venom spreading through his body. When he rips his clothes open, Jianchen sees the poison has already blackened half his body, and even his Saint Force cannot hold it back. Remembering light Saint Force can at least slow the venom, he gathers it around himself while still controlling the sword to keep the snake back. The gathered light wraps Jianchen in a milky white cocoon, and the poison finally slows even though it still refuses to disappear. While Jianchen buys time, the spirit sword keeps circling the snake so fast that even the beast no longer dares expose its wounds. Another lightning-fast stab punches into the snake's head, forcing out another pained hiss. Driven into a corner, the snake opens its mouth and floods the whole area with thick gray venom fog. The poison mist is so vicious that grass and even healthy trees wither into a dead orange the moment it touches them. Jianchen immediately holds his breath and lets the light cocoon fade, because even light Saint Force cannot safely cure this poison. Using the fog as cover, the silver-striped golden snake finally tries to escape instead of fighting. Jianchen cannot let it go, because without the snake's blood his delayed poison will still kill him, so he sends the light wind sword after it at full speed for one last decisive strike. The sword catches the snake and drives cleanly through its underside and heart before it has any chance to react. With one desolate hiss, the 50-meter monster crashes down lifeless, and Jianchen finally knows he survived. The light wind sword flies back into Jianchen's hand, and he forces himself toward the corpse at once because he needs the snake's blood before the poison or the mountain range kills him. Needing the antidote immediately, Jianchen staggers to the corpse, kneels at the wound, and starts drinking the snake's blood. As the blood goes down, Jianchen feels its special energy cancel the venom wherever it flows, so he gulps down even more to save his life. After guzzling as much snake blood as he could stomach, Jianchen finally gasped in relief instead of dying where he stood. Inside his body, the snake blood slowly burned through the poison, and the blackened skin on his left side faded back to normal. When the venom was fully gone, Jianchen knew he had survived by the narrowest margin and would have been dead in days if he had failed to kill the snake. Now safe enough to think, he looked over the silver-striped golden snake with rising excitement because he knew every part of it was a treasure. He remembered that the snake's meat could toughen the body and improve poison resistance, making the corpse valuable far beyond an ordinary magical beast. He also recalled that the gall and blood could be refined into a near-unmatched poison immunity, which tempted him even more. Even the snake's fangs, skin, and venom sac were priceless, because they could become lethal weapons, rare armor, and an almost undetectable poison. Realizing this was the biggest haul he had found since entering the mountain range, Jianchen decided he would strip and keep the corpse no matter what. He dragged the massive body out of the grass and finally saw just how absurd it was. A 70-meter snake nearly at class 4 strength. Because his space belt was too small, Jianchen reached for the precious space ring his father had given him and prepared to store the whole snake inside. Just as he was about to put the corpse away, Jianchen's face changed and he snapped toward movement in the surrounding foliage. A group of about 20 mercenaries stepped out of the trees, and Jianchen instantly knew his luck had just turned rotten. The mercenaries were startled to find Jianchen there, but their attention quickly locked onto the giant snake behind him. Their middle-aged leader recognized it first and blurted out the truth in disbelief. This was a silver-striped golden snake. Once the name sank in, the whole mercenary group erupted in stunned excitement and naked greed at the fortune lying in front of them. Jianchen quickly hid his space ring and understood there was no room left for negotiation. Instead of waiting to be surrounded, he summoned the light wind sword and launched himself at them first. The mercenary leader sneered, drew his great sword, and swung head-on to stop Jianchen's rush. But Jianchen slipped around that first clash and cut straight toward the weaker men behind the leader instead. The mercenaries hurriedly summoned their saint weapons, but Jianchen was already among them. He dodged their blows without slowing and opened 2 throats in one brutal pass. Those 2 dropped, and Jianchen kept moving before the rest could even process that they were dead. Using his movement technique, he flickered behind the group and wiped out the weakest saint-level mercenaries before they could react at all. By the time the stronger men managed to brace themselves, all the easy kills were already lying on the ground. Jianchen immediately pressed a great saint next, feinted off the man's throat, and drove his sword straight through his heart. That kill pushed the rest over the edge, and the surviving mercenaries roared in anger as they rushed him together. He met the group attack with a burst of silver strikes that smashed into 3 saint weapons so fast they sounded like one impact. The force behind that thin blade shocked the mercenaries and staggered them backward, opening exactly the gap Jianchen wanted. Before one man could recover, Jianchen lunged in and punched his sword through the mercenary's throat at point-blank range. A heavy strike suddenly came from behind, and Jianchen spun with sword chi on his blade to catch the mercenary leader's great sword in midair. The 2 blades held for a heartbeat, but Jianchen's arm betrayed the strain with a subtle tremor after the collision. The leader followed with a furious punch, and Jianchen answered with his own instead of giving ground. Their fists crashed together hard enough to kick up a shockwave through the clearing and shove both men apart. After sliding back, the leader glared at Jianchen and promised he would enjoy killing him. The surviving great saints regrouped behind their leader, while Jianchen stared back in cold silence and made a darker decision. Because they had seen the silver-striped golden snake, Jianchen decided every one of them had to die before word of the corpse brought even worse enemies down on him. With 11 men left plus 2 serious threats, the leader whipped the survivors into a frenzy and charged, shouting that the silver-striped golden snake could make them rich enough to quit this mountain life. Jianchen answered by raising the light wind sword and diving into them again, his fighting spirit fully awake now. The leader saw him coming and swung to split him in half, but Jianchen once again slipped past him and aimed for the weaker targets behind. This time the leader adjusted instantly and slashed sideways at Jianchen's back, only to realize too late that he had cut through a mirror image. Jianchen slips past the middle-aged swordsman and dives straight into the weaker mercenaries before they can regroup. Several mercenaries swing together, but Jianchen's sword snaps out so fast that every weapon is knocked offline. He uses that opening instantly and pierces 3 mercenaries through the throat before they can recover control. A heavy sword strike crashes in from the side, and Jianchen barely turns in time to meet it. The blow is so strong that Jianchen is smashed backward across the clearing. Before he can reset, the younger Saint Master drives a long silver spear straight at his heart. Jianchen digs in, stops his retreat with brute force, and slashes directly into the spearhead instead of giving ground. His sword chi surges down the spear, but the spearman floods it with saint force and forcefully holds it back. The 2 powers collide in a sharp explosion that blasts both fighters apart. Jianchen lands lightly, but the older Saint Master comes at his blind side before he has enough strength to defend properly. He tries to roll away, yet the great sword still tears open a deep wound across his back. The older man raises his sword to finish him, convinced the fight has finally turned. Jianchen explodes upward off one hand, slips past that second strike by a hair, and counterattacks in the same motion. The man barely jerks his head aside, but Jianchen still opens his neck with the first cut. Jianchen twists his wrist without hesitation and finishes the kill before the man can react. The dying Saint Master can only point at Jianchen in disbelief before collapsing where he stands. That brutal kill finally breaks the remaining mercenaries, and dread spreads across their faces. Jianchen gives them no breathing room and charges the survivors at once. The last Saint Master steps in to block him, trying to hold the line with his spear while the others hesitate. Now that the others hang back in fear, Jianchen traps the younger Saint Master in a rapid close-range duel and forces him fully onto defense. The spearman is forced fully onto defense because Jianchen's sword is too fast to risk a single opening. When they finally split apart, the mercenary is cut up all over while Jianchen is pale but still standing strong. Realizing Jianchen will kill anyone who escapes with the snake's secret, the younger Saint Master makes a grim choice and tells the others to run. The mercenaries seize that chance and scatter into the forest in every direction. Jianqin tries to cut the last Saint Master down immediately, but the man throws himself forward to buy time with his life. In a sudden twist, the spearman knocks the light wind sword up into the air and sees one brief chance to win. He drives his spear straight for Jianqin's throat, sure the opening is real. Jianqin catches the spear shaft with both hands, stopping the attack with raw saint force instead of panic. At that final moment, the light wind sword hangs in the air, erupts with sword chi, and turns into Jianqin's hidden soul sword strike. The flying light wind sword punches through the Saint Master's throat from behind and streaks on into the forest, dropping him before the escaping mercenaries can get away. A few more screams erupt from the forest, making it clear the fleeing mercenaries are being cut down too. Only after the killing stops does the narration make it clear that Jianqin used his last resort soul sword to finish the ambush. The light wind sword flies back into Jianqin's hand, fierce for one last instant before the pressure vanishes. With the battle finally finished, Jianqin exhales and feels just how badly the snake fight and the two Saint Masters have drained him. The moment he tries to move, the deep cut on his back flares with hot pain and twists his face. He gathers light saint force again, and a warm milky white glow blooms around him to heal the injury. This time he fully feels how strangely comfortable and addictive that healing power is. When the glow fades, the ugly gash is gone completely, leaving only blood on his shirt and smooth skin underneath. Then the price hits him: dizziness, crushing weariness, and the clear realization that soul sword and light saint force consume his soul fast. He warns himself to use those trump cards carefully from now on, because overusing them would cripple his fighting strength. After changing into clean clothes, Jianqin finally looks over the dead mercenaries' space belts with practical hope. But before looting them, he secures the biggest prize and stores the giant silver-striped golden snake inside his hidden space ring. Holding that body makes him quietly thrilled, because its blood and gall bladder could help him refine an unpoisonable body later. Once he calms down, he strips the dead mercenaries of their space belts and leaves the bloody clearing behind. In a safer empty spot, he sits down with 20 space belts and starts checking what the massacre actually earned him. Most of the belts hold only survival junk like bedding, tents, water, food, herbs, and bandages instead of real wealth. Even after digging through belt after belt, he finds almost no money and not a single worthwhile core at first. Halfway through, one belt finally gives him a small pile of monster cores, but even those are mostly low grade. When he finishes all 20 belts, the full profit is laughably small for a group that even had 2 Saint Masters. He can only smile bitterly at the result, because he could have earned more than this by hunting alone for one day. The next day, Jianqin keeps moving deeper into the magical beast mountain range, toward territory much closer to the abyss. Here the forest is dominated by Class 3 magical beasts, and only the occasional weaker Class 2 shows up anymore. Now that he is a great saint, Class 3 beasts are dangerous but worth the effort, because their cores are far more valuable for both money and cultivation. 10 days pass in that rhythm, with Jianqin hunting by day and cultivating alone each night until his strength rises sharply. By the end of those 10 days, he is still a primary great saint, but he can clearly feel the middle great saint level getting close. At one point he tests himself against a Class 4 magical beast, only to learn the gap is still too large after a brutal short exchange. He escapes that fight seriously wounded, and the lesson sticks hard. From then on, Jianqin stops provoking Class 4 beasts at all and immediately runs whenever he senses one, focusing on safer Class 3 hunts instead. After 10 more days hunting alone in the magical beast mountain range, Jianqin has piled up around 20 Class 3 monster cores and keeps pushing his cultivation with the haul. Traveling solo also makes him easier prey, because beasts that avoid large groups will boldly stalk one lone human if they think they can eat him. Only Jianqin's unusually sharp spirit keeps him from being torn apart by the constant ambushes closing in around him. The next morning, he wakes from cultivation on a tree branch and checks his supplies before moving again. He counts 50 Class 2 cores, 120 Class 3 cores, and even 2 precious Class 4 cores, and he is quietly pleased with how much cultivation fuel he still has left. But food and basic supplies are running low, so Jianqin decides it is finally time to head back toward Wake City. He also wants to deal with the silver-striped golden snake's corpse soon, before carrying it around too long creates a worse problem. Since blood scent can draw more magical beasts, he refuses to handle that dangerous snake body inside the mountain range and keeps marching out instead. After 2 more days of travel and more hunting on the way, Jianqin finally reaches the flatter forest outside the deep mountain range. Now that the danger has eased, he finally notices how filthy he is, and the hide clothes hanging on him make him look like a miserable beggar. The moment he spots the river near the forest outskirts, Jianqin strips off his hide clothes and dives in without hesitation. He scrubs himself hard in the current with his space belt looped safely around his neck, and the water around him turns black with dirt. For the first time in a long while, the cold water and warm sun let Jianqin relax enough to close his eyes and drift. The current carries him downstream toward Wake City, and he lazily lets the river do the traveling while he dozes. That peaceful ride ends when his head bumps into something soft in the water, and Jianqin instantly jolts awake, thinking a beast has found him. He flips upright and comes face to face with a stunning young woman bathing in the river, close enough that the misunderstanding is immediate and disastrous. Jianchen realizes with a sinking heart that he has drifted straight into a woman taking a bath. The woman snaps from shock to rage, screams at the shameless intruder, and slams a palm into Jianchen's chest before he can even explain. Her blow sends him flying 20 meters through the air and into the water again, and Jianchen is stunned that one strike hurt him this badly. He scrambles to the opposite bank, ducks behind a tree, and hurriedly pulls on his last intact robe to avoid fighting naked. But the woman is already on him, and Jianchen barely dodges as a terrifying blast destroys the tree he was using for cover. Red with humiliation, she vows to kill him for peeking at her bath and rushes in with blue Saint Force blazing around her hand. Jianchen meets her palm with his own Saint Force, but the collision still blasts him back through the brush and leaves him coughing blood. From that exchange, Jianchen realizes this furious beauty is at least a great Saint Master, far beyond what someone her age should normally be. She advances like an executioner with a blue sword in hand, while Jianchen quietly draws hidden light Saint Force to heal without revealing his rare ability. Jianchen tries one more time to call it a misunderstanding, but she refuses to listen and answers with a savage kick aimed straight at his groin. He barely slips past the kick, but her blue sword follows immediately and carves a deep slash across his chest. Bleeding hard and finally angry himself, Jianchen retreats, summons the light wind sword, and decides he is done holding back against her just because she is a woman. When she presses again, Jianchen twists around her blade and drives his own sword straight for her throat. She jerks her head away in panic, but Jianchen's point still opens a thin cut on her neck and shocks real fear into her for the first time. Jianchen instantly sees the problem with her style. She has power, but nowhere near enough real combat experience. He chases that opening, but the woman suddenly vanishes and reappears 10 meters away, burning a huge amount of energy to escape his next strike. Furious at being cornered by someone weaker, she pours everything she has into her sword and prepares a named battle skill. She unleashes the first form of the Imperial Water Arts, and a dragon-shaped mass of blue Saint Force roars out toward Jianchen. The pressure of the water dragon strike crushes down on Jianchen so hard that even dodging starts to feel impossible. With no safe way out, Jianchen coldly decides to strike her first and sends the light wind sword flying straight for her neck with sword she wrapped around it. The woman turns pale, because after using her movement secret and the water dragon, she no longer has enough strength left to dodge. In panic, she drags her own water dragon back to intercept the incoming sword, but Jianchen's weapon is still faster. Just as Jianchen's sword is about to reach her throat, an enraged old man drops from the sky and steps in front of her. The old man catches the light wind sword between two fingers and casually wipes out the water dragon with his other hand, showing a terrifying level of power. The woman instantly calls him Uncle Feng and demands Jianchen's death, but the old man ignores her anger and fixes his sharp attention on the strange sword instead. Then the old man looks at Jianchen and asks the question that changes the mood of the whole clash. What is your name, and who is your master? Still furious that Jianchen saw her naked, the young woman chokes back tears and orders Uncle Feng to help kill him. Before Feng can stop it, another elder steps in, laughing that if Feng will not act, he will teach Jianchen a lesson himself. Jianchen tries to dodge, but Uncle Yun's pressure slams down on him so hard it feels like a mountain is crushing his body. As the pressure peaks, the azure and violet lights inside Jianchen's dantian flicker on by themselves, but he is too overwhelmed to notice. Uncle Feng suddenly realizes something is wrong and shouts for Uncle Yun to stop, but the warning comes too late. Uncle Yun's fist caves in Jianchen's chest, breaks bones, and wrecks his organs in one brutal hit. At the instant of contact, the hidden azure violet power lashes Uncle Yun's palm and leaves him startled even as Jianchen is blasted away. Jianchen crashes to the ground 30 meters away, pale and barely alive as blood pours from his mouth. Uncle Yun stares at the outcome in disbelief, then coldly decides to spare Jianchen after seeing he somehow survived the blow. Uncle Feng quietly sends the trapped light wind sword back to Jianchen and urges the group to leave before more trouble starts. Luan Er still refuses to let it end there and marches at Jianchen with her sword, demanding his death. Feng blocks her path and treats her outbursts like spoiled trouble, which only leaves her more wronged and close to crying. When she keeps arguing, Uncle Yun simply lifts her onto the flying beast with Saint Force and cuts the scene short. The three fly off, and Luan Er keeps glaring down at Jianchen as if she will never forgive the insult. Still stamping in anger, Luan Er demands to know why the elders let that scoundrel go. Feng explains that their clan is already under pressure, so this is the worst time to make a dangerous new enemy. Luan Er snaps back that Jianchen was weaker than even her, so she cannot believe he could threaten their clan. Uncle Yun answers by unwrapping his hand and revealing two deep wounds sliced clean through his palm. The sight leaves Luan Er stunned, because the elder she trusted to crush Jianchen was actually hurt by him. Even Feng is rattled when Yun says the wound came from that 20-year-old youth. Yun admits he still does not know how it happened, only that pain hit his palm the moment he struck Jianchen. That mystery makes the elders wary, and Feng decides Jianchen is too unusual to kill if it might provoke a stronger backer behind him. Back at the riverside, Jianchen lies alone in the grass with a crushed chest and blood-soaked clothes, closer to death than ever before. Because his body was tougher than normal, he survives the blow, and milky white light saint force starts gathering from the world to save him. Jianchen spends 4 exhausting hours directing the light saint force, healing less than half his damage before his spirit nearly gives out. His organs begin to recover, but the broken chest bones are worse, and even the slightest movement tortures him. Unable to move much, Jianchen relies on the Azulate Sword Law's recuperation method to slowly rebuild his drained spirit. He remains on that patch of grass for a full day and night, unmoving like a stone while his spirit finally recovers. When he finally opens his eyes the next afternoon, Jianchen immediately pulls in more light saint force to finish repairing his chest. Another 4 hours later, the broken chest is finally healed, but his spirit is drained again and he has to keep recuperating. Jianchen chooses to stay hidden out here because using light saint force inside Wake City would be too conspicuous, especially if a radiant saint master noticed. He knows revealing this ability could bring him easy glory and endless monster cores, but his instincts tell him the secret will matter more later. After 3 full days of healing, Jianchen finally stands up healthy again and heads back toward the official road. The road is full of caravans and blood-streaked mercenaries, so no one looks twice at one more battered traveler. On the way back, Jianchen cannot stop remembering the girl by the stream and the shock of seeing her body so clearly. But that memory turns into a harsher realization when he thinks about her strength and admits her talent left him ashamed of the gap. Jianchen reaches Wake City, and the guards wave him through without charging because he looks like another wounded survivor from the wilds. Instead of lingering in the city, he rents an inn room and throws himself straight back into cultivation because weakness nearly got him killed. For 10 straight days he never leaves the room, living on delivered meals while burning through his monster cores to grow stronger. When he finally stops, Jianchen has broken through to the middle Great Saint tier, and even the light wind sword has grown stronger with him. The training empties all of his Class 3 monster cores and leaves him with only 2 Class 4 cores in reserve. He goes to the window, checks the bright afternoon sky, and decides the time has finally come to deal with the silver-striped golden snake. With the promise of the snake's 10,000 immunity in mind, Jianchen looks ahead to his next move with real eagerness. In Wake City, Jianchen quietly gathered what he needed for a dangerous new attempt: dozens of gourds, a person-sized cask, fresh wilderness supplies, and a pile of coarse spare clothes. Once everything was packed into his space belt, he left the city at once and headed into an empty stretch of wilderness where no one would see what came next. After checking that the grove was deserted, Jianchen pulled out the space ring and released the silver-striped golden snake's massive corpse onto the ground. Even though the snake was already dead, its huge body still made Jianchen's heart jump, and his fear mixed with raw excitement at finally using such a rare beast. He steadied himself, summoned the light wind sword, and drove it straight into the snake's scarred 7-inch weak point to draw the blood cleanly. Jianchen moved fast, catching the gush in one gourd after another while the snake's thick greasy blood began to flood the clearing with a brutal smell. The smell was so sharp that even Jianchen was shaken, and he muttered that a rare beast like this could easily bring unwanted trouble. He kept working through the tension for 2 full hours, until roughly half his gourds were filled with around 100 kilograms of snake blood. The moment the blood was sealed away, Jianchen packed the gourds into his space belt, put the snake's body back into the space ring, and left the grove without lingering for even a breath. He knew he might be overcautious, but with a scent like that drifting through the wild for hours, Jianchen chose safety over pride. Jianchen hid back in Wake City for 2 days, and when no strange news surfaced, he set out again to handle the rest of the snake in a completely different direction. Nearly 20 miles out, he finally found another desolate safe spot and brought the silver-striped golden snake back out for dissection. He refused to do this inside Wake City, because once the body was opened, that distinctive blood scent would almost certainly pull experts straight to him. This time the cutting went smoothly, because Jianchen was far stronger than before and the snake's famous scales no longer felt impossible to break through. From the snake's stomach, Jianchen carefully lifted out a thumb-sized crimson gall, and immediately recognized it as the treasure he needed most. Unlike ordinary snake gall, this one was crimson like a jewel, and that only confirmed how precious the silver-striped golden snake really was. Jianchen sealed the gall into a small jade bottle, knowing the 10,000 immunity could not be refined without it. After stripping off the snake's skin, he set the less useful carcass back in the space ring, saving only what mattered for the poison refining method. With the blood and gall secured, Jianchen hesitated for a moment, then finally committed to the real gamble and brought out the giant cask. He uncorked the sealed gourds one by one and poured the snake blood into the cask, and once the nearly 100 kilograms were together, the stinging odor turned so dense it almost choked him. When the cask was nearly full, the reeking blood smell became even denser than before and slammed into Jianchen so hard he could barely breathe. Only now did Jianchen fully realize just how abnormal this beast's blood was, because he had ignored the smell the first time only out of sheer desperation to cure his poison. Then he stopped hesitating altogether, stripped off his clothes, and jumped straight into the cask of snake blood. At the same time, he took the crimson gall from the jade bottle and swallowed it, because blood alone was not enough to start the method. The gall began working almost immediately, churning his stomach so hard that it felt like his whole body was preparing to collapse from inside. He forced himself into a cross-legged posture with only his head above the blood, shut his eyes, and followed the method from the books to begin absorbing the snake's special elements. The process aimed to pull the snake's poison-resistant essence into his own blood, which was why the 10,000 immunity could turn a body into something poison could barely touch. It would not make him immune to every poison in the world, but against anything weaker than the snake's venom, Jianqun could become completely untouchable. As the ritual deepened, his stomach kept roaring like a storm, and the nausea grew so bad that Jianqun had to fight back the urge to vomit. He quickly understood that the gall was dissolving in his stomach, because only the gall could draw the blood's special elements into his body instead of letting them pass through uselessly. A hot current suddenly flared in his abdomen, his pores opened, and the strange energy hidden in the blood began swimming into him from every direction. But the instant that energy entered him, the process turned vicious, and Jianqun realized the snake's blood also carried berserk magical beast elements far worse than those in monster cores. The pain ripped through his whole body until even his muscles twitched, and Jianqun could only grit his teeth and endure it while wondering why he had never sensed this when he drank the blood before. Then the azure and violet glows in his dantian lit up on their own, and the berserk elements were dragged away the moment they entered his body. The agony vanished so suddenly that Jianqun froze for a moment, then realized the same mysterious glows that handled monster core impurities were saving him again. With the berserk force removed, only the harmless special elements remained, and they slowly gathered around the dissolving gall inside his stomach. The absorption was painfully slow, and Jianqun stayed in that blood-filled cask for a full day and night before every last special element was finally drawn in. By the end, the blood in the cask had gone dull and scentless, clear proof that its useful essence had been completely stripped away. That left Jianqun facing the final and most dangerous step, because whether the 10,000 immunity truly succeeded would now depend on what came next. Inside the blood cask, Jianqun reaches the last and most dangerous step of refining 10,000 immunity. He gathers the silver-striped golden snake's key blood essence into the gallbladder, because that vessel is the only thing keeping the antidote-like substance from dispersing. Jianqun starts guiding that substance into his bloodstream, but the moment it leaves the gallbladder, a strange pull fights his control. He forces the substance into his blood by sheer concentration, leaning on a spirit far stronger than his current cultivation. Even after entering his veins, the substance keeps separating from his blood like two things that simply do not belong together. Jianqun refuses to back off and keeps crushing the substance back into his blood every time it tries to split away. Little by little, even the green-tinted part disappears into his bloodstream, though Jianqun can feel his blood changing in a way that seems weaker at first. When he notices the gallbladder starting to shrink inside him, Jianqun realizes time is running out. He immediately tears off more of the remaining substance and starts forcing another round of fusion before the gallbladder disappears. After an unknown stretch of repeated attempts, Jianqun finally absorbs the very last trace just before the gallbladder gives out. Feeling the clear change in his blood, Jianqun finally relaxes and breaks into an excited smile. Inwardly, he is thrilled that he actually gained 10,000 immunity, an unpoisonable body that could save his life in this brutal world. But he also understands this is only the beginning, because the antidote has fused with his blood, not yet with his whole body. He opens his eyes to the first rays of morning and realizes he made it through the entire night. Jianqun jumps out of the cask, wipes off the clinging blood with a towel from his space belt, and changes into clean clothes. The leftover snake blood has darkened and lost its value, so Jianqun kicks the cask over and lets it spill out onto the ground. With the dangerous refinement finished, Jianqun heads back to Wake City and goes straight to a restaurant to eat after a full day and night without food. The restaurant is packed with the breakfast rush, and waitresses are hurrying between tables almost non-stop. As Jianqun eats, a deep voice behind him politely asks if he can share the only open seat. Jianqun agrees, and the stranger sits down with easy manners that feel open rather than fake. The man orders wine and horse meat, and Jianqun quietly sizes up the plainly dressed stranger as modest but seemingly straightforward. When the man asks his name, Jianqun gives it plainly between bites of food. The stranger quickly guesses Jianqun is a mercenary, and Jianqun only admits to being a low-ranked D mercenary instead of revealing his real strength. Instead of looking down on him, the man sincerely praises Jianqun's age and potential, sounding almost wistful about his own slower path. He sighs that he only became a saint at 25 and says someone like Jianqun might one day reach Earth's Saint Master. That earns him a slightly better impression from Jianqun, even if Jianqun still keeps his guard up. Jianqun also knows the man is talking about a nearly impossible dream, because the jump from Great Saint Master to Earth Saint Master is a brutal life-or-death wall. Once the man confirms Jianqun has not joined any group yet, Jianqun immediately senses where this conversation is heading. The man finally makes his pitch and invites Jianqun to join the Flame Mercenaries, calling it a small group filled with decent people. Jianqun falls silent because joining a group clashes with the way he survives and cultivates, especially when monster cores are what he needs most. In his mind, solo hunting means keeping every core for his own rapid growth, while group hunting would split away exactly what he cannot spare. Seeing the hesitation, the man quickly promises that the flame mercenaries are not like big groups that bury everyone under rules and restrictions. He says joining them is mainly a way to make money more safely, because more people means more strength in the magical beast mountain range. He pushes the point further by painting the reward. If a bigger team brings down stronger beasts, the profits become far more tempting. Then he hits Jianshin with the hard truth that solo hunting is risky, expensive, and could end in death the moment stronger beasts appear in numbers. When Jianshin still does not answer, the man makes one last sincere promise that his brothers value friendship over money and will not cheat him on profit. Kendall makes one last push, promising that the flame mercenaries value brotherhood over money and will split profits fairly. After weighing it carefully, Jianshin agrees to join but sets hard conditions: no restrictions, no forced obedience, and full freedom to leave later. Kendall checks whether Jianshin has thought this through, warning that joining the group also means inheriting any enemies and danger they already have. Jianshin answers with easy confidence that he left home to face the world, so that kind of risk was never enough to scare him off. Kendall breaks into loud laughter, impressed by Jianshin's nerve, and accepts all of his conditions on the spot. Only after the deal is settled does Kendall finally introduce himself as the captain and invite Jianshin to call him Uncle Kendall. Jianshin accepts the familiar title, and Kendall's honesty leaves him with a genuinely good first impression. The two finish eating and head straight to the mercenary union to make Jianshin's membership official. The paperwork is simple, and in no time Jianshin officially becomes a member of the Flame Mercenaries. As they leave the union, Kendall says he will take Jianshin to the group's temporary base and introduce the others. On the way, Kendall explains that the Flame Mercenaries have spent 5 years mostly hunting magical beasts for money, which is why they are still only a D-ranked group. He goes on to break down the team's strength. With Jianshin included, the Flame Mercenaries now have 10 members led by Kendall, a primary Saint Master, plus 5 Great Saints and 3 Saints. Then Kendall realizes he still does not know Jianshin's strength and asks directly, clearly expecting only a low rank because of his age. Jianshin quietly answers by taking out his mercenary badge, showing only that he is registered as a D-ranked mercenary. Kendall takes that at face value and cheerfully concludes they have gained one more Saint-level fighter. After a long walk, they arrive at the Flame Mercenaries' temporary meeting place, an old neglected house with broken steps and years of wear all over it. Kendall knocks, and a dark-skinned skinny young man opens the door and greets him like family. Inside, Jianshin scans the dim crude room, where plank beds, a long table, stools, and a half-drunk group of mercenaries make the Flame Mercenaries' rough living conditions obvious. The moment Kendall steps in, the lazy room wakes up and the mercenaries gather around to hear what brought him back. Kendall formally presents Jianshin as the newest and youngest member of the Flame Mercenaries, and Jianshin answers with a respectful salute to make a good first impression. Jianshin answers with a respectful salute and humble words, making sure his first impression lands well. The men are startled by how young he looks, but his respectful attitude smooths things over immediately. Hoopa is the first to welcome him warmly, treating him like a little brother, and promising that anyone who bullies him will answer to him. Jianshin plays along and asks how he should address him, letting Hoopa happily claim the title of Big Brother. With the mood settled, Kendall begins introducing the rest of the team one by one. The most eye-catching pair are the twins Zhou Dekai and Zhou Shaokai, both great saints, with only a forehead scar separating one brother from the other. Kendall also points out Hoopa as a primary great saint, making it clear the loud friendly one is one of the group's heavier hitters. Yunxian stands out for the opposite reason, looking more like a scholar than a mercenary even though he is already a middle saint. Xiao Dao looks even more fragile, a skinny 22-year-old middle saint whose body seems all bones and angles. Chan Ningfeng rounds out the introductions as a calm, steady middle great saint who feels like a reliable veteran. Kendall adds that 2 more members are still out buying supplies, so Jianshin is only meeting part of the team tonight. Then Kendall brings up the real point: the Flame Mercenaries are heading out on an operation tomorrow, and Jianshin is free to join if he wants. Jianshin asks what kind of operation this is, and his question briefly makes Kendall stare because the answer seems obvious to every mercenary in the room. Kendall explains that for this group, an operation simply means entering the magical beast mountain range to hunt cores and make money. That answer only amuses Jianshin, who agrees at once because going into the mountain range is exactly what he wanted in the first place. The others quickly assure Jianshin that even as the newest and seemingly weakest member, he will still get a fair share if he contributes enough. But Xiao Dao cuts through the easy talk with a sincere warning that the mountain range is deadly, and if they meet a Class 3 magical beast, Jianshin could lose his life. Xiao Dao's warning makes the whole room go grim, because everyone here knows a real Class 3 magical beast could wipe them out if Kendall cannot hold it off. Jianshin's reaction is the opposite of fear, because by now ordinary Class 3 magical beasts are already beneath him even if no one here realizes it. Jianshin answers evenly that he is not as weak as they think, and that one earlier trip into the magical beast mountain range already taught him plenty. As Jianshin chats with the Flame Mercenaries, their easy, blunt way of speaking quickly pulls him closer to the group. Even after hearing he is only a D-ranked mercenary, none of them look down on Jianshin, and that rare bit of decency leaves a strong impression on him. A knock breaks the conversation, and Xiao Dao immediately brightens because he knows the last two team members are back. Jianchen watches the door open, wondering what the final two members of the Flame Mercenaries will be like. The younger returnee is Kobolds, a sturdy man with bright eyes, and behind him comes Deer, older and plain-faced at first glance but clearly dangerous once you see his eyes. Captain Kendall welcomes them back and introduces Jianchen as the newest member, making it clear they should treat each other like brothers from now on. Kendall praises Kobolds as the smartest mind in the group and says Deer is their strongest fighter after him, with a real shot at reaching Saint Master in a few years. Jianchen answers the introduction politely, saluting both men with calm respect. Kobold studies Jianchen and guesses he is only around 20, clearly trying to measure how capable this new recruit really is. Instead of bragging, Jianchen just shows his mercenary badge and casually says he became a D rank not long ago. Kobolds accepts the answer for now and hands a space belt to Kendall, saying tomorrow's operation has already been prepared. With preparations done, Kendall announces they will head out at dawn and asks if Jianchen has any objections. Jianchen agrees without hesitation, and Kendall sends everyone off to rest before the hunt. After leaving the house, Jianchen wanders Wake City alone, completely unbothered by tomorrow because he knows Class 2 beasts are no real threat to him. He quietly sizes up the whole situation in his head. The Flame Mercenaries have to be cautious, but he is confident even a Class 4 beast would only force him to run, not panic. Since he already gathered most of the supplies he needs, Jianchen decides to finally enjoy the city instead of rushing back to cultivate. Wake City is not huge by continental standards, but its streets are packed with restaurants, hired hands, and mountain range traffic from dawn to dusk. Jianchen strolls past vendor after vendor, seeing herbs, trinkets, and mostly Class 1 monster cores, but nothing there is valuable enough to catch his eye. Then his relaxed walk snaps sideways when the azure and violet lights inside his dantian suddenly surge out of control. What used to sit inside him like a still lake now feels like a raging sea, and even his own Saint Force cannot suppress it. Jianchen instantly realizes the disaster he feared has finally arrived, because the two strange lights no longer seem willing to stay quiet inside him. Inside his dantian, the azure and violet glows spin around each other in bright visible flashes, moving almost like living things with minds of their own. What stuns Jianchen most is the emotion coming through that link, because the two lights feel excited and genuinely happy. A second sensation follows, and Jianchen realizes the lights have formed some subtle connection with something nearby, as if a hidden treasure has just called back to them. He traces that pull to a small street stall run by a man in his 30s, where Class 1 monster cores and a few odd items sit on display. Among the clutter, Jianchen's eyes lock onto a fist-sized white stone that looks completely ordinary until you know what is happening inside him. Jianchen is suddenly sure that this plain white stone is the thing stirring his dantian, and the two lights react to it like children guarding a beloved treasure. Keeping his face calm, Jianchen reaches for the stone, but the instant he tries to pick it up, his composure cracks. The stone is absurdly heavy, refusing to budge until Jianchen grips it with real strength and slowly lifts it off the table. The stall owner steps in with a salesman's smile, noticing immediately that Jianchen has taken interest in the strange item. Holding the stone in his hand only makes the sensation stronger, and Jianchen is forced to confront an even more unsettling thought. Those two lights may truly be self-aware. That possibility shakes him badly, because if the glows can think for themselves, then his own dantian is something he may never fully control. After a grim moment, Jianchen forces himself to let go of the fear and accepts that if this is a curse he cannot escape, then he will face it the same way he faced death once before. He studies the stone more carefully and finds it even stranger up close, because it is so dense and heavy that he cannot even tell whether it is stone or metal. When Jianchen pushes Saint Force into it, the white stone blocks him completely like a sealed fortress. Now openly probing, Jianchen asks the stall owner what the stone is used for. The stall owner answers awkwardly that he still does not know what the white stone really is, only that something this heavy cannot be ordinary. Jianchen presses further and asks where the stone came from. After a brief hesitation, the stall owner reveals he found it in the magical beast mountain range. That answer fits too well for Jianchen, because a place like the mountain range is exactly where something this strange could have surfaced. Seeing Jianchen's interest, the stall owner adds that he has kept the stone for years and is only selling it now because he needs money. Jianchen has already decided to take the strange white stone, so holding it at the stall, he calmly asks the seller the only thing left: the price. At the market stall, the owner can tell Jianchen truly wants the strange white stone, but he still hesitates because every earlier buyer ran the moment they heard the price. Instead of naming a price, the stall owner awkwardly asks Jianchen to make the offer first, worried that saying his number out loud will scare off yet another customer. Jianchen smiles at that and pushes the question right back, making it clear the seller should be the one to set the value of his own item. The seller admits the truth: many people were curious about the stone, but his asking price always made them drop it and walk away on the spot. That only makes Jianchen more certain he needs the stone, because the violent reaction from the azure and violet glow in his dantian tells him this is no ordinary object. After a long pause, the stall owner raises 5 fingers, and Jianchen half-jokingly guesses the stone costs 50 gold coins. The seller's face goes red, and he finally blurts out the real number, 500 purple coins. Even Jianqin is jolted by that number, because 500 purple coins means a crushing 50,000 gold coins for a stone with no known use. The owner immediately softens and says Jianqin can counteroffer, as long as it is a price he can accept. Jianqin quietly weighs the stone and the seller together, hiding how badly he wants it so the price cannot be pushed even higher. He finally sets a hard line at 100 purple coins and leaves the decision with the seller. The seller's eyes light up at the amount, which tells Jianqin he has already offered far more than the man expected. The owner still tries to squeeze out a little more, but Jianqin just chuckles and refuses to budge. After one last struggle with himself, the stall owner accepts the deal for 100 purple coins. Jianqin calmly counts out 100 purple coins, takes the white stone for good, and stores it in his space belt before leaving the stall. He wants to study the stone immediately, but the packed street is too exposed, so he decides to wait for privacy. Two weak-looking young thieves in the crowd notice how many purple coins Jianqin just spent and instantly mark him as easy prey. One thief decides Jianqin looks young, alone, and easy to rob, so he sends his partner to tail Jianqin while he slips off to gather the rest of their group. As evening settles in, Jianqin keeps strolling through the market, pretending to browse for more treasures even though his real prize is already in his space belt. As he keeps walking, Jianqin feels the azure and violet glow in his dantian has gone quiet again, which makes him even more convinced the white stone may be tied to the trouble inside him. Jianqin thinks through the danger he cannot control. Those glows let him absorb energy from monster cores safely, but they also drain far too much and keep him dependent on constant hunting. He decides he would rather remove that hidden risk and return to a steadier cultivation path, even if it means giving up this strange advantage. He spends the rest of the search checking stalls and shops out of curiosity, but no second miracle item appears. By the time the sky darkens, Jianqin gives up on the hunt for treasures and turns his attention to the people who have been shadowing him all this time. Rather than avoid them, he coolly decides to deal with the tail first, rest at a restaurant, and leave for the magical Beast Mountain range tomorrow with the others. He starts guiding the chase himself, slipping from the main road into quieter alleys as if he is still casually window shopping. After crossing one deserted lane after another, Jianqin finally stops in a dead-end alley with a high wall and no bystanders left around. He turns to face the empty lane behind him and openly calls the hidden followers out, done pretending not to notice. A dozen rough men finally step into the alley and spread out until they block the entire exit, confirming Jianqin walked himself into a planned showdown. As the gang closes in, Jianqin stays almost amused, because his spirit has already judged their strength and only the oldest axe-wielding man looks like a real threat. The strongest robber stands out immediately. The oldest man in the alley, broad-faced and fierce in a bluish-green robe, gripping a huge axe with the bearing of a middle Saint Master. Jianqin coolly asks why they have followed him this far, turning the confrontation back on them instead of acting cornered. The older robber realizes Jianqin noticed them from the start, and his brief surprise hardens into a colder, more murderous glare. He drops all pretense and threatens Jianqin plainly, hand over everything in the space belt, or die in the alley. Jianqin's voice turns cold as he answers that they can try, if they think they are strong enough to take anything from him. With that, the leader orders everyone forward, deciding to crush Jianqin by numbers and loot him afterward. The whole gang rushes him at once, saint weapons flaring to life in some hands while the weaker ones charge with plain iron swords and shields. Jianqin does not meet the crowd head-on. He explodes upward, kicks off the alley walls, and sails straight over their heads toward the leader. Mid-flight, the light wind sword flashes into Jianqin's hand and becomes a silver streak aimed straight at the leader's throat. The older robber sneers and meets Jianqin's incoming strike with both hands on his axe, pouring saint force into a brutal downward chop. Jianqin's light wind sword slams into the bandit leader's axe with a sharp blast, and the force of the clash drives the stronger man backward. The leader finally realizes he misjudged his prey, because this young swordsman just met his full blow head-on and pushed him back. Jianqin lands lightly, sheds the recoil with ease, and gives the man no time to recover. He attacks again before the man can steady himself, the light wind sword turning into a hazy silver streak as it shoots back toward the leader's throat. In the dead-end alley, the robber boss charges back in hard, trying to overwhelm Jianqin with his axe instead of backing down. Jianqin answers with a non-stop storm of sword strikes, moving so fast that the stronger man can do nothing but block. The boss realizes the real danger is not Jianqin's power alone, but swordplay so precise that any counterattack could get his throat pierced. The other robbers can only watch from the side, because even with numbers, they know rushing in would just get them killed. Then Jianqin unleashes his fastest thrust yet, a silver streak aimed straight at the boss's throat. The man goes deathly pale, sure he is about to die, and then freezes when the blade stops right at his skin. With his life hanging on a hair, the boss drops all pride and begs Jianqin to spare him. Jianqin pulls back the light wind sword and lets him live, warning him to stop robbing people and earn money by hunting weak magical beasts instead. As soon as Jianqin leaves, the boss finally exhales, badly rattled by how close he came to dying. Back in a restaurant room that night, Jianqin studies the strange white stone again, still trying to understand why it stirred the azure and violet lights in his dantian. He can tell the stone is unusually solid, but boiling it, burning it, and probing it reveal absolutely nothing. When Jianqin checks his dantian again, the twin lights are completely quiet, and he knows he still cannot approach them without suffering backlash. For once, Jianqin gives up on cultivating and simply goes to sleep, taking his first real rest in 3 months. The next morning he wakes refreshed, almost surprised by how comfortable ordinary sleep feels after so long. With that short piece over, Jianqin rides to the flame mercenary's small house to join the trip to the magical beast mountain range. Before he can knock, Xiao Dao opens the door, grins, and says everyone has already been waiting for him. Inside, Captain Kendall and the others are already eating a heavy breakfast of beef before the hunt. Hoopa jokes that if they meet something too strong, at least they should have enough strength to run, but Kendall shuts that down fast. Kendall warns the whole table that a fast class 4 magical beast would be enough to wipe their group out if luck turned against them. Jianqin agrees that the outskirts are usually safer, but Kendall insists nothing is guaranteed because strong beasts sometimes wander out of the depths. Deer finally cuts through the gloomy mood, telling everyone to eat first and leave the bad luck for later. Once breakfast is wiped clean, the 10-man group heads out, with Jianqin the only one riding a horse. On the way, Kendall asks what Jianqin plans to do with the horse, and Jianqin calmly says he will release it once they reach the mountain range. Xiao Dao is startled that Jianqin would just let an expensive horse go, but Jianqin shrugs it off and leaves the rest to the animal's own luck. After 2 more hours, the group finally reaches the foot of the magical beast mountain range. Jianqin dismounts and enters the forest with the others, leaving the white horse behind to wander off on its own. Inside the forest, Kendall arranges the marching order carefully, putting himself, Deer, and Hoopa in front and 3 men at the rear. Wild animals harass them on the way, but the group handles those easily and keeps pushing deeper in. 6 hours later they cross into the true outskirts of the mountain range, where Class 1 and Class 2 magical beasts should start appearing. But even after hours in beast territory, not a single magical beast attacks, and Jianqin starts feeling that the silence is wrong. Using his sharper awareness, Jianqin can tell the magical beasts are nearby and hiding, but for some reason they keep retreating instead of striking. Unable to ignore it, Jianqin asks Kendall if he also feels something is off about this place. The others relax when they hear his reason, because to them, simply not meeting beasts yet is nothing unusual at all. Kendall explains that the mountain range is huge, and along any one path, going a while without a sighting is common for their team. Jianqin still does not buy that explanation, because what he is sensing does not match normal quiet. So he asks some more direct question, wanting to know whether Kendall's group usually sees Class 1 magical beasts at all. Kendall says they do meet Class 1 beasts sometimes, but not often, and their more common prey is actually Class 2 and even Class 3 magical beasts. Jianqin presses once more and asks how many monster cores they usually bring back in a day. Kendall says a normal day gets them 4 or 5 Class 2 monster cores, and a lucky one might bring 6 or 7. He adds that Class 3 beasts are rarer, harder to kill, and likely to leave them injured, so the flame mercenaries avoid provoking them unless they have no choice. Kendall ends on a clear rule for the whole team: until Deer becomes a Saint Master, no amount of profit is worth gambling their lives on a Class 3 kill. As the group moves through the magical beast mountain range, Jianqin quietly grows to respect Captain Kendall for hunting with his men instead of chasing bigger profits alone. But when Jianqin compares their usual harvest to what he earned alone before, he is stunned by how little this whole mercenary team brings back. A faint sound in the grass snaps Jianqin's attention sideways, because he alone notices a magical beast creeping only 10 meters away. The hidden beast hesitates and backs off instead of attacking, leaving Jianqin baffled because the beasts he met before always rushed him on sight. Jianqin starts wondering if the larger group is scaring beasts off, since this road shows barely any signs of the usual attacks. Then a black blur finally bursts from the grass and lunges straight at Captain Kendall, snapping the tense march into open combat. Kendall catches the attacker with his axe in midair, and the clash finally exposes it as a black tiger with blood-stained claws. Kendall orders the surround, and the mercenaries lock the Class 2 black tiger in place so he and Deer can finish it. Under a Saint Master and a peak Great Saint, the black tiger is quickly covered in wounds, though its body is still dangerous and fighting hard. Jianqin, Xiao Dao, and Yun Xian can only watch from the side, because ordinary saints are too weak to safely join a fight like this. Watching the fight makes Xiao Dao burn with envy, and he vows to cultivate until he can hunt Class 2 beasts by himself. Yun Xian laughs and reminds him that reaching Saint Master could take until he is 40, but Xiao Dao still refuses to let go of the dream. Xiao Dao imagines himself roaming the mountain range alone one day, still completely dazzled by the idea of becoming a Saint Master. Yun Xian quietly thinks Xiao Dao is romanticizing Saint Masters, then turns to Jianqin and asks how many times he has entered the mountain range. Jianqin answers that this is only his 2nd time, which instantly makes Yun Xian even more curious. When Yun Xian asks who escorted him the first time, Jianqin starts to say he entered alone. Yun Xian cuts him off in loud disbelief, already impressed that a kid Jianqin's age dared to enter the range by himself at all. Jianqin downplays it and explains he only stayed around the outer areas, trying to stop Yunxian from making too much of it. That only makes Yunxian admire him more, because even the outskirts are deadly if someone runs into a Class 2 beast. Xiao Dao joins Yunxian in warning Jianqin not to enter alone again, speaking with earnest seniority while Jianqin can only give a restrained smile. Jianqin lets the misunderstanding pass and redirects them back to the fight, telling them to study Kendall's battle patterns while they can. Kobold says nothing, but he keeps staring at Jianqin with growing suspicion, as if he is starting to realize this quiet boy is not ordinary. Meanwhile, the fight drags on, and the bleeding black tiger grows even more ferocious as desperation pushes it to dodge and counterattack harder. Kendall swings for the head, but the tiger springs at him instead and crashes into his weapon with enough force to shove him backward. Before Kendall can reset, the tiger rakes its claws across his chest and tears his clothes open in a spray of blood. The injury is only superficial, and Deer immediately answers with a heavy broadsword strike across the tiger's back. Watching from the side, Jianqin can only shake his head because either fighter is really using his weapon with any skill or form. Deer disappoints him the most, since he handles a sword like a chopping blade and wastes what the weapon should actually do. After more trading blows, the black tiger suddenly throws back its head and roars, signaling a hard turn in the fight. The next instant it breaks away and tries to escape, and the mercenaries shout for the others to block it before it gets loose. Chang Ningfeng steps up to stop it with a full-force sword thrust, betting everything on one clean intercept. The tiger smashes his sword aside, snaps at him, and even bites down on the blade long enough to trap his weapon. Kendall rushes in from behind with a furious axe strike, forcing the tiger to let go and twist away with only a strip of fur cut off. Hurt but still fast, the black tiger bolts the other way and ends up charging straight toward Jianqin and the weaker men. Xiao Dao and Yunxian panic and jump aside, and Kobold's is even faster, leaving only Jianqin standing in the beast's path. Kendall shouts for Jianqin to dodge, but even he cannot catch a Class 2 beast already mid-charge. The black tiger fixes its red eyes on the unmoving Jianqin and rushes him even harder, while the mercenaries behind him watch in horror and assume the boy is finished. Instead, Jianqin's eyes turn cold, and the silver light wind sword appears in his hand in one smooth lethal motion. A single silver flash cuts past the tiger, and Jianqin slips one step aside as if the whole exchange lasted less than a breath. The black tiger crashes onto the spot where Jianqin had been standing, already dead as blood pours from its throat onto the ground. Kendall stops dead in shock, because he clearly saw only one impossible sword flash before the beast dropped lifeless. What shakes Kendall even more is the sword itself, because the polished silver blade is completely clean despite killing the tiger in one strike. The 5 fighters rush in a beat too late and raise their weapons at the black tiger's body, until Kendall shakily stops them and says it is already dead. They finally look closely and see the truth for themselves. Blood is pouring from the tiger's neck, and its once fierce eyes are already empty. Hoopa blurts out the question on everyone's mind, unable to understand how a tiger that was fighting a second ago is suddenly dead. Then Kendall finally says it outright. The one who killed the black tiger was Jianqin. Xiao Dao is the first to blurt out what everyone else is thinking, and the whole mercenary group stares at Jianqin in open disbelief. After Jianqin drops the black tiger, the flame mercenaries stare at him like they cannot believe a man his age really killed a Class 2 beast. Captain Kendall enjoys their disbelief and tells them to ask Jianqin themselves, clearly pleased that his team just gained a hidden expert. Xiao Dao rushes over and bluntly asks if Jianqin really killed the beast, and Jianqin admits it without trying to hide anything. When Xiao Dao demands to know how he did it, the whole group leans in because none of them actually saw the fatal strike clearly. Kobolds is the only one who does not look shocked, because this result matches what he already suspected about Jianqin. Jianqin lifts his sword and explains that they missed the attack because his saint weapon moved too fast for their eyes to follow. That answer hits Kendall hardest, because he was the only one who caught even a faint silver blur and now realizes just how dangerous Jianqin's speed really is. Chan Ningfeng flips the black tiger's body over and exposes the neck wound, revealing that Jianqin nearly cut the head clean off in one strike. Seeing that brutal cut, the team finally understands the real problem. Jianqin landed a perfect throat strike on a beast that had been charging at full speed. Deer praises Jianqin for hiding strength far beyond what they assumed, and Hoopa immediately tries to push him into revealing his true level. Jianqin claims he is only a middle-grade saint, but the others clearly do not buy that a fighter at that level should kill a Class 2 beast so easily. Hoopa drops the argument and gets everyone back to work, because a dead black tiger still means a valuable payday. Kendall reminds them the black tiger was unusually fast even for its class, so after taking the core they should store the whole body and sell every bit of it. Jianqin quietly watches them pack away a beast he could kill without much effort, and the gap between his strength and the flame mercenaries becomes obvious to him again. Then Jianqin catches movement in the brush, and 20 heavily armored mercenaries march out of the forest like a threat that makes everyone tense up at once. The armored leader gives the half-stored black tiger one cold look, orders his men onward, and treats the flame mercenaries as beneath notice. Once they are gone, Hoopa identifies them as the Zhou mercenaries, and even that name carries enough weight to make the air feel heavier. When Jianqin asks, Hoopa explains that the Zhou mercenaries are one of Wake City's top groups, backed by the powerful Zhou clan and far stronger than the Flame mercenaries. Kendall follows that with a grim lesson. In this mountain range, some mercenaries are barely different from bandits, so Jianqin needs to stay alert around people as much as beasts. After storing the tiger and tending the shallow wounds on Kendall and Deer, the group moves on through the zone where Class 2 beasts roam. As they travel, Jianqin keeps sensing magical beasts hidden nearby, but one after another they retreat instead of attacking, and the pattern starts bothering him. Then it clicks for Jianqin. The whole team is carrying so much killing intent that weaker beasts feel the danger and flee before the hunt even starts. He halts the group and tells them to suppress their killing intent, and Kendall gives him a doubtful look but agrees to test it. Kobolds backs Jianqin up, pointing out that their old hunts were strangely barren too, and his support is enough to sway the rest of the team. So the Flame mercenaries reign in their murderous aura, and the forest around them immediately starts feeling less hostile and more alive. The proof comes fast, because before they even go much farther, a Class 1 magical beast finally appears in front of them. Xiao Dao excitedly claims the fight and charges in with kobolds and Yun Xian, showing that the weaker members can handle this kind of prey themselves. Jianqin watches with amused resignation at Xiao Dao's tiny knife, while the three saints grind through a close, dangerous fight and finally bring the beast down together. From there the day turns profitable, because Class 1 and Class 2 beasts keep appearing often enough to prove Jianqin's theory was exactly right. By nightfall they make camp, roast beast meat over a big fire, and gather around to count a harvest far better than usual. Kendall announces the numbers with obvious excitement: 7 Class 2 cores, 13 Class 1 cores, and profits that beat anything the team has seen before. Hoopa and Chang Ning Feng openly credit Jianqin for the windfall, especially because he personally took down 3 of the Class 2 beasts. Jianqin takes the drink they offer but spreads the credit around, making it clear he sees this success as the whole group's shared gain. Looking at the pile of monster cores, Kendall admits it makes him feel one step closer to his impossible dream of building the #1 mercenary group on the continent. The camp bursts into jokes when Kendall says it out loud, because everyone knows that dream is absurdly huge even if they enjoy hearing it. Watching them trade impossible dreams and easy laughter, Jianqin feels genuinely content for the first time in a long while and starts to absorb the warmth of their friendship. Once the food and wine are gone, the mercenaries spread powder around the camp to hide their presence, put out the fire, and settle into their tents for the night. Alone inside his tent, Jianqin thinks ahead and decides he should push the group toward Class 3 hunts tomorrow, because Class 1 and 2 cores are no longer enough for his cultivation. He weighs the risks calmly, judging that his own strength plus Kendall's team should be enough to handle Class 3 beasts as long as too many do not attack at once. He settles on a plan to stay with the Flame mercenaries for about a month, help them gather cores, then leave again and return to hard training once this brief pause is over. But another reason he has to be careful is the snake venom change inside his body, because until those anti-venom traits fully settle into his blood, losing blood could ruin his chance at 1000 immunity. After listening to the quiet forest and confirming the camp is safe, Jianqin gives up sleep again and starts cultivating, drawing in the meager world essence anyway because he refuses to waste even a little progress. At dawn in the mountain range, Jianqin ends his cultivation frustrated because the strange glows in his dantian keep swallowing the world essence he gathers. When he hears the rest of the mercenaries still snoring, Jianqin quietly judges them for wasting the morning instead of training. Rather than wait around, he gathers a branch, revives the fire, and starts roasting magical beast meat for breakfast. The smell and noise wake Captain Kendall first, and he comes out smiling to ask why Jianqin is already up. Jianqin calmly points out that the sky is already brightening, and Kendall joins him by the fire. The rest of the Flame mercenaries soon crawl out too, packing their tents and gathering around the fire while Hoopa drinks from his gourd as usual. Once everyone is seated, Jianqin asks Kendall what the group plans to do next. Kendall says they should stay nearby a few more days and keep hunting Class 1 and Class 2 beasts to build up profits safely. Jianqin answers with a much riskier idea: go deeper and hunt Class 3 magical beasts directly. Xiao Dao blurts out that Jianqin must be crazy, because even a peak Class 2 beast was hard enough for them to kill. The whole group goes grim, because they all know a Class 3 beast is on another level and even their last peak Class 2 fight nearly broke them. One mercenary leans forward and asks the real question: if Jianqin wants this, does that mean he can actually kill a Class 3 beast? After a brief pause, Jianqin says yes, and even claims they will be safe as long as they do not run into 3 Class 3 beasts at once. That answer leaves the whole camp staring in disbelief, because Jianqin is talking about Class 3 monsters like they are manageable prey. Kendall repeats the claim back to him, testing whether Jianqin truly means the group can face Class 3 beasts without being wiped out. Deer and Chang Ningfeng both press him to be sure, warning that one reckless guess here could cost lives. Jianqin stays calm and promises that even if they cannot win, he is confident they can at least escape alive. The others turn to Kendall for the final call, and he finally decides to trust Jianqin and let him lead the hunt. No one objects, which tells Jianqin the whole Flame mercenary group is willing to gamble on his confidence. With the decision made, Jianqin lays out his plan. He will take point, fight any Class 3 beast himself, and the others only need to guard him from interference and stay alive. The plan sounds almost absurd to the others, because Jianqin wants to face a Class 3 magical beast first, while the rest only guard against interference. After breakfast, the group packs up and heads deeper into the mountain range with a new formation, Jianqin walking 10 meters ahead alone. Because the group keeps its killing intent down and wants speed over loot, the weaker beasts they attract are cut down quickly by the great saints instead of being farmed carefully. The deeper forest turns nastier by the hour, with swamps, poisonous plants, insects, and sudden man-eating beasts making every step feel dangerous. Everyone stays tense and alert as Class 1 beasts thin out, Class 2 beasts appear more often, and the group keeps pressing on towards stronger territory. Then Jianqin suddenly stops and raises a hand, signaling that he has heard something ahead before anyone else. Even with Jianqin's promise, the group still goes rigid with nerves, because this time the thing ahead is finally a real Class 3 threat. A beast cry bursts from the brush, and a huge boar-like monster with white fangs and a horn on its forehead crashes into view. Kendall immediately identifies it as a Class 3 magical horned boar and warns Jianqin to be careful. Jianqin answers by summoning the light wind sword, its silver blade appearing in his hand under a hazy glow. He reminds the others to stick to the plan, then charges the Class 3 beast alone without hesitation. The flame mercenaries can only watch wide-eyed as Jianqin rushes a Class 3 monster by himself. Kendall still prepares for the worst, materializing his saint weapon axe so he can jump in the instant Jianqin falters. But Jianqin moves like a streak of wind, his light wind sword turning into a silver flash aimed straight at the boar's throat. The magical horned boar tries to retreat and twist away, but its heavy body is far too slow to escape that strike. In one clean hit, Jianqin's blade pierces the boar's throat and ends the fight before the beast can even cry out. The Class 3 beast crashes to the ground dead, and Jianqin pulls his bloodied sword free with practiced ease. Jianqin is quietly satisfied, because after reaching Middle Great Saint, killing a Class 3 magical beast now feels easy to him. He casually tells Kendall the carcass is theirs to process, only to realize no one behind him can even answer yet. The whole flame mercenary group is still staring blankly, shocked that a Class 3 monster just died in a single move. Kendall is the first to recover, and he admits Jianqin's strength is abnormal if even a Class 3 beast dies that easily in front of him. Chan Ningfeng follows with the same stunned honesty, saying Jianqin handled a Class 3 beast so easily it barely looked harder than a Class 1 kill. Deer cannot help asking whether Jianqin is really only a middle great saint, because that fight looked more like a great saint master's power. Kobolds admits he never even saw the strike land and wonders if Jianqin used a high-level battle skill, while Hoopa gloomily backs him up and says he saw nothing at all. Jianqin brushes it off and says it was not really a battle skill, just swordplay that happens to be very fast. Kendall cuts off the gawking and orders everyone to help process the corpse instead of standing there in shock. Xiao Dao tries first with his small saint weapon dagger, but the Class 3 beast's hide is so tough he only makes a tiny hole. Deer steps in, draws a heavier two-handed sword, and cleanly cuts the boar open to pull out the bloody Class 3 monster core. Because Jianqin made the kill, Deer hesitates and offers the Class 3 core to him first. Jianqin refuses special treatment and insists the group rules still apply, so the core should go to Kendall for later distribution. Kendall accepts the core and promises the profits will be distributed fairly once they leave the mountain range. The mercenaries store the valuable Class 3 carcass in a space belt and move on, now fully aware they are hunting much richer prey. 10 days pass in the magical beast mountain range, and they become the most profitable days the flame mercenaries have ever had. Day after day, Jianqin takes the lead and kills Class 3 beasts almost effortlessly, never even getting injured at close range. By now the group has stopped questioning how strange his strength is, and even Kendall treats Jianqin with obvious respect. The reason is simple: Jianqin has brought them a fortune, killing over 100 Class 3 beasts and hundreds more Class 2 beasts almost single-handedly. Instead of feeling cheated, the others are thrilled, because following Jianqin around has turned hunting into easy money. By the 10th night, the 10 mercenaries sit around a bonfire under the full moon, finally taking stock of their absurd haul. Kendall announces the total at the fire: 125 Class 3 cores, 364 Class 2 cores, fewer than 30 Class 1 cores, and even several Class 3 carcasses. Hearing those numbers, the whole group breaks into satisfied smiles, knowing none of this would have been possible without Jianqin. After 10 brutal days of hunting, Captain Kendall finally says the team is exhausted, their stored rations are nearly gone, and they should head back to Wake City at dawn. Deer pushes the decision toward Jianqin, but Jianqin quietly backs Kendall's plan instead of acting like the group's real leader again. Kendall takes that answer as the final word and awkwardly explains that even Jianqin must need rest after non-stop battles with Class 3 magical beasts. Xiao Dao reminds everyone that the beast corpses packed into their space belts need to be sold fast before the meat loses value, so the retreat really cannot wait. Then the smell of roasting magical beast meat turns the whole camp hungry again, and for a brief moment the exhausted group relaxes around the fire. That calm snaps when Jianqin's ears twitch and he suddenly whirls around at a blur racing straight toward the camp. Jianqin shouts a warning, slaps off the ground, and draws the light wind sword in one motion as the rest of the flame mercenaries leap up with their spirit weapons. But when Jianchen lands and looks back, the terrifying intruder turns out to be a tiny golden cub standing by the fire and staring only at the barbecue. The group follows Jianchen's finger and finally notices the little beast, and their panic turns into stunned confusion. Kendall guesses it is a magical beast cub and asks Jianchen to figure out exactly what they are looking at. Jianchen tests the cub with a strip of cooked meat, and the little thing instantly reveals that hunger matters more to it than fear. The cub clutches the meat in its little front claws and wolfs it down despite the heat, still completely unafraid of the humans around it. As Jianchen turns the cub and checks its markings, excitement starts creeping across his face. When Chang Ningfeng asks what he found, Jianchen reveals the shocking answer: this is a cub of the Class 5 Golden Fur Tiger King. That one sentence freezes the whole camp, because a Class 5 cub is a priceless treasure that could be raised into a terrifyingly loyal powerhouse. Xiao Dao can barely contain his excitement, already talking like their luck has exploded because such a priceless cub walked right into their camp on its own. Hoopa sees even more naked profit in it, and starts imagining the cub as a mountain of gold. Kobolds drags everyone back to reality by warning that the cub's parents could be nearby, and even if they are not, carrying a living treasure like this out in the open could get them all killed. The smiles vanish, because everyone now understands the same problem. They cannot hide a live cub in a space belt, and once word spreads, stronger factions will come for it. Before they can solve that, a mocking voice rings out from the darkness, and a large armed group steps in to claim the cub for themselves. The moment Kendall recognizes the chest emblems, the flame mercenaries' faces go white, because the men surrounding them are the Zhou mercenaries. The Zhou leader openly orders them to hand over the cub, making it clear he sees the flame mercenaries as prey already in his grip. Jianchen calmly sizes up the encirclement, and realizes the enemy has 2 Saint Masters stronger than Kendall, but no great Saint Master to truly trap him. While the adults stare each other down, the cub just finishes its meat and keeps howling for more, absurdly oblivious to the danger closing in. Jianchen crouches and pulls the cub into his arms, and every Zhou mercenary instantly fixes murderous eyes on him. The Zhou leader threatens Jianchen directly, but Jianchen answers with a cold smile and says the truth out loud: even if they surrender the cub, the Zhou mercenaries will kill them anyway to bury the secret. That blunt answer strips the last pretense away, and the Zhou leader forms a sword of Saint Force and gives Jianchen one final demand. The flame mercenaries understand they are marked for death either way, so they summon their own saint weapons and decide to fight even if it costs them everything. Even so, the Zhou leader still hesitates to rush Jianchen, because with the cub in Jianchen's hands, one wrong move could ruin the treasure he wants. Jianchen leans into that fear and taunts him, openly mocking a man who dares to demand the cub but not snatch it himself. Uneasy but unwilling to back down, the Zhou leader orders one subordinate to test the situation and take the cub from Jianchen's arms. Jianchen does not move at all, which only makes the approach more nerve-wracking as the mercenary inches in and reaches for the cub. The subordinate manages to pull the cub away, and for one heartbeat it looks like the Zhou mercenaries got what they wanted. Then Jianchen's eyes turn icy, and the light wind sword flashes so fast that the man holding the cub never even sees his throat get cut. The mercenary collapses in agony, the cub tumbles free to the ground howling, and the Zhou leader is left staring at a strike too fast for even him to follow clearly. Shock turns to rage, and the Zhou leader immediately orders a full attack with one priority above all else: kill without mercy, but do not hurt the cub. Realizing Jianchen is the real threat, both enemy Saint Masters strike at him together the moment the battle erupts. At the same time, the rest of the camp explodes into chaos as the flame mercenaries huddle into a defensive ring and get driven backward under the Zhou mercenaries' heavier strength. With the light wind sword in hand, Jianchen's whole presence sharpens into something deadly enough to shake the courage of enemies at his level, right as the fight truly begins. Jianchen refuses to clash blades with Kasa head-on and slips around the giant sword instead, relying on his speed to stab for the man's throat. That choice matters because Jianchen's sword skill rivals a Saint Master, but his Saint Force is still weaker, so a direct collision would only expose his one clear disadvantage. Kasa barely throws himself aside in time, and even that narrow dodge leaves a fresh white scar across his shoulder armor. Jianchen turns his wrist, and the light wind sword coils back like a living snake, chasing Kasa's throat again before he can recover. For the first time, Kasa feels real fear, because Jianchen's sword is so fast that one mistake means instant death. He manages to block, but the sword cheek grazing his blade is so sharp that Kasa suddenly suspects Jianchen might be using a precious battle skill. That greedy thought nearly gets him killed, because Jianchen's next strike comes even faster and slips past the great sword straight for his neck. At the last heartbeat, another mercenary captain's sword slams in from the side and knocks Jianchen's killing blow away. The second Saint Master jumps on Jianchen immediately, while Kasa snaps at himself for spacing out when he was 1 inch from dying. When Kasa touches his neck and feels his armor split open, the delayed terror finally hits him and sweat pours down his face. Meanwhile, Jianchen turns on the weaker Saint Master and starts driving him back with one relentless burst after another. The second Saint Master finally shouts for Kasa to stop standing there and help, cursing that Jianchen's impossible speed is about to break his defense. Kasa forces himself back into the fight, and swings a Saint Force-loaded slash powerful enough to gouge a tree when Jianchin dodges aside. The two Saint Masters attack together, but Jianchin meets both blades head-on with a burst of dense sword chi. In one instant, Jianchin lands 18 precise hits on the two enemy swords and the vibrating force numbs both mercenaries' weapon arms. That is the moment both Saint Masters realize they want to run, because Jianchin is weaker on paper but terrifying in a real fight. Then a Zhou mercenary shouts that the cub has been secured, and a small golden fur tiger cub is hauled into view struggling helplessly. That brief distraction costs Kasa his life, because Jianchin flashes in again and drives the light wind sword clean through his throat. The last Saint Master roars in disbelief and swings back in rage, but Jianchin ignores him and launches himself straight toward the mercenary carrying the cub. Panicked by Kasa's death, the mercenary carrying the cub throws it to the last Saint Master, who catches the valuable cub against his chest. With the cub in hand, Cross immediately orders the Zhou mercenaries to retreat. Before anyone can move far, a deep tiger roar explodes out of the dark forest, and every fighter freezes on the spot. The whole mountain range answers that roar, and Jianchin instantly recognizes the owner as the Golden Fur Tiger King, a Class 5 beast far beyond a normal hunt. Cross loses all composure and screams for everyone to scatter, then runs first with the cub because staying together means certain death. Even with a Class 5 beast closing in, Jianchin still refuses to let Cross escape and rushes after him at full speed. Cross snarls that Jianchin has gone mad, but Jianchin answers with another cold thrust instead of words. Jianchin breaks through Cross's defense, stabs him through the shoulder, and grabs for the cub with his free hand. Desperate not to lose the cub, Cross orders his men to block Jianchin no matter what. 5 great saints force themselves to obey, but Jianchin cuts them down almost instantly because they are nowhere near his level. The tiger's roar grows much closer, and Jianchin finally turns to Kendall and warns that they have no time left to stay and fight. Kendall sees his blood-soaked men, knows they barely survived the first battle, and orders the whole flame group to run at once. The retreat turns ugly immediately, because the forest is dark, the swamps are hidden, and the wounded mercenaries can barely keep their footing. Then Kendall suddenly throws his space belt to Jianchin, trusting the strongest man there to carry it out if the rest of them die. Kendall makes the plea even heavier by asking Jianchin to look after his parents, wife, and child if he does not survive this night. Jianchin accepts the burden, but he still tries to steady Kendall by saying the Tiger King is after the cub, not them. A scream cuts through the retreat when Kobolds falls into a swamp and vanishes before the others can stop him. Xiao Dao throws himself down and reaches into the bog, but by the time Jianchin joins him there is already nothing left to grab. Xiao Dao is crushed by it, but Jianchin can only tell him to move because stopping any longer will get the rest of them killed too. After that brief stunned silence, the survivors force themselves deeper into the forest and keep running through the dark. Jianchin suddenly halts the group when he spots the Zhou mercenaries stopped ahead in the dark. He quickly figures out why they are stuck there. A Class 4 magical beast is blocking the road in front of them. Jianchin decides to detour around that new threat, but the Tiger King's roar crashes down from behind before anyone can get far. The Golden Fur Tiger King bursts into the area so fast that it reaches the Zhou mercenaries in moments, and tears through them on the spot. Seeing that speed, Jianchin knows there is no point trying to outrun it in a straight race and dives away with the others. In the aftermath, every Zhou mercenary is dead except Cross, who still has the cub and has become the Tiger King's only target. Cross understands that instantly, and puts his sword to the cub's neck, forcing the enraged Class 5 beast into a tense standoff. Cross is shaking so badly that he yells for everyone to get back, but the Tiger King stays planted in front of him and refuses to yield. When the frightened cub struggles in his arms, Cross presses the blade down far enough to shear off a few strands of its fur. That tiny cut is enough to force the Tiger King to retreat a few steps, even as its crimson glare grows even more murderous. But Cross is not escaping yet, because behind him another Class 4 tiger has already stepped into place and trapped him between two predators. With the Golden Fur Tiger King backing off for its cub, Cross barely holds himself together and realizes that cub is the only thing keeping him alive. Desperate for any opening at all, Cross suddenly spots the flame mercenaries nearby and decides to throw the cub toward them. The Tiger King moves even faster than Cross expected and slams both paws into his shoulders before he can get away. But the cub's terrified cry makes the Tiger King panic, and it abandons Cross to chase its falling child. Realizing he somehow survived, Cross forces his wounded body up and limps into the forest before the chance disappears. The other Class 4 tiger wants to chase Cross, but it only knows the last order it was given, so it hesitates and lets him escape. Cross's gamble backfires on Captain Kendall when the cub flies straight into his chest just as he is trying to retreat. Kendall instantly understands the cub is no longer treasure but a death sentence, and he tries to throw it away too late. Before Kendall can save himself, the Golden Fur Tiger King barrels in and bites down on his upper body. Kendall's scream tears through the clearing, and the nearby flame mercenaries freeze in horror as they watch their captain die in the Tiger King's jaws. Hearing those screams, Jianchin rushes back out and freezes when he sees Kendall being torn apart. He still attacks at once, summoning the light wind sword in a burst of silver sword chi and sending it straight at the Tiger King's head. Even Jianchen's stronger soul sword attack barely pierces the Tiger King's fur, proving the gap between them is brutal. Enraged, the Tiger King rips Kendall in half and swallows the upper body in front of everyone. The Tiger King turns from Kendall's death straight toward Jianchen and pounces. Jianchen uses profound steps to evade, while the light wind sword curves back for another attack on the tiger's head. The Tiger King casually bats the flying sword aside with its tail, shattering Jianchen's attack and shaking his cultivation through the weapon. Blood leaks from Jianchen's mouth as the backlash hits him, because damage to his spirit-controlled sword now hurts him directly. The Tiger King closes the distance in a blink and rakes Jianchen across the chest before he can fully dodge. Jianchen is left white-faced and badly mutilated, with flesh ripped open so deeply that even bone is visible. Xiao Dao suddenly charges in with a dagger and yells for Jianchen to run while he buys time. Xiao Dao's strike cannot even leave a mark, and the Tiger King answers with one tail blow that caves in his chest. He spits blood and pieces of his organs as he is flung into a tree, leaving Jianchen horrified. When the Tiger King lunges at him again, Jianchen can only roll away in pain because he has no real way to fight back anymore. Still trying to save the others, Jianchen shouts for the remaining flame mercenaries to run while he holds the Tiger King back as long as he can. Hoopa refuses, saying only Jianchen has any hope of escaping, and he calls on everyone to die buying that chance. Chan Ningfeng backs him up, and the rest of the flame mercenaries finally charge with the same doomed determination. Jianchen tries to stop them and calls his light wind sword back up, but the sword's silver aura is already much weaker than before. The Tiger King barely even bothers to react as Hoopo's axe and the others' weapons fail to do real damage. Then the slaughter starts in earnest when the Tiger King tears through Yunxian's chest and kills him on the spot. A moment later its tail smashes Zhou Dekai so hard that his chest caves in just like Xiao Dao's. Zhou Shaokai cries out for his brother and attacks in rage, but his blow is just as useless. With men dying one after another, Chan Ningfeng and Hoopa keep yelling for Jianchen to leave and not waste their sacrifice. Hoopa gets one last line out, telling Jianchen to avenge them, before the Tiger King bites him in half too. That finally breaks Jianchen's hesitation, and with grief burning harder than his wounds he turns and runs into the forest. He forces himself not to look back and races through tall grass and trees, using trunks as footholds to stay above the swampy ground despite the agony in his chest. Less than 10 breaths later, a roar behind him tells Jianchen the Tiger King has already finished the others and come after him. He pushes Saint Force around his body and runs at full speed, but he knows a Tiger-type Class 5 beast is built to outrun him. As he searches desperately for any miracle, Jianchen realizes only an Earth Saint Master or an equal beast could save him now, and neither is likely to appear. Another roar hits almost on top of him, and when Jianchen looks back, the Golden Fur Tiger King is already within 20 meters. Jianchen does not fear death itself, but with people still waiting for him in this life, he refuses to die here if he can help it. Then the Tiger King becomes a golden blur and leaps straight at Jianchen from behind. Trapped in midair with nowhere to dodge, Jianchen twists around in desperation and slams both hands into the Golden Fur Tiger King's head to shove himself just out of its jaws. He lands badly, and before he can recover, the tiger's next hit caves in his chest and blasts him backward like a projectile. Jianchen crashes into a tree, hits his head, and drops unconscious while the tiger stomps over to finish him. Right before the bite lands, faint azure and violet light flickers out of Jianchen's unconscious body and a terrifying burst of sword chi floods the forest for an instant. The tiger screams and staggers back in raw fear as countless deep cuts suddenly split open across its body. When the dust clears, the tiger sees the real horror. Everything within 100 meters around Jianchen has been shredded into fine powder. Even with a Class 5 beast's intelligence, the Golden Fur Tiger King cannot understand that impossible sword chi, and it finally bolts in terror with its tail tucked. Nothing dares approach that night, and by morning Jianchen is buried under a thin blanket of pale dust in the dead silent clearing. Jianchen wakes under the dust, tries to move, and the agony from his ruined chest and battered organs hits him all at once. As the memory of the tiger's strike returns, Jianchen looks around and realizes the whole area has become an empty circle of dust with no sign of the beast. He can only wonder if some hidden expert saved him and drove the Golden Fur Tiger King away. Then the memory of the flame mercenaries hits harder, and Jianchen's grief turns into a quiet vow to one day kill the tiger and avenge them all. He pushes the mystery aside and starts drawing light Saint Force from the world essence, because surviving comes before answers. A milky white healing glow wraps around him as the light Saint Force slowly repairs his shattered body over the next 4 hours. When his spirit finally runs dry, the wounds are not fully gone, but he can at least stand and move again. He changes out of his ruined clothes, and only then notices just how thick the strange powder is all over the clearing. He picks up the pale dust, feels its moist plant texture, and realizes this whole dead zone may be ground-up vegetation. That possibility makes even Jianchen shudder, because turning every plant in a 100-meter area into dust should be almost impossible. Still unable to explain what happened while he was unconscious, Jianchen decides not to linger and starts carefully heading out of the forest by the sun. Because his injuries are still healing, Jianqin moves cautiously for 2 days and finally walks out of the magical beast mountain range with his body recovered but his expression still grim. Stepping out alive as the only survivor, Jianqin carries the weight of the 9 flame mercenaries left behind in the mountains. Up ahead, a group of 7 mercenaries heads toward the mountain range, centered around an arrogant young man guarded by 6 older escorts. They pass him without caring, but the youth suddenly barks for Jianqin to stop. Jianqin ignores him, and the youth's tone turns nastier as he mocks his ragged clothes and shouts again. Only then does Jianqin stop, turn back, and flatly ask if the youth is talking to him. The youth answers with open rudeness, so the already grim Jianqin tells him to say whatever he wants quickly. Annoyed by Jianqin's attitude, the youth demands to know whether he just came out of the magical beast mountain range. Jianqin's eyes turn colder, and he answers with blunt hostility that he did. That is all the youth wants to hear, and with a smug grin he orders Jianqin to guide his lord into the mountain range for cultivation, promising a reward if he is pleased. Already in a foul mood, Jianqin snaps when the arrogant youth orders him around and coldly tells him to get lost. Jianqin's glare is so fierce that the youth actually flinches back for a moment before shame turns his fear into anger. Trying to recover his dignity, the youth points at Jianqin and demands that he repeat himself. Jianqin sizes up the escorts in one glance, realizes they are weaker than the flame mercenaries, and refuses to back down. When Jianqin tells them to take a hike too, the insult lands hard enough that the youth immediately orders his men to seize him. One peaked Great Saint Guard lunges in confidently, assuming this young mercenary will be easy prey. Jianqin slips past the grab with ease and bluntly tells the man he is not even strong enough to touch him. Humiliated in front of the others, the guard abandons restraint, summons his sword, and swings for Jianqin's shoulder. Jianqin answers with a light wind sword, and his silver flash reaches the man's throat before the attack can even land. The guard freezes in disbelief and drops dead on the road, leaving the whole Tianqiong party stunned. The surviving bodyguards instantly draw their saint weapons and start treating Jianqin like a real threat. The young master tries to lean on his clan's name, but the sight of fresh blood makes his threat come out shaky and cowardly. A sturdier middle-aged guard steps forward, identifies them as the Tianqiong clan, and politely tries to settle the mess with an apology. Jianqin walks toward them with killing intent rolling off him and makes it clear that the only mercy left is escaping alive. The veteran guard warns that they only tried to avoid trouble because of their mission, and he still doubts Jianqin can kill all of them. Taking that as support, the young master puffs up again and boasts that no clan in Wake City dares challenge Tianqiong. The guard captain silently curses the idiot, because he knows Wake City is full of dangerous powers and Tianqiong is not untouchable at all. From Jianqin's speed alone, the captain has already guessed this young swordsman probably has serious backing, which is why he tried to defuse the clash in the first place. But the moment the young master threatens him again, Jianqin stops talking and goes straight for the heir's throat. The captain's face changes instantly, and he draws his large sword to intercept before Jianqin can kill the young master. Jianqin swerves his killing thrust off the young master and meets the captain's sudden interception head-on instead. The captain's stronger saint force surges through the collision, forcing Jianqin to get serious for the first time in this clash. Jianqin immediately shakes off that pressure, slips behind the man, and unleashes a storm of razor-fast thrusts. At his current level, Jianqin can finally fight a peak saint master head-on, especially one who is not built around raw power. The remaining 4 guards pull their young master back into a tight defensive circle while Jianqin's duel with the captain keeps raging in front of them. Dozens of exchanges later, the captain realizes Jianqin's sword is absurdly fast, fatally precise, and almost impossible to read. Even with higher strength, he can feel the fight tilting against him because every defense costs too much and his room to counter keeps shrinking. Finally forced on the defensive, the captain yells for Hale and Francis to join in and orders Tian Feng to get the young master out. The guards go rigid at that order, because even they did not expect a teenage swordsman to force their peak saint master leader to ask for help. The Tianqiong bodyguards split up fast, and 2 more saint masters rushed in to gang up on Jianqin with the peak saint master already fighting him. Even with 2 primary saint masters added to the pressure, Jianqin keeps up through pure footwork and terrifying sword speed instead of brute strength. Watching Jianqin hold off 3 saint masters, the Tianqiong young master finally panics and retreats under the protection of 2 bodyguards. Jianqin senses the young master fleeing, but he knows the 3 saint masters in front of him will never let him break away to finish that job. The battle tears up the forest until thick trees are cut down and the whole area looks like a storm hit it. After slipping past the heavy sword swing, Jianqin suddenly focuses all his pressure on one primary saint master to break the formation. His sword bursts into a rain of blinding thrusts, punching holes through the man's defense until one silver flash drives straight through his throat. The other 2 bodyguards shout their fallen brother's name in grief, but Jianqin does not give them even a heartbeat to recover. Jianqin flashes straight at the middle-aged peak saint master next, forcing the stronger man to jerk his weapon up and shield his throat. Then Jianqin twists the angle at the last instant, and the blade slips under the guard to punch into the man's throat anyway. Before Jianqin can finish that exchange cleanly, A brutal two-handed sword comes roaring in from behind and forces him to spin back into defense. Steel crashes against steel, and the last bodyguard's power finally knocks Jianchen backward a few hard steps. Seeing his two brothers die, the last bodyguard snaps and swears he will kill and behead Jianchen even if it costs his own life. Jianchen instantly reads that suicidal intent, and despite being only a middle-grade saint, he braces himself against a peak saint master who has stopped caring about survival. A denser white glow gathers on Jianchen's blade, and he fires out a needle-thin burst of sword chi before the charge can fully land. The last bodyguard has no room to dodge, so he pours everything into one desperate swing and smashes through the sword chi. But the sword chi was only the opening, because Jianchen is already on top of him again, and the duel restarts at point-blank range. From there, Jianchen's sword skill takes over, his blade attacking every fatal angle so fast that the stronger man starts losing the exchange anyway. While barely holding on, the last bodyguard bitterly realizes his young master's arrogance dragged all three brothers into a death trap. At last his defense slips, and Jianchen's viper-fast sword drives straight into his heart. The man dies staring at that impossible defeat, humiliated that decades of cultivation ended at the hands of a youth weaker than him in raw power. When the third body falls, Jianchen finally pulls back, his blood-wet light wind sword dripping onto a battlefield soaked red. That brutal fight drained him badly, but killing the men who helped hunt him also eases some of the grief still burning from the flame mercenaries' deaths. Then his attention drops to the dead men's space belts, because monster cores matter too much to his cultivation for him to walk away empty-handed. He searches the belts and finds the three Saint Masters were not rich at all, just a little money and a small batch of Class 2 and Class 3 monster cores. He takes the monster cores, pockets the coins after a brief hesitation, throws the empty belts aside, and leaves the corpses where they fell. By the time Jianchen gets back to Wake City, night has fallen, and after a quiet meal he rents a plain room at the inn. The room is bare but spotless, and under the bright full moon Jianchen drags a chair to the window and sits there in a long, heavy daze. Looking at the moon, he keeps reliving how the flame mercenaries died holding back the golden fur tiger king so he could escape. They had only known each other a few days, but their choice to die buying him time still hits Jianchen hard. Then Captain Kendall's old words come back to him, especially that simple dream of making the Flame Mercenary Group the #1 mercenary band on the continent. That memory pulls Jianchen out of his numbness, and he clenches his fists as his eyes sharpen again. He makes a solemn vow to spend his life helping Captain Kendall's dream come true in his place. After that, he unties the space belt Kendall entrusted to him, and the captain's final request about caring for his family crashes back into his mind. That is when the guilt really bites, because Jianchen realizes Kendall trusted him with his family's future, yet he does not even know their names or where they live. He grows genuinely anxious for them, convinced that without Kendall their already hard life may collapse completely. So he decides he has to find Captain Kendall's family as soon as possible and make good on the dead man's trust. He spends the rest of the night in silent reflection, then returns to bed to cultivate, because he knows he still needs far more strength. At dawn Jianchen abruptly opens his eyes, hit by a bad premonition before he even knows why. He walks to the window to check outside, expecting trouble but not yet seeing its full scale. One glance is enough to darken his face, because the hotel is surrounded by hundreds of identically dressed white-robed men from the same force. Then Jianchen spots the Tianxiong young master among the white-robed men below, and instantly knows the force outside has come to avenge yesterday's escape. At dawn, Jianchen looks outside and immediately realizes the Tianxiong clan has surrounded the restaurant because of what happened yesterday. He knows this is payback for offending the young master and killing 3 of the clan's bodyguards, including a peak saint master. Since sneaking out is impossible, Jianchen leaves his room and walks downstairs without showing a trace of panic. The breakfast hall is packed with untouched dishes because the Tianxiong clan is forcing everyone to get out. Several mercenaries grumble under their breath that the Tianxiong clan is acting like Wake City belongs to them. Even the outsiders who are unhappy decide not to make trouble on someone else's turf and leave anyway. For white-robed Tianxiong experts stand at the entrance, watching every person who files out. Soon the whole restaurant is emptied out, leaving only worried servants, a pained owner, and Jianchen. Jianchen sits there looking almost leisurely, but he is already fully on guard because he can feel strong experts among the men outside. Then the Tianxiong young master finally walks in with a large escort and fixes Jianchen with a vicious stare. The young master taunts him, saying Jianchen should be scared now because this time the clan will uproot him for good. Jianchen answers with open contempt and says this many people still are not enough to scare him. The young master boasts that he brought more than 100 men and cannot imagine Jianchen surviving this trap. Jianchen smiles back and calmly says he will not only walk out alive, he will cripple the Tianxiong fighter standing here. His words only make the young master laugh harder, because he trusts the dozens of great saints and saint masters behind him. Done talking, the young master gives the order to charge and have Jianchen taught a lesson. One mercenary leader decides Jianchen is just a brat and sends a smaller group ahead to drag him back first. The advancing men warn Jianchen to surrender now if he wants to avoid suffering. Jianchen answers by standing tall and letting the silver light wind sword appear in his hand. The Tianqiong men realize he means to fight, and the squad rushes him with their saint weapons drawn. To Jianqin, these saint-level fighters are barely worth noticing. Then his sword turns into a blur of phantoms and flashes through the whole squad at once. A heartbeat later, blood spills from their necks and the entire group drops dead together. That instant kill shocks the Tianqiong side, because even their stronger men could barely track his sword. For a moment, the packed restaurant falls dead silent under the pressure of what Jianqin just did. A white-robed expert finally speaks up and carefully asks who Jianqin is, because someone this young and strong might have a terrifying backing. The Tianqiong mercenaries clearly want to avoid dragging the whole clan into disaster over one reckless feud. Jianqin reads their concern right away and coldly says he is just a lone traveler with no teacher, and that the Tianqiong clan was the side that started this. That answer relieves the white-robed men a little, but they still tell him to come quietly before he loses an arm or a leg. Jianqin shuts that down immediately, calling it a dream and lifting his sword with open contempt. He tells them to stop wasting words and come at him if they want to fight. By now the young master is furious that his own side is hesitating, so he roars for them to capture Jianqin at once. Forced by the young master's order, the stronger Tianqiong men finally surge at Jianqin together inside the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Jianqin stops waiting and attacks first, his killing intent turning the ambush into a slaughter. His first burst is so fast that multiple attackers drop at once with thin lines of blood opening across their throats. The Tianqiong clan barely flinches at the losses, and another wave storms in to overwhelm him by numbers alone. Jianqin turns even colder and cuts them down one after another, showing no mercy because he has no one left behind him to protect. Chairs, tables, and dishes explode apart as he fights like a blur, and even after cutting down more men, not a single strike lands on him. Watching his men fail, the Tianqiong young master snaps and curses them as useless trash right in front of everyone. He orders the strongest mercenaries to move, boasting that once Jianqin is dragged back to the clan, he will make him pay for the insult. The elite mercenaries are angry at being humiliated, and one of them bluntly admits Jianqin is too dangerous to rush head-on. Their plan is ruthless but practical: feed weaker men into the fight, drain Jianqin's saint force, and only strike for real once he slows down. Because the young master treats them like expendable tools anyway, the elite mercenaries have no problem sacrificing others to save themselves. A new squad of great saints charges into the restaurant, and this time Jianqin's pressure jumps immediately. The fight turns heavier and rougher as Jianqin can no longer cut through them as easily as before. Their battle tears the restaurant apart, punching holes through the walls and leaving the whole building ready to give way. Outside, a crowd gathers in the street and watches the wrecked restaurant with excited fear as the fighting keeps roaring inside. Back inside, Jianqin drops another great saint with a clean stab through the heart and kicks the corpse straight through the wall. The building shudders harder, the pillars groan, and Jianqin realizes the restaurant is about to collapse on everyone inside. Instead of getting buried with them, he knocks his enemies back and slips out through the hole to the street. The young master panics and screams for the chase to continue before Jianqin can get away. At the same moment, his own men realize the roof is coming down and rush to drag him out before the building crushes him. They escape just in time, and the restaurant crashes down behind them, burying the slower mercenaries under the rubble. Then a silver streak cuts through the dust straight at the Tianqiong young master. A guard cries out too late, because Jianqin's sword is already close enough that no one can stop it. The light wind sword pierces the young master's throat in one lightning strike, killing him before he can even react. In his last stunned moment, the arrogant heir can only realize too late that the mercenary he looked down on is the one ending his life. The surrounding mercenaries freeze in shock, because the dead man in front of them is not just any victim but the clan leader's beloved heir. Their fear instantly turns into murderous desperation, because if Jianqin escapes now, they may pay for this death themselves. They roar for every Tianqiong mercenary to surround him, and the whole street tightens into a full encirclement. Even the men who crawl out from under the collapsed restaurant join the siege, battered and filthy but too scared not to fight. No one dares run back to inform the clan leader, because being the one to report the young master's death sounds almost as dangerous as facing Jianqin. Jianqin is already clashing with the strongest middle-aged fighters now, and this time he is facing Saint Masters, including 3 at peak Saint Master level. Against so many Saint Masters at once, Jianqin is forced to go all out just to stay alive. He still finds one opening and drives the light wind sword through a Saint Master's heart in the middle of the chaos. But the kill costs him immediately when a heavy axe crashes into his left shoulder and finally draws blood. Ignoring the pain, Jianqin rips his sword free and snaps a counter thrust at the axeman before the man can press his advantage. The axeman barely blocks, yet the sword's force still blasts him backward and leaves a clear dent in his weapon. 5 saint weapons crash toward Jianqin together and seal off every easy escape route. He pours more sword chi into the light wind sword and meets the combined strike head-on, but the impact numbs his arm and rattles his body. The Saint Masters do not give him a breath to recover and immediately press in again with disciplined, ruthless timing. Jianqin makes a savage gamble and attacks through the danger instead of retreating, aiming for the nearest throat. His sword kills one man instantly, but he can only twist far enough to avoid 3 of the counterblows. The other 2 strikes slam into his back and waist, leaving Jianqin wounded, pale, and suddenly aware that this battle is turning against him. After pulling his sword free, Jianchen finally abandons the idea of winning here and starts looking for a way out. He knows the longer he stays, the worse it gets, because if the Tianxiong clan sends out a great Saint Master, he may not survive at all. Sensing his intent to break away, one Saint Master shouts for everyone to block him before he can escape. When the remaining Saint Masters realize Jianchen is breaking away, they immediately scream for everyone to stop him. A ring of mercenaries rushes in with Saint weapons raised, throwing their lives in front of him even after seeing how deadly he is. Jianchen slips sideways with the profound steps, and his light wind sword flashes so fast the blockers drop before they understand what happened. He does not stay to fight another round and bolts away at once, moving like a demon through the street. The watching mercenaries flinch aside instead of stopping him, because this is the man who just butchered Tianxiong clan experts and even killed their young master. When the packed crowd ahead does not clear fast enough, Jianchen plants his feet and launches himself over them in one explosive leap. He lands running, and furious shouts erupt behind him to chase him down and shut the city gates before he escapes. The Saint Masters vault after him, and the whole pursuit spills deeper into Wake City's streets. Then a magical beast roars from behind so hard the street seems to shake, and everyone knows someone bigger has arrived. A sturdy man in a gold-embroidered robe charges in on an ox-like magical beast, followed by about 50 disciplined men in formation. The watching mercenaries recognize him at once as Tianxiong Lai, the terrifying clan head whose strength rules Wake City. They also know why this is about to turn ugly, because Tianxiong Kong was the only son Tianxiong Lai ever had and the heir he treasured most. Tianxiong Lai's cold stare finally lands on the white-robed body on the ground, and his face changes instantly. He jumps down and runs to the corpse, calling for Kong Air with a voice that is already breaking. The moment he touches the icy body, Tianxiong Lai knows his son is truly dead. His grief finally tears loose, and the feared clan head breaks down over the son he spoiled like a treasure. Because earlier injuries left him unable to have more children, Tianxiong Kong was not just an heir to him, but his only bloodline and pride. Then grief hardens into murder, and Tianxiong Lai swears he will tear apart whoever killed his son. Across bustling Wake City, that threat becomes real as blood-soaked Jianchen keeps sprinting through the crowded streets toward the gates. Behind him, Tianxiong clan men shout that anyone who blocks Jianchen will be rewarded, trying to turn the whole city into a trap. At first, the bystanders only whisper and hesitate, because even Tianxiong's power is not enough to make them casually confront Jianchen. Jianchen keeps cutting straight for the city gates, vaulting obstacles as the Saint Masters behind him struggle to match his profound steps. Even with that speed, the huge city forces him into a long run, and his wounds and drained Saint force start punishing every step. When the distant city gates finally come into view, Jianchen sees a real chance to survive and refuses to slow down. Then another beast roar rolls in from behind, and Tianxiong Lai's furious voice offers a huge reward for anyone who catches Jianchen. Jianchen can hear from that voice alone that Tianxiong Lai is an enemy he cannot afford to face head-on, so he forces himself even faster. This time the reward works, and several stronger mercenaries in the street decide the Tianxiong clan's favor is worth the risk. They spread across the road just as Jianchen reaches them, trying to turn the street itself into a wall. Rather than crash into them, Jianchen springs upward and lands on a shop roof in one clean escape move. A few quick-reacting experts follow him onto the rooftops and slash at him before he can disappear again. Jianchen's killing intent flashes cold, and the light wind sword appears in his hand as he whips around mid-escape. One burst of silver steel cuts through the rooftop attackers, and their bodies drop to the street below with blood trailing after them. After Jianchen cuts down the mercenaries chasing him in midair, the rest finally lose their nerve and stop trying to block his path. The promised reward suddenly feels worthless, because everyone can see Jianchen is dangerous enough to kill anyone who gets greedy. With no one daring to stop him anymore, Jianchen drops from the rooftops and runs hard for the city gates. Behind him, Tianxiong Lai roars that Jianchen cannot escape and swears to grind him to pieces for killing his only son. Jianchen ignores the threat, but he realizes from the pounding behind him that Tianxiong Lai's mount is much faster than he is. The city gates come into view, but Tianxiong Lai is already close enough to turn the last stretch into a desperate race. Tianxiong Lai shouts to the gate commander for help, and the huge gates begin to close right in front of Jianchen. Seeing the exit about to vanish, Jianchen forces more Saint force through his body and bursts into an even faster glide-like sprint. Mercenaries crowd the gate to stop him, but Jianchen does not slow down for a second. Instead of trying to force the gate, Jianchen suddenly leaps onto the wall and starts running straight up the 40-meter stone face. In only moments, he clears the top of the wall and drops down the far side before the guards can react. Tianxiong Lai abandons his mount and climbs after him, while his heavy magical beast is left below the wall in frustration. A group of Tianxiong clan Saint Masters rushes up after Tianxiong Lai and starts climbing over the wall too, turning the chase into a full hunt. Only after they pass does the order come to reopen the gates, which makes it clear someone at the wall chose not to trap Jianchen for them. On the wall, the armored officer asks why Commander Yahello did not stop Jianchen, and the answer is coldly personal. Commander Haddo admits he wanted Tianqianlai's son dead and had no reason to help a father he already hated. Once outside Wake City, Jianchen looks back, sees Tianqianlai still gaining on him, and knows he cannot beat him in open ground. He quickly changes course and heads for the magical Beast Mountain range, hoping the forest will be the only place he can still escape. Tianqianlai sees the gap shrinking and chases with red-eyed fury, openly releasing his murderous aura as he vows Jianchen still cannot run. When Jianchen judges that Tianqianlai will catch him before the forest, he suddenly stops running, draws the light wind sword, and turns to face a great Saint Master head-on. Tianqianlai welcomes the fight with vicious delight and promises Jianchen a fate worse than death before pulling out his massive earth-colored axe. Jianchen strikes first with a lightning thrust, but Tianqianlai answers with a heavy axe swing glowing with earth-attributed saint force. The moment Jianchen recognizes the earth attribute, he gives up the direct clash and slips to Tianqianlai's side for a faster killing line. Tianqianlai sneers and grabs the light wind sword barehanded, trusting his earth defense to stop the blade. Jianchen answers with sword chi through the trapped blade, finally cutting through the glow enough to wound Tianqianlai's palm. Instead of attacking again immediately, Tianqianlai demands to know who ordered Jianchen to kill Kong Er. Jianchen coldly tells him there was no mastermind at all, because Tianqian Kong died after provoking the wrong person with the arrogance his father allowed. Tianqianlai presses once more, offering a quick death for the truth, but Jianchen gives him the same answer. Seeing no lie in Jianchen's face, Tianqianlai finally admits the blame circles back to himself for spoiling his son into disaster. That pause does not save Jianchen for long, because the Tianqian clan Saint Masters are already racing closer from behind Tianqianlai. Realizing one great Saint Master is already too much, Jianchen instantly abandons the duel and looks for a dirty way to escape. He kicks up a clump of dirt and blasts it forward with Saint force, turning it into a dust cloud that blinds Tianqianlai. Using that one opening, Jianchen turns and runs again at full speed for the mountain range. Tianqianlai jumps back to avoid a hidden counterattack, then realizes too late that Jianchen used the dust only to buy distance. Furious, Tianqianlai resumes the chase, but Jianchen's head start finally gives him a few precious 100 meters. Jianchen cannot stop to heal, so he pours everything into reaching the magical Beast Mountain range alive. After a life-or-death sprint, the dense forest at the mountain range outskirts finally rises in front of him. Tianqianlai sees exactly what Jianchen wants and decides to stop him before he vanishes into the forest. He lifts the huge axe over his head and unleashes a 2-meter earth force crescent straight at Jianchen's back. Jianchen senses the attack without looking and throws himself sideways in a narrow escape. The attack misses him but smashes a giant boulder apart, sending a storm of stone fragments across the area. Jianchen dodges as many fragments as he can, yet several sharp pieces still strike him and drag down his speed at the worst possible moment. With Jianchen slowed and exposed, Tianqianlai charges in behind him with his axe raised and a killing roar. Jianchen suddenly releases the light wind sword from his hand, wrapping it in heavy sword chi and sending it like a silver bolt straight at Tianqianlai's axe. The two weapons crash together in midair, and the shockwave is so fierce it blasts Jianchen backward. Even after being knocked back, the sword steadies itself in the air and lunges again, proving Tianqianlai is facing something he has never seen before. The flying blade nearly cuts Tianqianlai's throat, and only a last-second dodge turns a killing strike into a shallow neck wound. Jianchen knows he just missed a rare chance to kill Tianqianlai, so he forces the sword into another attack instead of backing off. Tianqianlai throws up earth saint force-like armor around his body and swings his axe down to smash the strange weapon out of the air. Jianchen avoids a direct clash, steering the sword aside because he knows his current power still cannot take Tianqianlai head-on. Tianqianlai's missed blow slams into the ground hard enough to blast out a crater. The sword loops around and strikes from behind, punching through Tianqianlai's outer protection and finally drawing blood from his back. But Tianqianlai's inner saint force still blocks the fatal finish, and Jianchen realizes this trick can wound him but not kill him. With his spirit draining fast, Jianchen makes the only smart choice left and calls the light wind sword back to flee for the mountain range. Tianqianlai glares after him, bleeding from the back, furious that a wounded youth just slipped out of his grasp. When mercenaries catch up and see their lord injured, Tianqianlai barks out one order: chase Jianchen and do not let him get away. Jianchen forces himself deeper into the thick forest, but his body is already failing him from blood loss, pain, and exhaustion. He pauses under a huge tree to breathe, only to spot Tianqianlai still coming after him and push himself back into motion. Using trees and tall grass as cover, Jianchen keeps breaking line of sight until the hunt drags on all the way to a murky noon. At last Tianqianlai's group loses Jianchen's trail completely in the vast forest. Furious, Tianqianlai pulls out a warrant and orders one of his men to take it back and gather a larger search force for the mountain range. After Xing Dao leaves, Tianqianlai spreads the rest of the men out and orders a careful search for any trace Jianchen might have left behind. Hidden far away under another great tree, Jianchen finally stops and uses the light wind sword to dig stone fragments out of his own body. Every cut hurts badly, but when the last fragment comes out, Jianchen finally gets a brief moment of relief. Once he confirms the area is quiet, Jianchen sits cross-legged and starts healing with light saint force. The white light swells into a milky cocoon around him, slowly sealing every wound until his body is fully restored. Even after his injuries vanish, Jianchen keeps meditating for hours because he also has to refill the saint force he burned through escaping. A slender python quietly creeps down the tree toward the apparently defenseless Jianchen. The instant it gets close enough, Jianchen opens his eyes and kills it with one precise thrust through the heart. He does not even bother looking at the dying snake and goes right back to recovering, staying alert beneath the stillness. 4 more hours pass, and by the time Jianchen stands again, his wounds and saint force are both fully recovered. He changes into clean clothes from his space belt and decides to move, confident the mountain terrain now favors his escape. A faint rustle behind him instantly puts Jianchen on guard, and he hides himself among the leaves before the newcomers arrive. A group of white-robed Tianxiong clan men walks beneath him, grumbling that they are hunting one person without even knowing what he looks like. Their gossip reveals the bigger picture. Jianchen killed Tianxiong Kong, the clan has sent 300 men into the mountain range, and even 30 Saint Masters are part of the hunt. Hearing them underestimate his chances, Jianchen waits until they pass directly under his tree and seizes the opening. Jianchen drops from the canopy like an executioner, and drives his sword straight between one man's eyebrows before the group can react. One survivor barely manages to shout a warning before Jianchen's sword flashes again and cuts the cry off at his throat. When the last shocked mercenaries finally raised their saint weapons, Jianchen had already taken the air and turned the whole space around his sword into killing range. By the time the sword chi faded, the Tianxiong men were already down with holes through their throats, and Jianchen landed calmly among the bodies. From what they revealed, Jianchen now knew the Tianxiong clan had thrown 30 Saint Masters and more than 200 great saints into the mountain to hunt him. Instead of backing down, he smiled and decided that if the Tianxiong clan wanted to trap him, he would answer by hunting them back. Over the next several days, Jianchen turned the mountain into his battlefield and kept striking the Tianxiong search parties from the dark. His retaliation was brutal enough to kill nearly 200 men, including 10 Saint Masters, tearing straight into the Tianxiong clan's foundation. Even after losses like that, Tianxiong Lai refused to stop because avenging his dead son mattered more to him than the price. Back in Wake City, the whole city was talking about the murder of Tianxiong Khan and the mysterious young assassin nobody could identify. The other clans watched the Tianxiong clan bleed in silence, and quietly prepared to carve up its market share. Deep in the mountain range, Tianxiong Lai finally met with his worried men, who admitted Jianchen had become a nightmare they could not catch or beat. One after another, his subordinates pushed the same hard truth. Jianchen knew the terrain better, split them apart, and could even fight Saint Masters, so staying meant more deaths. Tianxiong Lai clenched his fist and hesitated, caught between revenge and the collapse of his clan. At last he bid out the order to retreat, and the mercenaries could barely hide their relief. The recall order went up as a bamboo signal tube screamed into the sky and burst into a cloud of scarlet smoke over the forest. Farther inside the mountain, another Tianxiong group was eating nervously around a fire and talking about how easily Jianchen had been killing Saint Masters. The moment they saw the red retreat signal above the canopy, dread flipped into joy and the whole group scrambled to leave before Jianchen found them. As soon as the camp emptied, Jianchen dropped down from the trees in his beast leather disguise and mocked their hope of an easy retreat. Once the Tianxiong clan began pulling out of the mountain, Jianchen treated the retreat itself as one last hunting ground. Because the Tianxiong men all wore white robes with their clan emblem, Jianchen could spot them easily and keep cutting down scattered groups during the withdrawal. Months of survival in the mountain had turned him into a ghost there, and even when someone spotted him first, his counterattacks still landed faster than they could react. And if too many experts tried to surround him, Jianchen simply broke away with superior speed and vanished into the trees again. Half a day later, the survivors finally regrouped, and the sight of only about 100 men left made the scale of the disaster impossible to ignore. Tianxiong Lai stared at the ruined force with murder in his eyes, hating Jianchen more than ever for killing his son and gutting the clan. Nobody around him dared say a word, and Tianxiong Lai finally gave the order to move out, already knowing the Tianxiong clan might not stay Wake City's strongest power after this. The retreating force marched in a long, depressed column, unaware that Jianchen was already shadowing them through the grass less than 50 meters behind. Using their own noise to cover his approach, Jianchen crept even closer until he was within 20 meters and ready to strike. Then he burst out in a blur and cut down the back of the column so fast that 5 throats opened before anyone understood what was happening. He did not stop there and dropped 3 more in the same breath before a survivor finally screamed a warning. By the time the warning spread, Jianchen was already gone again, slipping back into the foliage before the group could lock onto him. Tianxiong Lai roared after him and charged into pursuit with more than 20 Saint Masters at his back. The men left behind barely had time to breathe in relief before swordlight split the grass right beside them again. 2 more Tianxiong mercenaries dropped with pierced throats, and the survivors panicked as they realized Jianchen had baited their strongest fighters away. Jianchen stepped straight out of the foliage this time and drove into the nearest men before the ring around him could tighten. Even surrounded by great saints, he stayed calm, defended against attacks from every side, and moved too fast for them to follow. Once he found his opening, a haze of sword chi flashed from the light wind sword and 5 more mercenaries died almost instantly. Before the survivors could recover, Jianqin broke out of the encirclement and disappeared back into the forest again. When Tianxiong Lai and the Saint Masters came racing back, all they found were fresh corpses and another humiliating escape. Staring at the dead and the empty forest beyond them, Tianxiong Lai could only roar one furious question: where is he? A mercenary spots fresh movement in the grass, and Tianxiong Lai turns to see the trail of the killer who keeps slipping through his fingers. Seeing more dead men at his feet, Tianxiong Lai realizes this hunt is bleeding the Tianxiong clan dry and turning into a disgrace he cannot erase. He immediately changes tactics, spreading 20 Saint Masters into 4 outer groups and forcing the weaker men into the middle to guard against another ambush. Now moving painfully slow, the whole formation stays on edge while Tianxiong Lai keeps his Saint force ready, waiting for Jianqin to show himself one more time. Just before the grassland ends, Jianqin explodes out of hiding and drops several men in a blink with precise thrusts to the heart and throat. Tianxiong Lai roars and hurls his huge earth axe straight at Jianqin while the nearby Saint Masters all leap in to cut him off. Jianqin refuses to get pinned down, pulls back instantly, and vanishes into the tall grass before the encirclement can close. Furious, Tianxiong Lai orders everyone else to stay put and charges after Jianqin alone into the grass sea. Inside the grass, Jianqin moves so lightly he barely stirs the ground, and even Tianxiong Lai at full speed struggles to keep him in sight. Jianqin keeps changing direction, forcing Tianxiong Lai to leap up again and again just to catch a glimpse of where he went. Then a hard gust tears through the field, and the moving grass wipes out the last trace of Jianqin's trail. Tianxiong Lai lands furious and curses the badly timed wind that ruined his best chance to finish the chase. Still refusing to let it go, he shouts for the hidden attacker to leave his name behind if he has any courage. Jianqin answers with open mockery, finally giving his name and promising he will visit the Tianxiong clan again someday. That answer pushes Tianxiong Lai over the edge, and he swears he will hunt Jianqin down even to the ends of the earth. With no reply and no trail left to follow, Tianxiong Lai finally pulls his battered force out of the magical beast mountain range. Back in Wake City, Tianxiong Lai goes straight to the mercenary union and posts an enormous bounty of 10,000 purple coins for Jianqin alive. The price is so outrageous that all of Wake City erupts, and the mercenary union even upgrades the mission to special A rank and spreads it beyond the Blue Wind Kingdom. Jianqin has no idea a massive bounty is chasing his name again, because he is still deep in the mountain range calmly washing up. While he cleans off, Jianqin judges that he is already near peak Great Saint and decides to stay here until he breaks into Saint Master. Then Jianqin startles at a new change in his body. After washing off the grime, his skin has turned a deep red. After the first shock, Jianqin remembers the old records and realizes this means the silver-striped golden snake antidote has fully fused into his blood. That excites him, because it means his 1000 immunity is advancing and his body may eventually produce that anti-venom on its own. Once he confirms there are no other changes, Jianqin climbs out and puts his crude leather clothes back on for the long grind ahead. Jianqin heads deeper into the mountain range, choosing the more dangerous Class 3 beast territory as his training ground. For the next several days, his routine becomes brutal and simple: hunt beasts by day, cultivate with monster cores by night. Nights are miserable because swarms of poisonous insects keep tearing at him, but his partial 1000 immunity and hidden light saint force keep the damage under control. The constant fighting pushes him to peak Great Saint, and his body and swordplay both sharpen under that pressure. At this stage, ordinary Class 3 magical beasts are no longer enough to slow him down, and nearly 40 die to his sword each day. But eventually Jianqin meets a tougher opponent, a giant tortoise beast with dense scales and the power of a peak Class 3 magical beast. He circles the beast like a silver blur, driving the light wind sword against its scaled armor again and again while looking for an opening. When the tortoise beast finally stumbles, Jianqin snaps in and drives his sword straight through its throat. Even that does not kill it, and the wounded monster only roars harder and charges back at him in a frenzy. Jianqin quickly judges that the beast is almost Class 4, so unless he can attack from inside its body or sever its head, this fight will drag on. Right in the middle of that battle, a ragged group of 20 mercenaries stumbles into the area, filthy with mud and carrying obvious wounds. The moment they recognize the swordsman facing the tortoise beast, the shocked group blurts out that it is Jianqin. As Jianqin keeps fighting the giant tortoise beast alone, the watching mercenaries suddenly realize he matches the Tianxiong clan bounty target. Some men hesitate because Jianqin is clearly strong, but the others get greedy over the 10,000 purple coin reward and start talking themselves into an ambush. The group falls quiet and waits for their captain's call, putting the whole decision in the hands of the only man among them still dressed neatly. After studying Jianqin and the beast, Captain Cargill decides to wait until the tortoise drains his strength and only then move in to capture him for the reward. With the plan set, the mercenaries start celebrating too early, already spending the bounty in their heads on women and easy living. Their daydreaming ends when Jianqin drives his sword into the tortoise's throat and the giant beast lets out a final horrific roar. The tortoise crashes dead to the ground, and the black leopard mercenaries rush in the instant their captain gives the order. Jianqin does not even look at them first, calmly cutting open the beast's belly and pulling out its monster core as if the incoming threat means nothing. That deliberate snub sours the mercenaries fast, and Captain Cargill opens with a probing remark about how strangely calm Jianqin is. Jianqin stores the core and asks who they are, forcing the other side to state themselves and show their hand. Cargill names them as the Black Leopard Mercenaries and smugly tells Jianqin that Wake City already knows him because of the Tianxiong clan bounty. When Jianqin asks what they want, the answer is blunt: they are taking him back to Wake City, quietly if he cooperates, and by force if he does not. The moment Wake City is mentioned, Jianqin understands this is tied to the Tianxiong clan and quietly asks what happens if he refuses. Cargill answers by drawing a long spear, and the entire Black Leopard mercenaries pull out their saint weapons as the clearing turns into a live kill zone. Cargill gives one last warning, but Jianqin only laughs at a peak saint master acting so sure of himself. Jianqin declares that either they capture him, or they die one by one, and Sword Chi immediately starts to gather around the light wind sword. Before the mercenaries can settle, Jianqin blurs forward and opens the fight by appearing in front of the weakest man. The Black Leopard mercenaries charge in roaring, but Jianqin is even faster and cuts down 3 men through the throat almost instantly. The mercenaries try to smother him with numbers, yet only 7 can truly engage at once while the others lock down the perimeter to stop his escape. 5 Saint Masters and 2 Great Saints press him together, but Jianqin at peak Great Saint is already far beyond what this group expected. His swordwork turns into a silver storm, blocking, slipping through, and striking with a speed the others can barely even track. Then the silver flash breaks through, and the 2 Great Saints drop with their throats pierced before the others can protect them. The deaths hit the group hard, and grief immediately turns into rage as more men rush Jianqin to avenge their fallen comrades. Jianqin slips out of the Saint Master's trap and starts cutting through the weaker fighters, turning their numerical edge into a slaughter. Furious at the mounting losses, Captain Cargill finally charges in himself and drives his long spear straight at Jianqin. Jianqin catches the spear with a single clean clash, steps past it, and in the same breath drives his sword through Cargill's throat. Cargill freezes in disbelief, barely able to ask how he could die to Jianqin before his men start screaming his name. The captain's death shocks the Black Leopard mercenaries, but shock quickly hardens into a desperate order to avenge Captain Cargill. Jianqin answers that last charge with pure speed, carving straight through the front rank and dropping more men in seconds. He keeps weaving through the crowd without slowing down, and soon only 6 men are left alive, 2 Saint Masters and 4 Great Saints. At that point the survivors finally break, sharing one look and realizing that if they stay, they die. They scatter in 4 directions, trying to save themselves, but Jianqin instantly chooses 1 Great Saint and goes after him alone. That fleeing mercenary, Shukelen, barely gets a few steps before Jianqin cuts him off and appears right in front of him. Instead of killing him at once, Jianqin asks a colder question: does he want to live? Shukelen grabs the chance instantly, promising to tell Jianqin everything he knows if he is spared. Jianqin asks the key question first: what exactly is the Tianxiong clan doing against him, and how did this group identify him so quickly? Shukelen explains that the Tianxiong clan used the mercenary union to post a 10,000 purple coin bounty, and circulated Jianqin's traits, which is why the group knew him on sight. That answer catches Jianqin off guard, and after a brief pause his frown shifts into a darker, more calculating smile. He decides to turn the bounty into bait, and orders Shukelen to spread word all over Wake City that Jianqin is in the Magical Beast mountain range. Jianqin adds one more lie for the rumor mill, telling Shukelen to make sure people hear that he is seriously injured. Shukelen agrees without a single question, too scared to risk angering Jianqin now that his life is finally within reach. The moment Jianqin dismisses him, Shukelen bolts away like a man who just escaped execution. Left alone with the aftermath, Jianqin returns to the battlefield and starts stripping the dead mercenaries of their space belts. In a cleaner patch of ground, Jianqin checks the haul and finds another tidy profit: more than 100 monster cores, purple coins, gold, and other supplies. After wiping out the Black Leopard mercenaries, Jianqin sorts through their haul and finds a full 100 monster cores, enough to keep his cultivation going for days. He coldly decides the bounty is now bait, and any greedy mercenary who comes chasing him will just become another source of monster cores. Still, Jianqin knows 10,000 purple coins could even draw Great Saint Masters, so he decides he has to break through to Saint Master as fast as possible. Instead of hunting more beasts, he heads back to a hidden cave he discovered earlier beside a steep rocky hill. He lights a torch and slips through the narrow man-made passage, choosing secrecy over the open danger outside. At the dusty dead-end chamber, Jianqin confirms the place has been abandoned for a long time and settles in to cultivate safely. With his own stockpile plus the Black Leopard loot, he has enough monster cores to shut himself away for a full month if he needs to. Once he starts absorbing the cores, energy rushes into him at frightening speed, but most of it is still stolen away by the azure and violet glows in his dantian. Inside that dantian, his saint force is slowly condensing into the hazy shape of a sword, proof that his breakthrough is getting close. Jianqin judges that the normal pace is still too slow, so he gambles on wrestling back some of the energy the 2 glows keep taking from him. He only wins back a small share, but even that boosts his cultivation enough to cut the wait from weeks to just a few days. While Jianchen hides underground, Wake City erupts as word spreads that a badly injured young man named Jianchen is worth 10,000 purple coins. The rumor is shaky, but the reward is huge, and most mercenaries care more about the money than the warnings that Jianchen already bloodied the Tianxiong clan. Soon mercenaries from Wake City and even nearby cities flood toward the magical Beast Mountain range, all hoping they will be the ones to find him first. 7 days pass in the cave, and Jianchen barely moves, barely eats, and burns through a third of his monster cores in relentless meditation. At the critical point, power surges out of him so violently that white energy fog fills the whole cavern and makes his body glow in the dark. His pores open wide and drag that fog back into him, even as a biting pain spreads through his entire body. Inside his dantian, the sword-shaped saint weapon becomes clearer and stronger as it devours all that incoming power. Hours later he swaps in Class 3 monster cores and keeps forcing the process forward instead of stopping at the threshold. Then the breakthrough finally explodes loose, and a roaring squall of energy tears through the cavern and blasts the dust away from him. In one rush, the remaining fog disappears into his body, and Jianchen finally steps from Great Saint into Saint Master. At that exact moment, the azure and violet glows in his dantian abruptly stop stealing his energy for the first time. Jianchen opens his eyes with a quiet flash of light, feeling the sheer difference in his new strength immediately. To test it, he summons the light wind sword and sends a strip of sword chi into the cave wall like a silent bolt. The attack punches a clean hole into solid rock, and the result instantly tells him his offensive power has leapt upward. He follows with a direct stab, and the light wind sword sinks into the stone as easily as if it were tofu. That smooth test leaves him newly confident that even against Tianxiong Lai, he can at least put up a real fight now. 5 more days pass before Jianchen finally leaves the cavern, now calmer, stronger, and no longer afraid of ordinary hunting parties. As he walks through the grass-choked forest, Jianchen quietly hopes the surviving black leopard mercenary really spread the bait the way he wanted. Now that he is a Saint Master, even roaming Class 2 and Class 3 magical beasts no longer feel like a real threat to him. Then he catches human voices ahead and realizes he has finally run into one of the search teams drawn in by the bounty. The men grumble that they have searched for days without finding Jianchen, but they still believe his injuries mean he cannot have gone far. They talk themselves into staying, reasoning that even if they miss the bounty, they can still kill beasts and earn some monster cores. When they push through the last curtain of grass, they come face to face with a filthy hide-wearing young man standing right in their path. Not recognizing him yet, one mercenary politely asks whether this stranger has been in the mountain range for a while. Jianchen plays along and confirms he has indeed been here for many days. That leads the mercenary to ask if he has heard the big news from Wake City about the man named Jianchen. Jianchen answers with a strange smile and says they picked the right person, because he really does know where Jianchen is. The search party lights up at once, treating his answer like a map to 10,000 purple coins. Jianchen watches their greed and realizes just how many people the Tianxiong clan's bounty has lured into the mountains. Then he gives the answer plainly. Jianchen is not far away at all, but standing right in front of them. The words hit a second later, and the mercenaries finally understand that the filthy stranger they were questioning is Jianchen himself. In the mountain range, a band of mercenaries stares at the animal-hide youth in disbelief when he calmly says he is Jianchen. The mercenaries laugh it off as a bad joke and even warn him not to say that name lightly, because Tianxiong clan hunters are everywhere. Jianchen presses them on what would make them believe him, so the group repeats the rumors. A young man with a thin sword so fast even Saint Masters died before they could dodge. Jianchen answers by summoning the silver-white light wind sword, and the mood turns the moment they recognize it. Once they accept that he really is Jianchen, he openly taunts them and asks whether they can actually capture him for the 10,000 purple coin bounty. Greed wins out anyway, and at one mercenary shout the whole group spreads out to surround him. Jianchen puts away the sword on purpose and mocks them for chasing a man who already killed Saint Masters, even though they are only great saints. The mercenaries try to bluff back that he is badly injured and weaker now, so he should surrender before they get rough. Jianchen gives up on talking and says the bounty has already made them stupid enough to gamble with their lives. He moves first with brutal speed, appearing in front of one man and smashing his nose with a simple punch. Before that man can recover, Jianchen plants a kick in his stomach and sends him flying backward across the clearing. He vanishes again and crashes a Saint Force-powered kick into another mercenary's chest, launching him into the air spitting blood. Fully rattled now, the remaining mercenaries rush Jianchen with Saint weapons drawn and shout that everyone should attack together. Jianchen slips through the attacks with ease and batters them one after another using only fists and legs. As a Saint Master, he does not even bother using the light wind sword on great saints, treating them as opponents too weak to deserve it. Within moments, the whole group is down in the dirt with bloody noses and swollen faces, and Jianchen casually asks if they still think they can collect that reward. One terrified mercenary throws away his pride, crawls forward, and begs Lord Jianchen to spare them because greed made them foolish. The beaten mercenaries turn on their kneeling companion, Fiji, cursing him for humiliating them by begging in front of Jianchen. Jianqin ignores the groveling man and asks the rest if they have anything to say, and one stubborn mercenary answers that they are ready for whatever punishment comes. Instead of killing them, Jianqin offers one hard bargain: hand over every Class 2 monster core and they can live. No one dares argue, and the whole group hurriedly empties their space belts into a small pile of Class 2 monster cores. After taking the cores, Jianqin lets them go with a warning that next time they should not expect the same mercy. When the forest goes quiet again, Jianqin flexes his hands and admits it feels strange but satisfying to fight with his fists after so long. He quickly sees the real value in this chase. Bounty hunters are bringing him exactly what he needs, because his cultivation now burns through monster cores at an absurd rate. So instead of hiding, Jianqin decides to stay in the area and wait for stronger enemies to come to him. The mercenaries he spared spread the news fast, and soon Jianqin's exact position in the mountain range is known to everyone hunting him. Jianqin hides himself high in a leafy tree near the path, almost invisible as he waits in ambush for the next group. Before long, a far more organized force appears below him, around 40 heavily armed mercenaries in steel helmets and full armor. The instant Jianqin recognizes their gear, his mood hardens, because he knows exactly which mercenary group this is. He drops from the tree without hesitation, startling the armored men into drawing their saint weapons. Jianqin lands right in front of them, and the lead mercenary immediately demands to know who he is and why he blocked their path. Jianqin scans the faces for old targets, finds none he knows, and still confirms from their armor that they are the Zhou mercenaries. When their leader proudly confirms it, Jianqin's killing intent surges, because the Zhou mercenaries are tied to the slaughter of the flame mercenaries. In Jianqin's mind, the old grudge snaps into focus. After the fight over the Class 5 cub, the Zhou mercenaries' actions sent the Golden Fur Tiger King after Captain Kendall's people and doomed the entire flame mercenaries. With that blood dead in front of him again, Jianqin draws the light wind sword and charges the Zhou mercenaries without another word. In the forest, Jianqin burst straight at the Zhou mercenaries and opened with a throat strike on the man in front. The target barely twisted away and jumped back, instantly realizing Jianqin's speed was far beyond normal. Jianqin did not pause after the miss and flashed into the formation, killing 4 great saints through the throat almost before anyone could blink. Shaken by that instant slaughter, the Zhou captain shouted for Jianqin to stop because he no longer wanted this fight. Jianqin ignored him completely, because the Zhou mercenaries were already on his kill list. He turned the clearing into a massacre, slipping between blows while one mercenary after another dropped, including Saint Masters who could barely last a few exchanges. After Jianqin cut down 20 men in seconds without even tiring, the Zhou captain finally understood they had met someone they could not beat. Instead of dying with the rest, the captain made a desperate choice and turned to run. Jianqin caught him almost instantly and swept him from behind with another killing strike. The peak Saint Master captain threw himself down, rolled clear, and came up stabbing with a long spear wrapped in Saint force. Jianqin swayed through the attack and unleashed a sword light so dazzling that the captain froze for one fatal instant. The real blade slipped out of that glare and pierced Qin Yulong's throat. Jianqin kicked the dying captain away and charged back toward the last survivors, determined to leave none of the Zhou mercenaries alive. When the mercenaries saw Captain Qin Yulong fall, their nerves snapped and panic ripped through the whole group. The last men threw away helmets and bolted in every direction, hoping speed might save them. Jianqin snorted at their escape attempt and decided he would wipe them out even if he had to reveal more than he wanted. He finally let the light wind sword fly free on its own, no longer caring if others learned his secret. The flying sword shot across the clearing and punched through every fleeing mercenary's throat in seconds, finishing the extermination. With the killing done, the sword curved back through the air and returned neatly to Jianqin's hand. Even covered in blood, the strange sword shed every drop from its blade until it shone bright and clean again. Jianqin moved through the dead Zhou mercenaries and stripped every space belt from their bodies. Once he had all 40 belts, he sat down, put the sword away, and started sorting the valuables into one pile. The haul turned out to be decent in cores but disappointing in cash, so Jianqin pocketed the useful loot and left the rest as trash. Instead of leaving the area, Jianqin climbed into a large tree and waited, knowing more bounty hunters would eventually pass through. Before long, another mercenary group arrived below, smaller than the Zhou mercenaries but strong enough that Jianqin judged them all to be Saint Masters. Jianqin dropped from the tree without warning and stabbed into the group with a surge of sword chi. His first strike punched into one mercenary's right shoulder before the squad could fully answer. The Saint Masters instantly drew their saint weapons and tried to close around him. Jianqin slipped into defense for a heartbeat and answered with another lightning thrust that tore through a second man's right shoulder. The whole group exploded in anger and hacked at him together, but Jianqin sprang back and left their attacks smashing a crater into the ground. As the standoff settled for a breath, the big brute Bantu cursed Jianqin for attacking so underhandedly. Bantu tried to rush him, but Mu Jian stepped in and stopped the charge before things got worse. Bantu protested furiously, shouting that Jianqin had already injured Haddo and Eric. Mu Jian ignored the outburst and asked Jianqin calmly why he had attacked them. Jianqin answered with the real reason at once. They had come here to hunt down and capture Jianqin. Mu Jian looked at the sword, connected the rumors, and realized the man in front of him might be Jianchen himself. Jianchen confirmed it with a chilling smile, and that one sentence changed the whole mood of the group. Most of the mercenaries lit up at the thought of the 10,000 purple coin reward, but Mu Jian only looked more serious. When one of his men started speaking too freely, Mu Jian cut him off on the spot and took control of the conversation. Then Mu Jian cupped his hands and turned oddly respectful, introducing himself and praising Jianchen as if meeting an honored figure instead of prey. In the mountain forest, Jianchen smiles at Mu Jian's polite act and bluntly calls out the real reason his group came looking for him. One of Mu Jian's own men blurts out that they really did come to capture Jianchen, wrecking Mu Jian's attempt to smooth things over. Mu Jian hurriedly changes his tune, claiming they only came to watch the commotion because he has already realized Jianchen is far stronger than the rumors suggested. Jianchen laughs off the excuse, points to the admission Mu Jian's man already made, and makes it clear he is not buying the lie. With murder flashing in his eyes, Jianchen says he will spare them only if they hand over every monster core in their space belts. Most of the mercenaries take the demand as an insult, and one furious big man charges first with a heavy sword. Mu Jian still tries to stop the fight, but Jianchen repeats that they either pay or face the consequences. Mu Jian balks at giving up the cores his team earned with their lives, and the rest of the group convinces themselves 10 Saint Masters can still force a bloody draw. That answer is enough for Jianchen, and he raises the light wind sword and launches straight into the group. Against 10 Saint Masters, Jianchen moves like a blur, weaving through their attacks so cleanly that their numerical advantage starts slipping away. Again and again, Jianchen's blade nearly reaches their throats, and every narrow escape leaves the mercenaries more shaken and more badly cut. Jianchen suddenly drives the light wind sword through a mercenary's right arm joint, ruining the arm and knocking that fighter out of the battle. Jianchen kicks the disabled man away, slips past another strike, and in the same flow stabs a second attacker through the right shoulder. The fight drags on in a storm of steel and saint force until the clearing fills with dust, blood, and the cries of men getting beaten down one by one. Soon only a few opponents are still standing, and Jianchen is still unwounded while another mercenary loses the use of his sword arm to a clean shoulder stab. Jianchen gives them one last warning that he has shown enough mercy, and the killing intent in his eyes finally makes the threat real. Looking at his wreck team and knowing they have already lost, Mu Jian finally shouts for everyone to stop. The surviving mercenaries jump back at once, and their pale faces show how completely Jianchen's speed has scared them out of fighting on. With visible reluctance, Mu Jian admits Jianchen has been holding back and orders his men to hand over all their monster cores. One by one the Saint Masters dump out the cores they risked their lives for, building a small but painful pile at Jianchen's feet. Satisfied, Jianchen tells them they can go and makes it clear this mercy will not happen twice if they hunt him again. Mu Jian leaves without another word, and his whole team disappears back into the forest in defeat. Once they are gone, Jianchen calmly gathers the spoils and finds nearly 200 monster cores, including around 20 Class 3 cores. But even while counting his gains, Jianchen senses another presence in the trees and coldly calls the hidden watcher out. A booming laugh answers him, and an old man in a gray robe bursts from the forest and lands 20 meters away. The elder looks sloppy and cheerful, but the pressure rolling off him is so overwhelming that Jianchen instantly recognizes a great Saint Master. The elder laughs off the discovery, praises Jianchen's strength, and casually confirms that even Tianqiong Lai failed to capture him. In the mountain range outskirts, Jianchen recognizes at once that the gray-robed elder in front of him is the great Saint Master he expected the bounty to attract. Jianchen is under heavy pressure, but he is also relieved he broke through to Saint Master first, because now he can fight instead of only running. He bluntly asks if the elder came for the 10,000 purple coin bounty, and the old man answers with contempt that Jianchen should submit quietly or be taken by force. Jianchen sneers, summons the light wind sword, and declares that capture was never an option. He bursts forward in a blur and drives straight for the elder's throat with sword she wrapped around the blade. The elder's carelessness vanishes as Saint Force condenses into a foot-long dagger in his palm to meet the strike. Their weapons crash together, and the impact blasts Saint Force outward hard enough to flatten grass and kick up a ring of dust. Jianchen is shoved back several steps, and the exchange confirms that a great Saint Master still has a huge raw power advantage over him. Even so, Jianchen secretly likes what he learned, because the gap is dangerous but not hopelessly out of reach. The elder finally admits Jianchen is troublesome and says he will have to get serious if he wants to capture him. Jianchen coldly answers that no matter what the elder tries, he will never be taken alive. Mocking his confidence, the elder lunges again and appears in front of Jianchen in an instant with a killing stab aimed at his heart. Jianchen gathers Saint Force into the light wind sword and blocks, but the violent clash still sends another shockwave tearing through the clearing. Jianchen gives ground again, and the elder presses in without pause, keeping the dagger locked on Jianchen's heart. Jianchen slips aside by a hair, letting the dagger slice only his clothes before he explodes into a storm of 10 rapid sword strikes. Metal rings non-stop as the elder barely blocks the flurry, but he is forced back with slashed robes, bloody cuts across his chest, and even chopped hair. Jianchen has no visible wound from that exchange, but his face turns pale from the strain of fighting someone above his level. The elder drops any pretense of mercy, and Jianchen answers with a sharp boast that many Saint Masters have died by his sword, but this great Saint Master will be the first. Both of them charge again, but this time Jianchen fights smarter, using profound steps, spending almost no time in direct weapon clashes, and turning the battle into a speed duel. The elder's dagger skill is polished and deadly, with every attack still trying to skewer Jianchen straight through the heart. But Jianchen's speed and reactions keep running the elder's rhythm, and the old man grows angrier as stronger cultivation fails to give him control. Fed up, the elder barks that Jianchen fights an old man without restraint, hoping to shame him into a cleaner exchange. Jianchen smiles and answers that anyone chasing a quick reward like this deserves whatever happens next. That reply kills the last bit of restraint in the elder, and his eyes flash with open killing intent as he attacks to finish Jianchen for real. Sensing the change, Jianchen turns cold too and pushes his speed even higher until sword chi thickens through the whole area like a blinding mist. Now the elder is the one under pressure, stumbling into panic because Jianchen's sword keeps pushing him to the edge of death. A blade suddenly flashes out of the mist and slices off the elder's right hand at the wrist before he can react. The pain stuns the elder for one fatal instant, and Jianchen uses that opening to vanish from his sight. The elder barely gets the dagger into his left hand and tries to defend while retreating, but Jianchen is already behind him. Then the retreat stops cold when the light wind sword drives through the elder's throat and juts out beneath his chin. The elder cannot understand when Jianchen got behind him, and that confusion is the last thing in his eyes before death takes him. His body locks up and falls, leaving Jianchen standing over the corpse, breathing hard after spending a huge amount of energy to win. Jianchen dismisses the light wind sword and gives the dead man a brief, almost regretful remark that greed destroyed decades of cultivation in a single day. He bends down and searches the elder's space belt, taking the spoils from the man who tried to turn him into bounty money. Inside he finds a respectable haul, including many Class 2 and Class 3 monster cores, one Class 4 core, and about 70 purple coins. But one last item catches his eye, a palm-sized piece of white fur that feels soft and strangely warm in his hand. The moment he sees it, Jianchen is shocked and instantly throws the empty belt aside to dig into his own belongings. He pulls out the red embroidered pouch his mother Bai Yutian gave him, the long-kept Bai clan heirloom. With trembling fingers, he opens the pouch and takes out the Bai clan's own white fur piece for comparison. The two fur pieces match so closely that they look like parts cut from the same original piece. Staring back at the elder's corpse, Jianchen realizes this dead great Saint Master may be tied to the Bai clan's 100-year-old heirloom, and the discovery leaves him deeply shaken. After killing the elder, Jianchen keeps turning over the strange piece of fur he found, bothered by who the old man was and why he carried something so unusual. He tests the fur again and again, but it is too clean, too tough, and too mysterious to explain, leaving him with nothing solid to work with. In the end, Jianchen drops the puzzle for later, seals both fur pieces inside the red pouch, and puts everything back into his space ring and belt. After one last search turns up nothing better, he throws aside the elder's empty belt and leaves without looking back. Over the next few days, Jianchen stops hiding and starts hunting the hunters, intercepting mercenary groups throughout the mountain range. If a group cooperates and hands over its monster cores, he lets them go, but anyone still trying to capture him dies where they stand. The slaughter gets so heavy that corpses pile up across the magical beast mountain range, and the whole place starts to feel soaked in death. The 10,000 purple coin bounty keeps drawing people in anyway, including Saint Masters and even several great Saint Masters eager to risk their lives for Jianchen's head. At one point, Jianchen is forced into a brutal battle against two great Saint Masters backed by around 30 great Saints and Saint Masters. He wins, but only after a savage fight that leaves him badly wounded and too drained to chase down every survivor who flees. Those injuries still do not slow him for long, because he secretly heals himself with light Saint Force and wipes the damage away in under 2 hours. The payoff from that battle is huge, with the two great Saint Masters carrying a rich stash of monster cores, including 2 valuable Class 4 cores. The lower-ranked fighters with them have far less to show, which tells Jianchen the strong leaders were carrying most of the group's wealth. His later kills among the other great Saint Masters bring in mixed rewards, from decent Class 3 hauls to one pitifully poor expert barely richer than a Saint Master. Now that he has broken into Saint Master, Jianchen knows he can kill ordinary great Saint Masters head-on unless they are peak level or have an elemental advantage. Word of that strength spreads fast, and Jianchen's name turns into a nightmare far beyond Wake City. Some greedy mercenaries still come from other cities for the reward, but many more lose their nerve after seeing the bodies and hearing what happened. As the weaker hunters pull out, the mountain range finally grows quieter again, leaving behind only the tougher Saint Master level groups. With fewer enemies left, Jianchen keeps pressing the hunt himself, following the same cold rule of mercy for surrender and death for resistance. One hot summer day, the mountain forest feels almost cut off from the outside world, cool under the trees while the sun burns overhead beyond the canopy. Deep inside that forest, 10 mercenaries rest around a bonfire, roasting beast meat and talking themselves toward a hard decision. One mercenary finally says what everyone is thinking: Jianqin is much stronger than expected, and staying for this bounty is starting to look suicidal. Another mercenary backs him up, saying they already passed more than 100 corpses on the road, many of them same master-level acquaintances from Wake City. That evidence crushes their confidence, because they came in expecting to overpower a mere great saint, not a monster who can wipe out whole expert teams. They end up trapped between fear and greed, unwilling to fight Jianqin but also unwilling to give up the 10,000 purple coins. A scarred middle-aged mercenary pushes for retreat, warning that if they meet Jianqin, some of them are guaranteed to die. Another mercenary agrees bluntly that dead men cannot spend bounty money, and that finally breaks the group's resistance. Their captain gives in at last and orders the group to leave the mountain range. The moment the order comes, the whole camp breathes out in relief. Then a cold voice cuts through the night and ruins that relief instantly. All 10 mercenaries spring up at once, weapons ready, and demand that the hidden speaker show himself. A lone figure in rough leather steps out from behind the trees, long black hair tied back with a blade of grass, and his face still half lost in the night. When they ask who he is, the stranger smiles and says he is the person they came here to find. The men go pale as one of them stammers out the name they were all suddenly afraid to say: Jianqin. Jianqin confirms it without hesitation, and the bounty target standing in front of them feels far worse than the rumors ever did. A few days earlier they would have been thrilled, but now the timing feels cruel, because the man they just decided to avoid has walked right into their camp. Jianqin gives them the same choice he gives everyone else: hand over every monster core and leave, or stay and die. The leader tries to bargain, arguing that their monster cores cost them hard work and blood, and that Jianqin is asking too much. Jianqin cuts off the argument with a laugh and says their time is up, making it clear he has no interest in fairness. Cornered and unhappy, the leader proposes one last gamble. If Jianqin can beat him within 5 moves, they will surrender their cores. Jianqin accepts at once, and with a dangerous flash in his eyes he summons the silver light wind sword for the duel. In the forest clearing, the other mercenaries back away as Jianqin and their scarred leader raise their weapons for the promised duel. The scarred mercenary steels himself, betting everything on this fight because keeping his monster cores depends on surviving Jianqin's moves. He knows the odds are awful, but Jianqin's calm agreement only makes him more desperate to test whether the rumors about this young swordsman are really true. Jianqin simply lifts a hand and tells him to come, making the challenge feel even colder. The mercenary explodes forward first, saint force flaring around his great sword as he charges straight at Jianqin. Jianqin answers with a blur of speed, his light wind sword flashing out so fast it nearly vanishes. The mercenary barely reacts in time and slams his great sword down where he guesses the thrust will land. Their saint weapons crash together, and the shockwave rolling out from the clash shows this is no ordinary exchange. The scarred leader is jolted by the force in Jianqin's slim sword, his arms going numb as he realizes the rumors were not exaggerated. Before he can recover, Jianqin's second strike arrives even faster. The mercenary gets his blade across in time, but the impact still drives him backwards several steps. Just as he regains his footing, Jianqin's voice sounds from behind him and the fight is already over. He turns to find a light wind sword poised at his throat, only centimeters away. The watching mercenaries freeze in disbelief as Jianqin declares that this was the third move and the duel is done. The scarred leader can only admit how terrifyingly fast Jianqin's sword is. Jianqin gives a faint laugh and reminds him he already knows what comes next. Realizing Jianqin spared him, the mercenary suppresses his fear, salutes respectfully, and thanks him for his mercy. He turns back to his men and orders everyone to hand over all their monster cores. The mercenaries hesitate, but after seeing their strongest fighter lose in 3 moves, none of them dares resist. The scarred leader gathers the group's cores into one bag and presents it to Jianqin with obvious reluctance. Jianqin takes the bag, stows away roughly 100 cores, and keeps his promise by letting them leave alive. Once the mercenaries disappear into the distance, Jianqin finally leans against a tree and exhales. He grumbles that these days of ambushing pursuers have been exhausting, but the haul is so huge he almost feels like thanking the Tianqiong clan for forcing this chance on him. After a short rest, Jianqin decides he already has enough cores and should stop hunting before several great saint masters corner him at once. He follows his memory to a river, washes off all the grime, and changes out of his rough animal skin clothes. The feel of proper cloth instead of stitched hides lets his tightly wound nerves relax for the first time in days. He kills a beast, roasts a fatty hind leg over a small fire, and eats his fill before checking the cores he collected. When Jianqin empties his space belt, monster cores pour onto the ground into a glowing pile nearly a meter high. Even a rough count puts the harvest at well over 2,000 cores, enough to support his cultivation for a long time. In high spirits, he pulls out extra space belts and starts sorting the massive haul by class. 4 hours later, the chaos becomes 3 neat piles: Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Jianqin happily counts about 700 Class 1, 900 Class 2, and 600 Class 3 cores, and jokes again that the Tianqiong clan really did him a favor. He seals each class into a different space belt, returns to his cave, blocks the entrance, and goes back into secluded cultivation. Inside the pitch-black cave, Jianchen sits cross-legged like a statue and steadily strengthens his Saint force by absorbing core after core. Now that he is a Saint master, his cultivation speed and appetite both surge, but with this stockpile and the mountain range around him, he has no fear of running out. While his name spreads across the outside world, Jianchen ignores the noise and stays hidden in the cave, focused only on getting stronger. A full year passes, and the uproar outside fades so completely that Wake City returns to normal except for one thing: the Tianxiong clan is gone. Deep in the magical beast mountain range, human traces are rare, class 4 beasts roam freely, and a lone campfire burns in the mist. By that fire sits Jianchen, now clean, handsome, and composed in soft cotton clothes with his long hair tied back by a simple blade of grass. During that year, he burned through all the class 3 cores, moved on to class 4 cores, and repeatedly hunted deeper into the range to keep cultivating. That brutal routine pushes him all the way to peak Saint Master, strong enough now to kill a class 4 magical beast without trouble. Still, Jianchen decides it is finally time to leave the mountain range and steady the power he gained too quickly from monster cores. After eating, he puts out the fire and starts walking out of the deep region with a few saved class 4 cores for later. Because class 4 beasts are spread thin in the deep zone, the area is strangely quiet as Jianchen moves forward with careful steps. Then a huge roar erupts behind him, and even the ground under Jianchen's feet begins to shake. A sudden roar shakes the forest so hard that Jianchen instantly knows this is no ordinary beast. Then a visible wave of force barrels through the sky, bending trees toward its source and making Jianchen revise his guess upward in alarm. When a second roar answers the first, Jianchen realizes 2 class 5 magical beasts are fighting each other and runs straight toward the chaos. From a bush 500 meters away, Jianchen finally sees the 2 class 5 magical beasts tearing up the clearing, and the devastation confirms exactly what they are. One beast is a dark, cow-sized creature with black wings on its shoulders, and the other is a tiny snowy white dog-like beast that somehow matches it blow for blow. Jianchen steadies himself through the trembling ground, but even as a peak Saint master he knows he may not be able to escape if either of them turns on him. The battle drags on for more than half a day until both monsters are shredded with wounds and barely able to stay upright. Seeing both sides collapse into exhaustion, Jianchen feels a dangerous opportunity open in front of him. After a hard moment of hesitation, he bites his lip, makes his choice, and heads in to kill them for their monster cores. The beasts spot him at once and roar a warning, but they are too drained to do more than glare. Jianchen stops around 100 meters away, refuses to get careless, and summons the light wind sword in his hand. Even while warning him off with furious roars, the 2 class 5 beasts make him advance one careful step at a time instead of rushing in. As he closes to 30 meters, the white beast gathers a compressed energy sphere in its mouth, and the black wing beast stirs power in its wings, proving they still have one last bite left. Jianchen hesitates under that pressure for a split second, then chooses speed over fear and lunges at the white beast first. He arrives in an instant, and drives the light wind sword toward the white beast's belly with sharp sword chi. The wounded beast still reacts fast enough to spit its stored energy at his chest, forcing Jianchen to wrench his body aside mid-attack. He avoids a direct hit, but the sphere still smashes into his left shoulder and blasts him backward through the air. When he crashes to the ground, his left shoulder is mangled so badly that bone shows through the shredded flesh. But the white beast paid for that strike too, because its eyes dim the moment the attack leaves its mouth and Jianchen realizes it has burned through the last of its strength. Ignoring the agony in his shoulder, Jianchen rushes back in for the kill. Just before his strike lands, the white beast's tail whips into the light wind sword and knocks Jianchen's attack offline. The same tail follows through and lashes Jianchen across the chest, making him stagger back as fresh blood seeps through his clothes. He finally sees what hit him. Even on the verge of collapse, the white beast still managed to lash out with its tail. Annoyed but resolute, Jianchen swears he will take its monster core today and changes tactics. He sends the light wind sword forward with sword chi, and the exhausted beast cannot dodge anymore. The flying strike punches through one of the beast's existing wounds and makes its whole body convulse. Jianchen follows instantly, drives the light wind sword into the white beast's throat, and pins the blade straight into the ground beneath it. Jianchen barely has time to breathe after hurting the last class 5 beast when a vicious wind blade suddenly tears toward him from the black-winged cow. He throws himself into a desperate roll, and the attack shears past his hair before exploding far behind him hard enough to blast up dirt and stone. The dodge saves him, but the impact on his already ruined left shoulder sends a wave of pain through his whole body while the last beast glares at him in fury. Even half dead, the magical skywing cow gathers one last mass of power into its wings, clearly betting everything on a final shot. Jianchen reads the moment instantly and backs away, knowing if he mistimes this last exchange, he dies. While the beast roars a final warning, Jianchen quietly sends the light wind sword arcing high overhead to circle behind it. The beast fires its final crescent, and Jianchen rolls again with brutal precision, protecting his shoulder just enough to survive. That attack empties the creature completely, and the light drains from its eyes as its body finally gives out. At that exact opening, Jianchen's sword erupts with sword chi and a white glow before dropping like a killing strike from behind. The light wind sword punches through the beast's skull and into its brain, ending the fight in one clean, ruthless hit. Its final scream shakes the clearing, then fades into silence as the last Class 5 magical beast dies. Jianqin drags himself upright and finally lets himself smile, stunned that 2 heavily injured Class 5 beasts still nearly killed him. He pulls out the light wind sword and immediately starts drawing in Radiant Saint Force, because healing comes before looting. His shoulder is badly burned and torn, but as a Peak Saint Master he can now control more Radiant Saint Force for longer than before. 4 hours later, the glow fades and his shoulder has healed cleanly, leaving new skin without even a scar. He touches the healed shoulder in quiet disbelief, genuinely impressed by how effective Radiant Saint Force has become for him. Then he strips off the ruined clothes and wipes the dried blood from his body so he can deal with the aftermath properly. Looking over the corpses, Jianqin identifies the small white beast as a quick cloud beast and the black one as a magical skywing cow from what he learned in Kargatha's library. He remembers exactly where their monster cores should be hidden and starts with the quick cloud beast's skull. After some digging, he pulls out the quick cloud beast's walnut-sized Class 5 core and leaves the head grotesquely mangled. Next he cuts beneath the skywing cow's wings and struggles much harder before extracting its larger core. Once he wipes both clean, the 2 Class 5 cores glitter in his hand, and the difference from Class 4 cores is obvious at a glance. He is openly pleased, realizing these 2 cores alone should support his cultivation for a long time. Jianqin stores not just the cores but both Class 5 carcasses too, because beasts at this level are far too valuable to throw away. After changing into clean clothes taken from past enemies, he leaves the battlefield at once before another Class 5 monster can find him. Another half-month passes in the deep mountain range, and Jianqin keeps hunting alone instead of rushing his next breakthrough. After killing a cyan python, he counts the result of the last half-month and realizes he has only gathered 10 Class 4 monster cores. He decides to stop forcing his strength upward for now and deal with the berserk energy building up from too many monster cores before it turns into a real problem. That choice also brings another duty back to him. He is still carrying Kendall's final wish and needs to find Kendall's family as soon as possible. So Jianqin finally leaves the magical beast mountain range, cutting through forests for 2 more days until the trees open into a vast grassland. He deliberately avoids Wake City, because Tianqiong Lai's Earth-attributed Saint Force and Peak Great Saint Master Strength make him a terrible matchup Jianqin still cannot handle safely. And with the Tianqiong clan still powerful in Wake City, Jianqin knows going back now could mean walking straight into another Great Saint Master ambush. While crossing the endless prairie, Jianqin suddenly stops when he catches movement rustling through the tall grass ahead. He listens for the faintest sound, then heads straight toward the disturbance with a cold, dismissive look. The hidden threat reveals itself fast as shadows burst from the grass and Jianqin calmly forms the light wind sword in his hand. The first blue wolf lunges at his throat, and Jianqin cuts it down so cleanly it crashes dead before it even reaches him. More blue wolves pile in from every side, but Jianqin keeps walking and stabs each one through the throat with ruthless precision. The pack turns out to be enormous, with thousands of wolves circling him in the grass, but against Class 1 and 2 beasts he still treats the whole ambush as beneath him. The slaughter drags on for an hour, and his sword keeps reaping wolves while not a single drop of blood stains him. Then a commanding howl rings out from the rear, and the surviving wolves retreat as suddenly as they came. Jianqin dismisses the fight as proof that prairie beasts really are unnaturally vicious, then keeps moving instead of wasting time on low-grade monster corpses. After 2 more days through the grassland and another stretch over desolate ground, he finally reaches an official road marked by carriage tracks. A caravan appears in the distance, and even from far away Jianqin can make out 10 wagons, about 40 mounted men, and one especially luxurious carriage in the center. He walks right up to the convoy, and the mounted mercenaries watch him with sharp, wary eyes. When Jianqin ends up blocking the road, the caravan halts, and an older mercenary demands to know who he is and what he wants. Jianqin says he is lost and only wants to ask for directions, but the mercenaries clearly do not trust that answer. One foul-mouthed mercenary tells him to get lost, and Jianqin's warning turns icy the moment the man keeps pushing. Before the standoff fully explodes, Captain Lan rides forward on a black horse and coolly tells Jianqin his words have gone too far. Jianqin fires back that a captain should discipline his own men first, which only makes the rude mercenary angrier. The mercenary goes too far by insulting Jianqin's mother and lunges in to strike him. That one insult flips a switch in Jianqin, and he blocks the slap and smashes a Saint Force-powered fist straight into the man's torso. Before anyone can react, Jianqin follows with a vicious kick that sends the mercenary flying 10 meters and coughing blood into the dirt. The mercenaries draw their Saint weapons in outrage, but Captain Lan sharply stops them before the fight becomes a massacre. Captain Lan tests him one more time, asking if he truly only wants directions, and Jianqin answers with a blunt yes. An elderly voice suddenly speaks from the luxurious carriage, ordering Captain Lan to hand Jianqin a map. Captain Lan obeys at once and tosses over a map of the Blue Wind Kingdom, proving the hidden passenger outranks everyone here. Jianqin checks the map of the Blue Wind Kingdom and walks off, still wondering what kind of hidden figure could make Captain Lan act so respectfully. As the caravan passes, The old man's voice suddenly whispers right into Jianchen's ear and praises his talent, even though the speaker is still inside the carriage. None of the guards react at all, which tells Jianchen the hidden elder's strength is far beyond anything he can measure. Then the elder invites him to seek him out in the Holy Empire someday and flicks a shining purple badge out through the carriage window. Jianchen catches the badge, and the escorts look at him with open envy as they realize he has just received something rare. The more he thinks about it, the stranger the whole caravan feels to him, from the hidden expert to the ordinary escort strength, and the goods being hauled in the open. A clear cough drifts back from the carriage, and Jianchen can only watch in silence as the hidden elder disappears down the road. Turning the heavy purple badge over in his hand, Jianchen realizes it points all the way to the holy city of the Holy Empire, and he quietly wonders what kind of person just noticed him. After leaving the caravan, Jianchen keeps thinking about the mysterious elder, because even he cannot read that man's strength at all. He guesses the elder is at least an Earth-Sane master, but with no way to understand why he was given the badge, Jianchen decides to stop digging and keep moving. He gives up trying to understand the badge, stores it in his space belt, and decides the holy city will have to wait until he is stronger. For 3 calm days, Jianchen follows his map through long empty stretches broken only by passing caravans and mercenaries on magical beasts. At the end of that journey, Phoenix City finally rises ahead of him, much larger and busier than Wake City. Jianchen blends in with other lone mercenaries and heads through the crowded approach without drawing attention. At the gate, he watches the city guards stop a merchant caravan and demand the usual unofficial fee before letting it pass. The merchant slips gold into the guard's hand, and the guard's cold face instantly softens as he waves the caravan through. Jianchen quickly sees the rule here: merchants get shaken down, and anyone who resists gets delayed under the excuse of an inspection. Because he carries no cargo, Jianchen passes the gate for free and enters Phoenix City without trouble. Inside, the city is so huge that Jianchen buys a horse right away instead of wasting half a day crossing it on foot. After riding deeper into the city, he stops at a bank to sort out the pile of money he has been carrying. At the bank, he exchanges his scattered copper, silver, and gold into purple coins, most of it taken from the bodies and space belts of dead mercenaries in the mountains. When the total is counted, Jianchen realizes he now has more than 40,000 purple coins in all. That amount qualifies him for a purple card, a continent-wide banking card that stores large sums without the burden of carrying them physically. The card is more than convenient money storage. In this world, it also quietly marks someone as wealthy. Jianchen notices those greedy looks immediately, smiles to himself, and puts the card away before anyone gets ideas. His next stop is a large 3-story bluestone shop called Monster Core Heaven Store, where he plans to turn monster cores into cash. Inside, the giant shop looks oddly empty, with no monster cores on display and only a few female clerks at the front. Confused, Jianchen asks if this really is a monster core shop, and the clerk almost laughs at the question after seeing the sign outside. She explains the strange layout. Common Class 1 cores stay off display downstairs, while the better stock is shown on the upper floors. When she asks what he wants to buy, Jianchen reveals he is not shopping at all, he is here to sell. The clerk is visibly thrown off, because a refined handsome youth like him is the last person she expected to bring in monster core stock. Jianchen hands over 2 space belts full of Class 1 and Class 2 monster cores for her to inspect. The moment she checks inside, her face changes completely, because the belts hold around 2,000 monster cores. Knowing this sale is far beyond an ordinary counter deal, she hurries upstairs to fetch the shopkeeper. She comes back with shopkeeper Bai, a middle-aged merchant in an embroidered blue robe, who asks to verify the goods himself. Bai inspects the space belts, and even this seasoned shopkeeper cannot hide his shock at the amount Jianchen brought in. Bai remarks that Phoenix City rarely sees someone sell this many cores at once, but Jianchen cuts straight to the price. The shopkeeper leads him into a private room so the count and negotiation can be handled properly. Once the cores are counted, Jianchen sells the whole batch for 5,000 purple coins and leaves satisfied. Back in the market, he uses some of that money to buy several sets of clothes and other travel essentials. Then a bit of street chatter catches his ear. Phoenix City's famous annual auction will start in 10 days, and this year's treasures sound serious. The word auction hooks him immediately, and his casual shopping mood vanishes on the spot. He heads straight back toward the city center to find the Heavenly Phoenix auction house for himself. When he arrives, the auction house is impossible to miss, a massive 2-story building that towers over everything around it. Seeing the heavy traffic there, Jianchen rents a room at the nearby inn and lets his horse go instead of staying tied to it. A few days later, he slips into a secluded spot and takes out special herbs, clearly preparing to move under a false identity. By the time the disguise is finished, Jianchen no longer looks like a refined youth at all, but like an ordinary dark-skinned middle-aged man with a small scar on the left side of his face. He finishes the disguise by changing into plain clothes and testing a deeper voice, making himself look forgettable enough to disappear into any crowd. Only after hiding his identity does he walk into the Heavenly Phoenix auction house as just another unremarkable customer. A female worker greets him at once, and Jianchen asks to speak directly with someone in charge instead of explaining himself at the front desk. The worker brings over Elder Huang, a white-haired senior appraiser, and Jianchen greets him carefully. Huang ignores the courtesy and asks bluntly what business this stranger has with him. Jianchen glances at the people around them and quietly says he has precious goods to sell, but only in private. That gets Huang's attention, and he leads Jianchen into a soundproof room for a confidential talk. Seated across from him in the soundproof room, Huang says ordinary auction business should have been handled through Elder Shio instead of brought straight to him. Jianchen answers with a laugh and says the real issue is secrecy, because what he wants to offer cannot be made public too early. Huang assures him the Heavenly Phoenix auction house protects its clients' secrets, then reaches for the space belt Jianchen produces. But the instant Huang looks inside, his composure breaks, because the belt contains the body of a Class 5 magical beast. When Jianchen confirms Elder Huang guessed right, the old appraiser is stunned that the item in front of him is really a Class 5 magical beast's body. After collecting himself, Elder Huang's attitude turns respectful, and he eagerly asks if Jianchen truly wants to auction the rare corpse here. Jianchen confirms he brought 2 Class 5 beast bodies to sell, and that answer makes the chance feel even bigger. Knowing the deal is far above his authority, Elder Huang hurries off to bring the auction house manager to handle it personally. Left alone in the quiet room, Jianchen starts weighing the danger, because auctioning 2 Class 5 corpses in Phoenix City is bound to shake people up. The door opens again, and a tall woman in a cyan robe enters with Elder Huang, instantly changing the room's atmosphere. Yahello introduces herself as the manager, and Jianchen answers with his false name, Wuyun. Once she asks for proof, Jianchen places the space belt on the table and lets Yahello inspect the contents herself. The moment Yahello inspects the belt, even she loses her composure and recognizes the 2 corpses as the magical Skywing Cow and the Quick Cloud Beast. After confirming what they are, Jianchen asks directly whether leaving the 2 Class 5 bodies with the auction house will cause any trouble. Yahello smoothly reassures him that the auction house would be honored to handle such a sale and even waives the service fee to secure it. She then presses for more, suggesting that if Jianchen also provides the Class 5 monster cores, the auction house can drive the final price even higher. Jianchen answers with a bitter smile, claiming he found the bodies in the magical beast mountain range after the monster cores were already gone. Yahello does not really believe him, and when Jianchen notices that doubt, his expression turns cold and displeased. Seeing his annoyance, Yahello immediately softens her tone, apologizes, and assures him she meant no offense. To lock the deal in place, Yahello takes out the paperwork and asks Jianchen to sign and formally hand over the 2 beast bodies for auction. Jianchen says he already knows the auction house rules, signs the paper, and leaves the 2 Class 5 bodies in their care under the auction house's guarantee. After Jianchen leaves, Yahello and Elder Huang stay behind and quietly judge the story about the missing monster cores as highly unlikely. Yahello lays out the logic to Elder Huang. Whoever removed the cores was strong enough to take them but not important enough to ignore them, so Wuyun most likely still has the Class 5 monster cores. Even so, Yahello shuts down the speculation, orders Elder Huang to keep Wuyun's ownership secret, and makes it clear the auction house's reputation comes before chasing those monster cores. She orders Elder Huang to use this rare chance properly and turn the Class 5 beast auction into a major boost for Heavenly Phoenix auction house's renown. Yahello then gives one final warning: Wuyun's identity as the owner must stay secret, or the auction house itself will suffer. After leaving the auction house, Jianchen slips through the crowded streets until he finds a quiet alley lined with locked, abandoned homes. He cuts the chain on one deserted house, steps into the pitch-black room, and confirms from the thick dust that no one has lived there for a long time. In that dark room, Jianchen strips away every trace of Wuyun, changes clothes, restyles his hair, and destroys the disguise materials. When he walks back into public view, Jianchen is fully restored to his original young appearance, so even Yahello and Elder Huang would never link him to Wuyun. Instead of relaxing, he buys a detailed map of Phoenix City and heads back toward the auction house area to study the terrain for escape routes. Because he knows a Class 5 beast sale could easily spark trouble in a city like this, he spends the whole afternoon memorizing roads and alleys around the auction house. Only after night falls does Jianchen return to his inn, still treating the auction like a danger zone instead of easy money. After a simple meal, he sits cross-legged on the bed, but this time he is not preparing to cultivate. Jianchen realizes his rise to peak Saint Master has been too fast, and now his Saint Force no longer moves with the same clean control it used to. So instead of forcing more progress with monster cores, he decides to stop cultivating for now and fix the hidden flaw before it becomes a lasting problem. Through the whole night in his inn room, Jianchen stopped advancing his cultivation and only refined his Saint Force, trying to gain tighter control without waking the danger hidden inside his body. As he circulated that power, Jianchen sensed the anti-venom blood from the silver-striped golden snake slowly changing his organs, and he understood that his 1000 immunity was still far from complete. By sunrise, the Saint Force he had refined all night drew back into his dantian and formed a clearer sword shape than before, showing his control had improved. After that calm night, Jianchen went downstairs for breakfast, keeping his usual habit of eating even though his strength meant he no longer truly needed regular meals. The breakfast crowd was loud with mercenary chatter, and one blue-robed mercenary suddenly claimed that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would auction a Class 5 magical beast corpse that very day. The table exploded in disbelief, because a Class 5 beast was something people expected in a king city, not in a mere Class 2 city like Phoenix City. The man spreading the rumor doubled down and turned it into a bet, daring everyone to put down money if they really thought he was lying. More diners crowded over, and even they joined the betting because none of them had ever seen a Class 5 magical beast appear in Phoenix City before. Listening from the side, Jianqun could only smile bitterly, because the uproar made him wonder again whether bringing 2 Class 5 beast corpses to Phoenix City had been too bold. He quickly settled his own doubts, since selling in a bigger city might bring a higher price but would also invite far more dangerous experts than he wanted to face. That was exactly why he had chosen Phoenix City, where Earth Saint Masters were rare enough that he still had room to resist if trouble came. Then the auction house made its move in the loudest way possible, as a gong started booming outside and a street announcement shouted major news to the entire city. The crier declared that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would sell not 1 but 2 Class 5 magical beasts, and the shock hit so hard that both the street and the tavern went dead silent. The reason for that shock was simple: a Class 5 magical beast was vastly more valuable than a Class 4 one, because killing one was dangerous enough to provoke other Class 5 beasts into retaliation. Even Jianqun was caught off guard by how aggressively the Heavenly Phoenix auction house advertised the sale, because they were clearly trying to set off a citywide sensation. Their gamble worked immediately, and the news raced through Phoenix City and out to nearby cities in less than half a day. Soon every nearby influential power heard the news and started heading for Phoenix City, turning one auction into a regional scramble. Inside the city lord's mansion, the lord of Phoenix City was still practicing with a giant blade in his flower garden when his elderly housekeeper arrived with the news. The moment housekeeper Ching said that the auction house would sell 2 Class 5 magical beasts, the city lord stopped cold and stared at him in disbelief. When he heard that Elder Shio had personally confirmed it, the city lord accepted that the auction was real and immediately started asking who had brought such dangerous cargo into his city. Since even Elder Shio did not know the seller's identity, the city lord ordered housekeeper Ching to invite boss Zhou Tian of the auction house to the mansion at once. Elsewhere in Phoenix City, an elderly scholar was reading quietly in his study when a knock at the door interrupted him. His son Jianer entered in a black robe and reported that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house was auctioning a Class 5 magical beast, stunning the old man on the spot. After Jianer confirmed he had personally checked the auction house, the elder's shock turned into hard curiosity about what was actually being sold. He pressed for specifics, wondering whether the prize was a Class 5 monster core, a cub, or the corpse of a full beast, because each possibility meant something very different. Jianer admitted the auction house had refused to reveal that detail, so the elder ordered him to find out immediately. Over the next few days, the entire city swelled with incoming visitors drawn by the auction, until inns and restaurants were packed to the brim. With that flood of guests, room prices shot up to 10 times normal and soldiers began patrolling much more heavily to keep the city under control. As Phoenix City grew more crowded and expensive, Jianqun stayed calm, quietly watching the changes from the sidelines and spending the rest of his time refining his saint force. As the auction day approached, Phoenix City turned into a restless mix of nobles, clans, mercenaries, and ordinary people, all pulled in by rumors of the Class 5 magical beasts. Around the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, suspicious figures lingered every day and watched everyone going in or out, making the whole area feel like a trap waiting to close. Even though the auction house tried to keep the details hidden, the major powers still learned the key truth. 2 Class 5 beast corpses were being sold, and the seller was a mysterious man strong enough to make everyone uneasy. In one private restaurant meeting, a white-robed middle-aged man ordered his people to keep digging, convinced the seller still had the far more valuable Class 5 monster cores. Elsewhere in a luxurious manner, another powerful clan decided they had to seize at least one beast body because even the meat and blood of a Class 5 magical beast could strengthen an expert. That lord pushed even harder for the hidden monster cores too, ordering his men to identify the seller during the auction no matter what. One cautious elder warned that anyone who could get those corpses might have a stronger backer behind him, but the lord dismissed the concern and insisted the beasts had simply killed each other first. With that doubt brushed aside, the clan immediately shifted from guessing to concrete planning for the next day's auction. That night, Phoenix City looked quiet on the surface, but patrols moved through the dark while hushed orders about the magical beasts spread all over the city. By dawn, the Heavenly Phoenix auction house opened in full festival dress, but the cheerful ribbons and lanterns only sharpened the crowd's impatience. This annual auction was always busy, but the promise of Class 5 magical beasts made this year's opening far more intense than usual. The entrance fee had jumped from 5 gold coins to 50, but anyone rich enough to chase a Class 5 prize still paid and pushed forward. Once the gates finally opened, the long line of ticket holders began streaming inside in an orderly wave. Jianqun also entered with the crowd, already back in the same plain middle-aged disguise he had used before so no one would connect him to the sale. Inside, Jianqun was greeted by a huge auction hall with neat rows of seats stretching out in every direction. The interior was even grander than it first looked, with 2 full stories of seating and private guest rooms hidden behind tinted glass along the sides. At the front, a raised stage waited under a heavy cloth, clearly saving something important for a dramatic reveal. Jianqin deliberately chose a relatively isolated seat and settled in to watch quietly while the hall filled around him. By the time the last spaces were taken, even the aisles were crowded with standing people, showing just how desperate everyone was to witness this auction. Then golden fireworks burst overhead, and the concealed front stage began to rise as the room's excitement snapped into full focus. When the red cloth lifted away, an elderly host appeared behind the table and took control of the room. The host introduced himself as Xiao Gurong and formally declared the annual auction open, leaning into the crowd's hunger for the 2 famous final items. Jianqin immediately noticed that Elder Xiao was no ordinary announcer, because the man's voice was being amplified by Saint Force. The auction house also made its warning clear when 10 cold-faced guards stepped onto the stage and ringed it like a living wall. An elegant young woman then carried out the first item on a tray and placed it carefully in front of Elder Xiao. With a quick flourish, Elder Xiao unveiled a jade bottle and announced a miraculous 100 herbs pill as the opening lot. He explained that the bottle contained 5 healing pills strong enough to stabilize even serious injuries, then opened bidding at 10 purple coins. The hall answered instantly with a flurry of rising bids, proving that powerful healing medicine was valuable even before the true treasures appeared. Jianqin only watched with a faint smile, because compared to his own control of Radiant Saint Force, this medicine meant nothing to him. After a short but fierce contest, the bottle finally sold for 28 purple coins. The auction kept rolling through rare treasures all the way toward noon, but Jianqin stayed unmoved and waited for the real target at the end. By noon, workers were even passing lunch to the guests so the bidding could continue without pause. As the sale neared its end, Elder Xiao suddenly told the hall that one of the final 2 items was coming next, and the entire crowd locked onto the stage at once. He barely needed to say more, because everyone already knew this was the moment they had come for. At Elder Xiao's call, several workers climbed onto the stage carrying a large stretcher, and the room's excitement turned almost breathless. The workers set the covered stretcher onto the table and moved aside, leaving the massive hidden shape looming over the hall by itself. Then Elder Xiao walked up to the stretcher, bent down, and placed his hand on the black cloth, holding the entire hall right on the edge of the reveal. In the packed auction hall, every eye locks onto the black draped item on stage, because for most of these people this may be their only chance to see a Class 5 magical beast at all. The cloth comes off slowly, and the crowd finally sees a giant black cow-like carcass with small wings on its back, the magical Skywing cow. The hall erupts at once, with people gasping, pointing, and muttering that the trip was worth it just to see a real Class 5 beast up close. The host coughs for silence, then tells them the real reason this corpse matters. Even without its monster core, long-term use of Class 5 meat can strengthen the body, improve Saint Force, and maybe help a great Saint Master break into Earth's Saint Master. That one claim changes the room instantly, because everyone knows the leap to Earth's Saint Master is brutally dangerous and many people are crippled or killed trying to rebuild a shattered Saint weapon. With that, the auction begins at 5,000 purple coins, and the first bids immediately fly out from the VIP boxes instead of the common seats. The price surges toward 8,000 in moments, and the crowd understands why only major powers dare fight for it. Buying the beast is one thing, but keeping it after leaving the auction house is another. Then the Yulan clan throws its weight around, bidding 8,500 purple coins and openly warning that anyone who keeps competing will make an enemy of them. That threat only stirs more whispers, as the audience recognizes the Yulan clan as Fire Cloud City's top clan and realizes just how serious this auction has become. But the Harito clan from distant Lust City answers with 10,000 purple coins and makes it clear they are not intimidated either. The name Harito clan lands hard, because the crowd knows their reputation is low-key but frightening enough that even stronger-looking families avoid provoking them. Jianqin sits among the audience and quietly memorizes the Harito clan's name, already judging from the room's reaction that this family is not simple. After that, one power after another backs off and gives the Harito clan face, deciding this first carcass is not worth offending them over. With the room yielding, the magical Skywing cow is sold to the Harito clan for 10,000 purple coins. The host immediately calls for the second beast, and attendants wheel out another black-covered stretcher as the hall leans forward again. This time he wastes no time revealing the quick cloud beast, announcing it as the final item of the night with the same 5,000 coin starting price. Because this is the last chance, the bidding turns even more savage, and the price rockets upward far faster than the first beast ever did. Jianqin watches the numbers climb with a faint smile, relieved that the second beast is more than making up for the first one's modest sale price. The bidding war hardens into a clash between major powers, with clan after clan pushing the price past 20,000 and then all the way beyond 40,000 purple coins. The Yulan clan shocks the entire hall with a brutal jump to 45,000 purple coins, a price so high that even the spectators fall silent. Before the pressure can settle, the Mutian clan calmly raises it to 46,000, refusing to let the Yulan clan scare everyone off. Inside the Yulan clan's box, one white-robed middle-aged man slams the table hard enough to dent it, furious that the Mutian clan is forcing them higher. Their elder admits the real problem. If this keeps going, even the Yulan clan may be pushed past what it can comfortably pay. Even so, the clan cannot back down, because every force still bidding is powerful and this beast matters too much to lose lightly. When the flowing cloud sword pavilion pushes it to 47,000, the Yulan clan responds with another aggressive leap to 50,000. The whole auction house breaks into excited chatter again, because 50,000 purple coins is already far beyond what a normal class 5 magical beast should cost. In the flowing cloud sword pavilion box, their members sit stiff-faced and finally say out loud why they are still fighting. Their pavilion lord has been stuck at peak Great Saint Master for years, and this beast could be his chance. They also know buying one in a distant king's city would be even riskier, so the beast right in front of them feels like the best chance they will get. After a hard pause, their vice pavilion lord decides to keep going and calls out 55,000 purple coins. The Yulan clan answers almost immediately with 60,000, and the struggle narrows into a direct duel between just these two powers. The flowing cloud sword pavilion refuses to fold yet, and raises the number again to 65,000, making the Yulan clan snap. A table slams inside the Yulan clan box, and their elder openly demands that the flowing cloud sword pavilion hand the beast over, promising gratitude, but barely hiding his anger. The flowing cloud sword pavilion's vice leader answers calmly that they need it too, and if Yulan wants it, they can only take it by bidding higher. Grinding his teeth, the Yulan elder threatens to remember this insult and forces the price to 70,000 purple coins. This time the flowing cloud sword pavilion goes quiet, and the host starts the formal countdown with the whole hall listening in stunned silence. Inside their box, some members still want to fight, but the vice pavilion lord finally admits the truth. They are not afraid of Yulan, they simply cannot afford to wreck the pavilion's finances on a gamble that might still fail. The room falls into unhappy silence as they accept that even with Class 5 meat, their pavilion lord is not guaranteed to break through and failure could ruin everything. As the host reaches the final call for 70,000 purple coins, a sudden voice cuts in with one sharp interruption. One moment. Just when the bidding seems settled, a deep voice from the hall jumps the price of the quick cloud beast straight to 100,000 purple coins. The whole auction hall goes dead quiet, because everyone knows 100,000 purple coins is far beyond the normal value of a Class 5 magical beast. In his corner seat, Jianqin is startled too, but as the seller he is secretly thrilled that the price just exploded. When Jianqin turns to look, he spots the bidder at last, an ordinary-looking elderly man in a gray robe sitting not far away. The hall erupts into chatter, and even the auctioneer needs a moment to steady himself before repeating the unbelievable bid. Inside the Yulan clan box, the members sit with ashen faces, suddenly realizing they may have just lost the beast. No one dares top that price, and Garong slams the mallet down to sell the quick cloud beast for 100,000 purple coins. With the auction officially over, Garong invites the successful buyers backstage to pay and collect their items. Jianqin waits a beat, then heads backstage too, because he still has to collect the money from selling the two Class 5 beasts. Behind the stage, the pickup area is already packed with buyers lined up quietly, each holding a small auction card in hand. Elder Huang finds Jianqin right away through the disguise and tells the honored Wu Yun that manager Yulian is waiting for him in a guest room. Jianqin agrees and follows Elder Huang deeper inside the auction house. Before he gets far, Jianqin suddenly stops and looks back when he sees the gray-robed elder arrive backstage with a gray-robed middle-aged companion. A staff member greets the pair respectfully and starts guiding them upstairs to collect the beasts they just bought. That calm breaks instantly when several Yulan clan men rush in and surround the two gray-robed buyers. The whole pickup hall turns to watch, and the auction house staffer tries to calm things down just before one of the attackers cuts him off and shoves him away. One Yulan man brutally shoves the worker aside, hurling him into the wall hard enough to leave him unconscious and bleeding. Jianqin's eyes flash with killing intent at the sight, but he forces himself to stay still because joining this mess now would only expose him. The attacker points at the elder and demands to know if he was the one who bought the Class 5 magical beast for 100,000 purple coins. The elder calmly admits it, and the crowd stares even harder now that the reckless buyer turns out to be such an ordinary-looking old man. The Yulan clan man drops all pretense and openly threatens him, "Hand over the beast, or he will not leave in peace." Watching from the side, Jianqin realizes these men really are from the Yulan clan, and their arrogance inside the auction house is even worse than he expected. The gray-robed elder and his companion trade a small smile, then the elder's face turns cold as he tells the Yulan clan to scram because they are nothing in his eyes. That insult sends the Yulan man into a rage, and he lunges straight at the elder. In the next instant, the elder is already gripping him by the throat so fast the man barely understands what happened. The elder sneers that reckless youngsters can die for their rashness, then flings the heavy man away like a toy. The thrown man smashes into the wall with enough force to shake it, and the rest of the Yulan group finally understands they picked the wrong target. Panicked but stubborn, several Yulan clan men pull out their saint weapons and charge the elder together. The elder snorts in contempt, and a bright red glow bursts into his right hand as the air around him suddenly heats up. With one casual strike, fiery sparks shoot out and smash into every saint weapon aimed at him. The Yulan men's saint weapons snap in two on contact, and the backlash makes them spit blood and collapse on the floor as cripples. The crowd almost can't hide its satisfaction, because the swaggering Yulan clan just got crushed in public by terrifying strength. The elder turns respectful at once and tells his little master that for trash like this, Elder Shio alone was already enough. The middle-aged man says he couldn't stand them either, and he coldly leaves the Yulan men to whatever fate their injuries bring. But the same man immediately kneels beside the unconscious auction worker, revealing he is ruthless to enemies and straightforwardly kind to everyone else. After checking the wound, he relaxes, takes a space ring from his sleeve, and brings out medicine to treat the worker's head. Even the elder can only shake his head at that familiar contrast in his young master, while Elder Huang quietly decides the Yulan clan has just invited disaster. Elder Huang urges Jianqin onward, and Jianqin follows him out while keeping his true shock hidden behind the disguise. As he walks away, Jianqin realizes both grey-robed men are far deeper than they look, and he suspects even the younger one is an Earth Saint master. Elder Huang leads Jianqin up to the second floor and into an elegant private guest room. Inside, Yulian has already been waiting, and she greets the long-absent Wu Yun with a gentle smile as Jianqin finally sits across from her. In the auction house drawing room, Jianqin calmly asks Yulian for the money from his Class 5 beast sale. Yulian tells him the beasts were sold, but the final transaction still needs time, so he has no choice but to wait. While they wait, Yulian starts probing for his background, asking where he came from and trying to learn who he really is. Jianqin neatly dodges every question, feeding her harmless answers until even her polished smile starts to strain. A knock interrupts the stalemate, and Yulian opens the door with a hidden mechanism built into the sofa. A uniformed servant enters and hands Yulian a space belt sent by Elder Huang. After checking the contents, Yulian tells Jianqin his share is ready, 110,000 purple coins from the 2 Class 5 magical beasts. Jianqin checks the belt himself and finds 11 tidy stacks of purple coins, exactly the full amount. With the money secured, Jianqin rises at once and moves to leave. Yulian stops in with one last offer, saying the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would secretly buy a Class 5 monster core for any price he wants. Jianqin denies having a Class 5 monster core and leaves without giving her anything more. Once he is gone, Yulian sighs and reveals she had meant to warn him that the powers gathered outside are dangerous and complicated. Outside the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, Jianqin immediately scans the area and spots signs that suspicious people are already watching him. He walks toward a busier street as if nothing is wrong, but his spirit senses hundreds of eyes tracking him from every direction. The sheer number of watchers makes his heart sink, and he starts wondering whether the major powers already know he was the seller. Even so, he keeps his composure, and the pressure only stirs his fighting spirit because he wants to test his strength against real experts now. Before he can go farther, several black-clad middle-aged men step out and block his path. Their spokesman introduces them as the Haiming clan and says they want Jianqin to become their guest. Jianqin recognizes the Haiming clan as one of Phoenix City's 3 great local clans, but he still refuses the invitation. The spokesman presses harder, warning that many powers are after him and claiming only the Haiming clan can keep him alive. He even boasts that the Haiming clan has allied with other clans, so Jianqin would be safe if he cooperates. Jianqin answers with a cool question of his own, making it clear he does not really believe the Haiming clan can shield him from every side. The Haiming man mistakes Jianqin's tone for agreement and tells him to come immediately before night brings even more experts. When the man notices Jianqin has not moved, Jianqin dryly asks where he thinks they are going. Then Jianqin says it plainly. He never agreed to go with them at all. The Haiming clan leader realizes he has been played, and his polite mask drops into open hostility. He snaps that Jianqin refused the easy path, and then lunges at him. Jianqin answers by drawing the light wind sword, instantly judging that this group is far too weak to truly threaten him. As sword chi gathers along Jianqin's blade and he starts his attack, a loud voice from off-screen interrupts the clash. A powerful blast of sword chi slams toward the Haiming leader instead, and he has to summon a two-handed sword to block it. The collision explodes against the ground, blasting dust and rubble across the street and even battering nearby shops. The bystanders scatter fast, treating sudden street violence like a grimly familiar part of life. When the dust settles, the Haiming leader is still standing, but now people are pouring in from behind Jianqin and leaping onto the rooftops around him. In moments, hundreds of people seal off the street and the roofs, turning the whole area into an airtight siege around Jianqin. A commanding voice orders unrelated people to leave, and the crowd opens a path as the trap closes in for real. Facing at least 100 enemies, Jianqin finally turns fully serious when he senses many strong fighters among them and realizes most of the rest are great saint masters. On a packed Phoenix City street, the arrival of another top expert makes the standoff around Wu Yun even tenser. The red-robed elder Yu Ping mocks the rare gathering of powerful people, making it clear he knows this is no ordinary street scene. From a rooftop, Huang Pingshu instantly turns the moment personal and calls Yu Ping out by name. The two old enemies trade threats over a grudge from 5 years ago, and the air around them turns murderous. Yu Ping starts gathering Saint Force into a huge curved blade, ready to settle that old dead on the spot. A companion at Yu Ping's side reins him in, reminding him that Wu Yun and the monster cores matter more than revenge right now. Yu Ping backs off for the moment, and Huang Pingshu also suppresses his feud once he notices the bigger opportunity in front of them. Another organized group rushes into the street, and everyone else makes room for them without a word. The newcomers stop in front of Wu Yun, treating him like the man they came specifically to meet. Jianqin calmly confirms that he is Wu Yun and asks why so many major figures have blocked his path. Yu Ping cuts straight to the point and asks whether Wu Yun was the one who produced the 2 Class 5 magical beast corpses. Jianqin admits he was the one who brought the 2 Class 5 beasts to the auction house, and his composure shocks everyone watching. Zhou Tong of the Flowing Cloud Sword Pavilion steps forward with a polished offer to buy a Class 5 monster core. He sweetens the deal by promising friendship and protection from the Flowing Cloud Sword Pavilion if Wu Yun agrees. A blunt representative from the Yang sect follows immediately and asks to buy 1 core without all the polite wrapping. Once the first big factions make their move, the rest rush in too, each trying to secure a core with promises of status, safety, or money. Jianqin first tries to deny having the cores at all, claiming he only found the beast bodies after they killed each other. An elder tears that excuse apart, saying the wounds on the beasts already proved a weaker human took the monster cores after the battle. Zhou Tong keeps pressing, warning that the cores are too dangerous for Wu Yun to keep and trying to make surrender sound reasonable. Jianqin realizes nobody will believe him now, and if they search his space belt, the 2 cores and all his other wealth will be exposed. So he drops the lie and openly admits the 2 Class 5 monster cores are on him. Then he turns the crowd against itself by asking how more than 10 powers plan to divide just 2 cores. His question lands hard, and the polite negotiation instantly curdles into mutual suspicion and hidden killing intent. A short white-robed elder cuts through the silence and orders Wu Yun to hand the cores over first, as if the later split is no concern of his. Jianqin flatly refuses and says the 2 Class 5 monster cores are not for sale, leaving no room for bargaining. That answer drops the last bit of civility, and more than one faction stops hiding its greed and killing intent. A refined young man from the Mutian clan spells it out: keep the cores, and Wu Yun may die for them. Other clans pile on with the same demand, and now nobody even bothers pretending this is about a fair price. Because money means nothing to him compared to these cores, Jianqin apologizes, refuses again, and starts to walk away as if the siege does not scare him. That move snaps the crowd's restraint, and someone snarls that if he refuses the toast, he can drink the punishment instead. Saint Master fighters charge first to seize him, and their attack instantly sets off a full scramble between all the factions. Everyone makes the same calculation at once. Wu Yun is only a peak Saint Master, so taking the cores from him should be easy if they move fast enough. Jianqin answers their greed with a cold sneer, deciding he would rather kill than let himself be bullied into surrender. His silver light wind sword appears in his hand in an instant, and the first attackers still do not understand how dangerous that is. The sword strikes so fast that several Saint Masters only realize what happened after their throats are already pierced. In a blink, the first wave drops dead, and the men who rushed in so confidently turn pale at Jianqin's real battle power. Even with the crowd rattled, Jianqin does not wait for them to regroup and suddenly vanishes forward with terrifying speed. He reappears 3 meters ahead, already rushing toward the outermost robber instead of staying trapped in the middle. Jianqin's sword flashed through the packed attackers, and 3 men in the rear dropped with their throats pierced before the rest even understood what happened. Several Saint weapons hacked toward him at once, but Jianqin twisted just enough to let every strike miss by a hair. Because they all aimed for him at the same instant, the attackers smashed their own weapons into each other and left themselves wide open. Jianqin took that opening immediately, and the light wind sword turned into a silver death line that ripped through the men surrounding him. In less than a breath, around 10 more Saint Masters were dead, and Jianqin was already moving to kill again. A sudden shout of "Stay your hand" cut across the street, and the surviving attackers froze around Jianqin. As another body hit the ground, the crowd could only stare and curse at how absurdly fast his sword really was. Even the great Saint Master stopped looking down on Jianqin now, because the bodies at his feet proved he was a real threat. Holding his blood-tipped sword low, Jianqin warned them that if they insisted on robbing him, he would make every one of them pay heavily for it. No one backed off, because with so many great Saint Masters present, the crowd still believed numbers would crush him in the end. A dark-faced man from the Yulong clan stepped up and declared that without handing over the monster cores, Wu Yun would not leave alive. Another faction piled on, saying Jianqin had already killed favored clan members and now owed compensation before their leader's anger exploded. That settled it for Jianqin. The fight was unavoidable, and the greed over the 2 Class 5 monster cores had already drowned out any fear. With a cold laugh, Jianqin said he would give them their compensation, and the light wind sword burst into silver glow. Sword she spread 10 meters out, and the men in front of him suddenly felt as if invisible blades were already pressing into their skin. Then Jianqin shot forward like a demon and crossed the 10-meter gap in an instant, choosing the Yulong clan as his first target. The Yulong clan leader shouted for everyone to be careful and stepped up to meet Jianqin head-on with his own saint weapon. Their weapons slammed together hard enough to throw a visible shockwave into both sides of the street and shake dust loose from the stone walls. Jianqin instantly withdrew, spun under a second strike, and slipped past the follow-up before the man could pin him down. The Yulon clan had prepared for his speed and rushed the front together, trying to bury him under a wall of saint weapons. It still didn't save them, because a silver streak flashed through the gaps and stabbed straight into their throats before they could react. The light wind sword became almost impossible to track, and every ordinary saint master it touched dropped with a fatal neck wound. Wherever Jianshin moved, men fell, and in just 2 deep breaths he had cut down 20 Yulon clansmen. By the time the Yulon great saint masters reached the front, nearly half their 50-man force had already been slaughtered. Roaring in anger, an elder and a middle-aged great saint master leaped down from the rooftop and charged Jianshin together. A third great saint master joined the pressure, and Jianshin realized he was now facing 3 of them at once. Instead of panicking, Jianshin welcomed the test, because as a peak saint master he finally wanted to measure his limits against multiple great saint masters. The light wind sword screamed forward, and Jianshin unleashed a burst of rapid thrusts to intercept all 3 incoming weapons at once. The 3 great saint masters poured saint force into their attacks and drove down on him anyway, turning the exchange into a brutal power clash. Jianshin could have relied only on dodging, but he deliberately stayed in the exchange to see how far his new strength could really go. Each collision blasted waves of force into the empty street, cracking the surrounding stone walls like spiderwebs. With the bystanders already gone, the watching experts could finally focus on the impossible sight of a saint master fighting 3 great saint masters evenly. The spectators started analyzing him out loud, amazed that every sword stroke flowed into the next without a single wasted movement. Then one of the rooftop experts said out loud what the others were starting to suspect. Wu Yun's terrifying speed might come from a special battle skill. The moment that idea spread, the crowd's greed shifted from the monster cores to Jianshan's sword style itself, and every eye in the street began burning hotter. At the mention of a battle skill, the great saint masters around Phoenix City nearly boil over with greed, but none of them dares rush Jianshan first. Everyone settles on the same ugly plan: let the Yulon clan burn through Jianshan's saint force first, then rob him when he slows down. But as the fight drags on, Jianshan keeps trading head-on with 3 great saint masters without any sign of straying, and that starts to scare them. The 3 elders realize the worst part is not just his courage but his control, because Jianshin is already reading their teamwork and measuring his own limit against them. Once he has tested enough, Jianshin suddenly drives the light wind sword toward one elder's throat with a speed that shocks all 3. The elder barely saves himself by blasting saint force out of his body, slowing the sword for one critical instant and twisting aside. Even that desperate move only turns a kill into a graze, and a thin line of blood still opens across the elder's neck. The other 2 Yulon elders slash in together and shout for the wounded elder to move, trying to drag Jianshin off his target. Jianshin has seen enough, so he stops testing them and decides to end the fight for real. He dodges the next attack, thrusts once, and drives the light wind sword straight through Elderling's throat before the elder can recover. The elder starts to collapse with Jianshan's sword still through his throat, and the other 2 Yulon elders freeze in raw horror. The surviving elders lose control, cursing Wu Yun and charging him with bloodshot fury. All around the street, spectators stare in disbelief that a peak saint master just fought 3 great saint masters and killed one of them. Then the greed comes roaring back, and the crowd convinces itself that Jianshan's terrifying sword speed must be a precious battle skill. Jianshin answers their greed with a colder attack, turning the light wind sword into a silver blur that engulfs the last 2 Yulon elders. His sword is now clearly faster than before, and after only a few blocks the 2 great saint masters are already flustered and falling behind. The pressure keeps climbing until Jianshan's silver flash suddenly punches through one middle-aged elder's neck. With another companion dead, the last Yulon elder finally understands he cannot survive Jianshin alone. Trying to save himself, the last Yulon elder yells to the whole crowd that Wu Yun has a class 5 monster core and a high-level battle skill, and only a group attack can kill him. His warning lands perfectly, and the other clans instantly agree that Jianshin is too dangerous to challenge one by one. A wave of 7 or 8 great saint masters charges at Jianshin at once, and for the first time his expression tightens. Jianshin knows he can handle 3, but if all the gathered clans truly combine their great saint masters, even he will be overwhelmed. The group attack is disciplined enough to seal his escape routes, so Jianshin has to meet the whole barrage head-on. He whips the light wind sword into a storm of afterimages and blocks the incoming weapons in a burst of metallic clashes. Before the attackers can reset, Jianshin slips through an opening and thrusts at one exposed middle-aged man who cannot pull his weapon back in time. The blade pierces straight through his throat, and another great saint master dies, still unable to believe a saint master just killed him. As the body drops, a skinny green-robed man on a rooftop cries out Lord's name and leaps down in shock. He lands beside the corpse and calls to Lord again, but the dead man is already beyond saving. On another rooftop, the Phoenix City Lord watches the bloodbath with several elders instead of intervening. When an elder asks why they are doing nothing in their own city, the city lord admits stepping in would only offend too many powerful clans at once. Even so, the city lord openly acknowledges that Wu Yun is extraordinary, because a peak saint master should not be able to cut down great saint masters like this. He still judges that Jianshin is trapped by too many enemies, unless he somehow also had the strength of a great saint master himself. Elsewhere, the grey-robed elder who bought the quick cloud beast asks his young lord whether they should repay Wu Yun by helping him. The young lord refuses, saying Wu Yun's talent is too rare and this life-and-death chaos may be the exact trial a true genius needs. Elder Yun praises that harsh judgment, and the pair decides their business here is finished. With a few quick leaps, the young lord and Elder Yun leave the rooftop and vanish from the scene. Back in the middle of the siege, Jianqin is no longer fighting comfortably and starts taking fresh wounds from the many great saint masters surrounding him. He is still dangerous enough that several opponents already have blood traced across their throats, barely alive only because they dodged in time and had support. As he scans the battlefield, Jianqin understands the real problem now. Everyone believes he has a battle skill, so they will never willingly let him walk away. He also sees that too many clans still have great saint masters in reserve, and if they fully cooperate his current strength will not be enough. So after blocking a few more attacks, Jianqin stops hesitating, launches himself into the air, and makes his escape. The moment Jianqin jumps to flee, the whole street erupts because everyone believes the battle skill is on him. Greed wipes out any hesitation, and dozens of experts attack together instead of letting him escape cleanly. Trapped midair with nowhere to dodge, Jianqin whips the light wind sword into a flashing web to block the killing blows above his head. The combined force still knocks him back to the ground, but he lands lightly and bolts forward without pausing. Two great saint masters rush him from behind, and the pressure only proves how badly the clans want what he is carrying. Jianqin suddenly accelerates and slips past their strike by a hair, turning the ambush into his opening. With killing intent in his eyes, he drives the light wind sword straight through the first great saint master's throat. The second great saint master panics, and barely gets his weapon up in time to block the next fatal stab. That defense buys him only a heartbeat before Jianqin's sword flashes again and pierces his throat too. Before anyone can recover, about 30 great saint masters close in from every side and try to bury Jianqin under another surround. Jianqin instantly judges that the sky is a trap, so he chooses the dirtier escape and dives into the crowd on the ground. Once he mixes into the packed street, the light wind sword becomes pure silver death, and the weaker saint masters fall one after another. Panic tears through the crowd, and the fighters who wanted his treasure now scramble to run from him instead. The great saint masters rage at the slaughter, but their own people clog the street and keep them from attacking as freely as Jianqin can. By the time Jianqin cuts his way out, the street behind him is red with blood and the pursuit has only grown more desperate. Watching from afar, the city lord is almost relieved to see Jianqin pulling the chaos away from Phoenix City instead of wrecking it in place. The officials can only envy Wu Yun's absurd luck and wonder whether a dangerous backer is hiding behind him. Knowing those clans are too troublesome to provoke, the city lord orders the guards to stay out of the chase completely. Meanwhile, Jianqin races through Phoenix City's streets toward the gates, because staying inside a city full of spies would be suicide. His wounds keep bleeding through his clothes, but he ignores them and keeps forcing more speed out of his body. He tears across the city so fast that even transport beasts on the road are left behind, yet the great saint masters still refuse to lose him. One pursuer bellows for Wu Yun to stop, and the roar of 30 great saint masters turns the whole city into a spectacle. Among the pursuers, one middle-aged expert admits the ugly truth: Jianqin is too fast, and they need someone who can actually catch him. He points to their third eldest, a red-robed wind attribute great saint master, as the only one with a real chance to intercept Jianqin. But the third eldest hesitates immediately, because he just watched Jianqin butcher great saint masters like they were nothing. The others push harder, reminding him that his wind saint force gives him the speed advantage even if his strength does not. The third eldest still tries to back away, admitting his control over wind is not strong enough and worrying Jianqin may be even faster. Then greed seals the deal when they promise he can snatch Jianqin's space belt first and escape with it once the trap closes. That finally moves him, and the third eldest agrees to block Jianqin as long as the others rush in to support him. Jianqin has already burned through more than 40 kilometers and is almost at the city gate when the real threat finally appears. A burst of cyan light suddenly flares behind him as the red-robed third eldest unleashes his wind saint force and surges far ahead of the rest. Jianqin glances back, recognizes a wind attribute great saint master in the chase, and realizes his escape just got much harder. Jianqin instantly realizes the worst problem in the chase. A wind-attributed great saint master is much faster than him, so if he cannot drop this man quickly, escape is finished. The wind expert closes the gap in a flash and slams a giant cyan wind blade straight at Jianqin's back. Knowing the other great saint masters are still hundreds of meters away, Jianqin turns to kill this one blocker before the whole group can box him in again. He fires sword chi into the incoming wind blade, and the clash bursts across the street hard enough to crack walls and wreck market stalls. As civilians scatter and shout in alarm, the street turns into a chaotic dueling ground for two experts moving too fast for most people to follow. Jianqin attacks with a flurry of deceptive thrusts, trying to end it fast, but the wind user fights carefully and only stalls for time. When the rest of the great saint masters rush close, Jianqin gives up on the kill and bolts for the city gates again. The wind expert sticks to him immediately, and the whole hunting party closes in with the taunt that this time Wu Yun will not get away. Seeing men blocking both sides of the street and others waiting above, Jianchen abruptly changes plans and charges into a restaurant instead. Several pursuers dive inside after him, expecting a continued escape, but Jianchen turns the doorway into an ambush. His light wind sword flashes first, punching through one great Saint Master's throat before the others can react. The restaurant erupts into close combat, with shattered tables, fleeing patrons, and Jianchen using the cramped doorway to keep the fight manageable. That advantage vanishes when more great Saint Masters smash through the wall and flood the room from a second direction. Refusing to get pinned again, Jianchen stomps through the floor and blasts up to the second story instead of staying trapped below. 10 great Saint Masters chase him up, but the instant they arrive, Jianchen punishes the blind pursuit with another sudden kill. A second silver flash drops another man, and the survivors finally understand how close they just came to dying themselves. In the brief pause, Jianchen grimly counts his remaining strength and realizes he has only about half his Saint force left, nowhere near enough for a drawn-out battle. Since surprise will not work twice, Jianchen abandons the second-floor fight and breaks out toward the rear courtyard, aiming for the nearby well he planned to use as an escape route. As Jianchen reaches the well in the rear courtyard, a white object shoots down from the second story and bursts against his sword into a cloud of powder around him. The white powder does nothing, because Jianchen's incomplete 1000 immunity still shields him from poison and toxin tricks. He smashes the stone slab sealing the well and dives straight into the opening before the others can stop him. By the time the pursuers gather, only 27 of the original 30 great Saint Masters are still standing, and the well has become a problem instead of a trap. A local man explains that every well in Phoenix City connects to the underground reservoir, so once Jianchen is down there, he can surface almost anywhere. No one wants to rush after him underground, because the cramped darkness would break their numbers advantage and let Jianchen ambush them one by one. Even so, they cannot hide their greed, because Jianchen's battle skill looks far more valuable to them than even his 2 Class 5 monster cores. The argument stalls until one elder calmly reveals a finger-thick snake hidden in his sleeve and says Wu Yun will not escape after all. Meanwhile, beneath the city, Jianchen swims through the black reservoir tunnels like a fish, finally breathing easier now that he has slipped out of the kill zone above. He is nearly blind down there, but this escape route was part of his earlier planning, so he follows the mental map he prepared while scouting Phoenix City. Because he is already a peak Saint Master, holding his breath for long stretches underwater is no real obstacle. After nearly 6 hours of swimming, he reaches a point around 20 kilometers away and starts rising toward the surface. Jianchen bursts out of the water like a bullet and lands beside a quiet well, finally out from under the city. He quickly checks the area and finds no one around, realizing he has surfaced inside the home of an ordinary small family. His Wu Yun disguise has been washed away in the reservoir, leaving his original handsome face exposed again, which means he can move more safely if he leaves at once. He uses Saint Force to dry himself, changes into clean clothes from his space belt, and wraps his wounds as fast as possible before the homeowners return. To avoid dragging innocent people into trouble, Jianchen slips out through the alley, merges into a busy street, gets his bearings, and heads for the city gates without fear of being recognized as Wu Yun. As Jianchen heads for the city gates in his new look, the whole street is already buzzing about the outrageous fight outside the Heavenly Phoenix auction house. The rumors make his escape sound almost legendary, but Jianchen only keeps moving and listens without reacting. Then a surge of powerful Saint Force erupts behind him, and Jianchen turns to see a large group of familiar great Saint Masters leaping down from the rooftops. A chill runs through him, but he tells himself they cannot possibly recognize Jianchen as Wu Yun after such a complete disguise. So instead of running, he walks on with deliberate calm, betting that any panic now would expose him. The experts keep coming straight at him without slowing down, and Jianchen realizes this is no coincidence. When one elder passes him, he suddenly whirls around and shouts that they have found Wu Yun. In an instant, great Saint Masters drop into a tight ring around Jianchen, trapping him in the middle before he can slip away. Jianchen still tries to talk his way through it, smiling faintly as if this is all some misunderstanding. Even the men surrounding him hesitate, because the young man in front of them looks nothing like the middle-aged Wu Yun they chased before. Elder Himu doubts himself for a split second, and then the small spirit snake hidden in his robe crawls out and reacts violently to Jianchen. That reaction settles it for Himu, and he bluntly declares that this disguised youth is Wu Yun. The others can hardly believe it, but once Himu names the target, they tighten their grip on their saint weapons and stop doubting. Himu smugly explains that no disguise can fool his spirit snake's nose. Jianchen asks what they used to track him, because he knows he needs the answer if he wants any chance to escape later. Himu proudly reveals that he dusted Jianchen with 100-mile tracing powder during the restaurant fight, and his spirit snake can follow that scent from 1,000 meters away. Jianchen realizes even his plunge into the water did not wash it off, and Himu adds that ordinary water is useless unless he bathes in a special antidote. Once Jianchen understands he can be tracked for days, his expression turns cold and he decides Elder Himu has to die first. He launches without warning, summoning the light wind sword and stabbing straight at Himu before the ring can close tighter. Mu was ready for that move and snaps up his long scepter to block while shouting for everyone to attack at once. The whole group crashes in together, as Jianchen floods the street with sword chi and a cloud of dust erupts around him. 8 experts slash into the dust to pin him down, while the rest hang back to stop another escape. Instead, a silver flash slips through them faster than they can follow, and leaves all 8 with thin red lines across their throats. A heartbeat later, blood erupts and the 8 men collapse together. Jianchen ignores the fallen men and drives straight through the chaos for Elder Mu. Mu tries to retreat and angle his body away, but Jianchen's blade slides down the scepter and cuts clean across his throat. Mu dies, but in that same opening a heavy sword slams into Jianchen's back and rips a long wound across him. The sight of that wound emboldens the others, and they rush him again, thinking they finally have him weakened. Jianchen knows the wound and his shrinking saint force leave him little room, so his face hardens into outright killing intent. He releases the light wind sword from his hand, and the blade flies on its own to smash aside 3 attacking saint weapons. The 3 attackers stagger back in shock when they see their weapons nicked by a sword that should not even be moving by itself. Then the flying sword turns into an invisible killer and darts through the formation, cutting down 7 more men in a blink. Panic finally hits the survivors, because none of them understand what kind of attack they are facing anymore. The street is now carpeted with bodies, and Jianchen stands bleeding beside his flying sword as the survivors finally lose their nerve. The remaining experts turn and flee in all directions, including the wind-attributed Great Saint Master who had been one of the fastest pursuers. Jianchen refuses to leave loose ends, and the light wind sword shoots after the fleeing wind expert first. Even that fastest man only gets a little farther before the sword reaches him and slices open his throat. After that, the sword loops back through the fleeing survivors one by one until no hunter is left alive. When the killing finally stops, all 30 Great Saint Masters who came after Jianchen are dead. In the middle of Phoenix City, 20 Great Saint Master corpses lay across the street, and everyone nearby could only stare at the blood-covered Jianchen in disbelief. Jianchen forces himself to stay calm, but after non-stop fighting and using the spirit sword, he can feel his saint force and spirit dropping fast. He knows staying in Phoenix City now is too dangerous, because his injuries, the Class 5 monster cores, and the rumored battle skill could draw even nastier enemies out of hiding. Then his eyes land on the dead men's storage gear, and even in this mess he quickly strips away every space belt he can find. He gets an extra surprise when he finds 3 space rings among the loot, a prize even rarer and more valuable than the belts. Once he has everything worth taking, Jianchen turns away from the corpses and leaves the street without wasting another breath. No one dares stop him, because after watching him butcher so many Great Saint Masters, even his rude silence feels terrifying. He reaches a Class 1 magical beast mount, throws the owner a few purple coins, and bluntly takes the beast for himself. The shaken owner swallows his anger, because a man who just killed 20 Great Saint Masters is not someone he dares argue with. Jianchen rides hard for the city gates, and even the forces tempted by his monster cores and supposed battle skill hold back after seeing how many Great Saint Masters died by his hand. At the walls, the guards spot the bloody rider and quickly open the gates, already carrying orders from the city lord to let him leave. Jianchen bursts out of Phoenix City and finally lets himself breathe, convinced the open countryside is safer than a city full of greedy eyes. That relief vanishes when an old man's voice suddenly reaches Jianchen across the plains, praising Wu Yun's talent and making it clear he is after the battle skill. When Jianchen looks back and sees the elder closing in from kilometers away at a terrifying speed, his face goes cold at once. Jianchen calls back across the plains and tests the elder directly, asking if he is also after the 2 Class 5 monster cores. The elder answers that he does not care about the cores at all, and only wants Jianchen's battle skill. Seeing how absurdly fast the gap is shrinking, Jianchen abandons the mount and chooses to run on his own instead. He burns through what little saint force he has left, but every step tears at the wound on his back and drives his face even paler. Behind him, the elder coolly mocks the effort and speeds up again, making it obvious Jianchen cannot outrun him. With his saint force nearly spent and the elder now less than 500 meters behind, Jianchen finally stops in the empty plains and turns to confront him. The old man greets him almost politely, admits Wu Yun is probably a false name, and says even he is astonished that a peak Saint Master killed 30 Great Saint Masters. That familiar voice clicks in Jianchen's mind, and he realizes this elder is from the Harito clan of Lust City. The elder confirms it without hesitation and repeats that the battle skill is all he wants. Then he drops the friendly mask and reveals the real threat. He is an Earth Saint Master, and Jianchen has no hope of escaping him. Hearing the rank spoken aloud makes Jianchen's heart sink, because his worst guess has just been confirmed. Jianchen still tries one last angle, and says plainly that he does not have any battle skill at all. The elder's eyes turn cold, and he warns that his patience is running out while making clear he can force the secret out of Jianchen. If Jianchen cannot hand it over now, the elder says he will drag him back to the Harito clan and force him to write down both the battle skill and the method for controlling a saint weapon in midair. That threat leaves Jianchen with no room to maneuver, and he realizes this ends only in a life-or-death fight. Jianchen realizes the elder will keep him alive until he gets the supposed battle skill, which is exactly the problem because Jianchen has no such skill to surrender. So Jianchen makes his choice, suddenly kicking backward to open space and prepare his only real counterattack. The elder meets the move with pure contempt and lunges straight in, both hands reaching for Jianchen's neck as if the fight is already over. Jianchen instantly summons the Light Wind Sword, knowing he cannot hold anything back against an Earth Saint Master and must rely on the Spirit Sword. In the next instant, Jianchen's blade becomes a silver bolt and screams through the air toward the charging Earth Saint Master. Yan Kaiser meets Jianchen's flying Light Wind Sword head-on and slaps it aside with contempt, acting like this trick won't work on an Earth Saint Master. The slash still bites through the elder's palm, and his arrogance finally cracks when he sees the blood. The sword whips back again at lightning speed, forcing the old man to dodge before it can skewer him where he stands. When the sword curves around for another impossible strike, Yan Kaiser finally draws his saint weapon, a barbed steel hammer wrapped in blue saint force. His hammer crashes into the Light Wind Sword and blasts it away, and the backlash drains what little color Jianchen still had left. Yan Kaiser gives him one last warning and demands the battle skill, still hoping to capture Jianchen alive and pry it out of him later. Jianchen swallows the threat, burns the clan's name into memory, and demands the elder's name so he can remember exactly who cornered him. The elder mockingly gives his name as Yan Kaiser and laughs off the idea that Jianchen could ever take revenge on the Harito clan. Jianchen repeats the name like a vow, and the Light Wind Sword shoots in again the instant he finishes speaking. This time Yan Kaiser stops holding back, but Jianchen twists the sword's path at the last instant and turns a block strike into a kill shot for the throat. Jianchen uses that tiny opening to bolt, throwing himself forward and gambling everything on escape. After knocking the sword aside and dodging clear, the elder turns to find Jianchen already 50 meters away, and his humiliation turns into pure killing intent. He roars that Jianchen will beg to die and tears after him, his Earth Saint Master speed eating up the distance almost immediately. Jianchen hurls the Light Wind Sword backward again, forcing the elder to dodge and slowing the pursuit just enough to stay alive. When the sword loops back again, Yan Kaiser smashes at it so hard that his hammer detonates the ground instead, blasting a crater into the mountain. So Jianchen keeps repeating the same desperate trick for nearly 2 hours, running uphill, while his spirit sword buys him one more breath at a time. At the top, Jianchen finally skids to a stop because the mountain ends in a cliff, and his escape route simply disappears. The long chase and non-stop sword control have wrung him dry, and for the first time the calm fighter looks openly desperate. He stares over the abyss and hates the thought of dying here, especially with his mother and siblings still waiting somewhere in this world. Before he can do anything, Yan Kaiser catches up and swings his hammer into Jianchen's back with a brutal finishing blow. The hit sends Jianchen flying clean off the cliff and down into the abyss below. Only after Jianchen vanishes does Yan Kaiser realize there was a cliff there at all, and his anger instantly turns into sick regret over the lost battle skill. Jianchen wakes much later under a cracked tile roof, groggy and alive in a shabby little room he doesn't recognize. He slowly studies the room around him and realizes he was brought somewhere simple and poor, not left to die where he fell. The memory of the cliff and the water below crashes back, and Jianchen realizes someone must have pulled him out alive. Survival brings no peace, because the Harito clan and everyone who hunted him in Phoenix City goes straight onto his list of enemies. The moment he tries to move, pain tears through his body and reminds him just how close he came to dying. Then he notices his own clothes are gone, his wounds are bandaged, and his space belt is missing from his waist. That loss hits him harder than the pain, because the belt holds his family heirlooms, his money, and the monster cores he needs to cultivate. Before he can panic further, footsteps reach the door and a plain middle-aged man walks into the room. The stranger casually tells him he has been unconscious for 2 full nights, and looks amused that Jianchen finally opened his eyes. Jianchen ignores the small talk and demands to know where his space belt is. The man simply opens a cupboard, takes the belt out, and returns it with a reassuring promise that nothing inside was touched. Jianchen hurriedly checks the contents and finally relaxes when the important items are still there. With that fear gone, he asks if this man was the one who saved him. The man explains that he was fishing by the river 2 days ago when Jianchen's bloodied body drifted past, so he pulled him out and brought him home. Jianchen thanks him sincerely, and the villager answers with simple kindness instead of making anything of it. The man admits he was shocked Jianchen survived at all, especially with a back wound so deep the bone could be seen. Realizing Jianchen has not eaten in 2 days, the man goes to bring him food. Jianchen accepts gratefully, too hungry and worn down to refuse even this simple help. A bowl of rice and meat is enough to steady him a little, but not enough to clear the deep exhaustion still dragging him down. After the meal, the man leaves him to rest, and Jianchen turns inward to recover the spirit he burned up during the chase. He quickly realizes the damage runs deeper than torn flesh, because using the spirit sword so hard left his spirit almost completely empty. Since Light Saint Force healing depends on that spirit, he has no choice but to stay still and rebuild himself first. The villager checks on him a few times, but seeing Jianchen resting, he quietly leaves him alone. Through the night Jianchen keeps recovering in silence, forcing his battered mind back toward fighting shape. By morning he has recovered about 80% of his spirit, enough at last to start fixing the damage in his body. Only then does Jianchen finally begin using light saint force to heal his wounds. While hiding in Roscoe's house, Jianchen quietly wraps himself in light saint force and starts rebuilding his mangled body in secret. Because the healing light is harder to notice in daytime, he dares to use it and plans to stop instantly if anyone comes near. With his spirit recovered, Jianchen controls richer light saint force for 2 straight hours until most of his injuries are nearly gone. The treatment works, but it drains him badly, leaving Jianchen dizzy and fighting off heavy sleep. He keeps healing through the whole day, and by the next morning he is well enough to move but chooses to stay buried under the blankets. Jianchen knows that healing this fast would expose him as a radiant saint master, so he decides hiding his recovery is safer than showing gratitude honestly. Still in bed, he secretly keeps healing, but his own saint force is nearly spent and the sword in his dantian has darkened from overuse. By afternoon, the smell of food reaches the room just before Roscoe quietly opens the door and checks on him. Seeing Jianchen still motionless, Roscoe sighs that the boy has gone 2 more days without food and fears the village's poor medicine may not be enough to save him. Just as Roscoe turns to leave, Jianchen finally calls out weakly and startles him into relief. Roscoe beams and tells him he was afraid he would never wake up again, and Jianchen apologizes for making him worry. Once he sees Jianchen awake, Roscoe immediately hurries out to bring him something hot to eat. He returns with plain village food, explaining that wild beast meat is the best nourishment their small mountain village can offer. When Jianchen tries to sit up by himself, Roscoe panics and rushes over, afraid the movement will reopen his terrible wounds. Jianchen reassures him that a little movement is fine now, and Roscoe can't help admiring how tough this young man really is. Jianchen studies Roscoe and quietly points out that he does not seem like an ordinary villager at all. That question hits hard, and Roscoe's expression turns heavy with old pain before he finally answers. Roscoe reveals that 10 years ago he was a middle saint master mercenary traveling the continent with his brothers. Everything changed during one transport job, when his group fought off powerful bandits but paid a devastating price. A stronger enemy shattered Roscoe's saint weapon, and from that day on he lost the ability to cultivate and became a cripple. With his strength gone, Roscoe abandoned the wider world and buried himself in this mountain village instead. Jianchen falls quiet because he knows exactly how cruel it is for a cultivator to lose everything but still have to keep living. As they keep talking over the meal, Jianchen finally learns his rescuer's name is Roscoe. Roscoe tells him he is about 40 now, married a woman from a nearby village, and has a 10-year-old son and daughter. Jianchen stays on in Roscoe's home, but he never admits his wounds are already healed and keeps pretending to need bed rest. Whenever he is alone, he sits up in secret and keeps refining his saint force to wash away the lingering side effects from monster core cultivation. Half a month passes, and Roscoe grows to genuinely respect Jianchen while continuing to look after him with simple meals and space to recover. 10 more days later, Jianchen finally steps out of bed and realizes the oversized clothes on him are Roscoe's borrowed things. He changes into his own clothes from the space belt, and that is when he notices his skin has turned a striking red again. The sight throws him off for a moment, because even after seeing it once before, this strange full-body redness is still hard to get used to. Then Jianchen pieces it together, and realizes the thousand immunity has likely reached its perfected state while he was recovering. After a full year of fusion, he is finally confident that ordinary poisons now mean almost nothing to him unless they surpass the silver-striped golden snake itself. He remembers the book saying the perfected thousand immunity turns the skin red for a month, though his current color still seems unusually intense. After neatly setting Roscoe's clothes aside, Jianchen finally opens the door and walks out to see the village that sheltered him. At noon he finally sees the humble mountain village around him, a sunlit courtyard of cracked dirt, old wooden houses, and laughing children. A moment later, Roscoe returns from hunting with several villagers, and they are in a good mood after bringing back 2 wild beasts for the whole village to share. Roscoe spots Jianchen standing outside and calls over with surprise, asking if his wounds are really healed enough for him to walk. Jianchen thanks him and says the medicine worked so well that he is almost fully recovered now. Roscoe's companions finally get a look at the youth he rescued from the river and laugh in disbelief when Roscoe praises how quickly he recovered. Roscoe formally introduces the men as Fan Yungang, Qing Liran, and Qiu Qijie, and Jianchen greets them politely. Before the conversation can settle, a woman comes out from one of the houses and cheerfully comments on the hunter's good harvest. Roscoe pats Jianchen's shoulder and introduces the woman warmly as his wife, Fan Hui. Jianchen greets her as elder sister, and Fan Hui smiles at the handsome young guest she had only heard about until now. Then Fan Hui notices his face and blurts out the obvious question, why is this young man's skin so red? Roscoe admits he has noticed the redness getting worse for days and anxiously wonders if Jianchen's injuries caused some new illness. Jianchen calmly brushes it off as a harmless after-effect of medicine, and Roscoe accepts the answer and invites him to eat with the family now that he can finally walk.